What's your pleasure? You are the one who wanted some of that information.
My Lord, to be precise, on the last occasion I've indicated that I've concluded my cross-examination. Then when Mr. Meyiwa was supposed to cross-examine, that's when he requested to have the records so that he can commence with his cross-examination.
Yes.
But in the nutshell, what was put to the witness during the cross-examination before this evidence was discovered, I don't think I have to repeat it to the witness. To sum up, I would say I will conclude my cross-examination.
You have?
I'll conclude my cross-examination.
You've concluded it?
Yes, I've concluded my cross-examination.
Despite also having sight of at least...
That's correct.
The transcript of the 27th October, 27th November, and the 5th of March.
That's correct.
Okay, right, Mr. Meyiwa.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, on account of the fact that there's nothing which has been tendered by this witness on behalf of accused number 3 or against accused number 3 that I'm representing, which is admissible in the trial within the trial, except for those statements that the court said in an emphatic way that they are hearsay in nature. I don't have any questions against this accused. On this witness. Despite the fact that there are those records that have been available, the disc and the record of the transcript.
But you have read those...
I've read them, they've been able to
but there was
now.
Okay, fine. There was an allegation put to the Nanda. That number 2, is it?
Excuse me, my Lord.
I say the allegation put against to Brigadier Nanda
Yes.
was that at the first court hearing in Boxbeck,
Yes.
Regional Court,
Yes.
I think it's accused number 2,
Yes.
pertinently requested the magistrate Havenga
Yes.
by saying to him, I don't want to be represented by that attorney, meaning Mr. Mchiako.
Yes.
That was the...
I think that was on the 27th.
On the 27th, yeah.
Yes.
And Brigadier Nanda's response, before that, the accused number 2 then says, the magistrate Havenga said, I don't want to speak to you, you are represented, speak through your attorney.
Yes.
Right? And in response to that assertion, am I quoting you correctly? Because you say you are in court.
You quoted me correctly.
Right. So now you've read the... I know it doesn't affect your client per se, in the strict sense of the... You have read, as you say, the transcripts. Is there such an allegation? We don't know.
I want to be specific when I respond to the court.
Yeah, okay.
What actually transpired, I'm even not so sure, my Lord, whether I've got a locus standing ridicule to address this, because this is pertinently in the domain of accused number 2.
Yeah, fine.
This legal representative is here, but if the court requests me to assist to assist him, then I'm more than welcome to do that, my Lord. But what actually happened is on the 3rd of March 2021, the state brought a letter wherein Mr. Mchiako was withdrawing as an attorney of record.
Yes, that's
cited
it.
the reasons that are contained in the letter. And then the magistrate confirmed with accused number 2 whether that is true, that he would no longer be represented by by Mr. Mchiako. Then accused number 2's response to the magistrate's question was to the effect that, and I'm going to paraphrase,
Yes, please.
as per what is said in the record. That is now on the transcribed records of the 5th of March 2021.
Yeah, 5th of March.
Page 3 thereof, I think it's line number 3, where it starts with the questioning of the court. The court says, or it's directing the question to accused number 2, and he directs it in the following way. Mr. Ntanzi, do you confirm that you are no longer to make use of the services of Mr. Mjiyako as your attorney, and that you wish to apply to Legal Aid South Africa for assistance in the matter? And Mr. Ntanzi, who was accused number 2 then, and is still accused number 2 now, his response was as follows. Your Worship, I heard what has been said before the court. However, the reason why I want him to withdraw is because Mr. Mjiyako wanted me to plead guilty to this murder charge. And yes, I do confirm that he's no longer representing me, and I will proceed with the legal aid.
Okay. And that is on the 5th of March.
That's on the 5th of March, that is correct.
On the 27th of March?
On the 27th of November.
Sorry,
Yes.
of November.
On the 27th of November, what is pertinent that I could have gleaned, in my view, is the following. On page 14, where Mr. Mjiyako starts by addressing the court on line number 2, he says, as the court pleases, I apologize, Your Worship, for that. But, Your Worship, my client wishes to address the court, and I advise him that he has to address the court through me, but he has been insisting that he wishes to address the court. I'm not particularly related to this appearance. And then this is what the court responded. The court then responded as follows. Yes, the court is not going to allow that at this stage. This is not a media conference. This is a court appearance. If you wish to address the media, do so in your own time and not as part of our court proceedings. Advise you to be quiet, sir. You have a legal representative, and advise you to be quiet and act upon your attorney's instructions.
Okay.
That is what I think would have been, it's of essence to me, that happened on the 27th of November, which I think bears some relevance in this trial within a trial. Except that, I'm not so sure whether there is anything that the court would also wish me to clarify him on.
And the 27th of November, the 27th of...
That is 27th November.
November, yeah, we've covered all the periods.
2020, yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. Mr. Gomez, would you confirm that that's the essence of the transcript of the 27th, 27th November, and the 5th of March?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Muman.
As I've said, my lord, I don't have questions.
Yeah, I've heard you.
Thank you, my lord.
Umnumzana uMalo akanayo imibuzo ubekade efuna.
I saw Mr. Muman.
As the court pleases, I'm looking at uMalo.
Ore amavelo ke mhlamba sasa. Ah, okay.
Umnumzana Mnisi uma ebuke lonke May 27th ka November ku-2020 akanayo imibuzo angathanda ukubuza ubrigadier. Uyavuma futhi nomnumzana uMngomezulu ukuthi naye akasenayo imibuzo angabuza ubrigadier ngalelo daba, nanoma sekabuke konke lokuyana obekukhulunywe nge-5 zikaMarch nage-27 kaNovember.
Thank you, Ms. Mchololo.
Thank you, my lord. I do have.
You don't have questions?
I do have questions.
Okay, fine.
I
Yeah.
do have questions. Yes.
Go relating to what Brigadier Gininda testified to.
Yes, regarding what
Okay, yeah.
Brigadier Gininda
Let's
testified
clear up
about.
the essence of the transcripts. Madam Mshololo, the explanation given by your colleague, Mr. Mnisi, do you agree with it?
What was read from the transcript record, my lord, I confirm it.
Confirm that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any questions there? Then Mr. Numan.
Morning, Brigadier.
Morning.
Morning. Thank you. Brigadier, is it correct that your powers, as you are occupying a rank of the Brigadier, in the South African Police Services are equivalent to those of a magistrate in terms of taking of statements, that is confession statements.
Yes, that is correct, my lord. I think every commissioned officer who is regarded as justice of the peace has the same equivalent powers. That's the answer, my lord.
Okay.
But my lord, sorry, I just want to add something on what was submitted by Mr. Monisi.
Yeah.
The 2 dates he referred to, there's one date that was not covered, and that was a date that was in dispute, the question that was put to me. And that relates to the 27th of October 2020. That is a date of the first appearance, and that is a date where it was said, accused 2 said he wants Mr. Mjiako to withdraw. The record proves that he didn't say that. So
Yeah, no,
just
no,
like
Mr. Mrs. covered that. Am I correct, sir?
27 of
Yeah, Mr. Mrs. covered that. Nyalalela, Brigadier.
Noted, my lord.
Thank you.
Kuyiqiniso na ukuthi
Come.
njengoba ubrigadier amandla wakho ayafana nawakamantshi ekuthatheni istatement lezi ezibizwa phecelezi i-confession uthi yebo iqiniso lokho.
Okay.
Brigadier, is it correct that in the interview of suspects, you will normally use the SAPS 3 capital letter M, small letter M in bracket? That is a statement regarding interview with suspects.
No, not necessarily always. For example, my lord, that is a formal way. When you're taking a warning, counsel is referring to the warning statement. But when you meet a person on the street and you warn a person according to the first encounter with him, the 3M, the interview form, is not in your presence. But that engagement, because it's official, it's nature, you can document it as I did in my diary. So it does not necessarily mean it becomes formal when it's documented in the interview form.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kunamaphepha athize uma nibuza abasolwa imibuzo ekwamele niwagcwalise ukuthi yebo lokho kuyayenziwa ngokomthetho. Kodwa uma hlangana nomuntu emgaqweni usomtshela amalungelo wakhe uzombuza imibuzo usuka mhlawumbe ungenalo lelo phepha. Nawo lokho akuchaza ukuthi le mibuzo okubuza yona ayikho emthethweni. Leyo mibuzo isuka isemthethweni nangokho ungaphethanga lelo phepha.
Brigadier, when did you meet accused number 2 in June 2020? Do you remember the date?
Yes, I do. I met him for the first time on the 18th of June 2020 in Kaltenburg.
Uhlangene nini nommangalelo wesibini ngoJune 2020 uthi ngiyakhumbula ngahlangana naye nge-18 kaJune eCarltonville.
Is it also correct, Brigadier, that there is a statement that you made? The statement that you made on the 15th of October 2023 at 1900 hours 40, the statement that was commissioned by Elizabeth Matako, but it's a statement that you made on the 15th of October 2023 at 1900 hours 40. Do you remember that statement?
My lord, I made statements. If perhaps I can be shown that statement, so I can.
It is a statement that is in manuscripts. It's a typed version of the statement.
It's marked as A what? Okay, please.
It was supplied to us when the case was proceeding, so it is not marked.
Yeah, so I will let you have a copy of it.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi wayenza istatement ngo-October nyakenye uthi ngenze istatement ezimbalwa mhlawumbe uma ngingaboniswa leso statement ngingakwazi ukuthi ngisho ukuthi iqiniso noma akuyiqiniso.
Mr. Baloyi, does it form part of the exhibits, that statement?
We don't know which statement counsel is referring to, my lord. It's just read out as a statement.
Yes, I've shown it, my lord, to the state. It
And
is
it-
not marked. It was not handed in. And
So
it
it
is
is-
not-
yeah, okay, fine.
Yes, it is not marked as
It was not handed in. Where did you get
a
it?
number.
Where did you get it?
It was supplied to us by the state. My colleague do have it, my lord.
So just supplied. What was the reason?
As part of the trial within the trial.
Is that so? I see. Where's that statement? Because I would never have it until it comes to be handed.
I've made notes in that one, Brigadier. Maybe you can take this one. Do you recognize that statement, Brigadier?
Yes, I do. I do, sir.
Uyasikhumbula lesi statement uthi yebo ngiyasikhumbula.
Do you confirm that it was made by you on the 15th of October 2023 at 1900 hours 40?
Just someone is-
Yavuma ukuthi sayenzwa nguwe ngeyi-15 zika-October ngo-9
Correct, my lord.
ngo-1900 uthi yebo ngiyavuma.
Do you confirm that you signed the statement, Brigadier?
Yes, I do confirm, my lord.
Uyavuma ukuthi wasayina leso statement uthi yebo.
Do you also confirm that it was commissioned by
I
the
do
Commissioner
confirm,
of
my lord.
Force?
I do confirm, my lord.
That is
Yeah.
Lieutenant Colonel Matlako.
That is correct, my lord.
Uyavuma futhi nokuthi sachithizwa istempe uLieutenant Colonel Mutlako uthi yebo.
My lord, I do not intend that the statement be handed in, but I do have one or two questions arising from the statement by the Brigadier.
You must remember we are in a trial within a trial.
Yes. Yes.
So does it relate to a trial within a trial? Or as you say, you don't want to hand it up?
Yes. I just
Or
have one
it's just
question.
for what?
Yes.
It's predicated on what, in other words? What application? Is it predicated on the fact that you want to cross-examine this witness regarding the normal evidence which is elicited in a trial?
Yes, I just need...
Or are you saying it is relevant for purposes of your client within a trial within a trial, because you want to rebut a document which could possibly be that statement, to say that your client will argue that that statement pertains to an aspect of this application before the court?
It is regarding the meeting, because according to the statement...
The meeting?
The date when they met accused number 2, according to the statement, it is another date than the date that he...
Oh, I see. Okay, let's hear you then.
Brigadier, at paragraph 10 of the statement, which reads as follows: after accused number 2 was arrested by 2 members of a different matter, for a different matter, I proceeded to Western area to interview him. This was on or after the 16th of June 2020. So, according to you, it was on the 18th of June 2020 when you met accused number 2.
Yes, and the statement says on or after. So
On
it
or
gives the room for the 18th. So I met him on the 18th.
Manje ke kulesi statement sithi ngihlangene nommangalelwa wesibini ngaphambi ngeyi-16 noma ngemva kweyi-16. Uthi manje ummeli usasho ukuthi uhlangene naye ummangalelwa wesibini ngeyi-18 uthi yebo. Uma ngithi ngeyi-16 noma ngemva kweyi-16 iyanginika igumbi lokuthi ngikhuluma ngazo amalanga ase wadlule i-16.
Brigadier, since you have had sight of this statement, which I've shown it to you, what was this statement about, Brigadier? Was it about the investigation that you've conducted leading to the arrest of accused number 2?
My lord, one will have to read this, because I do know that during these proceedings, one will have to read the entire statement. But I know that during the proceedings in this trial, there were a lot of requests that came from the defense and came to me through the state advocate to say the defense is asking this explanation, they're asking for this explanation, they're asking for cell phones, they're asking for change statements. So if I look at the date of October 2023, I can assure you, my lord, one will have to read it, that it was at the behest of the defense. I just don't know the context of it. One will have to read to understand what was being asked for me to explain.
Lesi statement bekwesani uma usenza uthi Nkosi yenkantolo ziningi i-statement engizenzile futhi kuzawufuneka ukuthi ngifunde lesi statement ngoba kuningi okwacelwa abameli. Uma sikhuluma ukuthi ngisenze nyakenye ngo-October kuzawufuneka ukuthi ngifunde ukuze ngizokwazi ukuthi bekade kufunwani ngaleso sikhathi.
Is it also correct, Brigadier, that when you met accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020, there is an information that he gave you?
With regard to this matter and its
Yes.
involvement, that is correct, my lord.
Iqiniso ukuthi uma uhlangana naye ummangalelo wesibini kunokunye owakutshela kona ngaleli cala uthi yebo iqiniso.
When you met him on the 18th of June 2020, did you record that information anywhere?
Yes, I think I made a diary, my lord, which I've made copies for the defense after they've perused the original diary, and they have the copies. So it's I would have summarized it in my diary, my lord. Defense is the copy of my diary.
Kukhona la wabhala khona lento bekade ummangalelwa ezikhuluma uthi yebo kukhona futhi nani ningabameli ngani nika lawo maphepha lawo abuya kwi-diary yami la bengikade ngibhala khona.
What's the problem now?
I'm just reading on the 18th.
The what?
I was just going through the 18th in the diary to see whether it tallies with further
You haven't read that
questions.
statement, in other words.
I've read the statement.
So, what's your problem? If you've read it,
I've read the
you know the
statement.
contents.
Yes. During the interview that you had, Brigadier, with accused number 2, did he mention any other persons who were involved in the commission of the offense?
Mr. Mgomezulu, are you listening to the questioning? On behalf of your client.
May I request my colleague to withdraw the question?
Yeah, because
That's for the main
I don't know.
charge.
If this witness answers that question, it's only fair for the court to refer to Mr. Mgomezulu to say what is his view or comment about the meritocracy of this question.
That's correct.
May I rephrase the question, madam?
Okay.
When you were interviewing accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020, Brigadier, did you, other than recording in the diary, did you record anywhere? It could be in the form of a statement.
Yes, I think some of the statements, the two that I've read, my lord, when I applied prior to the applications, those were summary of my investigation and what transpired. So there are a number of statements, including the memorandum to the DPP prior to them being indicted. Also, it has all those recordings. So it's a number of entries, my lord, that would have been made. And I think also the SAP5, the investigation diary. So there were a few instances where I documented what transpired.
Uma ukhuluma naye ummangalelwa wesibini kukhona futhi ngaphandle kwedayari kukhona futhi la uye wabhala khona uthi yebo kune-statement eziningi ezihlukile ekuthi ngibhalile kuzo nencwadi engayithumela kubashushisi nayo ngabhala kuyo izinto ey'ningi ngaphambi kokuthi abamangalelwa abashushiswe.
Brigadier, is it correct that on the 6th of July 2020, you met accused number 4 in this case? at Luiko Prison,
Yes, that's correct. Accused number?
number 4,
Just a
at
moment.
Luiko Prison.
Iqiniso ukuthi ngeyi-6
Correct.
July
Correct, my lord.
uye wahlangana nommangalelwa wesine ejele eLowkop uthi yebo iqiniso.
Is it correct, Brigadier, that according to you, when you met accused number 4 on the 6th of July 2020, you used the warning statement form?
I did interview him, my lord. If the court can just bear with me, let me just check if the date of the 6 matches that. The court can just bear with me.
Iqiniso ukuthi uye wasebenzisa leli form elisetshenziswayo uma abantu bexwayiswa ngamalungelo wabo ngaphambi kokuthi bazohlonywa imibuzo uthi ithi ngibheke ngaphambi kokuthi ngiphendule Nkosi yenkantolo.
My lord, I don't have the warning statement. Perhaps if I can assist it, if the document counsel is referring to.
But
I'm trying to look for
you
my-
confirm, Brigadier, that you use the statement regarding interview with suspect on that day? That is the 6th of
Yes,
July
I do
2020.
confirm, but I don't have one, but I do know that at some stage, my lord, I interviewed him and took a warning statement from accused number 4. I'm not sure about the dates, but I can confirm that at some stage, a warning statement was taken from him.
Uyavuma na ukuthi wasebenzisa leyo ncwadi yokuxwayisa istatement uthi yebo nangokho ilanga ngingasakhumbuli kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngathatha istatement kuye noma ngambuza imibuzo bengikade ngisebenzise sona leso statement.
Brigadier, if you felt it proper or it was proper for you to use the statement regarding interview with suspect form regarding the interview that you had with accused number 4, why then you did not use this form when you met accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020?
My lord, when accused 2 was approached, the evidence that I had on him was not the same as the one that I had on accused 4 when I approached him later. So there was a variety of situation. What we had on accused 2 at the time, and I did indicate in the court, there was a statement where 1 and 2 were implicated as the people who were involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Subsequent to obtaining those confessions that occurred in May and June, corroborating evidence was obtained. So by the time I got to accuse your client, there was more evidence that points to him. So the purpose of the interview was not so much as to, one knew that at the end of the day, a presentation will be made to the DPP and a decision will have to be made.
Manje ke njengoba uthi usebenzise istatement lesi kummangalelo wesibili kungani ungazange usebenzise kummangalelo wesibili uthi kuhlukile ngalesikhathi ngiyohlangana nommangalelo wesibili bese senginolwazi ukuthi ubandakanyeka kuleli cala lika lokubulawa kuka Senzo Meyiwa futhi bengazi nokuthi kuzawuhluka ngoba yobuza ummangalelo wesine lo bekade ngiyombuza kona kuhluke naloko bekade ngiyobuza ummangalelo wesine ngingakho ngingazange ngisebenzise lezo statement.
The statement that I've referred to, the one that you made, Brigadier, on the 15th of October, consists of about the important part, about 4 pages. So, Brigadier, how would you remember word for word what the accused, that is accused number 1 and 2, told you, which made you to document in the statement, if you did not document what accused number 2 said in the interview that you had with him on the 18th of June 2020?
No, my lord, I indicated one that I documented on my diary, summary Subsequent to that, a confession, my lord, was made on the 19th, the following day, which was then made available to me as the investigating officer a day or 2 days later. When it was made to me, you read that context. Subsequent to that, my lord, number of statements were made up to the time when I made a memorandum to the DPP, basically singing the same tune, so to say, my lord, of what was said. You keep on repeating the same thing because you're presenting your case to someone who doesn't know. Subsequent to the memorandum and the issue of the indictment, I also had to make another statement to the court, my lord, when I was applying for the warrant of arrest, also stating the same thing. So in 2023, when I was asked this, it wasn't that I was making it from isolation, my lord. There was documentary evidence that I was referring to. So I didn't just sit and apply my mind as to what happened and try to remember. There were documents, entries that were made, memorandum, investigation diaries. So that's how the statement of 2023 was made, my lord.
Manje ukhumbule kanjani njengoba wenze lesi statement nyakenye izinto ekuthi awuzange uzibhale ngo-2020 uthi cha ngiye ngabhala Nkosi yenkantolo la ukuthi bengikade ngibhala ngamafuphi kwi-diary yami futhi ngelanga elilandelelayo kula ukuthi umangalelo wesibini ubekade esekegunyulukile nganikwa leyo ncwadi leyo ngayifunda futhi ithema kwenziwa lesi sicelo ukuthi ngibhale lesi statement kula ukuthi nakhona bengikade ngibhala ngibele ngikhumbula nalezi zinto ukuthi bengikade ngizifundile nezinto ebekade engitshele zona nezinto ebekade ngizibhale phansi ingakho ngicine seyikuthi ngikwazi ukuthi ngibhale lesi statement.
The entry in there on the 18th of June 2020, was it recorded in your own handwriting, Brigadier?
I will not know. I'll have to check, my lord. But there will be an entry, be it mine or one of the investigation members. But there should be one, my lord.
Into ebhalwe kwi-diary nge-18 zika June 2020 ibhalwe ngesandla sakho ukuthi ngeke ngikwazi lokho kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi kwaye kubhaliwe ngahle kubhale mina noma omunye wabaphenyi bakuleli cala.
May I hand the copies of the diary to the Brigadier? My lord, thank you. May I hand the copies of the diary to the Brigadier? Just one, I'm concentrating on one question on the 18th, whether that entry on the 18th was recorded in his handwriting. The entry on the 18th of June 2020.
Yeah, where's the diary? Copy of the diary.
You don't have the diary?
I do have.
Okay.
Want me to refer to it?
Yes.
Before you do that, Mr. Ngomalo, what is this cross-examination about? Is it a contention that your client signed a statement, which Brigadier Gninda calls a warning statement?
No, my lord, it's clarity-seeking questions.
No, just listen to the question.
Yes.
Are you sporting a rebuttal of the fact that your client never signed a warning statement which was made before, which was allegedly made by your client before Brigadier Gninda?
No,
What is it about?
The question regarding the warning statement, my lord, was that according to the Brigadier, when he met accused number 4,
Yeah.
on the 6th of July 2020, there was a warning statement according to him that was completed. So
By your client?
yes, that was completed. There was a warning statement that was completed. So the crux of the question is that when he was able to interview accused number 4 using the warning statement form, why he did not use that form, that is the warning statement form, when he interviewed accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020. Basically, that is the question that I'm asking the Brigadier.
No, you're talking at cross purposes. Did your client make a warning statement? This is a trial within a trial. It's not, we're not exploring the general proof of evidence which the onus rests on the state regarding those facts in proving beyond reasonable doubt that your clients, the accused,
Yes.
have committed the alleged
The
crimes they are allegedly charged for. Are you with me?
yes.
This part of the trial is a trial within a trial to explore the admissibility of the confessions made or even the warning statements, because you remember you, Mr. Mnisi, and I think Mr. Mshololo took a point that you're disputing the admissibility of those warning statements. Am I still remembering it correct?
That is so, but immediately let us clarify that issue.
Yeah.
In the middle of it all, then the state came back and said it no longer intends to prove those statements. So it no longer intends to prove anything against these accused. I mean, against accused number 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
in
fine.
this trial within a trial.
Yeah, I remember that. But the
Yes.
point is, can the state use those warning statements subsequent?
It can't, my lord, because it did not prove them. It did not prove them to be admissible. It can't. If the state would have
No,
wanted
fine.
to use those statements, this is the process
Yeah.
that it should also have embarked upon to prove those statements against our client. But now that the state emphatically indicated that we no longer wish to prove those statements against accused number 3, 4, 5.
That's it. I remember
the issue
that.
fell off, yes. So I'm not so sure what is happening now, but that
No,
is
but it's your client, it's your
that's
colleague
what-
now.
Yes.
I'm not.
Wait, let's just put this to rest. Mr. Baloyi, you know as a senior counsel that you should have argued that you are not continuing with an application to show that the warning statements, which are allegedly signed by accused 3, 4, 5, are going to be tendered as having been voluntarily made without any coercion, etc.
Indeed, my lord, we are on record that we are no longer going to use the warning statements.
Right.
I informed my colleagues off
Yeah,
record,
no, I'm aware of it.
also on record.
But you never made an application to abandon that. You never.
Yes.
And the law says you must do that because this court, you gave it an indication, and you know the case. You even quoted the case.
Yes.
This is the case of by my former colleague Salduka,
Yes.
Gama versus State. You remember, State versus Gama.
Yes, that one says if the state is
Yes.
going to lead evidence on confessions, it must signal its intention and forewarn the court.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I'm still there.
Yes.
We did say we intend using those 3 warning statements.
statements,
Subsequently,
Yes.
you said it in an offhand cat manner, remember? To say they are lucky we may not perhaps even use.
Yes.
You said that.
No. What we said, my lord, is that we are no longer going to. Well, I said it in a form of a jest. I said it's,
Yes,
it's a
I heard
Christmas present.
Yes.
But I then formally put it on record that
Okay.
we're no longer going to lead evidence on warning statement. Hence, we did not lead Brigadier Gininda on those warning statements.
That's it, quite. Okay. Mr. Ngomalo, you know the consequences of eliciting hearsay evidence.
My lord, I haven't elicited what is contained in the warning statement form.
Hello?
I have not elicited what is contained in the warning statement form in any way.
So what are you talking about?
the
If you're not eliciting anything that is contained in the warning statement, what is this cross-examination about?
My cross-examination, my lord, was based on the issue that the brigadier did use, according to him, a warning statement form on the 6th of July 2020
Yes, yes.
when interviewing accused number 4. So
Yes.
if that is the position, why he did not use the same warning statement form when he met accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020? And I've got the answer from the brigadier.
So, any further questions then?
The question, the brigadier was still looking at the diary, at his diary.
Okay, fine.
Was it completed, brigadier, in your own handwriting? The entry on the 18th of June 2020?
No. It wasn't completed in my handwriting, my lord. It was completed by one of my the investigation team, but it was signed by me. So, if maybe just to be specific, my lord, the council needs to know whether the details of what transpired with accused number 2 is contained. You must look at C178. you will see it details the issue that he was followed, his alibi was false, he was warned according to his rights, he absconded from work from the 25th according to what we've obtained. The issue, it's a long entry. It also talks about the dental examination. So it moves, my lord, from 178, 179 to 180. It summarizes a whole lot of things and what was done. So it's 3-page entry, my lord.
Kubhalwe ngesandla sakho na izinto ezenzakele uma ummangalelwa ezebe ehlonywa imibuzo ummangalelwa esibini uthi akubhalanga isandla sami kodwa yimina ongasayinda futhi ummeli uma efuna ukwazi lokho abheke ku C178 ukuya ku C180 ngoba izinto eziningi la ukuthi besikade silandelela ummangalelwa kwafika nala ezochaza ukuthi wayekade esemsebenzini kwabhalwa ukuthi wayekade engekho futhi kwalandelelwa izinto eziningi ezibaliwe laphayana manje ummeli akafunde ke kusuka ku C178 ukuya ku C180.
And lastly, my lord, the issue of the warning statement, it was taken on accused number 2 at a later stage. That was the first encounter on the 18th of June when he was interviewed. But subsequently, before he appeared in court, there was a formal warning statement that was taken from him, my lord.
Futhi ke leso statement ukhuluma ngaso sathathwa ngemva kwesikhathi kummangalelo wesibini ngaphambi kokuthi avele enkantolo okokuqala.
Brigadier, on the 19th of June 2020, you told the court that you made arrangements that accused number 2 must be taken to Colonel Rapad.
Yes, I did. They started from the 18th, but yes, I'm aware that on the 19th he went to Colonel Rapad in Morocco, my lord. That's correct.
Uthe 19 zika June uye wena wayenza ukuthi ummangalelwa aye ku Colonel Rapad uthi yebo kuqale nge-19 kodwa nge-18 ngiyazi ukuthi nge-19 waya ayohlangana naye.
Brigadier, are there any arrangements that you made that accused number 2 be taken to a magistrate on or before the 19th?
No, there was none.
Kunohlelo la wena uye walenza ukuthi ummangalelo wesibini ayisiwe kumantshi nge-19 noma ngaphambi kwalokho uthi cha?
Just one last question. Brigadier, are there any arrangements that you made that accused number 2 be taken to a district sergeant for physical examination that is pre and post confession?
No, it was post. So the first confession, so it's in between. The first confession happened on the 19th
Yes.
of June 2020. The dental examination happened on the 22nd of June. That was the day of his first appearance in Phuket. Subsequent to the first appearance, then he went for dental examination. Yes, I made those arrangements. Then the second confession was on the 24th of June 2020. So it's in between. The arrangement is in between, my lord.
Uye wahlela na ukuthi ummangalelwa ayobonana nodokotela wamazinyo uthi yebo ngakwenza lokho i-confession yokuqala yathathwa nge-19 yena ke ummangalelwa wayisiwa kudokotela nge-22 zika June bese ke waphinda futhi wabuyela kumantshi nge-24 zika June manje ngahlela uye waya kulawo malanga lawo aphakathi.
Sorry, just to recap before you answer. So you're saying the first confession was on the 19th?
19th of June.
Who was in charge of that process?
It's Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, my lord.
Rapari, and then
Yes.
who was in charge of the one on the 24th?
Mrs. Gronye, the magistrate in Boxburg.
Okay,
Magistrate
Gronye.
Court.
Okay, fine, yeah.
Manje uthe ukugunyuluko kokuqala kwenzakele nge-19 ubani umuntu obekade ebhala noma obekade nommangalelwa uthi uKolonel Rapadu le eyesibini i-confession ummangalelwa uyenze phambi komantshi uKronye.
Brigadier, I mean transported to the district sergeant.
I beg
To
your
the,
pardon?
to
Sorry,
the
my-
district sergeant for physical examination. As
Sorry, I don't understand the question, my lord. My apologies.
Was he taken to the district sergeant?
I'm not. Well, he was taken to a doctor who was qualified and examined him. I just don't recall the details, my lord. One will have to read it. But the fact of the matter, it was a qualified dental doctor who examined him and then subsequently issued a health document, but it was a qualified doctor. And that document, my lord, we did attach it and disclose it to the defense as well.
Mina ngithi ukuthi ummangalelwa ayobonana nodokotela wamazinyo. Uthi ubrigadiri nangokho ngingakhumbuli igama ukuthi wayisiwa komuphi kodwa kula ukhona la ukuthi uke wayisiwa kudokotela obekade enazo imfundo zokuthi udokotela wamazinyo. Yena ke kuzawufuneka ukuthi ngifunde ukuthi ubekade ebhaleni kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi ummangalelwa uke wayisiwa kudokotela wamazinyo.
Thank you, Brigadier. Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Misholan?
This is my lord, I will ask for a short an adjournment. My lord, the reason is that, firstly, I have been given the transcript this morning for the 27th of November. Yesterday, I only received the transcript for the 27th of October. So I still need to go through them and confirm the line of my questions with my learned friends for accused 1 and 2. And then secondly, the other list of the questions I had outside the transcript, my lord, I need to confirm them first with the clients, which is accused number 1 and 2, my lord. I'm begging leave,
So,
my lord.
yeah, fine. How long
Yes.
should we adjourn, Mr. Barry?
My lord, maybe if we can adjourn until 2, because it's after 11 now.
Until?
2 o'clock.
No, no. We adjourn up to 12 o'clock. Okay.
It's after 11 now, my lord.
Yeah, all the time. After 11 means anything. What's after 11? 5 past 11? 10 past 11?
It's 20 past, my lord. 20 past. 20 past. So if we adjourn until 2, I will have time to read the transcript first and then consult on the questions, my lord.
Okay. Let's come back at 2 then.
Thank you, my lord.
EMT. It's finished. Yeah, right?
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Ikininda, let's start with the cross-examination on behalf of, or in respect of accused number 2, Mr. Ndanzi. You testified before this court that at the time when he was arrested, which was the 16th of June 2020, if I'm not mistaken, there were many pending cases against him. Am I correct?
No, well, you're not correct when you say pending. My understanding of pending means the matter is enrolled. There were no matters that were enrolled and pending against Mr. Ndanzi. There were cases that were identified and there was a person interest on those matters. So they were not pending.
Okay, so what was the status of whatever that you have? Were they cases? What was it? So that I can be able to refer properly to those dockets. I need the status of those case dockets.
My lord, I've said, when accused 1 and 2's name were brought to us as being involved in this matter, cold case analysis was done, and the number of cases where there were persons of interest, in other words, suspects, other than this matter, were then identified. So, but there was no pending matter, because my understanding of a pending matter is a matter that is before court. I'm answering in that context. But there were cases where he was a person of interest, particularly the one of Nongoma that Sergeant Mohani pursued him on, and others that came up, madam.
Uma nibopha ummangalelo wesibini kwakade kunamanye amacala angakaqedwa la ummangalelo wesibini ubekade ehamba kuwo uthi ubrigadier cha amacala awayekade engakafakwa enkantolo. Uma uthi amacala angakaqedwa mina ngokwami ngicabanga ukuthi usho ukuthi amacala ase afakwe enkantolo. Kodwa bekunamanye amacala esaphenywa kungakaqedwa ukuphenywa. Hayi ukuthi angakaqulwa noma angakafakwa enkantolo.
Okay.
As a court, please, my lord, we don't want to interfere with my colleague's cross-examination, but we just want to get clarity. At the inception of her cross-examination, she mentioned that she's conducting cross-examination on behalf of accused number 2. counsel for accused number 2 has already conducted cross-examination. I suppose it might be just a slip of the tongue that was meant to mean on behalf of accused number 5. Because no two counsel can cross-examine a witness for the same accused.
Yes, Ms. Memsholulu.
As the court pleases, my lord, I submit, my lord, with the due respect that I am entitled to cross-examine the witness on the evidence that he testified on.
On behalf of?
On behalf of accused number 2, as I'm cross-examining on.
Have you read the case of by Hutzenbeck, State versus who's that gentleman? The Dr. Death. What's his name, by the way? State versus Basson. Have you read that case?
No, my lord.
It says exactly what your learned colleague is telling you. That in one case, you cannot have more than one counsel cross-examining on behalf of a person who is said to be accused so and so. Only one person can do it at a time in the same trial.
My lord, if the court is of the view that I should not do cross-examination to this witness, I won't have any questions.
No, it's not the court. You know what? Just go and fetch that case of State versus Son. Basson, State versus Basson. It's by Hutzenbeck. Let's just pause and read it because I'm now being accused that I am denying the opportunity to cross-examine. It's not me.
No, it's not the accusation, my lord. I respect the court.
Why don't you check it? You've got a computer there, Mr. Baloi.
My lord, we don't even need to go there.
No, we have to.
Ummeli
That's a very long judgment, madam.
Hello?
I think it's a very long judgment.
No, we just...
The whole afternoon and the whole...
we just extrapolate the right. Are you aware of it?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Am I correct in saying it says that?
Yes, madam. That's
Unless there was a...
Yes.
There was an exception which was made by Judge Hutzenbeck because they were busy with a case which was intricate and it was voluminous.
Yes.
And he said on the basis of that, he will give an indulgence to render an exception. But generally, once a counsel is being is cross-examining a particular person, you see what Mr. Msholo says? He says it's cross-examining on behalf of accused number 2. That's what you are saying, is that not so? Hello?
My lord, if the court says I should not cross-examine, I won't proceed.
You keep saying the court says. I'm saying the law says.
As the court pleases.
So let's read the law. But you know what? If you phrase it some other way, it could perhaps be permissible. But if you're saying you're crossing on behalf of accused number 2, when Mr. Ngumezulu already said that, and he knows Mr. Ngumezulu, I told him that he can't do it because Mr. Ramosipidi had already done so, you remember? But I said, because we are coming into the case for an exigency of fairness, I'm going to relax that rule. And I can even do it now, but people must understand that it is not I saying that. It's the law.
As the court pleases.
Just read that. In the meantime, also, okay, fine.
ngoba ummeli bekathi ubuza imibuzo ebuzela ummangalelwa wesibili. Manje kunomthetho owakhishwa yinkantolo, hayi ujaji Mkhwatlethi, inkantolo ukuthi iye yathi akunammeli ongabuza imibuzo ebuzela omunye ummangalelwa onommeli, njengoba ukuthi ummangalelwa wesibili unommeli. Manje njengoba usisi esukumela phayana uzakwethu sayofuna lowo mthetho ukuze uzofundwa naye enkantolo ukuchazisela ummeli uyawazi naye uthi uyawazi uma ingabe inkantolo isho njalo uthi ngeke abe nemibuzo kodwa usalindwe loyo mthetho ukuze kungabi ingathi ujaji akafuna ukuthi ummeli aqhubeke.
Yeah, incidentally, Hudson Beck was a judge in this division. He retired somewhere 2000, I think 2004, somewhere there. And he was actually the most senior judge at that stage. By experience, although he was not the judge president, and neither was he the deputy judge president, if I recall. Mr. Baloyi, you don't,
We'll check that. We can proceed on the basis that Advocate
you don't get
Mshola
that decision.
we do it's
So what's your problem?
it's referred to in several. We do have the decision, my lord, but we're just looking for the paragraph. There are about 4 references to the case, and we're still searching for that specific paragraph, my lord. But we just thought that to save time,
No. You can't save time by not doing the right thing.
because we will look for it.
Mr. Mnisi, you can't find that decision. On the head note,
There are 2 judgments, one from Judge Hudson Beck here and one from Constitutional Court. I think
Yeah,
the
yeah,
one that
no.
normally comes in 2.
do you have both of them?
I've got the one that is from the Constitutional Court.
Yeah, quote it,
In
quote
any
it.
event, it confirms what the
Hudson Beck
Honorable
said.
Judge said.
That's it. Ms. Mshololo is not aware of those judgments. Mr. Mgomezi, you didn't read that judgment after I quoted it for you. Dr. Hudson Beck.
State versus voter person.
Voter Basson, yeah.
Yes.
But in fact, that judgment goes further than what I have just said, because I am saying the general principle is that 2 counsels in the same matter cannot conduct a cross-examination of a state witness on behalf of a client. Here, the client is represented by Mr. Ngomezu. But the ratio in that case, it says two counsels acting for one client can't do that. They've got to divide themselves. But here, as I say, there is a slight nuance in the sense that okay, I've got the judgment here. S versus Basson, 2001-2, SACR 537T. This matter was heard on the 30th of July 2001 by Hudson-Beck, R. The head note reads like this. Fly note, trial, dash witnesses, dash cross-examination, dash of accused by more than one state advocate, dash long and complicated case concerning two separate groups of charges, cross-examination by two state advocates, allowed on certain conditions. Head note, during the trial of a long and complicated case, the state applied before the accused was to testify for permission for the accused to be examined, cross-examined by two state advocates. The state's legal team consisted of two groups, two of the advocates handling the charges of fraud against the accused and the other two advocates handling the other charges. Whilst one group was busy with its part of the evidence, the other state advocates were not present in court. The state contended that there were in effect two separate cases before the court and that the case was an extraordinary one in which a mass of evidence had been led. The court referred to the rule of practice which prohibits the cross-examination of a witness by more than one legal representative of a particular litigant, but held that there were some exceptions to the rule where the courts had held that they had a discretion to allow a deviation from the rule. The court was of the opinion that although the case had two legs, there was a measure of overlap. A refusal of the application would prolong the case. The court accordingly upheld the application on the following conditions. One, that the leaders of the two groups of state advocates be permitted to pose any further questions after they had finished cross-examination and his colleague had begun his part of the cross-examination. The advocates had to determine who would first cross-examine overlapping evidence, and one advocate who first cross-examined on such an aspect completed his cross-examination on that aspect, and no further examination would be allowed by the other advocate of the aspect unless substantial reasons could be provided for deviating from the rule. Actually, the gravamen of this rule of practice is to avoid a repetition of cross-examination. Like for instance, the question Ms. Msololo has asked you, it was asked.
It was asked and answered by me.
I know. I can repeat it. It was asked.
Indeed.
Now we are being asked that question for the second time, in other words. But you know what? I'll bend the rule, do it again. You can cross-examine, but you must know that that law says that. So I'll take it for granted that maybe you have some information or facts which you predicate your cross-examination on. Because remember, at this stage, we are on a trial within a trial, the admissibility of a trial within a trial. And just for another legal precept, just hang on. There is a case of, and it's not me saying that, it's the law books. There's a case regarding admissibility. When issue of admissibility is to be determined, the duty of the presiding officer is to keep inadmissible evidence out, not to listen passively as the record is turned into a papery sum of appropriate to some situation. A preparatory sum of evidence, frequent practice of administering evidence provisionally, though appropriate to some situation, often works, unfortunately. The case, you can take the citation. The case is State versus Rama Valley. Rama Valley, 1996, 1, SACR 639 AD. The judgment was written by Schultz. He was sitting with her and others. Okay. I said you can continue if you want to.
The court is.
But the proviso obviously is that if the question has been asked and answered, this judgment says I mustn't allow it. Okay.
As the court business. Brigadier, is it correct that under the Nongoma case 136, sorry, not 136, 163/10 of 2018, which was being investigated, at the time when accused number 2 was arrested, you were not in possession, or you did not have a warrant of arrest against accused number 2.
I've answered it, my lord. On my answer, dealt with it in evidence in chief and under cross-examination.
Yeah, that question was asked. And I think you said the person who arrested the gentleman, accused number 2, as a result of the investigations pertaining to the murder in Nongoma, was Sergeant Mohale.
Correct. In the company of Sergeant Mapena.
That's it. So that question has been answered.
Thank you, my lord.
Inkantolo iwufundile lo yamthetho nangokho inkantolo iwufundile ithe kulungile ummeli angase aqhubeke nangokho lo yamthetho uthi bekwamele kungavunyelwa ukuthi abuze imibuzo njengoba ummeli wakhe sekawubuzile. Uma ebuza manje ubuza ukuthi iqiniso ukuthi ngalesikhathi niyobopha ummangalelo wesibini nanikade ningenayo incwadi egunyaza ukuthi ummangalelo wesibini aboshwe. Yaphendula ubrigadier Ruth bese senguphendulile lo mbuzo. Benguphendule ngithe uboshwe uSergeant Mohani ehamba no Mapena.
And until to date, as you are testifying, there is no warrant of arrest that has been authorized against accused number 2 under this case.
I've answered also that, my lord.
Fikela namanje ayikho incwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kommangalelo wesibini uthi ubrigadier nalo mbuzo sengawuphendula.
Sorry, just to be fair to Mr. Mshololo, were you in court when the brigadier testified, when asked questions by Mr. Mgumezulu pertaining to the J50s, no?
Yes, my lord.
That the J50s were issued for each and every accused?
Correct, my lord.
And those are warrants of arrest which enable this brigadier to take these guys to court after arresting them. I'm just saying, I listen. So there were 5 actually warrants of arrest. And you are putting it to him that up to today, there was no warrant of arrest issued for accused number 2. So the evidence shows that, and I'm not giving evidence because I'm being accused, I interfere, I give evidence. The evidence which I listened to by this witness is to that effect that a warrant of arrest was issued by him. And that you applied for the warrant of arrest on application to a magistrate in Boksburg.
Correct, my lord.
Yeah.
My lord, maybe I referred to case 636, which is the case that you are dealing with here. But my question was...
Okay, fine.
My question was intending to ask in respect of case Nongoma case 136,
Okay, fine.
my lord. Not the one that, Brigadier, I'm not referring to the one that we are currently busy with, which is Force Loras.
Yes, my lord, but even that, the question was put to me by Advocate Mgomezulu about exactly that, the status of Nongoma 163 of 10/2018, and I've answered. It was a similar question, my lord.
Okay.
Yebo mina ngawuphendula umbuzo ngalo leliyaqala laseNongoma ebelibuzwe umbuzo bobuzwe ummeli uMngomezulu.
And also, under the Nongoma case 289/11/2012, which is the docket that was supplied to us. Also in that case, there was no warrant of arrest at the time when accused number 2 was arrested until today.
Yes, there wasn't.
Ngelana namhlanje kulelinye icala lesibini kuleliya dokodo enasinika lona ufikela nanamuhla akukabi nencwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kumangalelo wesibini uthi yebo ayizange bekhona leyo ncwadi.
Same thing with the third case, which is Foster's case number 88/06/2012.
Yes, my lord.
Nale ncwadi nale cala leli laseFosloras nalo alinayo incwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kommangalelo wesibini uthi yebo.
Okay. It's fine. Let's move on to the statement that was made before Colonel Mboto. Colonel Mboto testified about the statement that he took on behalf of accused number 1. Are you following?
I'm listening, my lord.
Yes. My question there is that looking at the time, or maybe if I can just remind you, the statement was taken on the 30th of May 2020 at 21:45.
Correct?
Yes.
That's a starting time, my lord.
Statement sithathwe nge-30 zika May 2020 ngo-10:15.
Okay. Am I correct also to say it is alleged that the accused indicated that he wanted to make the statement during the day?
Alleged by whom, my lord, that he wants to make a confession during the day? I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
Iqiniso na ukuthi bekuthiwe kunamahebezi abe athe ummangalelwa bekathe yena angathanda ukugunyuluka emini uthi ubrigadier ubani obekade ena ekhuluma lelo ndaba.
Before the statement was taken by Colonel Mboto, it would have came to your attention that the accused had indicated to make the statement.
Yes, my lord, and I testified about this.
Yes.
Ngaphambi kokuthi akhulume noColonel Mboto besese wena unolwazi lokuthi ummangalelwa bekathe ufuna ukukhuluma uthi yebo besese ngiphane nangobufakazi balokho.
And at what time of the day did you become aware that accused wanted to make the statement?
My lord, I testify about this. I even disclosed my diary, which indicates the time when I was informed, leading up to Foster's meeting accused number 1 at Foster's outside the police station. Testified about this in evidence in chief and under cross-examination, right up to the time this confession was taken by Colonel Mboto.
Wazenini wena ukuthi ummangalelwa ubekade efuna ukuwenza istatement uthi ubrigadier mina besesengichazile lokho Nkosi yenkantolo kusukela esikhathini ummangalelwa ngize bengaziswa kufikela aze ayenza leso statement besesengichazile uma ngiqala ngobufakazi bami nanoma ngihlonywa ngemibuzo ngiyengachaza lokho.
Why, according to your knowledge, why accused number 1 was not taken to the magistrate to make the statement?
My lord, it was Saturday. If you look at the date of the 30th of May, it was Saturday. I met him, I think, around 1900 hours. I've testified about this. I'm not sure if you can find a magistrate around that time. So that's the first part. But second, my lord, commissioned officers carries the same powers as justice of peace insofar as taking the confessions. That is the essence of it.
Kungani ummangalelwa yokuqala yena angazange ayisiwe kumantshi ukuze ayenze statement sakhe uthi ubrigadier mayiphendula bekade kungumgqibelo uyakhumbula ukuthi wahlangana nommangalelwa ngabo 7 ntambama la ukuthi akekho umantshi osebenzayo ngaleso sikhathi kodwa bonke ukuthi banegunya lokuthatha istatement nabo bayafana banegunya elifana nabo mantshi.
Thank you. If it is correct that the accused had indicated freely and voluntarily that he wants to make the statement. Why was it necessary that it is done at night? Why didn't you wait for the following day for the accused's statement to be taken?
No, but my lord, where is that regulated? There's someone who wants to confess in a complex matter that I'm seized with. He's aware of his constitutional rights. He wants to make this confession freely and voluntarily, and one makes an attempt to find an independent office, and that person is found. Why would you want to delay the checking of that? I'm not aware of a provision that says you must wait until the morning.
Manje uma ingabe ummangalelwa yena wayekade efuna ukukhuluma kanjalo kungani ke kuye baphoqeleka ukuthi ayenze istatement sakhe ebusuku? Uthi ke ubrigadier mina anginawo umthetho ongiwaziyo othi umuntu mayefuna ukwenza istatement kwamele kulindwe ilanga elizayo, ngoba bekade efuna ukwenza istatement kwicala elibucayi. Manje kungani kwamele simlinde ukuthi siyenzwe ilanga elilandelelayo, ngoba lo muntu ufuna ukukhuluma manje kungani bekwamele simele ilanga elilandelelayo? Angiwazi umthetho osho njalo.
And that was done, sorry, my lord. That was done, sorry, counsel, to speak over you. It was in the interest of justice because it cut both ways, my lord. It's also the interest of justice that when such evidence comes to you, you must collect it as professionally and as adequate as you can to build the state's case, because that's what I was assigned with this matter for.
Futhi ke lokho ngikwenze mina ngibheke ubulungiswa, ngoba umthetho uthi kwamele kubhekwe ubulungiswa uma kusetshenzwa ngamacala.
And the accused at that time, I'm talking about the time when the statement was made, which is 2145 minutes up to 12 o'clock when it was completed, allegedly. The accused was supposed to have been sleeping by that time, resting.
My lord, I don't know how counsel knows the pattern of, I don't know the pattern, maybe I should answer this way. I don't know the sleeping pattern of accused number one.
Lesi statement siyenzwe ebusuku ngo 9:45 ukuyofika ntathabusa. Uthi ummeli ummangalelwa ngaleso sikhathi bekwamele kube ulele. Brigadier Ruth angazi ukuthi ulala mabasikhathi.
And at the time when you became aware that accused number one wanted to make the statement, were you with the accused or you were informed by someone else?
My lord,
Before I
I testified about this. I was cross-examined about it as well. I was informed by Sergeant Mukula, that's what I indicated,
Okay.
an arrangement then we made for us to meet at Phosphorus police station. I was informed. I testified about this and I was cross-examined by Mr. Ngomezi about it.
Ngalesikhathi ummangalelwa efuna ukukhuluma wawukade unaye na uthi Nkosi yenkantolo bese sengichazile ngalesikhathi ngibuzwa ubaba uMngomezulu ukuthi mina ngiye ngaziswa uSergeant Mukula ngaleli cala ukuthi ummangalelwa ofuna ukukhuluma.
Is there a written statement or any written note wherein it is recorded that on such and such a particular date, accused number two, after his rights had been explained, he indicated that he wanted to make the statement?
Well, to me, yes, it's recorded, my lord. It's recorded in my diary, and I testified about this, and I gave the copy of my diary to counsel, including Ms. Advocate Mshololo, and they read the original, which I still have. It's indicated that I was informed at a specific time, what time I met the accused, the issues of rights are indicated there in the diary, and I've made the copies to the defense available.
Ukhona na la kubhalwe khona ukuthi ngesikhathi esithize ummangalelwa wesibini yena ubekade ufuna ukwenza istatement na uthi yebo sengikushilo lokho futhi ngibuziwe na ngakho imibuzo ngishilo ukuthi ngikubhale kwi-diary yami i-diary ekuthi ngiyenganikeza umshushisi wanika nabameli bonke naye uMamshololo unayo.
Is there a space wherein accused number two signed in that entry that you made? Signed that he is indicating to you that he wants to make the statement?
My lord, I'm not aware of that provision. I've never seen an accused that must sign in the police diary that he wants to make a statement. I've never come across that, with due respect.
Kukhona la ikuthi ummangalelwa usayine khona kwi-diary yakho ukuthi yena wayekade vele ukwenza efuna ukwenza leso statement esinjalo uthi inkosi yenkantolo ngenhlonipho enkulu mina angikaze ngabona umthetho othi umsolo kwamele asayine ediary yami.
Okay, so
Please, ma'am, can we get clarity? Is counsel referring to accused number 1 or accused number 2? Because she's been cross-examined.
It's cross-examining
accused number 1.
interchangeably.
Now, she's referring to accused number 2. If we can just get
Yeah.
clarity.
It's- Earlier she said accused number 1, now she's now on number 2.
my lord, the statement that was made to Colonel Mboto is for accused number 1.
Yeah, I'm just answering your learned colleague.
It's for accused number 1, the statement that was made to Colonel Mboto.
Yes, go on.
Thank you, Madam. Whether you know the procedure or know the procedure, I just wanted to know that there is nowhere wherein he acknowledged or he signed the entry that you made in your diary.
No, but this witness says there is no such procedure. So if you know the procedure, put it to him so that we make progress. That
As-
the procedure dictates or the law dictates that.
As the court business, my lord. Brigadier, is it not the procedure that when you are conducting interview with the suspect, you will have a pro forma in front of you, wherein when you follow that pro forma, I think we're familiar with that, you will explain the allegations, the constitutional rights, and then you will record the response given by the accused after the allegations had been explained to him.
My Lord, counsel is referring to a warning statement. That's what you're referring to. There's a difference when you meet someone on the street, whether you're executing the warrant of arrest. There's never been a situation, my Lord, when you're carrying a warrant of arrest, simultaneously you will carry the interview form and say, this is the warrant of arrest, I'm arresting you, now I must take you through the warning statement. It doesn't work like that. That's not how it's procedurally done. You meet the person, first is the arrest, the constitutional right in terms of what he is entitled to, you deal with that part. Subsequently, when the detention and the time to prepare the person for court, that form kicks in. But you can never make an arrest and simultaneously at the time when you're making an arrest, take the person through the warning statement. It's not legal, my lord.
Uthi ke ummeli incwadi le eyemibuzo ube ukade unayo njengoba wawukade uhlangana nomangalo lesibili ubrigadier uthi ayikaze yayenzeka empilweni solobo yena kuyiphoyisa la ukuthi uphethe incwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kwamsolo bese kuba nale yemibuzo uthi cha ayenzeki leyo kuyaye kube nokuthi umuntu kube nale ncwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kwakhe bese atshelwa amalungelo wakhe kodwa leyo ukuthi yokuhlonya imibuzo kaningi akusincwadi ukuthi unobani ukuthi bayiphathe isikhulukazi uma beyohlangana nomuntu emgaqweni.
I put it to you, Brigadier, that is this procedure, that is the standing procedure by SAPS that whenever we are conducting an interview, or not necessarily that you, whenever an interview is being conducted with the suspect, immediately after he has been arrested, when there is interview that is conducted, it must be recorded. And that form is assisting to ensure that the constitutional rights of that persons are not infringed.
No, but I disagree, my lord. Counsel is talking about the product that is at a later stage. It's well known, my lord, that people get arrested with or without the warrant, even by uniform members on the street. Those members who arrest them on the street, they don't carry warning statements. They will arrest them on the allegation that is before them, or the evidence that is before them, take them through the holding cells, where they are processed on the ACP 14, 14A chart and kept there. Then the investigating officer will come either on that day or the following day, then take them through the warning statement. But by the time the warning statement kicks in, police have already dealt with them in terms of the arrest, and question may have arisen. They would have even maybe followed alibis in terms of what they are saying or followed certain information. So that is not correct that when we arrest a person, that form must simultaneously kick in. That's not how it's done.
Uthumeli ke mina ngiyacebisa ngiyakwazisa ukuthi umthetho wesiphoyisa ukuthi uma niyobopha umuntu incwadi leyo kwamele ibe khona uthi cha akwenzeki futhi namaphoyisa nje uma baya bayobopha umuntu bangaba nayo incwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kwakhe kodwa le eyemibuzo akuvamisanga ukuthi babe nayo ngoba bafika bambophe lo muntu loyo bese uyabuzwa ke imibuzo aziswe namalungelo wakhe. Leyo ncwadi leyo inokaningi iyaye igcwaliswe ngemuva uma seyikuthi lo muntu loyo kuhlelwe phansi naye, kodwa uma kusayiwa kuye akusuka ukuthi kuvamisile ukuthi ibe khona leyo ncwadi.
Furthermore, sorry, my lord, I can just add, sorry, counsel, that even when the person is arrested for the first time, his or her constitutional rights are explained to her verbally. But the formality of those constitutional rights, my lord, kicks in at the holding cells when the SAP 14A is completed. So it doesn't mean that when the 14A is completed at the holding cell, it is the first time the person is being made aware of his rights. When he's arrested, it's a procedure that he must be warned according to his constitutional rights, but no form. No one goes around carrying the SAP 14 form, my lord. Same with the warning statement. That is done at a later stage.
Futhi ke kuyayenzeka nokuthi umuntu acebiswe ngamalungelo wakhe uma eboshwa ngaphandle emgaqweni bese ithi uma esesemaseleni uma ezocebiswa futhi ngamalungelo wakhe bese kulabo ugcwaliswa lencwadi le alikho iphoyisa elihamba liphethe incwadi emgaqweni.
Let's leave that for the argument, Brigadier. Let's move forward. Is it also correct that you asked Constable Monare of Metro Police Ekurhuleni to accompany the team that was transporting accused number 1?
I've dealt with
On the 30th day of May, when specifically he was taken to Kenenboard.
Yes, I've dealt with this, my lord.
Okay.
Manje iqiniso na ukuthi wena Brigadier uye wacela uKennel Monareng iphoyisa uMonareng lo wasebenza eKurhuleni Metropolis ukuthi ahambe nomangalelwa njengoba bekukade kuyiwa kuKennel Mbotho uthi bese senguphendulile lo mbuzo.
And what I want to find out from you is the instruction of the duties that you requested Constable Monareng for.
My
Because-
lord, sorry, counsel, yes.
Because he testified that he was asked to give protection to the team. By team, I mean the SAPS members. So as Metro, he was asked to give escort to the team. That's why I'm asking you to clarify for me that what is it exactly that he was asked to do at that time when accused number 1 was taken to Kenenboard.
My lord, I dealt with it. I was cross-examined about it. I testified about it insofar as the evidence in chief is concerned. I dealt with it, that I phoned him, we met, I handed the accused to him, explained, I've dealt with it, my lord. And questions were put to me and I've answered.
Yeah, can you answer my question? Because I want to know what is it that you ask him to do
But I've
specifically,
answered, counsel.
Constable Monareng.
I've answered, counsel.
Are you
Dealt with
refusing
this
to answer the
evidence.
question? We are a police officer. We are a member of the police officer. You are bound to repeat this answer and answer my question. What is it that you ask specifically other than what he said in this court?
Well, my lord, with greatest respect to counsel, I'll repeat it again. I've said, I asked Constable Monareng to assist with the escort of accused number 1 from the provincial office to Kenenboard. They were not involved in that regard. Subsequent to the completion of the confession, I further asked him to escort the investigating officer insofar as the matter of accused number 1 is concerned, Sergeant Mukula, with what she needed to do up to the time that they were detained. That is insofar as my activities with Constable Monareng. I testified about this in evidence in chief, and I think I dealt with it extensively also during the cross-examination. So it's a repetition, my lord, of what I've said.
Uyaphinda ke uBrigadier ubufakazi obekasekaphane ngabo uthi uchazile kuMonareng ukuthi ahambe neqembu lakhe njengoba kwakade kuhanjiswa umangalelo oqala kuKennel Mbotho bese ayabuya aphinde ahambe neqembu lakhe abashiye la ukuthi bebakade bazoyisa umangalelwa khona aqhubeke ahambe no Sergeant Mukhola la bekade eyogcina khona.
The statement which was made to Colonel Mboto was taken at the police station. Do you understand that, Brigadier?
Yes,
Was
I'm
taken at the
listening.
station.
I'm listening, my lord.
There were members of the SAPS at the station at that particular time. My question is, why was it necessary for Constable Monareng to escort the accused to Colonel Mboto when there were members of the SAPS who could have executed those duties?
But that's not how it works, my lord. When you ask someone to take a confession, someone must do the handing over. So for that to happen, it means I would have had to speak to someone in Dikloof who can assist me with that. I didn't have anyone. I didn't know anyone in Dikloof. And Dikloof police station was chosen by Colonel Mboto, not by me. He said the suspect can be brought into Dikloof. So I didn't know anyone, my lord. But the process is such that the person who wants to make a confession must be handed over by a member, so that then the officer that is taking the confession will indicate who handed that person to him. It's a procedure.
Ngoba bekukade kunamaphoyisa la ummangalelo wayekade eyisiwa khona ukuyoyenza lesiya statement. Kungani uye wacela ukuthi umunare ahambe nabo uthi police station yase Dikloof mina ngangikade ngingazi umuntu manje bekuyofuneka ukuthi kutholakale umuntu ophakathi lapha police station yase Dikloof. Dikloof nayo police station leyana uKolonel Mboto othe ummangalelwa alethwe khona mina ngangikade ngingazi umuntu manje uma umuntu efika police station kwamele anikezelelwe ukuthi nangumuntu simletha la ingapho ngingacela ukuthi umunare aye ayonikezela ngaye ummangalelwa wokuqala.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you for that answer. Brigadier, am I correct to say, at the time when the statement was taken by Colonel Mboto, Colonel Mboto was not part of the investigating team, and he was called by you, and you are the only person who had facts, information of this case docket that you are dealing with today at that time?
No. So it's correct that Colonel Mboto was not part of the investigation, I agree, but
Yes.
to say I was the only one who was aware of the facts of this investigation, that's not correct. I've indicated, my lord, that it was prosecutorial-driven investigation.
Okay.
So I was not the only one. And part of the investigators also were privy to what is contained in the docket. So I was not the only person who knew about the docket, my lord.
Let me rephrase it, Colonel. So maybe you did not understand it. I'm sorry, not Colonel, Brigadier.
You don't understand the question, sir?
I understood the way she asked me, my
Okay.
lord, and I've answered it that way.
I was saying between you and Colonel Mboto, at the time when the request was made, the only person who was privy with information and facts of the police docket, it was you. That's what I meant to say.
No, I disagree with you. You're talking about the facts of the docket, and I'm saying to cancel, my lord, a lot of people knew, including the prosecution. That's why I indicated it was a prosecutorial-driven investigation, including crime intelligence and part of the members of the team. So we brainstormed. When the docket was given to us, I've indicated, my lord, that cold case analysis was done. When you analyze, you dissect. So issues of the docket were not known only to me.
Manje ke uyabuza ummeli ukuthi ngalesikhathi uthumela ummangalelwa ku Colonel Mboto kwakade kuwe wedwa owaziyo ngaleli cala ubrigadier uya uthi cha bekungasi yimina kuphela ngoba njengoba sengishilo ukuthi besiphenya simfuna nokushushisa ingakho ngithi bebakhona abanye abaziyo thimba lami abashushisi nabo besesebazi bekuyiqembu ebelikhona elaziyo akusiyimina ngedwa obekade eyazi ngaleli cala.
So are you suggesting that Colonel Mboto knew about this case when you called him?
No, but my lord, that's not what I said. I've answered this question really with due respect to counsel earlier, that I agree with the notion that Colonel Mboto did not know and was not part of this investigation. The second part of my answer relates to me being the only person who knew about the docket, and I'm saying prosecution knew about it, members of my team knew about it, all stakeholders who were playing a role in this matter knew about that matter.
Akusimina uKolonel Mboto wayekade engazi futhi sengichazile lokho ukuthi wayekade engazi ngale cala bekade kunabanye engisebenza nabo nabashushisi uKenneth Mboto yena wayekade engazi ngaleli cala.
I can see we are avoiding the answer. Let's move on. I'll move on to the evidence of Constable Tapelo Monareng.
That's a good question. What can be specified in which respect the witness is avoiding the answer, because he has answered to the question.
Yes, Ms. Solon.
My Lord, it's because, my Lord, it was even put, the question was put by this court on the transcript, if I can just clarify the background of where I'm coming from with this question, my Lord. On the appearances of the 13th of October 2023, under the questions by court, my Lord. The question was put on page 81 to page 83 under the questions by court to say, at the time when you called Kenneth Mboto, you are the one who was in possession. Sorry, my Lord. You were not in possession of the police docket.
I would never ask that question, but not me.
My Lord,
Listen to the evidence as I understand it.
let me just
The brigadier testified that after having consulted or interviewed accused number 1
Subject number 1.
at Pretoria.
That's phosphorus. That's
Sorry, phosphorus. Yeah,
Station, yes, ma'am.
confusing with number 2.
yeah.
When he said he wanted to make a confession, you said to him, if that is so, you will find him an independent
Person.
Correct.
police officer who shall take your confession. And then as they were going wherever, you phoned
Correct, my Lord.
to say to Mukhano.
No, I phoned various individuals.
Yeah, but you phoned several, and then the only person who you could get was Mboto,
Correct, my Lord.
right? And then you advised Mukhano, is it?
No. On this one, I advise Monareng, my Lord.
Oh, sorry.
Assist, yeah. Constable Monareng.
That's it, sorry.
Yes,
That
yes.
this taking of the confession has been set down before Colonel Mboto at
Correct,
Diepkloof.
Correct, my Lord.
And you say thereafter, at that particular time, you handed over the accused to them to take to Mboto.
Correct, my Lord.
That's how I understood the evidence.
My Lord, can
Now,
I
how would I say he didn't have the docket and blah blah?
My Lord, can I just read the line as is, my Lord? It's on the transcript dated 13 October 2023.
Yeah.
On page 81, my Lord. Line number 20.
Right?
My Lord, it says, did you have a docket with you, sir? And then the answer says, no, my Lord. Which you were given by Gininda. That's the question asked by court. Then the answer says,
So I wasn't asking Gininda.
no.
Who was I asking?
My Lord, I had said the
No.
question.
Who was I asking?
The question was put to Colonel Mboto. It's the
Oh,
question
yes,
to
fine, yeah,
Colonel
fine.
Mboto. Yes.
Yes.
About Colonel Gininda.
Right, yes.
Yes, my Lord.
And I asked him if he had the docket.
Yes.
Because if he said yes, that was the end of that taking of the confession, because he's not supposed to be in charge of the docket, because it's assumed not to be part of the investigation, and it is assumed that he has no indication or knowledge about the investigation of that case.
Of the case.
Can we make progress, please?
Yes, my Lord. So my question to you, Mr. Gininda, is that at this time, the only person who had information about the police docket for the statement that was taken to, it was yourself, not Colonel Mboto.
But my Lord,
But yeah, you know what? I thought this witness says this was a prosecutorial-driven exercise. They were having meetings, and they are part of a team. And so it was not exclusively himself that was privy to the information which was in the docket because they worked as a team. Is that what you're saying, sir?
That's exactly what I said, my lord.
Uthi ubrigadier bekade besebenza bayiqembu akusuyena yedwa obekade ebone noma enolwazi lwedokotela ubekade besebenza bayiqembu.
Let's move on. I'll leave that one for argument as well. Let's go to the statement that was made on the 24th of June. It's Exhibit JJ, my lord, to Ms. V. Cronje. Ms. Cronje testified, I know you were not here, but I'll just refer you to what she testified and what she wrote outside this pro forma, that there were heavily armed police officers that she found outside his office. Do you understand that?
I do understand.
Yes.
Uthi ngiyazwisisa ukuthi uthe uCronje ukuthi uthole amaphoyisa abekade ehlomile ngaphandle kweoffice lakhe.
According to your knowledge, how many police officers you had instructed to take the accused to Ms. Cronje?
No,
This
ma'am.
is, my lord, sorry, this is accused number 2 now, who made the statement to Ms. Cronje.
My lord, also this part I've covered my evidence in chief, and I indicated, I'll repeat it again, my lord, that I did not designate specific number of protectors. I only spoke to Sergeant Mohana to arrange the movement of accused 2 from the police station to Boxburg Magistrate Court. He then, I'm aware that he made a use of SWAT or escort, but he coordinated that. I've said this, my lord.
Manje wena brigadier wawukade uhlele amaphoyisa ayingakhi uthi mina ngokwami ngikhulume nje no Sergeant Mkhani ngathi ayise umangalelwa eBoxburg enkantolo. Yena ngiyazi ukuthi uyena oyewahlela abantu laba abeswat ukuze bazomnceda ukuthi bebangakhi angazi.
Ms. Cronje also further testified, we'll comment if we do have the answer. Ms. Cronje also testified that he asked these members to produce their pocketbooks. And when she asked those members to produce their pocketbooks, they disappeared.
My lord, I was not there. I can't comment on this. I don't know what to say. I was not there.
Uthe uMantu Cronje uye wacela namaphoyisa ukuthi bakhipha ama-pocketbook wabo bona bagcina seyikuthi bayanyamalala khona lapho uthi brigadier bengikade ngekho ngeke ngikwazi ukuphendula lokho.
Before the accused was taken to Ms. Cronje, it is the evidence tendered before this court that he was firstly taken to Penan Rapado on the 19th of June, which was before the making of the statement to Ms. Cronje.
Yes.
Are you following?
Yes, my lord. And I've
Okay.
testified about that as well, my lord.
No, just wait. Don't rush. The evidence in terms of the OBs that have been presented before this court is that, or maybe I can just refer the witness to be quick, my lord. To Exhibit MM. I've asked the state to arrange the OB book for Exhibit MM because I just want you to comment on the entries there.
Which OP is this concern? For which police station? Perhaps I can assist.
I've asked the state to arrange that OB for the 19th.
Pretoria North, my lord.
Yes, I do have the 19th, the OP of the 19th of June, 2020.
Yes, the 19th of June, serial number 520. It's cross-reference 531. I'm not sure there's 531 or 537. You see that one?
Yes, I see.
Yes. The one for 230, which is 520. I don't know which one is the correct serial number for that entry. Maybe you can assist me there, because there are two.
So 531 is the one for 230.
For 230.
Yes.
And then 570 is the cross-reference. Or 520.
No, so 530, my lord. 531 is the one where the arrival time is 0230.
Okay.
Yes. Which one you want me to assist you on?
And then this one, 520, is the cross-reference.
It's a cross-reference of that one, yes. This is investigation back, so the 520 is when it was put out.
Okay. Then let's deal with that. It shows, my lord, this entry has been placed on record before. I'll just put the question straight to the witness. This one indicates that the accused was booked back at 2:30, and then down after the same entry, which is entry number 532, he was booked, he was charged. And then if you go to entry number 534 of the same date, are you following?
I'm listening, my lord.
534 at 4:50. The suspect is transferred, prisoner transferred, Sergeant Mohane of National Court Case, suspect murder on murder case 163, Bongani Dance. In a nutshell, it's a booking out of Bongani Dance at that time. Do you see that one?
I see that, my lord. That's what the OB reflects.
Yes.
Uthi yebo yakubona lokho kubhaliwe kubhalwe kwi-OB.
And the further entry says, transferred to Foslorus Court without any injury or complaints. Correctly transferred.
Yes, I see that, my lord.
Uthi uyabona ukuthi kubhalwe ukuthi umsolwa utransferelwe esiphoyiseni esase Phosphorus engenazo impawu zokulimala.
Okay. So it means this suspect is booked out at this police station.
That's what the OB means, my lord.
Yes.
Uthi i-OB ibhalwe kanjalo ukuthi lo muntu utransferiwe.
And according to the evidence of Sergeant Mohane, is that when he was booking him out here, they intended taking Mr. Ntanzi to Foslorus Magistrate Court. However, on the way, they received a call from you that they must go to Moroka Police Station for the accused to make a statement before Colonel Rapad. You correct me if it's not the correct facts.
No, it is correct.
It is correct.
That I made arrangements with Colonel Rapadu. I'm just
Yes.
not sure about the time, but at some stage, yes, I would have informed Sergeant Mohane that
Yes.
they must take accused to Colonel Rapadu in Morocco.
Yeah.
Yebo iqiniso ukuthi ubekade uSergeant Mohane yena ehambisa umsolwa wesibini Moroka eFoslorus ithe mabalibele bahamba kula ukuthi wena brigadier uye wamshayela ucingo ukuthi amise eMoroka uthi yebo nangokho ngeke ngikhumbule isikhathi kodwa kunjalo ukuthi mina ngengamshayela ucingo ngathi amiye naye eMoroka.
Okay. Did you tell them where to go to with the accused, where the statement would have been taken?
Yes, I told him, and then Colonel Rapad. I've testified about it, my lord, that I've then connected him to say, this is the Colonel that will assist you, and these are the cell numbers for Lieutenant Colonel Rapad.
Wena uye wakhuluma naye uSergeant Mohane umazisa uthi yebo ngike ngakhuluma naye futhi ngamnika nocingo namanombolo wecingo luka Sergeant uColonel Rapadu ukuthi nawa nangumuntu ozokusiza njengoba uya lapha eMoroka.
Did you tell Sergeant Mohane to which police station should they go to, or they decided on their own?
No, my lord, I did, and I've said this, I don't want to be seen as if I'm running away with the answers. I've testified about it in evidence in chief, dealt with Mr. Mgomezulu, and I've just said it a few minutes ago, seconds, my lord, that I did tell them that they must go to Morocco ECPS.
Mina ngibatshelile ukuthi kwamele baye esiphoyiseni saseMoroka uSergeant Mohani futhi bese sengichazile leyo nto nanoma ngibuzwa imibuzo ummeli uMngomezulu.
And then, where is the OB entry for the Moroka police station as proof that he was taken to Moroka police station, wherein during that detention, the statement was taken?
No, but it is incorrect that he was detained. When we talk about detention, we're talking about incarceration. He was not detained there. And the making of the OB, my lord, when the confession is taken, it's something that the police officer who takes it may decide to keep record. It's not a requirement that when you take a confession at a particular police station, you must necessarily make an OB entry. Colonel Mboto chose to make one. I think there was one that was made by Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe in Albertine. In Moroka, there was none that was made, but there's no regulation that says you must make one. So that's the first part. But the second part, my lord, accused 2 was never detained in Moroka, so it's not correct to say he was detained there.
Akusilona iqiniso ukuthi ummangalelo wesibini uye waboshwa noma wagcinwa eMoroka uthi akulona iqiniso lelo manje indaba yekubhala umuntu obhalayo uyena ozikhethelayo awukho umthetho othi kwamele uma kubhala uma kunomuntu ohlangana naye ukhuluma naye njengephoyisa bese uyabhala kodwa umuntu obhalayo uyaye ayikhethele yena ukuthi abhale ukuze aze abe nalezo zinto ekuthi zikhulunywe.
I differ with you, Brigadier, with due respect. The procedure in the SAPS is that when a person is taken to the station, he will be booked into the books of the station. However, we have given the explanation that we have given to the court. In light of what we have said to the court, that is not a procedure, it's not a requirement. Where is proof that this statement was taken at the time when the accused was at Moroka police station?
My lord, I'm not aware. I think I'll deal with the answer to this question lastly. That's why if you look at the pro forma, in terms of what I'm going to say, my lord, the pro forma for confession, there's not even a portion where you must insert an OB entry on that pro forma, because it's a guideline of what questions you must put and what answers you must give. There is no portion where you must give detention OBs and SCP-14. It's simply the practice that other officers will prefer to say, let me make this entry and document in the OB what transpired. Now, that's the first part. The second part, my lord, if counsel says there is a procedure in the ACPS, please can she just advise me on this, because I'm not aware. There's no such standing order that says when you take a confession, it must be documented at the police station. What counsel also must know, my lord, when you take a confession, it doesn't necessarily mean it must be at the police station. You can be called to this court and use one of the offices and document and take the confession, the written down confession. There are no detention cells here. Where will you record the occurrence book? The guideline is the form, but then in terms of best practice, other officers will say, let's make an entry so that things are seen to be, some record that things were done in a way that suits him, and it will make things up for him or her when he testifies before court.
Thike ummeli uphi ubufakazi obubonisayo ukuthi lesi statement senzelwe eMoroka ngoba ucebisa ubrigadier ukuthi umthetho osho njalo ukuthi uma uyiphoyisa kwamele kuboniswe ukuthi lento le ewuyenzile yenzelwe kuphi statement lesi siyenzelwe kuphi ubrigadier uyaphika uthi istatement singayenzelwa nanoma kuphi nala enkantolo umuntu angahle abizwe afakwe ehhovisi elithize abuzwe imibuzo futhi akawazi noma awukho umthetho oshoyo ukuthi kwamele kubhalwe umuntu uyaye abhale yena ngokwakhe ngokuthi azenzele ukuthi uma kungenzeka ukuthi kudingeke ukuthi azobuzwa bese yena uzibhalele kodwa akusuka ukuthi umthetho wesiphoyisa uthi kwamele ubhale wena uma uthatha istatement.
Thank you for that information, Brigadier, but be that as it may, whether best practice was followed or procedure was followed, whatever the privileges the SAPS have, my statement, or what I'm saying to you, is that there is no proof before this court that this statement was taken at Moroka.
Well, my lord, I think Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu is best vested to come and testify on those issues. The form indicates that it was signed at Moroka Police Station. There's a date, there's a time, there's a starting time and ending time. If then that is in dispute, I think Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu can best deal with counsel, my lord.
Uthi ummeli abukho ubufakazi obubonisa ukuthi lesi statement sithathelwe eMroka Police Station kodwa uthi ubrigadier ucabanga ukuthi umuntu ongaphendula lo mbuzo kangconywana kungaba uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu ngoba lesi statement sibhale isikhathi ukuthi uqalwe ngobani isikhathi siphinda siyabhalwa nokuthi sithathelwe eMroka ngobani isikhathi kwaqedwa nangobani isikhathi yena ucabanga ukuthi Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu yena umuntu ongahle eze ezophana ngobufakazi baleso statement ukuthi sithathelwe.
Thank you, Brigadier, with that answer. Let's move on now to the assault that was reported by accused number 2 in court, that he reported that he was being assaulted in a Silverton police station. You remember that portion of evidence?
I don't remember accused to say he was assaulted.
Actually, accused one, my lord.
It's accused one, my lord.
Oh, thank you, my lord. Sorry, my lord, can I just clear the instruction, my lord? Thank you, my lord. To correct the statement I've made, it is in respect of accused number 1 who reported the assault. Brigadier, my apologies for that. I'm referring to accused number 1.
Accepted, counsel, yes. you can.
Is it correct that that information or that complaint about the assault was related to you as the head of the unit?
No, but that's not correct, my lord. I also dealt with this part. I
Yes.
mean, we also read the charge sheet that no names I even went in so far as saying the document speaks for itself. And that was when it was put by Mr. Mngomezulu that these are the people who actually assaulted accused number 1. My name was not mentioned there, but even then I said in the charge sheet, insofar as the charge sheet is concerned, the presiding officer did not mention any name except that it's SAPD Silverton. That's how we dealt with it. And that exhibits, it's clearly stating what I'm saying, my lord.
Yeah.
Kuthi-ke akukho la ukuthi kubhalwe amagama inkantolo nje ebhale ukuthi SAPD Silverton namagama lawa akhulunyiwe igama lika brigadier alikho la lichazwe khona.
Okay. Maybe let me clarify it. I never said the reference was made about you. I said the information was related to you about the assault.
No,
It
no,
was
that's,
reported.
sorry. That's not the evidence before this court. The evidence before this court is that Sergeant, the lady,
Sergeant Mohola, my lord.
Mohola,
Yes.
was told that accused was assaulted at Silverton Police Station. And this is the time of COVID.
Correct.
Right. Then he reported the exigency to you that I have a report which says accused number 1 was assaulted at the police station in
Correct.
Silverton.
Correct.
I don't want to give
Thank you, my lord.
I don't want to give evidence. And then
Thank you, my lord.
obviously the concatenation of events is that he, Kininda, said to Mahanu, go and interview the gentleman and assist him to lay a charge of assault. And the evidence says he refused. I
Thank
don't
you,
know,
my
am I correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. Exactly what I'm relating to the witness, my lord.
No, that's
to
not
say
exactly what you're relating. It's me relating the evidence of the court.
The information about the assault was related to you by Sergeant Mohole about the assault.
So that I was informed that accused 1 is alleging that he was assaulted.
Yes.
I was informed. by
Yes,
Sergeant
yes.
Mohola.
By relating, I mean the message was conveyed to you.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
my lord.
Do you agree with that?
I
Okay.
agree with that.
And in terms of the procedure, if there are any allegations of assault by members of the SAPS, the people who are supposed to investigate that complaint is the IPID, which is the Independent Investigation Unit.
No, but that's correct, my lord, but that does not prohibit police officers to do preliminary investigations. IPID, from time to time, a case will happen, it gets registered at the police station. Once you are sitting with a docket where you realize there was violation of rights by police officers, you then refer the matter to IPID. It does not mean that when someone comes and alleges that I was assaulted by the police, before you even take a statement, you now refer that complaint. That is a complaint. Referral of dockets by IPID, it's when there's a registered docket, a formal complaint with a statement under oath that alleges that police officers have done 1, 2, 3. Then, that is why I said to Sergeant Mohola, once this has been done, register the docket, bring it to me, because then my decision would have been to refer the matter for further investigation with IPID, my lord. So we did not even arrive there because accused number 1 refused to make a statement. I made my own inquiries right up to prison, and there was no proof that there was such assault.
Kuthi-ke umeli uma kunesikhalazo ukuthi umuntu ushawe amaphoyisa, abantu bakwamele baphenye ngalelo cala, abaphenyi abazimele ababizwa i-IP. Brigadier usekayachaza ukuthi kusebenzeka kanjani ke ukuze liyofika ku-IP. Uma umuntu athi ushayiwe, kwamele kuphenywe, amaphoyisa nalo anegunya bokuthi bangaphenya bese banika obaphethe. Ingakho yena ubrigadier uye wathi uSergeant Mohola aye ayophenya ayozwisisa ukuthi kwenzakeleni bese aletha idokodo uma ingabe lizovulwa alethe kuye yena ukuze azolithatha alise phambili ukuthi kuphenywe. Kodwa impendulo ebuyile ukuthi ummangalelo oqala yena azange amnike ulwazi oliphelele noma akazange afune ukuchaza ukuthi ushawe akuba.
So this case was not reported to IPID for the IPID to investigate it further, those members?
No, but what case, my lord? There was no case. That's the point that I'm saying. You have to have, for the case, counsel knows, you have to have A1, what you call in the docket, alleging what the allegations are. Then subsequent to that, the docket will be registered. Then the referral, my lord, when police members are implicated, kicks in. Or if there are some issues with registration of the docket, but at least when you have a formal complaint, you can then deal with the referral to IP. But you cannot refer something that preliminary investigation clearly indicates that this is not true. How do you, there's no case there, my lord.
Manje ke lelo cala alizange lona lithunyelwe kulaba phenyi abazimele. Ubrigadier uthi baphi liphi icala ngoba akuzange kube necala elavulwa. Manje belizoyiswa kanjani kubaphenyi abazimele kungenacala elivuliwe ngoba kuyiswa nje amacala avuliwe kulaba phenyi.
My lord, with the leave of the court, can I ask to pause here? It's 15:20 now. There is too much heat where I'm standing. The aircon is not functioning, my lord. I want to now move to the cross-examinations on the AVLs and that evidence of those witnesses in respect of AVLs.
Out at least an hour earlier. Hopefully the problem will be resolved from tomorrow.
Okay, fine. Yeah, let's continue then. Yes, Mr. Lolo?
Thank you, my lord. My lord, may I just beg leave to hand in the copies to the state and the witness of Section 28 and Section 29 of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act number 1 of 2011. My lord, I have also make a full copy for the court to make reference as we proceed, my lord. As the court pleases. Brigadier, yesterday you remember we paused wherein I was asking you about the report of the assault by accused number 1 in Tembisa Court that was eventually conveyed to you. You
That's
remember?
correct, my lord.
Uyavuma ubrigadier ukuthi izolo sime njengoba ndingasabuzwa ngokushawa kukamangalelwa wesibini.
Okay. In terms of the section that I have prepared copies for yourself, and I want to refer you to section number 28, which I will read for the record, my lord, with the leave of the court.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Section 28, sorry, my lord, not paragraph, section 28. Could you see that section, Brigadier?
Yes, I'm on it, my lord.
I'll read it. Please go with me. It says type of matters to be investigated by IPID. Section 28, subsection 1, the Directorate must investigate any deaths in police custody, deaths as a result of police actions, any complaint relating to the discharge of an official firearm by any police officer, rape by any police officer, whether the police officer is on or off duty. Paragraph F, my lord, any complaint of torture or assault against a police officer in the execution of his or her duties. Paragraph G, corruption matters within the police initiated by the Executive Directorate on his or her own or after the receipt of a complaint from a member of the public or referred to the Directorate by the Minister, an MEC, or the Secretary as the case may be. And H, any other matter referred to as a result of a decision by the Executive Directorate, if so requested by the Minister, an MEC, or the Secretary as the case may be. But the reference that I want to make to you, it's paragraph 28, subsection 1F.
Yes, my lord.
Do you see that one?
I see paragraph F.
Paragraph F.
Yes.
It says matters to be investigated. It's any complaint of assault. Okay?
Yes.
And then let's read it in conjunction with section 29. Now there has been a complaint of assault. Let's hear now what section 29 says. Reporting obligations and cooperations by members. Section 29, subsection 1. The station commander or any member of South African Police Service or Municipal Police Service must, paragraph A, subparagraph A, immediately after becoming aware, notify the Directorate of any matters referred to in section 28(1)A to F, which includes F, which I've referred to you as well. So it means any member, and by any member, I'm now referring to you, Brigadier Geninda, that after receiving that complaint in terms of this act, this is what we are supposed to do, to report the complaint to the Independent Directorate, Police Investigative Directorate, to investigate the complaint, which was made by the accused in court. Did you do that?
My lord, this section that I read refers to a complaint. My
That's it, yeah.
understanding, it's a formal complaint, not information or someone sitting there and says, this is what I'm saying. I've testified, my lord, that there were steps that I took and clear directive that such complaint in terms of the facts, where it occurred, who are the suspects, J88 statements taken, docket registered to be done. And the feedback I got was that accused one is not willing to do that. Subsequent to that, my lord, all entries, relevant entries showed, including the prison one, that he was not assaulted. That's the first part. But the second part, my lord, matters that get registered to IP, council needs to understand the police has a case data system. Matters get registered, in other words, I refer to this matter as A1. That is a complainant statement, because someone needs to allege that this is what happened. Subsequently, the case docket of assault, DPH, torture, whatever the case may be, will be registered, captured on the police system. That's how it works. That's the system. It must be captured on the police data, then referred to IPID. There must be a trail of evidence. Now, in the absence of A1 of the complaint, what do you refer, my lord? When all registers shows that there was no assault, reported, the complainant or the person who's alleging to be assaulted is not willing to give a statement. What do you take to IPIT?
Okay.
Manje ke kunomthetho sekelo la njengoba izolo besikade sikhuluma ngalaba abaphenyayo abazimele uyafunda ummeli ukuthi la ku F uthi isikhalazo nanoma yesiphi sokuthi mhlawumbe umuntu ushawe amaphoyisa lo muntu loyo iphoyisa libe likade lisemsebenzini noma lingekho emsebenzini lo muntu loyo kwamele afake isikhalazo siyophenywa uma siya la ku section 29 kuthiwa kwamele leso sikhalazo siyophenywa ubrigadier kuyabuzwa ukuthi wenzile lokho na njengoba kwakade kunesikhalazo esibuya kumangalelwa ukuthi ushayiwe uthi ubrigadier isikhalazo sikhuluma ngesikhalazo esisemthethweni la umuntu uye wayenza istatement ukuthi mina naku ngishawe umuntu othize wafaka futhi necala evulela lelo phoyisa icala bese kuvulwa idokodo lilethwe kuyena ubrigadier ukuze aye yena ayophenya bese uyonika laba abaphenyayo abazimele ukuze nabo bazokwazi ukuphenya njengoba bakhuluma la ku section 28 no 29 wabo abaphenyi abazimele.
Thank you, Mr. Gedinda. Firstly, in paragraph F, let's read it again. It does not say.
Sorry. To understand the law applicable. When we were listening to that tape, the recording, there was an attorney apparently representing accused number 2 on the 5th of March. Is that not so?
Not on the 5th, on the 27th.
Is it on the 27th when this attorney said to the magistrate that he has received a complaint from his clients?
That was the 5th of March.
Yeah.
That is right.
Yes.
2021.
That they are being assaulted.
Correct, ma'am.
Right?
Yes.
Let's play that, because then the magistrate said, this, who's that?
Mr. Nkwane.
Nkwane. Right, he told Nkwane to assist his clients to lay a charge. Is that not the evidence, Mr. Ngumezulu?
That's the evidence.
That's it. And if you find or get any problems, the commissioner of police must be approached. I think the commissioner of police must be approached so that a formal complaint can be laid. Is that not so, sir?
That's the evidence.
When I was listening, now has that been done? Ms. Msololo, you can, Mr. Has that been done?
My Lord, may I just
Yeah.
get clarity from what my colleague is asking?
We'll come to the IPIT.
Yes.
Talking about
She was
what happened in court.
I'm not sure if that question relates to what happened in relation to accused number 1. Before we get into accused number 2.
Yes.
Because the first report that was made to the brigadier in relation to the line of questioning relates to accused number 1.
At Silverton.
At Silverton.
What was the date?
The 10th of July, if I'm not
And was that report made in court?
The report was made in court to the presiding officer.
What was the date in court that day?
The 10th of July, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that so?
No. Not in Foslorus. I'm referring to, yes. The
And that is a complaint regarding
is
Silverton.
That's correct.
Right, because now Geninda is referring to that. As I understand you, you are referring to that complaint.
The one of Silverton, my lord. I'm referring to the one of Silverton of the 10th of July.
Yeah.
The accused, all these measures were put into place, and he was not willing to make a statement. And no registers confirmed that he was assaulted.
Okay.
Futhi ke kuthiwa ku wonke lamacala lawo bewafakiwe akukho la umangalelwa yena aye wazimisela ukwenza istatement eshoyo ukuthi yebo ngishawe ubani nini kuphi.
Right, I'm sorry to interfere. But from my understanding, how do you lodge a complaint? Is it on affidavit or is it just verbal? There's no record of that.
My Lord, I think it would be unfair for me to be cross-examined by the court when I'm putting
I'm not cross-examining.
questions to the witness.
I'm not cross-examining you. I just want to understand the law.
May I then be given the opportunity to put questions to the witness?
No. Listen. I want to understand the law. You have told you've given me this, as you say, that is the applicable law.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to understand, because from the record, it appears that the magistrate Havenga intervened to the attorney who was, is that not?
My lord, I'm not referring to that
Okay,
one.
okay, fine, go ahead.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
referring to that one.
All right, all right.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
I'm referring to the one that was made in Tembisa Court, my lord.
In Tembisa Court,
Yes. In Tembisa Court about Silverton police officers
okay, fine.
Yes,
On which
that-
day? You say it was on the 10th?
on the 10th of July.
Okay, fine, you can go on.
And that complaint, my lord, was made by accused number 2
Okay.
in full court. Oh, sorry, my lord, accused number 1 in Tembisa, not accused number 2. On that day, the exhibit will clear the record, my lord. So there was a complaint, my lord, according to my understanding, which was made in full court about the assault and about the police officers in Silverton. And then my next question is, my lord, with that complaint which was reported in a court of law, which was related to you, Brigadier, as the head of the unit, what did you do with that complaint? Because this act precisely says the complaint must be referred to the Inspectorate Police Investigative Directive for further investigation.
As a court case, my lord, I think my learned friend should have also made a copy of the regulations issued in terms of the IPID Act, because these regulations must be read in conjunction with the Act. Now, she's reading the Act in isolation, and if one looks at, I had a quick look at the regulations. For instance, Regulation 2 says reporting of matters to the investigating directorate. A station commander or any member of the South African Police or the Municipal Police Service must, say, within the period mentioned in Section 29(1)(b) that my learned friend has quoted, of the Act, submit a written report. Yeah. A written report to the Directorate regarding any matter listed in Section 28(1)(a). That is now the section that my learned colleague is busy with. And furthermore, Regulation 4(b), which is the most important one, says a person who lodges a complaint in terms of sub-regulation must do so in writing, by fax or electronic mail, and it says the provisions of sub-regulation 3 will then apply. So in other words, my lord, we say it's very dangerous to read the acts in isolation. It must be read in conjunction with the regulation, which makes it clear that a complaint must be in writing, as the witness has testified to.
Can I proceed, my lord?
Yes, I thought you were proceeding.
Thank you. Brigadier, I put it to you that if you had complied with the provisions of this section, an independent members of the IPID would have been appointed to approach the accused, obtain the necessary statement, and also to do further investigations.
No, but that's not correct, my lord. Counsel knows he was working for the state. You need to have A1, a complainant statement, to understand the allegation that has been made. What do I comply with when you don't have the existing A1 or any document or even an eyewitness who says I've witnessed such an assault?
Ngiyakwazisa ke ukuthi bekwamele njengoba kuye kwaba nalesi sikhalazo bekwamele labantu laba abaphenya amacala abazimele babizwe noma baziswe. Uthi ubrigadier uma iphendula uthi cha, kumele uyazi wayekade esebenzela umbuso, kwamele kube nestatement esibizwa i-A1, kuyistatement leso umuntu akhalaza khona ukuthi ngihlukunyeziwe.
Okay, I won't argue with you. I'll leave that one for argument. Let's proceed. Brigadier, I'm going to hand in, my lord, with the leave of the court, Exhibit XX, if I'm not mistaken. It was, if you can give the state one copy and the witness one copy. My lord, I did not prepare the copy for the court because we have used this exhibit. It's a statement regarding interview with suspect, my lord. It was marked Exhibit XX.
It's the one that was handed in by Mr. Nisi.
Indeed, my lord.
Indeed, my lord, yes. That's why I did not make an additional copy, my lord. Thank you. Brigadier, I just want to refer you to few paragraphs of this pro forma. It's by SAPS. It's form number 3M, in brackets, small letter M. Statement regarding interview with suspects. Okay. The reason why I'm referring you to this form is because you had interviews with suspects on different occasions. Do you understand?
I do, my lord.
Yes. Okay. And then, without wasting the court's time, paragraph 1, completion of statement. Okay? I'll ask you to read it to the court. Paragraph 1, subparagraph A, my lord.
So it reads as follows, my lord. The station commander must consult with the prosecutor on circumstances in which the prosecutor requires that a warning statement of a suspect be obtained. In every such case, the suspect must be interviewed and this statement must be completed. This statement must be completed every time the suspect is interviewed, irrespective of whether the suspect has been arrested or not.
Okay, thank you. You understand that this form must be completed every time whenever there is an interview, irrespective of whether the suspect has been charged or not. That's the line I wanted to bring it to your attention.
Yes, but my Lord Counsel is leaving something out important, that it said this form refers to that interview as directed by the prosecutor. It's a different scenario when the police, in no way does it refers to interviews of the police. It's very specific. You are directed by the prosecutor to obtain an explanation, and naturally, you communicate the outcome of the suspect in a form of a warning statement to the NPA, and that's what paragraph 1 says, my Lord.
No, it doesn't say so. Let's read paragraph also, my Lord, for the interpretation.
La aqeda kufunda khona ubrigadire ukuthwa uma abashushisi bathi amaphoyisa babuze abasolwa imibuzo kwamele kube nezinto ekuthi ziyagcwaliswa la. Uma ubrigadire ephendula uthi mele ungakhohlwa ukuthi la kuthiwa uma abashushisi hayi ukuthi amaphoyisa behloma nje abamangalelwa imibuzo kusuka kungabashushisi abatshele amaphoyisa ukuthi babuze abamangalelwa imibuzo.
Furthermore, my Lord,
Paragraph.
Yes, my Lord. We've been down this road before when Sergeant Mokhane was testifying. I think we even quoted authorities and filed heads on this matter. It was debated. I think it's a matter that can be best left for argument, my Lord.
I don't know how it impinges on a trial within a trial, because at this stage, this court is busy, seized with the exigency of a trial within a trial, which is a compact interlocutory process, which has its bearing as to whether any confession made by any of the accused or a witness, if there is a dispute that it was not freely and voluntarily made, without coercion in a person's sane and sober senses. If a prima facie case is made by the prosecutor after having advised the court that he intends using that document, which is supposedly or allegedly a confession, then when the state has led that evidence, the accused themselves, if they so desire, they come with countervailing evidence to rebut the allegations by the state, which are laid down by its witnesses. This is what this process is about. It is not about the merits. But if you are saying this question you're asking relates to proving the admissibility and otherwise, no problem, you go ahead. But I've sang this song to say that this process we're in, it's about the admissibility of a confession. Okay.
My Lord, I will submit that the line of questioning regarding this form which I have referred the witness to, it's on the circumstances under which those statements were taken.
Yeah, fine.
It contains, my Lord.
No, you can go ahead.
Thank you, my Lord. Let's continue, Brigadier, with paragraph B.
Before, my Lord, we go to paragraph B, I wanted to bring it to the attention of the court that this form that counsel has referred me to is not a prescribed form. In other words, it's not the only warning. There are no prescribed form in the warning statement. So it's not a golden rule that this is the only way you must do it. Other forms are not, they don't even have this portion. So you have various warning statements, others that are even 2 or 3 pages long. So this is not the way. This is not the way that the standing order says, and it's regulated in the standing orders, my lords, to that effect.
Ngaphambi kokuthi singaqhubeka ithi ngicacise la ukuthi akusukuthi le form le ummeli anginike yona iyona yodwa umthetho wodwa omile ukuthi kwamele na kanjani uma ubuza umsolwa imibuzo umbuze ngalendlela. Ikhona eminye imithetho eminye mide ukudlula le enginikwe yona, akusukuthi ile mthetho nemigomo ekwamele ilandelelwe kuphela.
Unfortunately, Brigadier, I'm the only one who is putting questions to you. I'm not going to argue with you with your line of questioning. The form I'm referring you to is the form that is prescribed by the SAPS Police Services. And I'm asking you to read paragraph B into the record.
Yes, my lord, I'm not actually, just to clarify, I'm not asking questions to counsel. I'm simply clarifying for counsel to know that this is not the only form prescribed.
Yeah, can you read paragraph B now?
Yes, counsel, you can give me a chance.
Read
because
it.
I need, give me a chance, I need to, because I'm assisting the court. That impression must not be given that this is the only form prescribed.
I've never asked what you are saying. I've never asked what
Mr.
you are saying.
Mshololo, how are we going to proceed now? Like we're in a tavern now.
Apologies, ma'am.
This is the senior police. He's a brigadier. You ask him a question. He proffers an answer. Give him a chance to answer. If he is wrong, you can argue that later. But now you're stopping him from speaking. And then you're speaking at cross purposes. Because he says the standing orders don't prescribe that form. And you are saying the South African Police Services prescribe that form. So maybe you should produce the law, both of you, not even both of you. Because he says there's no standing order which says, am I quoting you correct, sir?
Yes, I'm saying, my lord, there's no standing order that says this is the only prescribed form for taking a warning statement. And there is an authority that speaks to that, my lord.
My lord, I
Okay.
apologize
Continue.
for interjecting the witness, my lord. But the witness, Brigadier, as a senior member of the police, he must understand that he is supposed to answer the question that has been put to him and stop. I have asked him, my lord, to read paragraph B. Instead of complying with the instruction, he's coming with explanations which have not been invited or asked by myself, who is a cross-examiner in these proceedings.
My lord, my understanding, I'm here to assist the court, not to allow an insinuation that I can see it's misleading. All I said is that it is incorrect to say this is the only form prescribed by the ACPS. There are many forms. There's no specific form that says this is the only form for the warning statement. And I felt that must be made clear in the court. It was not meant to undermine or stop counsel, because it didn't come, from my understanding, I understood counsel to be saying this is the form ACPS prescribed for the warning statement, and I wanted to correct it, that is not correct.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, can you comply with my instructions now? Read
Which is-
paragraph B.
The member who conducts the interview with the suspect has to complete this form fully in the presence of the suspect.
Umuntu iphoyisa eliyenza i-interview la buza khona umsolwa imibuzo kwamele agcwalise iform leli elichazwa la
Okay.
umsolwa
Paragraph C.
ekhona.
Sorry, my lord. Paragraph C.
If there is not enough space on any of the pages, the member must continue on a separate follow page. This follow must be signed by the member, suspect, interpreter, and the commissioner of oath, and must be attached to the statement.
Uma ingabe isikhala lapho asenelanga umuntu angasebenzisa elinye ipage ekwamele lisayinwe iwonke umuntu ozabe ekhona lapho umsolwa iphoyisa utoliki nalo ozabe exhifisa istep.
Yes. Paragraph D.
The commissioner of oath must sign on every page of the statement.
Lo oxhifisa istembe kwamele asayine wonke ama page.
Paragraph F.
If the suspect is a child,
Paragraph F.
paragraph F, all deletions must be initiated by the suspect, the interpreter, and the member who conducted the interview with the suspect, as well as the commissioner of oath.
Konke la kusulwa khona kwamele kusayindwe noma kwenziwe ama initials ilabantu bonke abakhona lapho.
Can you also read paragraph 1? The names of all persons present.
The names of all persons present during the interview must be recorded. This includes all members present, the parent of the child, or a legal practitioner.
Amagama wabo bonke labantu abakhona uma ingabe kukhulunywa ngomntwana kwamele abhalwe namagama wabazali.
I will pause here for now and then ask you to read paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6 must be deleted if no questions are put to the suspect. If the suspect indicates that he or she is not willing to answer any questions, this refusal must be recorded. In the space below paragraph 6, the suspect may thereafter not be questioned further. Any reason given by the suspect for the refusal to answer questions must also be recorded.
Okay.
Should I proceed?
Sorry.
Uma ingabe umsolwa yena athi akazimiselanga ukuqhubeka nalokho kwamele kubhalwe ukuthi uthe akazimiselanga ukuqhubeka. Uma ingabe uphana ngezizathu nazo kwamele zibhalwe lezo izathu ukuthi ingani umsolwa athi akasazimiselanga ukuqhubeka ngaleso statement.
It's fine with paragraph A, B, and C. And then let's go above to paragraph 5A. If the suspect is willing to make a statement.
But not willing to make it, okay. If the suspect is willing to make a statement but not willing to make the statement to the member, the suspect may personally see to the drawing up of a statement or make a statement to a magistrate or justice of the peace.
Uma ingabe umsolwa engazimiselanga ukwenza istatement kuyiphoyisa lo msolwa loyo angahle yena ngokwakhe azibhalele sona leso statement noma angasenza phambi komanje.
B. Of the same paragraph, paragraph 5.
If neither of these choices are acceptable to the suspect and he or she has another proposal, it should be recorded as E.
uma ingabe lezi zinto ezibhalwe la azikho mhlawumbe umsolwa uthi yena akazimiselanga ukuthi angayenza noma yini elaphayana kwamele kubhalwe ukuthi yena ke uthi ufisa ukuthi lesi statement kwenziwe njani ngaso.
Okay. Thank you for now. Those are the paragraphs that I wanted you to read into the record. Let's now go to the transcript, my lord, of the 28th of November 2023. It's the examination in chief during trial within and trial of the witness. I've asked the state to make a copy available to the witness.
Yes, I have the copy, my lord.
Then page 9 of the same transcript, line number 17. I'll read it into the record so that we can be fast.
Okay.
This was your response. My lord, yes, so thereafter I have put to him that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the killing Senzo Meyiwa. His response, my lord, mounted to a confession.
I see that, my lord.
And then, I think I also asked this question yesterday, but now I'm asking in respect of what you said in your examination in chief, that what was said by the accused mounted to a confession. What is it that was said by the accused which mounted to a confession? Because I think this is your interpretation to say, my lord, what the accused said mounted. So I want to see clearly, what is it that was said by accused at that time?
To refer to you, are you aware of the... Sorry, Rose. These decisions Hunter is the biggest. No, but I want to say to you, are you aware of the fact that when you are asking this witness to repeat what your client has said, then that evidence could possibly be applicable in this court determining the admissibility or otherwise of the confession.
Thank you, my lord. Can I just rephrase the question? Brigadier, it is correct that the accused responded when you're speaking to him in respect of this passage which I've referred you to?
That is correct, my lord.
Iqiniswa ngithi ukuthi umsolwa uye waphendula njengoba bengikade ngifunda ngithi uthe umsolwa impendulo yakhe ubone ukuthi ingathi usekazi ufuna ukugonyuluka uthi yebo.
Was that recorded anywhere in this form or in any document? Was it recorded?
Well, let's start with the form, my lord. I think I've explained that the form was not present at that time. It was an interview, and the interview I had with him was summarized in the diary, because a diary, counsel knows it. You summarize basically the events, not like writing a statement, but in statements, if the question then goes further, is it documented anywhere? Yes, in statements, various statements, it appears in the investigation diaries. I even refer to Mr. Ngumalo, 178, 179, 180, it appears. But the form, because that's the start of the question, this form, as I said, is not a prescribed form, and I was not taking a warning statement, it was an interview. No, it was not completed.
Lento ayikhulumile iye yabhalwa na kule form leyana uthi cha ayibhalwanga.
Okay, and then let's go further on the same page wherein you say, I then asked him obviously after the discussion, my lord, as to whether he will be willing freely and voluntarily to make such a statement to an independent officer. How did the accused become aware of the independent officer that we are referring to here?
Because I asked him, I told him, I asked him, as it says here, my lord, I asked him that will he be, exactly as it says, I then asked him, obviously, after the discussion, my lord, as to whether he will be willing freely and voluntarily to make such a statement to an independent officer. That's exactly how it was, because I was aware that he's making a confession, and such confession, in my view, was being made freely and voluntarily. Now, as for best practice rule, my lord, I prefer that an independent officer should be the one taking it. So I wanted to establish from him if he'd be willing to do that, and the answer was yes.
And also,
Umsolwa manje waze kanjani ngalo muntu omunye ozimele lobo kade umbuza ngaye ukuthi uzimisela ukuthi angayogunyuluka kumuntu ozimele ongekho la. Uthi ubrigadier ngalendlela ngichaza ngakhona ukuthi ithema iqedwe ukukhuluma ngambuza ke ukuthi uzimisela ukuthi lento ungitshela yona ungayoyitshela omunye umuntu ozimele ongekho la phakathi kwethu ulamangalo wathi yebo.
In other words, Sir Counsel, in other words, my lord, what he told me, I knew that it has to be documented so that it becomes some form of evidence that we can use. And the best practice that one thought of at the time was to have such evidence documented by an independent officer. So that is how this issue of an independent person comes in, my lord.
Ngoba lento lebe kade ayisho ngiye ngabona ukuthi kwamele ibhalwe ngahle isetshenziswe njengobufakazi ingakho ngiye ngathi kuzawufuneka ukuthi kutholakale umuntu ozimele ongekho la kule ngxoxo yethu.
and also during that interview, that conversation that you are just referring to was also not recorded, that you have explained to the accused about this issue of independent officer. It was not recorded during that interview. It was oral.
No, but I got it where, my lord. Perhaps the question to be specific, because I said I've summarized my interaction with the accused in my diary. Subsequent to that, there were statements under oath that I've made. Some I had to read here at the request of Mr. Ngomezulu, the investigation diary. So it depends. If the question is to say they are not recorded on the warning statement that counsel referred me to, the answer is yes, because I didn't use the warning statement. But to say they are not recorded, they are recorded, my lord, in various cases.
Manje lezinto lezi ozikhulumayo akukho la zibhalwe khona uthi ubrigadier zikukhona la ngibhale khona nangokho ngingabhalanga kule ncwadi le eyokubhala istatement ngoba mina ngiye ngabhala ngamafuphi kwi-diary yami futhi ngiyenze ne-statement la ngifunge khona ukuthi lento engiyishoyo kuyiqiniso elezinto ezenza ke.
In your diary, if you are referring to the diary, that this right was explained to the accused that he can be taken to an independent person. I've gone through your diary. If maybe you can assist me, if there is a line I skipped, which says the accused was appraised of the right that he can be taken to an independent person. I'm talking about the independent person here.
Yes. Yeah, my lord, it might not have come up as independent. As I said, it's a diary, but it is specific that I contacted Kenan Mboto. I even mentioned his number and specifically mentioned on the diary that he was to assist with a statement. It's the same entry when it comes to Lieutenant Kellen Rapado. One is to take into account the space I was working on, and counsel have the copy of my diary. But the mentioning of the independent officers are mentioned there, including their contact details, to show that this was done. The issues of rights being given to the accused are also mentioned. But of course, because it's a diary, it's not like making a statement like I'm saying. The space is congested. So you sum up, but independent person is there, the contact number of that person is there, the issues of rights is there. It is clear that it was an arrangement for the confession.
Uthi-ke umeli le ndaba le yomuntu ozimele phecelezi independent person ayikho la ibhalwe khona la kwi-diary yakho. Ngiyibukile i-diary yakho uma iphendula ubrigadier uthi yebo ngoba la kwi-diary ngangikade ngibhala ngamafuphi izinto ezikhulunyiwe futhi ngibhalile nokuthi uzoyisiwa nangu kuphoyisa elithize ngabhala namanamba wakhe ngoba ngangikade ngisonga la kwi-diary akusukuthi bengibhala yonke into ngoba ispace se-diary sincane kodwa kwi-statement ngiyathemba ukuthi kukhona la ngibhalile khona.
Let's move further to page 12 of the same transcript. Line number 12 to 18, can you read it into the record?
My lord, can I ask counsel to assist me reading that so that perhaps for the sake, if you don't mind, counsel.
You can read it. your word. It's your evidence. This is your evidence. Can you read it for the record?
Which part? That's what I'm referring to. I can
Page
read-
12,
Yes.
line number 12, wherein it says, Mr. Gininda, my lord, they handed the suspect, accused one, to me.
Yes.
Yes, that one.
And I asked him if he was fine or if he had any complaint. He said he was fine, my lord, and there was no complaint from him. I further asked him, my lord, if he will still be willing to point out the following day. I was very specific, a witch doctor that came up in our discussion, and the answer was yes, he is willing to do that freely and voluntarily, my lord.
ngiye ngambuza ke uma elethwa kimi umsolwa ukuthi yena ulungile na, wathi yebo akanaso isikhalazo, futhi ngambuza ukuthi usazimisele na ukuthi kusasa kwakhona angahle akhombe inyanga le besikade sikhuluma ngayo, yena wathi yebo.
I understood on the previous questions regarding an independent person, you said that was not specifically recorded in the diary. But then now I'm moving further down to the stage wherein the accused now was indicating that he wants to do the pointing out. Was that also recorded during the interview or not?
My lord, perhaps maybe I should read the entry of the 30th so the council can understand when I say you summarize. And I've made this copy available. For example, on the issues of the 30th, that is regard to accused number 1. On one page, you have 30 and 31 on one page. So the columns are very small, my lord. There is no way you can document a diary as if you're writing a statement. You sum up the context. Then you go to, for example, the investigation done. Then, of course, in the statement, you will go into details. What, for example, my lord, the 30th of May says, first it refers to the case number, then it indicates that I got a report from Captain Nyenze, Sergeant Mukola, that the suspect, Moses Sibia, has been arrested for the case of drug dealing, possession of unlicensed ammunition. I went to interview the suspect at Phosphorus.
Sorry, my apologies, my lord, for intervening. I have not asked you, Brigadier, to read the content of the 31st May 2020, what we have written here. I have been specifically asking you if this right, which was elected by the accused, I'm very particular, it was recorded that he has now elected to make a pointing out. In other words, I'm asking a recording in respect of the pointing out, not the whole recordings that you made on that particular day.
But my lord, that's exactly where I was going, because if you read further, because what transpired on the 31st started on the 30th, and then if you go further with this statement, it indicates that he was warned according to his constitutional rights. That's exactly where I was going. It flows from there. Then on the 31st, the day in question, that's where it indicates the issues of the witch doctor, but the starting point starts on the 31st. So the person is warned on the 31st, then it's an ongoing process. So you can't just jump on it to the 31st. It starts here on the 30th. I was not with the accused on the 31st. I was with him on the 30th. I interviewed him. I gave him his constitutional rights as prescribed by the Constitution, and then things started flowing.
Manje ke ummeli ubekade ethi ubrigadier angafundi lezinto azibhalile ngoba ufuna ukuchazelwa nje ukuthi nale ndaba le iye ukuthi ufuna ukuyokhomba uye wachaziselwa namalungelo. Uthi ubrigadier bengifunda ngithi ngifuna ukubonisa kona lokho ukuthi uma usewuyehla ngalokho ngikubhalile kula ukuthi nakhona kula uye kuyachazwa ke ukuthi ummangalelwa uye watshelwa ke amalungelo wakhe ngaphambi kokuthi ayenze lo yakhomba njengoba ebuza.
Okay, but Brigadier, whether it's overlapping from the 30th to the 31st, I'm just being specific to the time when the interview was done regarding the pointing out, wherein he indicated that he wanted to do the pointing out.
But my lord, that's not how confessions are done. I think that's the point I'm trying to get you to answer.
It's
When
fine.
you interview, when you interview a person, and you establish, for example, you want to establish, I was not taking a formal confession. Colonel Mboto is the one who would have documented what he did. I interviewed him to establish whether he is not under threat, he wants to speak to me freely and voluntarily and without any undue influence. When I was satisfied with that, is to refer him. There is no prescribed rule that says, I've never seen it, that when you interview a person, before you refer him to an independent officer, you must document everything. Then I'm taking the confession, my lord. Then I might as well set with a form, recorded each and every answer, and that document would have amounted to me taking the confession, because that was the essence. But for the best practice rule, you refer to someone so that that evidence at least has some credibility, because I was seized with this matter. My taking of the confession could have been viewed differently, no matter how objective it was. That's how it's done, my lord. I've never seen a situation where, because that's what I'm getting from counsel, that I was supposed to sit with a form or a piece of paper and say, I'm giving him this right and I'm documenting it here. I'm giving him this right, then I'm taking the confession. Precisely what I was trying to avoid by appointing or requesting an independent officer.
Ubrigadier uchaza ke indlela ekuthi usebenze ngayo. Uthi ke yena wayekade ebuza imibuzo ukubona ukuthi umsolo uzimisele ukukhuluma futhi akaphoqwanga futhi akashawanga noma akunanto ekuthi imenze ukuthi agcine sekazimisela ukukhuluma. Yena wayekade engabhali phansi ngoba ubekade engathathi leso statement, ingakho egcine sekuthi ufuna umuntu wesithathu ukuthi kube uyena ozothatha leso statement. Yena bekade ehlola nje ukuthi umsolwa akusukuthi uphoqiwe noma ushayiwe ukuze azoyenza lesi statement.
Very good, Brigadier. Thank you for that explanation. So it was not recorded because it's not the best practice rule that it must be done like that. Thank you.
No, Council, please. I'm saying, when I say recording, I'm saying I did not take the formal confession statement.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
what you're asking me to say, I should have said, do you understand your right to remain silent? And I document it. In my view and my understanding, then it means I would have had to start completing a confession statement. And precisely for the best critics rule, I did not want to do that because I was seized with this matter. I wanted someone independent, provided, of course, the accused was willing to do that freely voluntarily. And that's the impression I got, and hence I referred him to Kennedy Mboto.
Thank you. I heard you loud and clear.
Manje ke ubrigadier uthi yena akazange abhale phansi njengoba bekabuza imibuzo ngoba bekuzogcina kuba ingathi yena manje uyena othatha lesi statement esifuna kwenzwa umsolwa, yena ingakho agcine sekuthi ube kade emnikela komunye umuntu wesithathu.
Brigadier, if I follow your examination in chief in this transcript and from the pages that I've referred you, this interview between yourself and accused number one, where he indicated that he wanted to make a pointing out, happened in the middle of the night when he was taken back from Colonel Mboto. Am I correct?
No.
He was taken back from Colonel Mboto back to your office.
Correct.
Yes. Am I correct?
Yeah, but you're not correct to say the interview. As I said, the interview started earlier. When he was brought back, it was simply to establish if he was fine because he was coming from Colonel Mboto, and the answer was yes. And to establish, after warning him, if he was still wanting to assist with, or rather do the pointing out of the witch doctor. When the answer was affirmative, then that's when I referred him that Sergeant Mohula will talk to him tomorrow, but if he should change his mind or want to consult, then he can inform her. So what happened when he came back from Colonel Mboto was a follow-up of what was discussed earlier before he went to Colonel Mboto.
Manje ke ukuyicacisa kahle umsolwa bengikade ngikhulume naye ngaphambi kokuthi ayisiwe kuKolonel Mboto. Uma ebuya ngingambuza nakhona futhi ukuthi ubekade esafuna na ukuqhubeka, ubekade esazimisele wathi yebo, ingakho ke ngingamtshela ukuthi uzoyisiwa ke ku Sergeant Mkhona ukuze aqhubeke. Nakhona ngamcebisa ukuthi uma ingabe kusasa kwakhona uma ungasafuni ukuqhubeka ungasho bese ngizothola leyo mpendulo leyo.
Okay. Let me try not to confuse you, Brigadier. I'll take you a little bit back to the same page, line number 2, so that maybe you can recall. Number 2, you testified in your examination in chief on the same page, That so then after a few minutes, suppose maybe 10 to 15 minutes, they then arrive back. This is now Constable Munareng with this member as well as with accused number 1, my lord. So it means the accused is taken back to you.
That's what I said, my lord.
Yes,
That's what I
yes.
said earlier.
Ngisho njalo ukuthi umsolwa uye walethwa ebuyiswa kimi ebuyiswa umunareng nomunye lo bekasebenza naye.
So what you are referring to in pages 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 happened, transpired when the suspect was brought back to you after the statement had been taken from Cannon Board.
My lord, as I'm saying, the conversation of the witch doctor started earlier. The discussions when he was brought back, I think after midnight, was very short. It was, as I said, and I'm repeating it again, my lord, it was to establish if he was fine, which that the answer was affirmative, and whether you still be willing to carry on with the pointing out of the witch doctor the following day. It was not the start of the conversation. It was already discussed earlier before he went to Cannon Board.
Ingxoxo yenyanga ayiqalanga uma sekabuya ku Kennel Mbotha bese sesikhulumile ngayo ngaphambi kokuthi aye ku Kennel Mbotha yokuthi uthi ufuna ukuyokhomba lenyanga leyana. Uma ebuya bengisafuna ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi usazimisele na ukuthi ayokhomba leyanyanga lebekakhuluma ngayo ngaphambi kokuthi aye ku Kennel Mbotha.
Okay, let's move further to page 13 of the same transcript, line number 21 to 24.
Page 13.
Page
ends
13,
at-
yes, page 13.
Yeah, but my page 13 ends at paragraph 20. My page 13 ends at 20.
Yeah, that's line 20, which says was like, you know. That's line 20. Line number 21, line 22, 23, 24, 25. The last line is the one which says, Mr. Baloyi, what time did you part ways with him?
Okay, but Council, what I'm saying is in the transcript that I have, I only have paragraph 20. I don't have 21. Is that what you want me to read? I don't have paragraph 21 yet.
It's the line.
Line 20.
20.
Okay.
It's
So
the
should
line
I read
20.
from line 20 downwards?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry
was-
about this.
Okay, no, it's fine, Council. So was
I
line,
meant paragraph 20, line number 20.
I understand.
Yes.
Was like, you know, when you want or when something has been taken off your
Okay,
shoulder.
sorry, can you start, sorry to disturb, can you start a bit to line number 19 where it says he was looking better than when he was like, just to complete the sentence. Line 19, just above 20.
He was looking better than when he was like, you know, when you want or when something has been taken off your shoulders. But other than that, my lord, there was no sign of fear, concern, or threats that I detected when I observed him. And I also did not see any visible injuries when I was talking to him, my lord.
Okay, thank you.
Ubekade ebukeka engcono kufane nokuthi uke wabona umuntu uma kunomthwalo osukile emahlombe kuye kodwa bekungena mpawu noma izimpawu zokuthi ubekade ethukile noma enganelisekanga.
And you also checked him if he had any visible injuries, am I correct?
Well, not physically by observing. Yes, I did observe, but I did not. If the question is to say I checked him, like I physically examined him, no, but I didn't see any visible injuries.
Uye wamhlola na nokuthi ubekade elimele uthi ukumhlola mina ukumthinta angizange kodwa ngokumbona ngingambona ukuthi akukho la ukuthi ulimele khona.
Okay. According to your knowledge, Brigadier, as the lead investigator, was the accused taken to the district surgeon before and after the statement to Colonel Mboto was taken?
No, he wasn't.
Umsolwa uye wayisiwa na kudokotela noma inyanga eyomhlola ngaphambi kokuthi aye ku Colonel Mboto nangemva kokuthi abuye ku Colonel Mboto uthi cha akazange ayisiwe.
do you see that if the accused was taken to a district surgeon, the doctor would have been a neutral person to examine accused number one and to confirm if there were any complaint of assault made by accused number one. The doctor, meaning that by neutrality, I mean he was not part of the police if he was taken to the doctor. The doctor would have recorded the J88, record if there were any injuries, visible or old, and also any complaint that was made.
Yes, my lord. So I think one needs to look at the requirements of making a confession, and that it must be made freely, voluntarily, without any undue influence. Nowhere does it say a person must be taken to a district surgeon as a requirement. Now, I know other police officers, perhaps they want to do that practice. It varies from person to person. Others will even want to take photos during the admission. But insofar as the requirement, you need to satisfy yourself that the person before you is willing to make this confession freely, voluntarily, without any undue influence, and he understands his constitutional rights. I was satisfied with that, my lord, when I referred him to Colonel Bottom. I do not think there's a provision that says he must be taken to a medical doctor before the confession is taken.
Mhlawumbe uma singabheka ukuthi uthini umthetho, ngoba mina ngolwami ulwazi awukho umthetho othi umuntu ngaphambi kokuthi ayoyenza leso statement kwamele ayisiwe kudokotela ayomhlola bese nanyemva kokuthi asenze istatement bese uyabuyiselwa kudokotela ukuthi iyomhlola. Abanye bayenzi lokho, kodwa mina ngokwami ngiye ngambheka ngambona ukuthi umsolwa yena wayekade engenazo impawu zokulimala, naye ngambuza wathi akalimalanga akashawanga, kodwa abanye bayakwenza lokho, akusukuthi kwamele kwenziwe ukuya ngomthetho.
And my lord, I believe the officers who were involved, beside the magistrate who were involved in the taking of these confessions, are senior officers, my lord. If they detected assault or anything, I really doubt and do not believe that they would have proceeded with the taking down of these confessions, because that would have been the case with me. If I picked up that he was assaulted or he gave me any indication that he was threatened, there is no way I would have said, go and see the doctor and then go and do the confession, because that would not have been made freely and voluntary. That would have been the end of it, except the reporting of the case and obviously steps being taken against the perpetrators.
Futhi ke ngiyathemba ukuthi nalamaphoyisa lawa athathe lezi statement zabasolwa abantu ekuthi bona bangocwepheshe esiphoyiseni futhi bakhulu nasemsebenzini wabo. Akusibona abantu abekade bengathi uma umsolwa bembona ukuthi ushayiwe noma uthuselwe bangaqhubeka bathathe lezo statement. Ngiyathemba ukuthi nami njengoba ngiye ngambona ukuthi lo muntu akashawanga akathuselwanga ngiyengathi kuqhutshekwe, ingakho nabo ngiyacabanga ukuthi nabo baqhubeke ngenxa yokuthi uma bembona babone ukuthi akathuselwanga futhi akashawanga, ingakho baye baqhubeka.
Okay, so in other words, there was no need of taking the accused to the district surgeon because the statement was made to a senior officer.
No, but that's not what I said, my lord.
Oh.
I think the last part counsel is referring to is the last part of my testimony. I started with the requirements of making a confession, and I articulated what is it that I understand to be the requirement, and that is the statement must be made freely, voluntarily, without any undue influence. I'm repeating it, I don't know how many times you respect, my lord. And I said, accused must also be aware of his constitutional rights. Accused 1 and 2, when I interviewed them, they were aware of these rights, and the impression I got, they were willing to make these statements freely and voluntarily, my lord. And I said, which is also a repetition, there is no rule that says a medical doctor, accused must be taken to a medical doctor for examination before the requirements of taking a confession are met. I'm not aware of that, my lord.
Ungizwe kahle mmeli, mina angithi umsolwa akayiswanga kwinyanga yesilungu phecelezi i-medical doctor ngoba wayekade ekhuluma kwiphoyisa eliphakeme ngomsebenzi wakhe. Mina ngithi akayiswanga ngoba ngibonanga impawu okokuqala uma ngikhuluma naye nanoma ebuya angizibonanga impawu zokuthi ulimele noma uthuselwe.
Okay. Thank you, Brigadier, for that response. Let's move further to page 24 of the same transcript. Page 24.
Yes, my lord, I'm there.
Yes, it starts from line number 21, but I want to refer you to line number 25. Maybe you can just read the whole paragraph which says, Mr. Kininda, then my lord, on the 4th.
On the 4th of June 2020, I approached the accused, approached the accused one in Valeria, warned him according to his constitutional rights and established if he was still willing to do the formal pointing out of the crime scene. The answer was yes, and he also indicated that he did not need an attorney as well, my lord.
Yes.
Mina ke ngalelo langa ngiye ngakhuluma nomsolwa ngambuza ukuthi usazimisele na ukuyokhomba indawo la kwenzakele isehlakalo, yena wathi yebo futhi akafuni ummeli.
That he elected not to appoint a legal representative.
Recorded where, my lord? Because I've said it's documented in my statement. There's a summary of the events on the 4th, because on the 4th, the diary which I made available to defense has a summary. I did indicate this is a diary, but in statements and various statements that we disclosed to the defense, my lord, it's indicated. It's indicated there. It's only this form, the warning statement, that was not used.
Nako lokho futhi akubhalwanga phansi ukuthi umsolwa uthe yena akafuni ummeli, uthi bengingabhala phansi kuphi ngoba njengoba sengichazile ukuthi kwi-diary ngibhale ngamafuphi ukuthi benginomsolwa sakhuluma, futhi kwi-statement zami ke kula ukuthi kuye kwabhalwa ngokugcwala ukuthi ngikhulume naye sakhuluma ngani. Kulesiya statement esibizwa i-warning statement kula ukuthi angizange ngisebenzise.
Thank you. Let's go down further on the same page, page 25, line number 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It goes up to the following page 26, line number 1, 2, and 3.
My lord, so it reads as follows, my lord. It says, my lord, after getting the confirmation that he still wants to proceed freely and voluntarily, I then made a few calls until I got to Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe, who was prepared to assist with the pointing out. My lord, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe said he can assist the following day, which is the 5th of June 2020, and he requested that accused one should be detained at Alberton SAPS, where he will then make arrangements to book him out and carry on with the formal pointing out.
Yeah, but
should I carry on the last
No,
paragraph?
it's fine with that line.
ngemva kokuthi sengikhulume naye umsolwa ke ngemva kokuthi sekashilo ukuthi yebo uyafuna ukuqhubeka ngengashaya ucingo ngifunana nabantu ngagcina sengithole uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe oye wathi yena uzimisela ukuthi angasiza kodwa uzosiza ngelanga elilandelelayo. Yena waqhubeka wacela ukuthi umsolwa wokuqala abekwe esiphoyiseni sase Alberton kulayi ukuthi yena uzoza azomlanda khona la.
Brigadier, at what time did you make this call? If you can recall, if you can't recall, just
I think it would have been during the day, my lord. I can't really be precise with the time, but I know that it would have been during the day.
Loliya cingo ulishaye ngobani isikhathi uthi nangokho ngeke ngikhumbule isikhathi kodwa ngiyacabanga ukuthi bekade kusemini.
were there any persons that you were with when you were making this call to Colonel Hadebe?
No, I don't recall, my lord. What I know is that I spoke to him because I even documented the cell number he was using that time in 2020 where I reached him.
Bekunabantu na abewukade unabo ngalesikhathi ushaya lolo cingo uthi angikhumbuli lokho kodwa ngibhalile inombolo yakhe yocingo le bekade eyisebenzisa ngalo nyaka ka 2020.
And we have no records of the conversation between yourself and Colonel Hadebe when you were requesting him to make the pointing out.
What type of recordings, my lord? Perhaps council can clarify. It's recorded. I have it in my diary, and it's recorded in statements to say there was such a discussion. I'm not sure what more council is asking me, my lord.
I think you were using telephone. Am I correct?
Yes, I was, my lord.
uthi ke sine record la ukuthi wena wawukade ukhuluma nabo labo bantu uyabuza ubrigadier ukuthi mhlawumbe uma ungangicacisela ukhuluma ngayiphi irecord uthi ummeli ngokade usebenzisa ucingwa ngisho uthi yena.
Yes, then I'm referring to that conversation, Brigadier. I think you'll understand better because you are the investigating officer. I'm referring to that conversation that was made between one handset to another handset, that we do not have the content of the conversation, what was said by you to Kenneth Hade.
No, we don't have it in the docket, my lord, but I'm not aware of the requirements that such conversations must be, because you must talk 5 postings, you apply. I'm not aware that that was supposed to be now requested. And in any event, my lord, what we're going to have is actually the linkages that shows that there was a call from my phone to Lieutenant Khadere. The actual recording, it's another dilemma. It's actually interception, monitoring. So I'm not sure how was I going to get the exact weight unless both our phones are intercepted. But there are regulations to do that. So it's not something you can just take and put on the docket. You apply, they are regulated. And they are people's rights. I mean, I didn't ask Kenneth Khadere to violate his rights in this instance. I was only asking him to assist, if he can, with the pointing out, not to infringe his rights to privacy. And I was not aware that I was supposed now to go to his records and draw that communication and intercept his phone, my lord. I'm not aware of that, really, with greatest respect.
Uthumeli ke asinalo ke lolo leyo nkulumo enibe nayo wena no Colonel Hadebe ngoba ayikho la ukuthi siye sayizwa khona noma satshelwa ngayo. Uthi ubrigadier mina lokho engwaziyo ukuthi uma ingabe udinga irecord enjalo kwamele ufake isicelo ukuthi uzodinga irecord enjalo kodwa angizange ngibe naso leso sicelo futhi bengingazi ukuthi kuzodingeka ukuthi kube naleyo record yenkulumo yami naye ngoba mina ngazi ukuthi amalungelo wakhe wokuthi umuntu unelungelo lokuthi makakhulume nomunye umuntu bese kugcina khona lapho bengingazanga ukuthi bekwameleke ngidonse irecord leyo ngiyophenya ukuthi sithole irecord yaleyo nkulumo.
My lord, can I ask for the short break? The heat is unbearable where I'm standing, my lord. Just a short break, just to breathe out and eat.
What time does it say?
6 minutes past 12.
Okay, let's come back at 12:30.
Thank you, Brigadier, let's continue with the same document, the same transcript that is before you. We are now going to page 33. Line
my
number
lord.
15 to 20, my lord. Page 33, line number 15 to 20.
So it reads as follows, my lord. It says, my lord, so after the warning that was given to him in terms of section 35, established as to what he wants to do, it was clear, my lord, that he is prepared to talk to me without any attorney, and he was, or he did not choose the right to remain silent, my lord, and he did not elect to remain silent. Rather, my lord, he, I can't, it says intervene.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Uma ngifunda lana kubhaliwe ukuthi ngemva kokuthi ngikhulume naye yena uye washo ukuthi ufuna ukuqhubeka nokukhuluma lokho bekuchaza ukuthi ukhetheke ukuthi ayeke leliyalungelo lokuthi athule.
This is accused number 2 you were referring to as him here, am I correct?
No, I'll have to go back and check, my lord.
Oh, okay, maybe.
I can't say by reading this paragraph, I can't say this relates to accused number 2 or 1. I'll have to look at the line of questioning.
Let's start on line number 8.
8.
Line number 8 on the same page. You see under Mr. Baloyi? Yes, just before we get to that, what led to you going to Carltonville on the 18th of June 2020?
Yes.
Can you recall now? This is the incident which took place on the 18th, and the state was asking you regarding the incident that took place on the 18th
Yes.
of June 2022.
Yes. I do recall my lord.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula ukuthi lokho bekade kubuzwa umshushisi engibuza ngodaba elenzakele nge-18 zika June 2020.
And your response, if I can also read it into the record so that you can refresh your memory. It was the fact that Sergeant Mohane informed me that they will be going there for other investigations, but also in relation to certain alibi that he may have given them in relation to this matter. By he, I think you meant accused number 2.
That's correct, my lord. I do recall that.
Uthi yebo ngiyakhumbula ke ngoba la uchaza khona kukhuluma uSergeant Mohane ebekade ethi baya khona bayophenya ngelinye ngokunye obese umsolwa ebatshele kona uthi ngiyavuma ukuthi bengikhuluma ngomsolwa wesilisa.
Brigadier, you yourself in your own words, in line number 15, you are referring to warnings. Line number 15, my lord. So after the warning that was given to him in terms of section 35, you see that line?
Yes, I do.
Yes. And all the paragraph, the content of the paragraph, wherein the accused also made a selection of choice. Am I correct if I read this paragraph?
No. Where do I refer to your paragraph, my lord? I see, because that's not what I see. I see, my response says, my lord, so after the warning that was given to him in terms of section 35, I established as to what he wants to do. It was clear, my lord, that he is prepared to talk to me without an attorney, and he did not choose the right to remain silent. My lord, he did not elect to remain silent, rather, and then there was intervention. So
Okay.
I don't see anything that refers to paragraph of warnings here.
No, don't worry, I'll take you step by step, Brigadier. Don't rush. On line number 18, or maybe let's start 17, says, it was clear, my lord, that he is prepared to talk to me without an attorney, and he did not choose the right to remain silent. Those are the two choices that were made by the accused.
Yes, we agree, my lord.
Then,
Yebo ukhethe umsolwa ukhethe ukukhuluma nami engenammeli futhi wakhetha nokuthi angathuli.
I'm still going back to the same format that we introduced when I started the cross-examination. The choice, it's a constitutional right that was chosen by the accused. That one of electing to talk to you without an attorney.
No.
That's the choice that was made by the accused. Then my question is, from this evidence that you testified about, was this the election made by accused number 2 recorded?
No, my lord, that dealt with this aspect, really, because you get formal and informal interview. There has never been a situation when police officers question somebody, they will start writing a warning statement or a warning form. There was an interview in terms of section 35 where his rights were read to him. He made response, which I've summarized. When you talk about rights, my lord, even when people are arrested on daily basis on the street, nowhere do police officers start writing warning statements. They will give them their rights, take them into custody, and then the formality starts there. That's what I've explained over and over again. There is no situation, this is nothing unique.
Can you allow interpretation, please?
I will, I'm almost done. There is nowhere, my lord, where I've never seen an instance. Personally, in my almost 8 years in the police, I've never embarked on a situation where I go and arrest the person and I'm already sitting with a notice of rights where I must record what I'm telling him and the warning statement. I've never seen one doing that, and definitely I've never done that. That's not how it's done, my lord, in the police.
Angikaze mina esiphoyiseni ngibone iphoyisa nanoma emalangeni nje uma kwenzakala amaphoyisa libela sebenza ngibone iphoyisa uma libopha umuntu nasemgaqweni bese libhala phansi lamalungelo lawa asikhuluma ngawo. Cha, amalungelo aye achazwe abhalwe phansi uma sekwenzakala se umuntu ephakathi esiphoyiseni noma ephakathi police station. Kodwa emgaqweni nje uma sihamba asihambi siphethe lencwadi le ebizwa phecelezi i-warning statement le ekubhalwa khona amalungelo phethe bese kubhalwa ne-statement. Akaze kwayenzeka uthi ubrigadier useka neminyaka mhlawumbe engalingana na30 elibele sesiphoyiseni kodwa lokho akakhumbuli kwenzakala.
Furthermore, my lord, sorry, counsel. Furthermore, my lord, it should be clear that my interaction with both accused 1 and 2, when one was trying to establish as to whether they are prepared to make these confessions, or when they were talking to me to say, they want to make this confession and obviously meeting the requirements, that was a preliminary stage. The formality, which I think it's what the questions of counsel constantly goes there, lies with the officers who documented the confessions. Those are the relevant people who formally took the confessions.
Futhi ke mina uma ngikhuluma nabasolwa wokumswala umangalelo wokuqala nowesibini ngaleso sikhathi ngisakhuluma nabo bekunyenanto ebhalwayo. Abantu ababhalile yilaba ukuthi baye bayogunyuluka kubo kulayi ukuthi bona ke baye babhala phansi.
Thank you, Brigadier, for that. But all I wanted to hear from you is whether the election of choice that was made by the accused was recorded. It's clear that it was not recorded. Let's stop it there.
No,
it's fine.
No, recorded where, my lord? Because I've explained to counsel. Because when counsel says it's not recorded, it's not true. I've indicated various documents where I've made reference of this. The only document where she and I are on the same page is that this 3M she referred me to was not used. If the question is in relation to that, yes, it was not used, and I gave reasons as to why. But to say it was not recorded because it's a general statement, then that is incorrect.
Uma ummeli ethi akuzange kubhalwe ndawo lento umsolwa ayikhethile uthi akulona iqiniso ubrigadier ngoba ngibhalile futhi nestatement ngizenzile mina nommeli siyavumelana okunye asivumelani.
And furthermore, on the same paragraph, which is between line number 15 to line number 20, we are also referring to the warning that was given to him in terms of section 35. You see that?
Yes, I saw
line number
it,
15 and 16.
Yes, I'm seeing it, my lord.
Okay. Which rights were you referring to in terms of section 35 then? Which warnings? Because you are saying the warning that was given to him in terms of section 35. Which warnings?
A right to remain silent, a right not to give self-incriminating evidence, the consequences of doing such, the right to an attorney, the right to have one appointed on his behalf if he cannot afford one, a right not to be compelled to make admissions or confessions, a right to be detained in an environment that is suitable with the human condition, and a right to challenge the legality of his arrest if it sees that it's unlawful and to be discharged from such detention, if the law such detects, my lord.
Amaphi amalungelo labo kade umchazisela ngawo umsolwa njengoba usho ukuthi ubukade umchazisela amalungelo uthi ngimchazisela amalungelo ukuthi angaba nommeli, amalungelo ukuthi athule angakhuluma izinto ezingagcina sezikuthi zimfaka enkingeni, unelungelo lokuthi angahle abuze noma acele ukwazi ukuthi uboshelweni futhi yena angahle lokho akulandelisise futhi unelungelo lokuthi abe nommeli, unelungelo futhi nokuthi azi nokuthi kahle kwenzakalani umchazisele ubrigadier uthi wonke amalungelo wakhe ukuya ngomthetho sisekelo.
And there is no proof that those rights were explained to the accused because there is no document recorded for the interview that these are the rights that were explained by myself to the accused, and I signed and the accused signed to confirm or to acknowledge that the rights have been explained to him. Accused number 2.
Yeah, my lord, with greatest respect, I've answered counsel on this part many times. In the diary that I documented, and I refer to this document, it is clearly indicated that Section 35, constitutional rights, were given to the accused. And I've explained over and over again, my lord, that the formality, it's a procedure, it's not my doing. The formality of SAP 14A exists in the holding cells. Every police officer who arrests and detain people, they will only issue the notice of rights formally in the holding cells, and that is the only document where the person who gives the rights will sign and the accused will also sign. There is no prescribed document that the ACPS give to members to go and issue on the street and people sign as and when they are arrested. It's a 14A, SAP 14A, which you find in the holding cells. If the insinuation is that there should have been a document that is signed when he was interviewed here, my lord, there is no such document that exists or prescribed by the police.
Uyaphinda ummeli uthi lamalungelo kusho ukuthi akukho la ukuthi aye wabhalwa kho kuye kwabhalwa khona uthi ubrigadier mina ngiyaphinda ngithi lokho besisengikushilo ukuthi asihambi siphethe le yancwadi yamalungelo futhi le yancwadi ekubhalwa kuyo. Mina ke ngithi lokho kuyaye kwenzeke uma sewumuntu esemaselini bese kulayi ukuthi kuyabhalwa bese kuyasayinwa yonke into ebekade achazisele yona ngamalungelo wakhe.
Okay. Thank you, Brigadier. Do you agree with me, Brigadier, that at that time when you had this interview with accused number 2, he was a suspect?
Yes, was a suspect, the person of interest, in relation to this matter, my lord. I do agree.
Uyavuma ukuthi ngalesikhathi ukhuluma nomsolwa wesibini wayekade esase umsolwa engakabi ummangalelwa uthi yebo ngiyavuma.
And the form which I've referred to earlier on, which is SAP S3M, says it must be completed when whether the interview is between the suspect or an accused person.
No, that's not what it says, my lord. That's absolutely not correct. That's not what this form says. And I would like to read it, my lord, so that I'm not seen to be arguing with counsel. Paragraph 1, subsection A says, the station commander must consult with the prosecutor on circumstances in which the prosecutor requires that a warning statement of a suspect be obtained. That's the essence of it. There was no directive from me by the prosecutor to say, go and interview this person.
The second line on the same paragraph that we are reading, it says, this statement must be completed every time the suspect is interviewed, irrespective of whether the suspect has been arrested or not. The same paragraph.
Yes, but my lord, it is a flow of information. Counsel wants to select. It should start in one. That's why they tell you that before you get to number 2, these are the directives. There must be a combination between NPA and the police. Then you flow going down. That's why it tells you, even if you have to interview this person 10 times, as long as there's a directive by NPA, then you document it. In my situation, there was no directive by NPA. So, and I did indicate, my lord, that it's a warning form, which is not the only form where warning statements are taken.
Pinda uchaza ubrigadier lento bekayichaze ekseni namhlanje ukuthi uma kunolwazi noma kunokuthi abashushisi batshele bona ukuthi hambani niyobuza lo muntu imibuzo, lokho yinto eyikuthi iyaye ibhalwe noma ngesinye isikhathi ayibhalwa njengoba bekachazile ukuthi akusilona lodwa leli phepha ekuthi liyasetshenziswa uma umuntu ehlonywa imibuzo. Ummeli uthi la ngaphansi kuthiwa umsolwa muphi namuphi kwamele uma ehlonywa imibuzo kubhalwe phansi. Uthi lokho yinto ekuthi ilandelela ngamba kale sebengiyifundile, kwamele silandelele yonke imithetho ngamunye ngamunye.
Thank you, Brigadier. Can you just turn the page on the same document? Turn the page.
Which document?
The warning statement. The warning statement. You are a member of the SAPS. You can't distance yourself from knowing the warning statement. It's a warning statement that is in front of you. I'm asking you to turn the page.
My lord, is a please, my lord.
There is a page
if a
where
witness tries to understand counsel is dealing with two documents at the same time. If the witness tries to get clarity, he's owed the courtesy of being so directed without the type of utterances that have been directed to the witness.
My Lord, the state is not correct, my Lord. With the witness, we are on the same page. We are dealing with the warning statement. We have been rereading into the record, paragraph 1. We are on the warning statement. There is no confusion there. We are not on the transcript, we are on the warning statement.
My Lord, I disagree. The question arose from me because we're not on the same page with counsel. That's why I asked it which document she's referring to. So we're not in the same page. Otherwise, I was not going to ask the question.
Okay, no problem. Let's continue. I'm in this document. Maybe you'll understand it if you see it.
No, it's sufficient to say a warning statement, my Lord.
Yes.
I understand.
That's the document I'm referring to. Prescribed by SAPS, where you are working. I just ask you to turn the page, because this document is not numbered, but after the certificate by interpreter, which is paragraph 3, if you turn that page, you'll find this page. Which says,
This paragraph, what is the number in terms of the paragraph?
no, there is no number here. It says statements regarding interview with suspect. It's written in capital letters.
So,
Okay, to cut matters short, let me,
this one.
my Lord, can I just hand this into the witness so that he can see? This is the page I'm referring it to. You can have a look and return it back.
Yes,
You
it's the
see
same
it?
page. It's the
Okay,
same page,
thank you.
yes.
I'll ask you, Brigadier, to read it into the record, what is written there in capital letters, not the whole document. South African Police Station case number and what is written there?
Statement regarding interview with suspect.
Okay, thank you.
Should I read?
No, that's all I wanted.
Okay.
Le incwadi ekuthi ikhuluma ngama statement uma kubuzwa umsolwa.
You had indicated that when you interviewed accused number 2, he indicated that he did not want to appoint a legal representative.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So it means he was not legally represented on the 18th and also on the 19th.
Yes, I'm aware of that, my Lord.
Okay.
Uthe uma ukhuluma nomsolo wesibini yena uye wathi ubekade engafisi ukuba nommeli okuchaza ukuthi nge-18 nange-19 wayekade engenammeli uthi yebo iqiniso.
Okay. When did you become aware that the accused number 2 was represented by Mr. Mjia?
On the 23rd of June, 2020, my Lord.
Waze nini ukuthi ummangalelo wesibini ubekade emelwe ummeli umjiyakho uthi nge-23 zika June 2020?
Okay, where?
Where he was detained in the holding cells, my Lord. I think it's Pretoria North or Mort, my Lord. It's documented in my diary, my Lord, which I gave to the defense.
Waze kuphi uthi la umsolo wayekade eboshwe khona ePretoria North noma eMort bekade ibhaliwe kwi-diary yakhe?
Yeah, Mr. Gininda is a senior member of the SAPS. You have given the information to the defense, but the information given to the defense cannot just testify for itself. You are here to testify.
No, but I testified about it. I left this evidence in my evidence in chief, my Lord, and Mr. Mgomuzi asked me about it. So I'm repeating myself over and over again on what I was asked by the defense counsel for 1 and 2. It's a repetition of what was put to me by Mr. Mgomuzi after I led this evidence in chief. If I recall, my Lord, there was even a time where the court ordered that all defense counsel must actually peruse the diary physically before copies were made. Subsequent to that, because I was dealing with that part in my evidence in chief, I dealt with it with Mr. Mngomezulu. Now I'm repeating the same thing. So it's not the first time I'm saying this, my lord.
Lento engishoyo angiqala ukuyisho ngoba ngiyengabuzwa ummeli uMngomezulu engibuza imibuzo ngayo le ndaba ye diary, futhi inkantolo yathi abameli babone le diary ukuthi kubhalweni, into ukuthi ibe iseke yachazwa, angiqale ukukhuluma ngayo.
Was it your first time to see or to meet with Mr. Mjiyako on that day?
Yes, it was. I didn't know him from time immemorial. That was the first time for me, my lord, to see him.
Boqala ukuhlangana nomnumzana uMjiyako ngalelo langa uthi yebo bengiqala.
Brigadier, you'll answer this question if you know. Do you know that Mjiyako has been a member of the SAPS up until 2017?
No,
2016, sorry.
No, I wouldn't know, my lord.
You don't know that?
No, I wouldn't know. We didn't discuss that.
And
we are not acquainted, and I never worked with him. If he was in the police, I certainly didn't come across him or interacted with him in any matter for that matter.
And in this matter, when you were in, sorry.
You may proceed.
Okay. In this matter, when you were investigating this matter, you testified that you were working with the Crime Intelligence Unit. Am I correct?
I said it was driven, crime intelligence driven operation. So there was intelligence gathering that was present. That's correct, my lord.
Ukwazi na ukuthi uMjiyako uke waba yiphoyisa fikela ngo-2016 uthi cha bengingazi uthi angaze ngikhulume naye ngalokho besikade singahlobenanga ngalokho thina sihlangene nje ezomela umsolo wesibini futhi uthe naleli cala leli bekade kunabaphenyi abangochwepheshe uthi yebo lolu phenyo kuhlangene bekade kunabaphenyi abangochwepheshe futhi.
And Mjiyako was working in the unit of Crime Intelligence Unit. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know, my lord. As I said, and I'm repeating it without fear of contradiction, my lord, I've never worked with him. If he was in the police, I've never come across him. That was my first time, my lord.
As a court case, my lord, my learned friend is putting it as a fact. I don't know what the basis of, putting it so strongly or elevating this to a fact that Mr. Mjiyako worked for crime intelligence. If my learned friend can perhaps lay the basis for that submission.
Thank you, my lord. Can I proceed to the next question, my lord? Lastly, Brigadier, have you ever been accused in your years of service? Have you ever been accused of forcing people to confess and to make statements?
Please, my lord, we submit that question is inadmissible. It's character evidence, and
As the court business, my lord, those are my submissions. Thank you.
Uthi sekaqedile ke ummeli ukubuza ubrigadier imibuzo.
Any of them?
Indeed, my lord. Brigadier Mr. Mngomezulu, on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, put it to you that is now regarding the events of the 19th of June 2020. He put it to you that perhaps let's deal with the events of the 24th of June 2020. After the statement was made to a magistrate, he put it to you that after the alleged confession on the 24th of June 2020, accused number 2 was taken to an industrial area near Germiston where he was assaulted and he bled, and blood stains spilled on the confession documents. And he further put it to that the documents that accused number 2 signed must have some blood stains. Now, if I can request you to take out the confession, Exhibit JJ, that accused number 2 made to magistrate, and just page by page, just to show it to the court and court personnel as to whether there's any evidence of blood stains on the document.
Indeed, my
Sorry, my lord, may I just correct the state in terms of what I actually initially put to the presiding officer to say the document.
Put it to me.
No, the presiding officer, Mrs. Grenier.
I see.
That was put as a version of accused number 2. Was that the document that Mrs. Grenier, that she was in possession of, is not the same document, because the document that accused number 2 alleges that when he signed that document, he was bleeding and blood stains, the blood spilled on the pages. It was put straightforward to say that document is not the same document.
So there are 2 documents signed then?
Apparently,
Wait,
according
wait,
to the
wait.
version.
By inference of logic,
Yeah.
if you are saying the one which Mrs. Grenier had, it was signed.
It was not signed.
It was signed at the dump there, was it not?
My lord,
No, let's recapitulate the evidence.
yes.
So you're saying Mrs. Grenier never signed as a justice of the peace?
No. Let me just remind the court about
Okay.
the evidence of and what was put to Mrs. Grenier.
Okay, fine.
What accused number 2 signed is the pro forma of that document, but not the statement. And when it was put to her that document you are in possession of must have been seen by stains, because accused number 2 bled when he signed that
Yeah,
document.
that I
That
understand.
two document.
Sorry. I understand you well.
Yes.
The imputation is that that document was signed outside of the
The
personal
office.
presence of Ms.
Mrs.
Grenier.
Grenier.
Is that not
That's-
so? Yes.
that's correct.
I understand English very well.
Thank you very much.
And that follows then that when it was signed, wherever you say it was signed, it must have blood stains.
That's correct.
That's it. So you can pursue that, because unless you're saying to me there are 2 sets of pro forma forms or 2 sets of
No.
of,
that's not what- no, my lord.
if there's one document, it's entitled to revisit that, Mr. Aloy.
As a court, please, Brigadier, if you can just show the document page by page to the court and court personnel as to whether there's any evidence of blood stains on it.
My lord, so this is page 1 of the form, it's original form. There's no blood stain. It's the second page. There's also no blood stain or any stain whatsoever, my lord. Third page, same situation, no blood stain. Fourth page, my lord, no blood stain or any marks whatsoever. Next page, my lord, there's also no blood stain. The next page as well, my lord, it's the same situation, no blood stains. Page after that, my lord, with the same situation, there's no blood stain. The next page after that, my lord, same situation, there are no blood stains. Page that follows that, and that's a certificate by the interpreter, there's no blood stain, my lord. Copies of the IDs of the officials who were there, no blood stain, my lord. The next one as well, there are no blood stains. The third one is well of the officials with the day stamp of the court, there are no blood stains. The actual document, the statement, my lord, here is it, there are no blood stains on it. The next page of the statement, there are no blood stains. Third page of the document, my lord, it doesn't contain any blood stains as well. Fourth page of the statement does not contain any blood stain. fifth page of the statement, my lord, by accused 2 does not contain any blood stain. And the 7th page document, which is the last one, also does not contain any blood stains, my lord, or any stains, my lord, that cannot be explained.
Uthi umshushisi uyakhumbula ukuthi ummeli kammangalelo wesibini uye wakubuza ngalesiya statement lesi ummangalelo wesibini ewathi uye washawa la ukuthi ithema kasayina kuye kwachaphazeleka igazi kulesi statement lesiyana lesi ebesikade sikumanje uthi ake ubonise inkantolo uphinde ubonise na wonke umuntu ola enkantolo ukuthi ngempela leyo ncwadi leyo ikhona ena lokho kuchaphazeleka kwegazi uyaphehla ubrigadier uyabonisa uthi kuwo wonke amaphepha la awaphethe akukho la kubonakanisa ukuchaphazeleka kwegazi.
Good. Will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
Oh, okay.
1:11.
What's the time now?
11 minutes past 1.
Oh.
ATMs that were no longer working, that you took out a document and that document was already completed, the statement was already made, that certain pages thereof were not stamped and were eventually stamped at Moroka police station, that accused number 2 was forced to put his thumbprint on those pages. Now, the question is this: how many pages does the statement that accused number 2 made before Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu on the 19th of June 2020 consist of?
So the pro forma, my lord, consists of 6 pages, and the statement itself is 2 pages, my lord. So it's an 8-page document.
Statement lesi ebathi ngalesikhathi ufika lapha la kunama ATM abekade engasebenzi leso statement leso sinama page angakhi uthi incwadi le egcwaliswa ngaphambi kokuthi kube naleso statement yona inama page ayisithupha bese ama page we statement sona ngokwaso ama page amabili.
Now, Brigadier, the suggestion here is that you came with the document, the 2-page document of a version that was concocted.
No, but that's not true, my lord. As I indicated earlier, that I only met Colonel Rapadu a day or two days later at Enadale ACPS, where he gave me this document, my lord, and subsequently his statement. That was the first time I actually laid eyes on him other than talking to him on the phone. So I never met him with this form or came with any form anywhere, whether be it the police station itself or the ATM area they're referring to.
Manje ke kuthiwa wena uzenywe incwadi eyukuthi ibikade ibhalwe izinto ekungasizona uthi cha ubrigadier yena uye wathola le ncwadi le ku Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu ehlangana naye esiphoyiseni ubekade eqala ke ukuhlangana naye esiphoyiseni ngaleso sikhathi ngaphandle kokuthi wayekade ekhulume naye ocingweni.
Now, Mr. Mgumuzulu further put it to that accused number 2 was forced to put a thumbprint on each of those pages that you mentioned, those 8 pages or so. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so my lord, I was not there, like I said. What I received from Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was a statement, the pro forma together with this attachment, complete, not in pieces. A day or 2 days later, when I met him for the first time, there was no indication that 2 sets of documents were given. I got 1 set from him, but prior to that, I have not come across him at any time of my life, my lord.
Njengoba kuthiwa nginikwe amaphepha ahlukile cha akulona iqiniso Nkosi yenkantolo ngoba mina ngithole amaphepha ebekade ehlangene kusuka kuye uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu bengade ngiqala nokuhlangana naye futhi nalamaphepha unginike wona ahlangene.
Except for the version about the thumbprints, nothing was put to you regarding the signature. Is the document signed?
Yes, it is signed, my lord, by the Colonel, Colonel Rapadu and the deponent, which is supposed to be accused too, because it's a signature next to his thumbprint, my lord.
Manje ke ngaphandle kwa lesithupha ummangalelo wesibini athi yena uphoqiwe ukuthi asibeke kulesa statement. Kusayiniwe na uthi yebo kusayine uKolonel Rapadu nalo muntu obekade ekhuluma lesi statement ekuwummangalelo wesibini.
On which pages?
So on all pages, my lord, signed the same page. In other words, from page 1 to page 8, it's a thumbprint. Next to it, there's a signature. Colonel Rapadu also signed. So you see that from page 1 right up to the last page. There's no break of sequence, my lord. It's a flow of events.
Wonke ama-page asayiniwe futhi kunesithupha esibekiwe khona lapho.
Now, it was put to you regarding the events of the 21st of June 2020, it was put to you that you met accused number 2 at Primrose Police Station, that you apologized to him. Sorry, point of correction. My lord, I've made a correction when the witness was still testifying. After I took proper instruction, I corrected myself to mean Pretoria North. Not,
so your client apologized at Pretoria North Police Station?
That's correct.
Yes,
Not at
Mr.
Primrose. Well, I don't remember that correction, but be
I
that,
remember it.
be that as it may, it was put to you that you approach the accused now, according to what Mr. Mgumezulu says, at Pretoria North Police Station on the 21st of June 2020, that you apologized to him for having been assaulted, that is now for accused number 2 having been assaulted, and that you offered him 3 million rand.
So, my lord, my response is that that is not correct, because the first part, the confession was already made on the 19th. That is the first part of this. There was a confession. My first engagement with the accused, my lord, accused 2, was on the 18th, where there was clear indication of his confession. Subsequent to that, on the 19th, a formal confession was made by him. So that's the flow of events, my lord. Secondly, thirdly, my apologies, my lord. On the 19th, in the evening, subsequent to the docket of possession of ammunition being opened, he was charged in Bukeng, transferred to Primrose, not Pretoria North. The OBs, we've read those OB, my lord, they're available, we've shown them to the defense. From Bukeng, my lord, he was never taken to Pretoria North. There are entries that shows that he was detained in Primrose Police Station on the 20th in the morning hours by Sergeant Mokane. The following day, which is now the 21st, he was still in Primrose, and Sergeant Mokane formally charged him on the OB. There's also an entry that has been disclosed to the defense. I was not there. There's an entry that shows that Sergeant Mokane at Primrose, not Pretoria Road, not charged him for the Bukeng case, and subsequently on the 22nd, he appeared for the first time in Bukeng Magistrate Court. So I was not there, my lord, and there was no such offer made by me. Like I said, my lord, it's unethical, it is unlawful. I don't even know, I can't even comprehend the reason why would you offer a suspect that money. He confessed, my lord. Even if he did not confess, that would have been his right to remain silent. There is no way that I even had access to that money in terms of the police budget in any event. But even if it was there, my lord, it's something that is unethical, unlawful, and something that I will never do. I've heard stories, my lord, of officials and government officials being accused of corruption. In other words, the corrupter being perhaps the member of the public. This is the first in my whole career where I've had a police officer like us offering money to an accused of that magnitude. I'm shocked, my lord, but it is not true. That is the essence of it.
So are you saying, sorry, you're saying the traffic is the other way?
It is the other way, my lord. And the statistics of corruption, even if you look at the Zondo Commission, if you look at the crime stats that we have as the police, it's the other way. It's the service providers, it's the members of the public who are bribing government officials, SAPS officials. That's why I'm sitting with matters where there's such cases. I have never, I'm talking about me, my lord, seen, especially this amount of money, where police officers, investigators are offering money to an accused who has already confessed. I don't know what is the purpose. He has already confessed, he implicated his co-accused and his willingness to cooperate. Subsequent to that, my lord, he does indeed cooperate with us. And then he goes and make the confession to the magistrate. So I
uphendula ke ubrigadier kulo mbuzo wokuthi uye wafika yena kumsolo wesibini ezoxolisa njengoba ubekade untanzi ese Pretoria North njengoba umnumzana uMngomezulu asho uthi cha into yokuqala akazange abe ePretoria North uma kusuka ePhuking uye wayisiwa ePrimrose la ukuthi langa elilandelayo uSergeant Mukhani uye wamthusa amacala wayovela ePhuking futhi uthi akazange yena ayoxolisa ngendaba yokushawa kukaMangalelwa yena akazange ayazi indaba yokushawa kaMangalelwa futhi nalo ndaba lemali le3 million uthi cha yena uyaqala ukuyizwa kahle wazi ukuthi kunokuthi abantu kube yibona abafisa ukunika amaphoyisa imali hayi ukuthi amaphoyisa anike abantu imali futhi bekuzoba yini isizathu sokuthi afune ukunika uNtanzi imali ngemva kokuthi uNtanzi bese seyena ngokwakhe esekegunyulukile sekachaze nokuthi yena uzimisele nokuthi angasebenzisana nabo amaphoyisa sekatshele nokuthi abobani abantu ayikuthi badlale indima kuleli cala futhi yena ke uyachaza uthi ayikaze yayenzeka ngeke yenzeke ayikho emthethweni futhi naye ngeke ayivumele.
When did we hear about this allegation for the first time?
For the first time, it was when counsel for accused 2 put it to me. It was the first time. It was never ever said to me, my lord. And that was, I think, on the last day of his cross-examination, my lord. Last week, I think, his last day. That was the first time I heard about it, my lord.
Uqaleni nokuzwa lolu daba uthi ngiqale ukuluzwa okokuqala ngalesikhathi ummeli kaMangalelwa wesibini engibuza imibuzo ngiyacabanga ukuthi iviki elidlulile ngalesikhathi umnumzana uMngomezulu aqedelela ngemibuzo yakhe.
Well, still on this subject, that the offer was, according to the question that was put by Mr. Mngomezulu, made on the 21st of June 2020. I just want to show you Exhibit QQ. It's already in record, but where was the accused detained? Firstly, on Saturday, the 20th.
He was detained at Primrose SAPS, my lord. By Sergeant Mokhani, sorry.
Mangalelwa yena wayekade egcinwe phi nge20 uthi bekagcinwe ePrimrose uSergeant Mokhani.
And what is the relevant entry?
So it's the relevant entry, my lord, it's 713, and the time of detention it's 0040. In other words, my lord, 20 to 1 in the morning.
La ke kuye kwabhalwa khona mizuzu emashumi amabini ngaphambi kwehora lokuqala ntathabusa kula kwabhalwa ke ukuthi umsolwa yena uyafakwa ke esiphoyiseni sase Primrose.
Then, my lord, on the 21st, it's 21 June 2020, the entry there is 2029. It says suspect charged by Sergeant Mokhani. That is now in relation to this the Phukeng case 118 of 6/2020. That's Sergeant Mokhani who charged him at Primrose Police Station. And subsequent to that, my lord, in the morning of the 22nd, he was then booked out from Primrose Police Station to Phukeng. Nowhere was he ever at Pretoria North on those days, from the 19th to the 22nd, my lord.
Bese ke futhi ngesonto i21 zika June 2020 kulayi ukuthi umsolwa yena wayekade ekhona lapha ePrimrose wayisiwa ke ngomsombuluko enkantolo yasePhukeni.
And the relevant entry, my lord, insofar as the booking out, when Sergeant Mohane was taking him to court, it was 2065, and the time was 07:15. That's when Sergeant Mohane booked out accused 2 to Phukeng Magistrate Court.
Futhi ke kulaye ukuthi uye wabhala ke uSergeant Mohane isikhathi bekuyimizuzu e15 ngemva kwehora lesikhombisa ekuseni ngalesikhathi ekhipha umsolwa amisa esiphoyise enkantolo yasePhukeni.
And the date, my lord, is the 22nd of June 2020. That's when he was taken to Phukeng Magistrate Court.
Ilanga ke bekuyi 22 zika June ngomsombuluko ngalesikhathi emisa kwamantshi wasePhukeni.
Thank you, Brick. Then on Friday, when we were listening to the audio, towards the end, on the 5th of March 2021, Mr. Nkwana, who had just taken over the defense of accused number 2, and he was also appearing for accused number 3, and it was also put in record yesterday when the transcripts were made available. There was an allegation that accused number 2 and 3 are complaining of assaults.
Yes.
Was there any action taken regarding that complaint?
Yes, indeed, my lord. So I will start back in 2021. Subsequent to that, my lord, I requested the facts, rather the explanation or the, should I say, maybe the statement, my lord, or the information regarding the alleged offense of torture in relation to accused number 2 and number 3, because my recollection, those were the people, according to Mr. Nkwane, who claimed, and accused number 2 said it himself. Now, that report never came, my lord. So, but what I then did, I coordinated with the Department of Correctional Services to check in their registers and obviously provide such information in writing if there are any assault reported, because at that time, my lord, accused 2 was detained at the Department of Correctional Services, not at the police station in Phukeng. That's where he came from, and then he came to court. When he was received in the court books on that day, the 5th of March 2021, there was no reporting of assault in the court cells itself, which is the same situation which accused number 3. Now, I made those inquiries, my lord, they were negative. In other words, there was no such reporting, both from the police and the DCS. Then, my lord, subsequent fast tracking to where we are, after we listened to the recordings of those days, my lord, I embarked on the same exercise again. I spoke to the head of the center, the current head of the center in CIMEX where accused 3 is detained, and also the head of the center where accused 2 was detained at that time. Both disposed affidavits, signed affidavit and commissioned that there was no such reports of assault in their books, and that was brought to their attention. Actually, accused the head of the center for CIMEX prison, he even says he went, and that is now the previous Saturday, to even interview accused number 3 and said there's this allegation in court, were you ever assaulted? And that was denied. That is contained.
That is going to be hearsay. And accused number 3 does not feature in this trial within the trial. It's certainly irrelevant in respect of accused number 3. And in any event, testimony can be amounts to hearsay.
If you can just confine yourself about what you have just yourself established. You mentioned that you obtained the affidavits,
Yes.
and we can put on record that these affidavits have been made available to the defense.
Yes, they are made available, my lord. That clearly states that there was no assault reported then on the 5th of March 2020. And the OB for the cells, my lord, is also available, which we've made available to the defense. That shows that even in the court registers itself, on that specific day, there was no entry of assault.
Thank you.
Ummeli uNkwane uye wakhuluma enkantolo ukuthi abamangalelwa umangalelwa wesibini nowesithathu bona bathi bashayiwe. Uthi ubrigadiri njengoba bekade kulalelwe la ngolwesihlanu uye wathatha inyathelo yena ukuthi ayohlola noma ayokhuluma nalabo abaphethe amajele la abamangalelwa bahleli khona ukhulumile nalo wasesimex wakhuluma nala untanzi ehleli khona uthi baye babhala i-statement futhi lezo i-statement uzinikile abameli kulezo i-statement bayaphika ukuthi ba untanzi no mangalela wesithathu bashayiwe uthi nalezo i-statement lezo zikhona azinike abameli la bakhulume khona babhale ukuthi abazange bashawe lamadoda.
And just lastly, Brigadier, during cross-examination by Mr. Mgumezulu, he asked you as to whether you had prior knowledge or your team had prior knowledge of the case docket, First Lores 534/6/2020, and your answer was yes. There were previous, there were persons of interest. We did cold case analysis around them. We approached them. We were aware that they are suspect in the Senzo Meyiwa case. Now, the question is, can you clarify if, and you put on record the sentence that Piniselani Buthelezi received? You mentioned that he was convicted on several counts and the sentences imposed on those counts. Can you clarify whether this is a separate docket, that is not the docket on which Piniselani Buthelezi was sentenced, whether it's a separate docket from Nongoma 1634 of 2018?
No, it is the same, my lord. So the one that he was sentenced on, it's Nongoma 163, that one of 2018 in March, my lord. That's the matter he was sentenced on, my lord.
Ukhulumile ngokugcwala ngalolu daba lika Qiniselani Buthelezi ake uqhazisele ukuthi yena ugwetshwe kuleli cala elihlukile naleli la kwaNongoma uthi cha lona icala la kwaNongoma la agwetshwe.
But one should also add, my lord, that that docket was going with various dockets, so it was not just one docket. It's that case number, the number of dockets. Sergeant Mokane will know, but in essence, my lord, that Nongoma case is got a conviction on that matter.
Futhi ke itingqwanisele nokuthi akusukuthi idokodo elilodwa elizimele elakwaNongoma kunamanye amadokodo abekade hambisana nalo lelo dokodo uSergeant Mokane uyena ongakwazi ukulichaza kangcono.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects we wanted to take up with the witness.
Okay. No, East.
Yes, my lord. I've been to Orlando East and West, my lord.
And Orlando West.
Both sides, my lord, yes.
Now, I'm asking this because you say you don't know of any place where there are disused or where there were disused ATM machines.
That is correct, my lord. There's none that I know. I mean, the open field that I can think of in Orlando between East and West, you will think of one next to the Orlando Stadium, because there's a river there.
Squatter camp there.
Squatter camp, my lord. But even there, in that vast open space, I grew up there, like I said, my lord. I did my first year all the way up to matric in Soweto. I've never come across that. Even when I was working, there's no such that I've seen, my lord.
Just a dumping place in Orlando. Have you ever seen one?
I know the one above Mufulo South. You know, they used to call it Colliard or something like that. I can't recall, my lord.
You're talking Mfulo South?
Yeah, so if you pass Mufulo South, when you used to
Is that the vocational?
Yes. There was one that side.
The court was born in Sophia Town. It grew up in Alexander Township. And in 1960, family was transmitted to Diepkloof. And this judge got married and stayed in Orlando West. So this court has got intimate knowledge about Orlando East, Orlando West, Mufolo South, etc., etc. So that's why I want to see, maybe the gentleman is wrong. There is a dumping place in Orlando.
Not that I'm aware of, my lord. That's why I said if you go to vocational, my lord, leaving from Mfulo South, coming from White Seat, Mfulo South, going up, basically going to Nansfield, there was a dumping area on the right-hand side before you turn to vocational. In Orlando, my lord, I really have no recollection of that, my lord.
Yabuza inkantolo ukuthi ubrigadier uyayazi na i-Orlando. Brigadier uthi uyayazi Orlando North, i-Orlando West ne-Orlando East. Uthi ukhulele eSoweto njengoba selachazile uqala isikolo khona waqeda khona. Yena akaze wabona indawo la kulahlwa khona ama-ATM noma ama-ATM angasebenzi. Iyabuza inkantolo ukuthi uyazi na mhlawumbe indawo la kulahlwa khona na. Uthi mhlawumbe ngasesigangeni lesi esiseduze kwe-Orlando Stadium kodwa akulahlwa ama-ATM. Enye futhi uchaza ngale ngasemfulo la ukuthi ikhona enye indawo la kulahlwa khona izibi kodwa uthi akulahlwa ama-ATM kuyo leyo ndawo leyo. Chaza futhi nokuthi uma sisoyehla uza ngase-Mansfield e-Hostel nalapho mhlawumbe kungaba nesiganga kodwa akusukuthi kulahlwa ama-ATM. Inkantolo iyachaza nayo ukuthi izalelwe khona ngale ngaseSoweto yakhula yaya ngase-Alexandra yabuya yashada futhi naseSoweto. Inkantolo iyayazi leya ndawo akusukuthi mhlawumbe inkantolo ayiyazi beyifuna nje ukubona ukuthi ubrigadier uyayazi le ndawo.
Well, in addition, I attended school at Orlando High.
Jike inkantolo
And I played for Orlando Pirates at Orlando. So I'm familiar with it. And we used to train in Orlando towards where it meets Diplo,
Yes.
sporting grounds, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
And I was an athlete representing Southern Transvaal in hurdles. 880 in a mile. Okay. No, fine. It's just for my curiosity because I don't think it's consequential, that thing, concerning me.
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thanks. Are you finished?
I'm done, my lord. Yes,
Okay.
I'm done. Yes,
All right. Sir.
Does the court please, my lord? Thank you, Brigadier.
usekaqedile ubrigadier Gininda.
Sorry, there's one aspect. I said all the councils should address me as to whether a recording, staggered recording of a television clip can form part of the record of this court. Are you saying you are abandoning it?
That was my understanding that
After-
the audio and the transcripts have
Being
resolved.
supplied, so there's no necessity for that.
But they can, I think, speak for themselves.
Is that so?
That is the position, my lord.
Everybody says that is the position. Okay, fine. Yeah.
May I be excused, my lord?
The what?
Brigadier uyacelela ukuthi ucela ukuthi inkantolo ikhulule inkantolo
Before the
iyamkhulula.
witness is excused, was it a question that was posed to the witness arising from the court's question?
About me playing for Orlando Pirates?
No. The first question that the court asked
This question was it, sir?
about the ATMs in Orlando.
Well, that's why I say he's given his evidence about that. I just wanted to understand whether there was a dumping place or not. He says there isn't. You can proper argument about that, no problem. I'm not making a definitive finding to say there are no ATMs. I'm just asking this witness because I'm familiar. I can take judicial notice of that place to say where there could be a dumping place for ATMs.
Thank you.
Okay.
There are no further questions.
Okay, yes, Mr. Baloi.
As a court, please, my lord. The state calls the next witness is Colonel Swanepoel. The witness is not on the witness list, my lord.
Colonel Swanepoel.
Yes.
Okay.
The witness is going to testify in respect of a new exhibit that we've marked exhibit NN1. These are the extracts of the occurrence book at Silverton Police Station for the period 3 July 2020 and 10 July 2020. He's also going to testify in respect of a cell register. We've marked this exhibit NN in brackets 2. And the witness is also going to refer to national instructions. We've just, for the sake of convenience, we not included them in the bundle, but we haven't marked those national instructions. We don't think it's necessary to hand them as an exhibit.
The councillors, have they been given these documents
Yes,
timeously?
Yes, they were given those documents yesterday, my lord.
You're aware of these documents, councillors? Mr. Mnisi doesn't know anything about these documents.
No, they were all given the bundle yesterday.
Mr. Ngumalo, do you know anything about this documents?
I've received them yesterday. Thank you.
Ms. Mchololo?
Yes, my lord, I did.
Ms. Mnisi? You what?
I received it.
Okay, and Mr. Mgomezolo, did you receive?
It's received.
Okay, thank you. All right. May you swear the witness in then? What the taal van die
English.
English. Okay.
Do you have any objection in taking that oath?
No.
And if you so swear, do you swear that the evidence you are going to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If you do, please raise your right hand and say, so help you God.
So help me God.
Witness is sworn in, my lord. Madam Shushisu Biza Omunyo Fagas, Colonel Uswane Kulu.
You are a colonel in the South African Police, is that correct?
That's correct.
Utiyebo u Colonel Espoisen Sala in South Africa.
Where are you attached currently?
I'm currently the station commander at Pretoria Police Station.
Uyi Station Commander at Pretoria Police Station.
How many years service do you have in the South African Police?
41 years service.
Sekane minyaka amashumi amane nanye ulibele kuyiphoyisa.
Can you put your career history on record?
Thank you. I joined the South African Police Service in 1983 when I went to college. After that, I was placed at Johannesburg Central. At the time it was called John Foster Square.
Just a minute to give the interpreter change.
Uthi-ke yena uqale esiphoyiseni ngo-1983 yena wabekwa esiphoyiseni sase-Johannesburg Central ngalesa sikhathi yayikaze ibizwa i-John Foster Square.
And after that, in 1986, I was placed at the Regional Commissioner's Office of Johannesburg.
Ngemva kwalapho kulaye ukuthi yena uye wabekwa ehhovisi lesiphoyisa lesivinini i-Regional Office.
And then in 1988, I was transferred to the regional office in Pretoria.
Ngo-1988 yena watransferwa ke khona e-Regional Office yase-Pretoria.
And then in 1992, I became a lieutenant in the South African Police Service and was placed at Wonderboompoort Police Station as station commander.
Ngo-1992 yena waba lieutenant kulaye ukuthi wabekwa khona esiphoyiseni sase-Wonderboom.
And then in 2003, I was transferred as the station commander at Eersterus Police Station.
Ngo-2003 waba i-station commander sase-Eersterus Police Station.
And then in 2010, I was placed at Kameeldrift Police Station as the station commander.
Ngo-2010 wabekwa ke esiphoyiseni sase-Kameeldrift njenge-station commander.
So, Colonel, between 2003 and 2010, you were the station commander of Eersterus Police
That's
Station.
correct.
Yebo ngo-2003 fikela ku-2010 ngangikade ngise-Eersterus.
Yes.
And then in 2016, I was promoted to the rank of colonel. and I was placed at Silverton Police Station as the station commander.
Ngo-2016 yena wathola ke i-promotion waba u-colonel, waba u-station commander. In which police station is it?
Silverton.
Silverton.
Then in 23, I was placed as the station commander of Pretoria Police Station.
Ngo-2023 kulaye ukuthi uye wabekwa khona e-Pretoria North Police Station.
So just how many years were you the station commander of Silverton Police Station?
It was it was 7 years.
Uhleli laphaya esiphoyiseni sase-Silverton njenge-station commander iminyaka eyisikhombisa. So, all in all, Colonel Swanepoel, from 1992 until currently, you have been station commander of various police stations.
That's correct.
Kusukela ngo-1992 kufikela manje ulibele kuyi-station commander sama-police station ahlukile.
Now, can you explain to the court, are the official documents that are kept at the police station?
Yes, they are official documents kept at the police station.
Akhona amaphepha asemthethweni ayikuthi aye abekwe ema-police station uthi yebo.
Yes, what are those documents?
It is all documents pertaining to the police station itself. It's including the SAPS 10, the occurrence book, where all incidents are reported in.
Just a minute.
Uthi-ke amaphepha abekwa laphayana amaphepha wonke wesiphoyisa ahlanganisa futhi ne-occurrence book, i-OB.
Then also the SAPS 13, where all exhibits is handed in.
Futhi na le ncwadi ekuthi wonke ubufakazi uma bifika buyaye bubekwe kuwo.
And then the SAP 14, that is a cell register where all the detention people that's detained at the police station is captured.
Futhi nencwadi ekuthi uma abantu beze banama cellphone bafike kubhaliswe kuyo.
And there's different other registers that is kept, for example, the accident report registers and all the other registers pertaining to policing at the police station.
Bese ke kuba nencwadi uma mhlawumbe kunengozi eyenzakele bese bona bayaya njengesiphoyisa futhi nalezo incwadi zikhona esiphoyiseni.
But for our purposes, we can just confine ourselves to the SAP 10, the occurrence book, and SAP 14, the cell register. You've already mentioned that the purpose of the occurrence book is to record the incident. So what is the procedure when recording such incidents?
My Lord, every time a person reports on duty, it is captured in the occurrence book, as well as the handing over of the CSC, the Community Service Center programs that's handed over in the occurrence book.
Manje ke umsebenzi wale ncwadi ebizwa i-OB ukuthi umuntu uma engena emsebenzini uyaye agcwalise kuyo ukuthi sekafikile futhi nezehlakalo noma igameko ezenzakala uma kulibele kusetshenzwa laphayana la kuvulwa khona amacala e-CSC nakho kuyaye kubhalwe khona la.
If a person is arrested or detained at the police station, it's also captured in the SAPS 10, the occurrence book.
Umuntu uma eboshiwe noma egcinwe esiphoyiseni khona lapho kuyaye kubhalwe futhi nakuyo i-OB.
Then if the person is visited in the cells, if the cell visit is conducted, it's also mentioned in the SAP and captured in the SAP 10, the occurrence book.
Nomuntu uma evakashelwe esemaselini yena kuyabhalwa futhi nawe OB ukuthi uvakashelwe lo muntu.
No, these cell visits, what do they consist of?
The cell visit is usually done by 1 or 2 members, The members that go and visit the cells make sure that the detainees that's currently in the cell and is written in the SAP 14 are still in the cells, and that the cells is in a good condition.
Just a minute, just
Kuyaye
talk a little
ukuthi-
bit and give the interpreter a chance.
kuyaye ukuthi umuntu uma esemaseleni bese kuza iphoyisa lize lizohlola ukuthi lo muntu lo usasekhona na emaseleni, iseli lelo lisasengendlela elungile, iseli lelo lisalungele ukuthi umuntu angahlala kulo.
And then also, if everything is still in order with the pertaining to the detainees in the cells, if there is any injuries or any sicknesses in the cells.
Bese uyabhala nokuthi laphayana emaseleni yonke into isalungile, mhlawumbe kunokuthi umuntu uyagula elaphaya emaseleni.
Yes. And the cell register,
The cell register,
SAP 14?
SAPS 14, it's dealing with the people that's detained at the police station.
Manje le i-cell register ikhuluma ngabantu abavalelwe laphaya e-police station.
And it's divided into certain columns, starting with the serial number and then the name and surname of the detainee.
Yona inemiqa ehlukile, iqala nge serial number bese kubhalwa amagama nezibongo zakhe umuntu lo oboshiwe,
As well as the date of arrest, date and time of arrest,
ubhalwe nesikhathi nelanga leli aboshwe ngalo,
and also the reason for detention.
bokubhalwe nesizathu ukuthi uvalelwe ngani, ngasiphi isizathu.
As well as the case number pertaining to that specific detainee.
Kubhalwe ke ne-case number eyakhe lo muntu lo oboshiwe.
And then also the date and time the person was admitted to the cells.
Bese kuyabhalwa nelanga nesikhathi la umuntu afakwe khona emaseleni.
There's also space for the notice, in terms of the Constitution, the notice of rights that's issued to the detainee.
Kunendawo futhi la kubhalwa khona ngamalungelo wakhe lo muntu lo ovalelwe.
Also a space for OB number for that his next of kin was informed and he had the opportunity to find his next of kin and his legal representative.
Kunesigaba futhi la ukuthi kuyabhalwa ukuthi lo muntu lo uye wathola ithuba nalo ukuthi angashayela ucingo kumuntu wakubo noma ummeli wakhe.
now you mentioned that there's a space for the notice of rights. What information is entered regarding the notice of rights in the cell register?
The notice of rights is a serial controlled register that's issued to each police station. That serial control notice is then issued to each detainee that's detained at the police station.
Manje ke kunenombolo yokuthi amaphoyisa anikwe wona uma beletha umuntu lapha estokisini bese kwamele babhale leyo nombolo enikewa wonke umuntu ofakwa lapha emaseleni.
And the serial number thereof, is it documented anyway?
It's documented in the SAPS 14 in the relevant column.
I-serial number nayo iyabhalwa kuyo leyo ncwadi leyo.
Yes, and who may make entries in the occurrence book, the SAP 10?
It's only the person posted in this CSC, the Community Service Center, or if the cells is separate from the Community Service Center, the person that is posted in the cell complex.
Ubani umuntu onegunya lokubhala kule OB? Kuthiwa yilo muntu osebenza lapha CSC la kuvulwa khona amacala, umphakathi wonke ovula khona amacala, umuntu obekwe lapho noma umuntu ozayo ezoletha umuntu othize.
Now, are the procedures in place when a person is detained at the cells who is injured?
If there's injuries on a person that's detained, the arresting officer must immediately, before he detain that person, establish if that person needs urgent medical attention, and that person will then be taken for medical treatment.
Uma ingabe umuntu elethwa ekuthi udinga ukunyangwa noma edinga ukubona udokotela, kwamele lo muntu omlethayo abhale ukuthi lo muntu loyo udinga ukubona udokotela.
And if the person is brought to the police station and the relief commander or the cell commander finds that the person is injured, he must immediately also arrange for medical treatment.
Nomuntu mhlawumbe uma elethwe esitokisini laphayana bese iphoyisa eliphumayo lingamcebisanga lo ongenayo, kwamele naye uma engena abheke ukuthi lo muntu lo mhlawumbe udinga ukuthi ayobona udokotela bese amenzela ukuthi lo muntu loyo aye ayothola udokotela.
If a person is injured or he's got an illness and he must be treated by a medical practitioner, SAPS 70 is issued for that specific detainee, and that goes with the detainee to the relevant doctor or the medical facility.
Uma ingabe ke lo muntu loyo ulimele lo olethwa emaselini, uma ingabe ulimele kunencwadi ekuthi nakhona iyagcwaliswa, lo muntu loyo bese uyaya ayobona udokotela noma ayisiwe esibhedlela.
The SAPS 70 is also a serial controlled register, and that serial number is also written in the SAPS 14 in the relevant column.
Futhi kuyo leyo ncwadi leyo akhona ama serial number ekuthi ayabhalwa nawo afakwa khona lapho la kunesigaba sokubhala ama serial number.
Now, if a person comes to the police station with injuries, will that person be allowed under any conditions to be detained at the police station?
If a person comes with injuries, he must be either taken by the person arresting him or the relief commander to the nearest facility for treatment. He won't be allowed to be in the cells without treatment.
Uma umuntu eza esiphoyiseni alimele, uyavunyelwa na ukuthi angahle afakwe esiphoyiseni noma emaseleni, uthi lo muntu loyo kwamele athathwe ayisiwe endaweni eseduze la ezonyangwa khona.
And then also in Pretoria court, I can only speak about Pretoria court, my lord, is that they don't accept any detainees with injuries at the court as well.
Futhi enkantolo yase Pretoria abavumeli abantu abasolwa ukuthi beze balimele,
Except if that person was treated by a medical practitioner.
ngaphandle kokuthi lo muntu wayekade ehlangene nodokotela.
Is this practice only confined to the Pretoria court?
I don't think so, my lord. I think it's pertaining to every magistrate court.
Manje le ndaba le ihlangana kuphela nani inkantolo zase Pretoria ukuthi cha angikholwa lokho ngoba senkantolo ngicabanga ukuthi zonke inkantolo.
And are there any guidelines, any circulars, any instructions that are in place regarding how injured detainees are dealt with?
Everything in the South African Police Service got either a national instruction or a standing order. So the rules and regulations pertaining to detainees and every other aspect of the South African Police Service is clearly defined in the national instructions as well as the standing orders. pertain-
ikhona mhlawumbe imithetho ethize eyikuthi ibhaliwe uthi yonke into esiphoyiseni inemithetho yakhona noma mhlawumbe eminye imithetho eyikuthi silibele sinikwa yona uma silibele sisebenza kodwa imithetho ikhona nemigomo yakhona.
Pertaining to medical treatment, there's a National Instruction 8 of 2016 that was issued, and that's relevant to all the police stations in the whole of South Africa.
Uma kukhulunywa ngokuyohlolwa noma ngokuthi umuntu ayisiwe kudokotela ukhona umthetho owakhishwa ngo-2016 oyikuthi owama police station wonke ala eMzantsi Afrika.
Yes. Any other national instruction?
There's also pertaining to people detained at the police station, there's also a National Instruction 11 of 2019.
Ukhona omunye umthetho nawo oyikuthi uye wakhishwa ngo-2019 ukhishelwa ama-police station wonke
That's talking about treatment of people in custody.
okhulunywa ngokuphathwa kwabantu abaphakathi esitokisini noma emaselini
as well as the transportation of detainees.
nokuhanjiswa kwabo nabo bantu.
I just want to show you a document. Can you just identify that document?
This is the National Instruction 8 of 2016 pertaining to medical treatment and hospitalization of person in police custody.
Lencwadi onginika yona incwadi ekhuluma ngokuphathwa kwabantu abalimele noma abantu abadinga unyango abaphakathi esiphoyiseni.
If you can turn to page 2 there. Can you just put the relevant portions on record? What is the procedure in dealing with such detainees?
Thank you, my lord. The paragraph 3 of the National Instruction 8 of 2016, medical treatment of a person in police custody upon arrest. Once a person, adult or child, has been arrested, the arresting member has a legal duty to take care of the arrested person and to ensure that medical treatment is provided.
Just a minute.
Uyafunda ke ukuthi nango umuntu ma elethwe esiphoyiseni kuumuntu omdala noma kuumntwana nomuntu lo omlethayo osebenza esiphoyiseni unolungelo lokuthi yena amyise lo muntu ukuthi ayobonana nodokotela uma ingabe edinga ukunyanga.
Medical treatment is provided to the arrested person whenever necessary.
Ukuthi lo muntu uma edinga ukuthi ayobonana nodokotela noma aye esibhedlela kwamele ayiswe.
Paragraph 2 is if the arrested person show any signs that he or she is seriously ill or seriously injured,
Futhi uma lo muntu oboshiwe ebonisa ukuthi yena uyagula noma ulimele
irrespective of whether the injury was sustained during the arrest or not, the member concerned must
kungakhathalizeki ukuthi lo muntu lo ulimele ngalesikhathi eboshwa noma cha
exercise his or her discretion and decide whether the person should be taken for medical treatment even before he is taken to the police station.
kwamele iphoyisa lona lisebenzise ingqondo yalo noma ukubona kwakhe ukuthi lo muntu kwamele ayobonana nenyanga ngaphambi kokuthi ayisiwe esiphoyiseni na.
If the arrested person, in the opinion of the member concerned, need urgent medical treatment,
Uma ingabe umuntu lo oboshiwe uma iphoyisa limbheka libona ukuthi udinga ukuthi ayolaphiwa
decide whether the person is fit to be transported by police vehicle or should rather be transported by ambulance.
iphoyisa ke lithatha isinqumo sokuthi lo muntu lo kwamele ahanjiswe ngemoto yesiphoyisa noma kubizwe imoto ye-ambulance.
And she must then act accordingly.
Bese ke yena ke lelo phoyisa bese lithatha lezo inyathelo.
paragraph 3 say if a member is in doubt to whether urgent medical treatment attention is needed, he or she should rather take the necessary step to arrange for such treatment.
Uma ingabe ke lelo phoyisa linokungabaza okuthize, yena ke kwamele athathe inyathelo ezifanele.
Yes. Is it all that?
I can also, members must ensure that every arrested person before his or her detention, whether he or she is currently being treated for a medical condition,
Maphoyisa futhi kwamele ayenze isiqiniseko sokuthi bayabuza noma bahlole lo muntu oboshwayo ukuthi yena akhona mhlawumbe amakhambi ayikuthi uyawathatha noma une treatment ayithathayo.
if the arrested person is treated with prescription medication or chronic medication, or indicates that he or she suffer from a chronic condition,
Uma ingabe lo muntu echaza ke ukuthi akhona amakhambi awathathayo noma uyagula ukugula okungalapheki,
arrangement must be made to collect for the collection of the medication.
amaphoyisa ke wona kwamele ayenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu loyo uyayenzelwa ukuthi athole lamakhambi wakhe.
Or the person must be taken to a medical service provider in order for the person to be examined and such medication to be obtained, if applicable.
Noma lo muntu kwamele kuhlelwe ukuthi ayisiwe kudokotela ukuze ayothola lawo makhambi lawo noma bamhlelele ukuthi awathole.
Yes, thank you. Any other relevant portions?
And then also paragraph 4, obtaining medical treatment for a person in custody during detention at the police station.
Futhi ke ubonisa la nala ukuthi umuntu uma kutholwa amakhambi wakhe,
If a person in custody on arrival at the police station shows any injury,
uma umuntu mayefika esiphoyiseni ebonisa impawu zokulimala,
appears to be suffering from physical or mental illness,
yena mhlawumbe ebonisa nokuthi kunala ukuthi emzimbeni akazilinganelanga,
fails to react to sensory stimulation or displays a lack of awareness,
yena futhi abonise nokuthi akaboni ukuthi kwenzakalani,
and such person, in the opinion of the Community Service Center Commander, needs medical attention,
bese kubonwa ukuthi lo muntu loyo uma iphoyisa libona ukuthi udinga ukuyobonana nodokotela.
For the injury or illness, the Community Service Center must
Bonakala ukuthi uyobona lelo phoyisa kwamele liyenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu ahambe ayo
act as set out in paragraphs 2 and 3 below.
ahambe ayenza lento ebekade ikhulunywe ku paragraph 2 no 3 lebe sifundile.
This also applies if the Community Service Center is in doubt whether medical attention is needed.
Futhi ke nalokho kuyaye kubandakanyiswe uma engabe lo muntu lo sebenza laphayana unokungabaza ukuthi lo muntu lo uyakudinga na ukuhlolwa noma akadingi.
Paragraph 2, subparagraph 2, if a person needs medical attention, the Community Service Center Commander must have the person transported.
Uma ingabe umuntu kubonwa ingathi udinga ukuyohlolwa noma ukuyiswa kudokotela kwamele yena ahanjiswe,
Either by police vehicle or an ambulance,
hanjiswe ngemoto yamaphoyisa noma ngeambulance
to the nearest provincial hospital or call the district surgeon.
ayisiwe esibhedlela eseduze noma kubizwe udokotela oseduze.
If no provincial hospital or district is available, call the nearest available appropriate medical service provider.
Uma ingabe singekho isibhedlela eduze lapho kuzawufanele ukuthi kubizwe udokotela oyikuthi uyasetshenziswa laphaya.
The station commander must issue station orders informing the members under his or her command of which medical service providers to be utilized for such purposes.
I-station commander ke sona kwamele sichaze noma sitshele laba abasebenza ngaphansi kwakhe ukuthi bangasebenzisa yiphi inyanga noma udokotela.
These orders must at all times be available in the community service center and must be reviewed on a regular basis to ensure effective administration.
Konke lokhu kwamele kuhlale kukhona laphayana la kuvulwa khona amaqala futhi amaphoyisa bayenze nesiqiniseko sokuthi bayakulandelela.
If urgent medical attention is not required, but the community service center commander has opinion that medical attention is necessary,
Uma ingabe kungadingeki ukuthi umuntu angayisiwa esibhedlela noma kudokotela kodwa iphoyisa libona ingathi kuyadingeka,
he or she must make the necessary arrangements to have the person examined at the nearest provincial hospital.
lelo phoyisa kwamele liyenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu uyathathwa ayohlolwa esibhedlela esiseduze.
Or if not available by another medical service provider.
Noma uma ingabe singekho isibhedlela lapho lo muntu kwamele ayisiwe kudokotela.
The station commander must ensure that particulars relating to the applicable provincial hospital or other medical service provider
U-station commander kwamele yenze isiqiniseko sokuthi abodokotela noma isibhedlela
that may be utilized for this purpose are at all times available in the community service center.
esingasetshenziswa kwamele sihlale sikhona ulwazi lwakhona laphayana la kuvulwa amaqala.
It also say, paragraph 4, all medical consultations must be conducted in private, out of sight and hearing of a member, unless the medical practitioner specifically requests otherwise.
Futhi kwamele lo muntu lo ahlolwe ngasendaweni ekuthi akugcwalanga abantu ngaphandle kokuthi udokotela esho njalo.
Yes, thanks, Colonel. Any other relevant?
Yes, just paragraph 5, my lord, is recording the steps taken. All steps that were taken in regard to medical treatment of a person or child in police custody.
Enye into futhi ukuthi yonke into ethathiwe noma zonke inyathelo ezithathiwe ngalo muntu olethwe esitokisini umuntu omdala noma umntwana
Must be fully recorded in the occurrence book.
kwamele zibhalwe phansi kule ncwadi i-occurrence book noma i-OB.
The outcome of any medical examination must similarly be recorded together with the name of the medical service provider.
Nemiphumela yokuthi lo muntu udokotela uthe yini inkinga kwamele ibhalwe futhi naye udokotela noma isibhedlela sibhalwe ukuthi wayekade ehlolwe ngubani noma kwesiphi
And where the examination had taken place.
kubhalwe futhi nokuthi uhlolelwe kuphi.
If more than one entry is required, the different entries must be cross-linked in the occurrence book.
Uma ingabe kudingeka ukuthi kugcwaliswe emakhaseni adlula elinye kwamele ke kuqhubekelwe ngakwelinye ikhasi.
The number of the first entry must be recorded in the custody register.
Bese ke leya nombolo yokuqala lebe kubhalwa kuyo kwamele ibhalwe futhi nakulelinye ikhasi elilandelelayo.
So in other words, Colonel, what you're telling the court is that if a person has been injured, steps will be taken to have that person examined and the details thereof must be entered in the occurrence book.
That's correct.
Manje uthi umuntu uma ingabe ehloliwe noma esiwe kudokotela kwamele kubhalwe phansi lokho bese kuyabhalwa na kwincwadi i-OB uthi yekweqiniso.
Yes.
And then paragraph 6, a submission of written report concerning torture to station commander. Paragraph 1.
Uyafunda ke ukuthi uma ingabe umuntu elimyaziwe noma eshayiwe nayi paragraph 1 ithi
Whenever a person in custody is examined by a medical service provider provided by the state,
umuntu ongaphakathi esitokisini uma ikuthi uye wahlolwa ehlolwa ngumbuso,
the medical practitioner must be requested to supply the station commander with a written report which must include the following.
udokotela kwamele acelwe i-station commander ukuthi amnike i-report yokuthi ubhaleni abhale nalezinto ezilandelanayo.
Any statements made by the person concerned which are relevant to the medical examination,
Statement esiyenzwe yiloyo muntu esihlanganisane na lokuthi bamemhlole,
including the description by the person concerned of his or her state of health and any allegation of torture that he or she may have made.
aphinde abhale nokuthi lo muntu lo uthe yena mhlawumbe ushayiwe noma ulinyaziwe.
A description of the objective medical findings based on the medical examination,
Aphinde abhale udokotela ukuthi yena udokotela uboneni kulo muntu.
the conclusions of the medical practitioner in the light of subparagraph A and B.
Abhale nokuthi isinqumo sakhe yena ubona ukuthi lo muntu lo ugula uphethwe yini noma kwenzakalani naye.
Whenever a complaint regarding torture is made to a medical service provider by a person in police custody,
Uma ingabe umuntu olethiwe noma oboshiwe atshela udokotela
and the medical service provider is of the opinion that the examination revealed indications to tend to confirm such allegations,
yena udokotela bese ubona ukuthi lezinto lezi lo muntu azishoyo ziyahambiselana,
the community service center commander or station commander must request the medical practitioner to send a copy of the written report to the nearest office of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate.
iphoyisa leli elisebenza la kuvulwa khona amacala kwamele lona licele udokotela ukuthi abhale incwadi ayithumele kumaphoyisa ukuthi ayophenya.
The community service center or station commander must ensure that the matter is reported in accordance with paragraph 4 of the National Instruction 6 of 2014, the prevention and combating of torture of persons.
Futhi lokho kwamele kuhlanganwe nomthetho siseko oyikuthi wabekwa ngokushawa nokulinyazwa kwabantu ababoshiwe.
The written report received by the station commander must be filed with the relevant warrant and body receipts.
Bese
Remand
ke
warrant. Whether the suspect should be charged,
uma ingabe iphoyisa licabanga ukuthi umuntu uwenze icala elibucayi kodwa libona ukuthi lo muntu kwamele kuyophenywa qala,
such member may arrest the suspect if the detention of the suspect is necessary to complete such further investigation.
lelo phoyisa kwamele limbophe loyo muntu ukuthi likwazi ukuyophenya.
It is thus proper for a member to arrest such a person for the purpose of conducting further investigation and, depending on the outcome of such further investigation, to charge or release the person.
Bese ke ngemva kwalelo phenyo lingahle iphoyisa umuntu limthwese amaqala noma lingamkhulula.
A member may only arrest a person for this purpose if such member has reasonable grounds to believe that the investigation will be hampered should the person not be arrested. This will normally be a case if the member has reasonable grounds to believe that.
Uma ingabe iphoyisa lona libona ukuthi lo muntu uma singambophanga kungahle kukhinyebeze ukuphenya kwethu, unelungelo lokuthi angabopha lo muntu onjalo.
The person will either escape, do away with an article required as an exhibit, interfere with the witness, or otherwise endeavor to invade or defeat the ends of justice.
Ezinye izathu kungaba ukuthi mhlawumbe lo muntu angahle abaleke noma angahle amoshe ubufakazi bethu noma angahle athusele abofakazi noma angahle agcine sekuthi uyasikhinyebeza nathi uma siphenya.
It is necessary for the purpose of the investigation of the case to establish the bodily features of the person, and such person refuses to submit himself or herself voluntarily to examination of his or her fingerprints, buccal sample, or body appearance as provided in the Criminal Procedure Act 1977.
Kubalulekile futhi nokuthi umuntu kuye kuthathwe ukuthi ubonakala enjani noma kuthathwe iminwe yakhe noma kuthathwe ngaphakathi kuye emlomo kuhlolwe nezinye izinto ngaphandle kokuthi lo muntu loyo evuma noma engavumi.
And then procedure after arrest in paragraph 12.
Inyathelo ezithathwayo ngemva kokuthi umuntu sekaboshiwe.
Subparagraph 3, injuries sustained prior to or during arrest.
Kuyahlolwa ukuthi umuntu ulimele ngaphambi kokuthi aboshwe noma ngalesikhathi ebekade eboshwa ngaso.
Upon the arrest of a person, a member is obliged to ensure that the safety of such person while in his or her care.
Uma kuboshwa lo muntu loyo kwamele iphoyisa liyenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu loyo ukhuselekile.
The following provisions must be complied with.
Nayizi izinto ekwamele zilandelele.
The member concerned must take all reasonable precautions to ensure that the person will not be injured and will not escape before arrival at the police station.
Iphoyisa kwamele liyenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lo muntu lona akaphunyuki kuye noma ngeke abaleke ngaphambi kokuthi afike esiphoyiseni.
Should the arrested person show any signs that he or she is seriously ill or is seriously injured,
Uma ingabe lo muntu oboshiwe ebonisa impawu zokuthi uyagula noma ulimele,
irrespective of whether the injury was sustained before or during the arrest or not,
kungakhathazeki ukuthi lo muntu ulimele ngalesikhathi eboshwa noma ngemva kokuthi aboshwe,
the member must follow the instructions as set out in National Instruction 8 of 2016.
kwamele iphoyisa lilandele loya mthetho sisekelo obekade kukhulunywe ngawo.
Is it the one that you've just read out?
That's the previous one.
Yebo lo mthetho obekade sengiwufundile.
The member who effects an arrest which results in the arrested person being injured must enter the particulars of the injuries as well as the circumstances under which they were sustained.
Iphoyisa uma libopha umuntu lo muntu alimele noma lo muntu alimale ngalesikhathi eboshwa, iphoyisa kwamele libhale ukuthi lo muntu lona ulimele kuphila kanjani.
Sustained or inflicted as soon as possible in his or her pocketbook.
Abhale ukuthi lo muntu lona ulimele ayibhale kwi-pocket book yakhe.
And in due course submit a full statement for the information of the public prosecutor.
Bese ke isikhathi masiya abhale konke, abhale istatement asibhalela ukuthi umshushisi uma engabe uzosidinga.
It must be included in the case docket.
Bese siyafakwa naso kwidokodo.
He or she must also report any injuries which the arrested person has sustained prior or during the arrest to the Community Service Center commander.
Iphoyisa lelo nalo kwamele libhale ukuthi lo muntu lo uye wamcebisa ngokuthi uye walimala, abhalele laba abavula amacala.
Upon arrival at the Community Service Center,
Uma kufikwa la kuvulwa khona amacala,
if the arrested person required medical treatment, National Instruction 8 of 2016 must be complied with. That's the previous one.
uma ingabe umuntu edinga ukuyohlolwa noma ukuyobonana nodokotela, kwamele kulandelelwe lo yamthetho obese siwukhulumile.
That's all the relevant information.
Thank you.
Yikho lokho Nkosi yenkantolo esingikuchazile.
Now, the occurrence book, SAP 10, and the cell register, SAP 14, in his custody are those registered? Registers in the normal course of events?
In normal course of events, that will be in custody of the Community Service Center commander, or in instances where there is a separate cell complex, it will be in the custody of the cell commander.
Manje leyincwadi lezi okhulume ngazo ubani umuntu oyaye ayiphathi uthi umphathi walaba abavula amacala?
just want to show you a document. There's some original registers there. I think the brigadier is taking those registers, the registers there. Anyway, for now, I'll just show you Exhibit NN in bracket 1, as well as Exhibit NN in bracket 2. Can you just identify those documents?
Thank you, my lord. The first one is a SAPS 10. That's a occurrence book.
Incwadi leyo yokuqala engiyiphethe i-occurrence book.
And then the second one is SAPS 14, the cell register.
Incwadi le eyesibini ile ebizwa i-cell register. Yes.
Now, if I can request you to refer to the part that's been highlighted there. What is the name of the person? On the cell register?
On the cell register, the part that's been highlighted, it is entry number 5 of 7, 2020, sorry, my lord.
Uthi-ke la ubona la kwabhalwa ngo-2020.
And the name is Muzi September Sabana.
Uthi umuntu obhalwe la umuzi Sithemba Sibana.
Yes. And when was that according to the cell register? When was the
According to the cell
person
register,
detained at the
he
police
was
station?
detained at the police station 2020 0703, the 3rd of July 2020.
La kubonisa ukuthi lo muntu yena uye walethwa esiphoyiseni ngeyi-3 zika July
At 2200 hours.
ebusuku ngehora leshumi.
And if I can ask you to refer to the corresponding occurrence book, the relevant entry.
And the relevant entry is suspect detained by Detective Sergeant Magore of National Cold Cases Investigation Unit.
Obike kubhaliwe ukuthi lo muntu ubekade elethwe uSergeant Magore.
The Mohane.
Mukhani, it can be Mukhani.
Uthi kungahle kube uye uMogani.
Yes.
Detention with the following: Musi September Sibana,
Uthi umuntu obekalethiwe uyena umuzi Sithemba Sibana.
SAPS 14/5/7/2020.
Kwabhalwa ke nenombolo ukuthi yena wayekade evalelwe ngakweyiphi inombolo.
SAPS 14A R139 4878.
Kubhalwe ke futhi nayo leyo nombolo ye-1394878.
Charged possession of illegal ammunition.
Wayekade ethweswe amacala wokubamba wokuba nenhlavu ezingekho emthethweni.
Next of kin informed.
Umuntu owakubo watshelwa.
Sorry, my lord, I can't read this word. And
In any case, Marot, I see we close to the normal sitting time. Can we adjourn at this stage to see the witnesses so struggling with the heat in this courtroom?
Yes, Mr.
The court, please, my lord. We continue with the evidence of Colonel Swaniku.
You are reminded that you are still under oath, Colonel.
Colonel, yesterday before the adjournment, we were dealing with Exhibit NN in brackets 1, that is the occurrence book from Silverton Police Station for the period 3 July 20 to 10 July 2020. Can you once again start at entry number 64 and put those entries on record?
Thank you, my lord. The entry 64 is made on the 3rd of July 2020 at 00:51. Entry read as follows: suspect detained by Detective Sergeant Mukhani of National Cold Case Investigation Unit, Pretoria,
You can read that.
with the following: Musi September Sabana, SAPS 1405/07/2020, SAP 14A R1394878, charged possession of illegal ammunition, next of kin informed, and arrested at home with no injuries and complaints, and correctly by the signature of Sergeant Mukhani.
Lana ke kubhaliwe kwakungeyilanga langa 3 zika July 2020 kwangolesihlanu isikhathi ke 00:51 umsola uvalelwe noma ugcinwe uDetective Sergeant Mukhane we National Cold Case Unit ePretoria. Igama ke umuzi September Sibiya, SAP 1405/7/2020 kanye SAP 14A1394878 akuboshelweke ukutholakala nesibhamu ngongekho noma inhlamvu ngongekho emthethweni. Isihlobo sakhe ke noma lowo ke owakubo utsheliwe, futhi ke uma eboshwa uboshwe engalimele, futhi ke kungekho nalokho akhala ngako, wasiyasayina ke lapha yena ke uSergeant.
Yes, and the next entry that's relevant for this prisoner. My lord, we've marked the pages from page 2.
And the next entry is written on Friday, the 10th of July 2020. The OB number is 310.
No, 309. Oh, sorry, yes, 310.
310. The time was 10 o'clock. Escort to court, Sergeant Mukhani. Escorted cell 05/07/2020, Musi September Sibiya, for illegal possession of ammunition. To Tembisa, on Tembisa case 01/06/2020, correctly received, and it was signed by Sergeant Mukhani.
Lana ke elandelayo ke kwakungazo i-10 zika July 2020 bhaliwe ke isikhathi u-10 ekseni ehanjiswa ke noma ephelekezelwa eya enkantolo uyena Detective Sergeant Mukhane kubhalwa ke no 05/07/2020 umuzi September Sibiya ngokutholakala ke nezinhlamvu ezingekho emthethweni kwicala lasethembisa le case 01/06/2020 nokuthi wamukelwa kahle ke wase esayina yena ke uDetective Mukhane.
So, in short, according to the occurrence book, this detainee was at Silverton Police Station from the period 3 July 2020 to 10 July 2020.
That's correct.
Kafushane ke isiboshwa lesike sasikhona ke eSilverton noma sasigcina eSilverton ukusuka ngazo i3 zika July 2020 kwaze bayofika noma bayoshaya i10 zika July 2020.
We'll get back to exhibit NN1 in a while. If I can ask you to turn to exhibit NN in brackets 2, the cell register. Is there any corresponding entry in the cell register pertaining to this detainee?
That's correct, my lord. On cell entry 5 of July 2020, person with the name of Musi September Sabana was booked in. He was detained at Silverton Police Station on 2020-0703 at 0051.
Sorry. Ngalo ke noma kwinyanga kaJuly ngo2020 lana ke uma ubheka ke okwesihlanu ukusuka phezulu obhalwe ke lana uVusi Sithemba sibana ke ngwalendlela ebhalwe ngayo lana ke futhi ke ngalo ilanga lange3 kaJuly 2020 isikhathi u0051.
The charge, he was detained on was possession of illegal ammunition, Tembisa case 01/06/2020.
Icala ke kwakuyilelo lokutholakala ngeinhlamvu ngongekho emthethweni icala laseThembisa elu-01/06/2020.
According to the cell register in column 14, he was released on 2020/07/10 at 10 o'clock to the magistrate court.
Bese uma ubheka ke kuyena ke ucolumn 14 ngazo i10 kaJuly 2020 ngo10 isikhathi ila akhishwa khona ke eya enkantolo.
Thank you. And if you can just maybe just clarify the time of detention. You mentioned 2251.
No, it is 0051. The time of detention. It's in column 8.
Right, there's another time in column 5.2. What does that represent?
That represents the time of the arrest that is given by the arresting officer.
Isikhathi lana esibhaliwe ke u10 ke wasebusuku lokho chaza ke isikhathi aboshwa ngaso isikhathi leso ke esasinikwa iphoyisa leli ekuyilona elambopha.
Thank you. If we can then just get back to exhibit N in brackets 1. Now, yesterday you've outlined the procedure that must be followed when there's a complaint of an injury by a detainee, and you've referred to the relevant national instructions. I just want to refer you to page 3 of exhibit NN1. Entry number 97 at 23R20. Or maybe if you can start right at the top, entry number 94. And this is just by way of an example. What was the position regarding that entry?
The entry was made, it was a report that was made on the 3rd of July 2020 at 21:37. The entry read as follows: report, Constable Sabaka report that one male suspect in the cells by the name of Joseph Nyanga, SAPS 142/7/2020, charged possession of stolen property. During cell inspection, I noticed that he's vomiting. I immediately contact emergency services on 112.
As he's complaining of neck pain, is that right?
Yeah,
Is
he's
that correct?
complaining of neck pain
And the
the emergency reference number is 101713, consultant name Tandiwe.
Lana ke lombiko ke noma lombhalo olana ke usetshenziswa ke nanjengesibonelo ukuthi uma kunombiko ke noma umuntu ke enesikhalo sokuthi ke unayo inkinga nayo lana kubhaliwe ke ngazo i3 kaJuly 2020 ngo21:37 isikhathi umbiko uthi uConstable Sibaka wachaza noma washo ke ukuthi isiposho esizodwa somuntu wesilisa kuma cell igama laso kuJoseph Nyanga, SAP 140207-2020. Akuboshelwe ke ukutholakala enempahla ke eyintshontshiwe. Ushilo ke ngathi esemaselini ukuthi ke yena loyo ke uJoseph lowo ke waye khipha ngaphezulu noma waye vomita ke ngase ngaleso sikhathi ke sengibiza ke abosizo noma ke ama emergency service kena ke u112 nanjengoba wayesho ukuthi ke uneinhlungu noma unama pain anawo la kuyena ke emqaleni noma entanyeni. Futhi ke i-reference number e101713 naloyo muntu ekwakhulunywa naye kwakuwuthandiwe. Kuyaboniswa manje ngesibonelo ukuthi kwenziwani uma ngabe umuntu enaloko akhala ngakho.
Yes, you can then read the entry at 23:20.
In 1997, it was the same evening at 23:20. Report Constable Sabaka reported that a male.
I made a follow-up.
I made a follow-up on the ambulance requested from emergency services at reference number 101713, and Mrs. Sophie assured me telephonically that they received my call and that the ambulance is still on the way to the police station as requested.
Lana ke uyachaza noma uyaqhubeka ke usibaka ekulona ke ebefonile ukuthi kwase elandelela ke futhi ucingo wabo lo awelenzile ke mayelana ne-ambulance ukuthi le awayecelile base bemchazela ke ne-reference number e10713 wase ke uMiss Sophie emnikeza ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ekusho lokho ngocingo ke ukuthi ke ucingo lwakhe balutholile nokuthi futhi ke i-ambulance isendleleni eyakhona e-police station nanjengoba ayicelile.
As you mentioned, this is by way of example. What does this illustrate?
This illustrates that according to the national instruction, if somebody in custody, a person in custody needs medical treatment, the relief commander or the person in the cells must immediately act and contact the necessary emergency services to ensure that the person receives treatment.
Lokhu okuchazayo nanjengoba kushiwo ukuthi kusetshenziswa nanjengesibonelo ukuthi ke loyo ophethe emasel noma ke icommander uma kuukuthi ukhona ke umuntu kulabo bavalelwe onesikhalo noma oshoyo ukuthi ke kukhona ke la angaphethekanga kahle khona ke ukuthi yikona lokho okufanele kwenziwe ukuthi enze isiqiniseko sokuthi ke uyalithola usizo loyo muntu loyo.
Now, Colonel Swanepoel, you've been a station commander for some 32 years, and you've also been a member of the police for about 41 years. Do you consider yourself sufficiently experienced on matters pertaining to occurrence books and cell registers?
Yes, my lord, I do. I make it my job to ensure that all the national instructions that is issued is communicated to all the members at the station as well, and to ensure that they also know the national instructions and instructions pertaining to detention management.
Nanje ngomuntu ke ose station commander iminyaka u32 usemaphoyiseni ke iminyaka u41 ungathi ke uyithatha nanje ngomuntu noma nanje ngomuntu owaziyo ukuthi ke indaba yama occurrence book incwadi lezi isebenza kanjani. Yebo, okwami futhi ke uqiniseka ukuthi ke uma khona ke okuphuma phezulu ke kwabasiphethe ke ama instructions ukuthi ke lawo ama instructions lawo athola noma aziwa uyena wonke umuntu osebenzayo khona lapho futhi ke nokuthi ke bayawalandelela ke mayelana nabantu ababoshiwe.
Now, you've just placed an entry and record as per Exhibit NN1 on Friday, the 3rd of July 2020, that this prisoner who was booked in by Sergeant Mohani was received with no injuries.
That's correct.
Yebo ngishilo kuloko ngiqeda ukufunda ukuthi ngazo 8 zika July 2020 isiboshwa ke leso esasilethwe uyena no Sergeant Mohani salethwa ke singalimele.
And also when he was booked out on the 10th of July 2020.
That's correct.
nokuthi kanjalo futhi-ke nangenkathi ekhishwa-ke ngazo i-10 zikaJulayi 2020.
Now, we have seen that this is a common entry in all the occurrence books that have been handed up, Exhibit MM, which is an occurrence book from, just trying to get my list, from Pretoria North Police Station. We've also seen that entry in Exhibit Exhibit NN and Exhibit NN is an extract of the occurrence book from Silverton Police Station, NN1 that you've just placed on record. There's also Exhibit NN is an extract of occurrence book, entry for accused number 1 from the following police stations: Diepkloof Police Station, which is dated the entry is dated 30 May 2020. Also, the occurrence book from Vilera Police Station, dated 31 May 2020 to 8 June. And also Exhibit PP, Exhibit PP is an occurrence book and cell register from Pukem Police Station. And we've also seen that entry in Exhibits QQ. And Exhibit QQ is an occurrence book entry from Primrose Police Station, dated 20 June 2020 to 21 June 2020. We've also seen the same entry in Exhibit SS. It's an occurrence book from Pretoria Moot Police Station, dated 22 to 24 June 2020. And we've seen the same entry in Exhibit UU in brackets 2, which is an extract of entry from Fusilaris Court Cell Register. Now, in your view, Colonel Swanepoel, what is the integrity of these entries in the occurrence book? What is the reliability of such entries? What is the truthfulness of such entries?
The entries is made by the members in the cells or the CSC. So every person that make that entry got a legal obligation to make the entry to the correct knowledge that he experienced at that specific time.
Konke okubhaliwe lana kubhalwa amalunga-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso lapho emaselini ukuthi-ke nelunga ngalinye-ke uma umuntu ebhala kuyinto-ke emphoqayo-ke lokho ngomthetho-ke futhi ukuthi ubhala-ke lokho kwaziyo anolwazi labo ngaleso sikhathi leso.
National Instruction 13 of 2019 gives the minimum requirements of such an entry that must be made by the police members.
Futhi-ke kulo mthetho obizwa ukuthi ama-National Instruction 13 wapheke u-20 ukuthi-ke yila ekuchazela khona-ke ukuthi yini-ke efanele umuntu ayazi-ke noma ayenzeke uma ngabe ebhala kuyona-ke incwadi.
So all the entries at all the police stations in the Republic of South Africa will have the same entries because it's mentioned in a national instruction how that entry must read.
Futhi-ke kuzo zonke noma kuwona onke ama-police station eNingizimu Afrika kana nje naye uma-ke kubhalwa laphayana kufanele-ke kubhalwe ngoba-ke lawa ama-instructions lawo ayachaza-ke ukuthi kufanele kubhalwe noma kubhalwe kanjani. Uzothola-ke ukuthi kuzona zonke-ke lezo ncwadi lezo kuzobhalwa-ke into eyodwa noma into-ke efanayo.
And what is the status of occurrence books and cell registers? How are they classified?
The SAPS 10, the occurrence book, SAPS 14. The cell register is official documents and must be kept according to the regulations on official documents.
Le ncwadi ezahlukeleke kuyona ke i-SAP noma ke i-occurrence book SAP 14 kanye futhi neregister ke ilena ke i-SAP 10 kufanele ke igcinwe ke ngokwendlela ke umthetho ochaza noma osho ngayo ukuthi kufanele igcinwe ngayo.
Now, is it possible that a police officer can cover up an injury of a detainee?
My Lord, I think it is possible that a cover-up can happen, but the police members can't, in a long period, they can't cover it up. And I'm saying that because every 12 hours there's new members on duty. Every 12 hours the new members is looking after persons in the cells. So they visit the cells every hour, and they must ensure that the prisoners is all available in the cells, and they must ensure that the cell structure is still of a proper area, that there will be no escapes, and they must ensure that there's no injuries to any of the detainees.
Kungenzeka yini ke ukuthi ke iphoyisa ke lingagodla ke noma lingafihla ke ukulimala kwesibosho? Yebo, lokho ke kungenzeka ke, kodwa ke angeke kwenzeke isikhathi eside ngoba nje ngawo wonke amahora nje ayi12 noma ke ngama-hour awu-12 kunama-member amasha ke noma amalunga amasha ke afikayo ahamba ayobheka isimo sala iboshwa igcinwe khona, ayobheka isimo sokuthi iboshwa ayilimele yini, nokuthi futhi ke angeke kwenzeke yini ukuthi mhlambe ke isiboshwa noma iyiboshwa lingeqa. Lokho ke kungenzeka kodwa ngeke umuntu akwazi ukuthi angafihla isikhathi eside.
And then if there's injuries, the member will report it, because he can also be held liable if he don't report such an injury. And with departments like the Independent Police Investigation Directorate, IPID, and oversight committees that's visiting the police stations, the members don't cover up for each other.
Lana ke okwenzekayo ke futhi ukuthi ke uma ke isiboshwa ke kuukuthi ke isiboshwa noma umuntu ke ulimele, lokho kufanele ilunga noma imember ke ikusho ichazeke, ngoba uma kuukuthi lokho akawukhipha umbiko ngakho ke naye ke angase enkingeni ke, ngoba ke kunale lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke IPD ekuyibona abaphenya amaphoyisa, kunama committee ahlala nje njalo eyovisita emajele eyobheka izimo zasemajele. Manje ke lokho kusho ukuthi ke angeke ke amaphoyisa ke abe wona ke esiyazama ukukhavelana noma afihle okwenzekayo.
In the entry that you've just placed on record, exhibit NN in brackets 1, entry with the serial number 64, you've placed on record that Sergeant Mohani signed next to that entry. What is the purpose of Sergeant Mohani signing there?
That to ensure that the entry that was made is the correct information that was received. So he confirmed that that is the correct information.
Lana ke ku entry 64 lana ke Mohani asayina khona ke, uma esayina ke uyasho ukuthi lokho akubhalile ke lana ngempela ke kuyiqiniso futhi ke uyavumelana nako, ingakho ke ekugcineni asiyasayina.
And we've seen that that is the same with all the entries that I've just put on record regarding the police stations. And what is the import of such entries by the detectives?
Sorry.
Yes. You've just explained what the purpose of the signature. Will that be the same with all the other entries?
That's correct.
Nakwezinye ke indawo la kusayinwe khona ke basayinda ngalezathu lesi ke engicela ukusisho.
Now, you were at Silverton Police Station for a period of about 7 years. Were the police officers at Silverton known to you?
Yes, my lord, I know them.
wawusesilvathini ke isikhathi esingangeminyaka ewu7 ingaba ke amaphoyisa asesilvathini amaphoyisa owazi yini yebo ngangikwazi.
Now, during cross-examination by Mr. Mgumezulu, he put it to the investigating team that a police officer by the name of Nkamani at Silverton Police Station assaulted accused number 1. Did you have a member by that name at Silverton Police Station?
In 2020, there was no such member, and in the whole period that I was there from 2016 till 2023, there was no such member with that surname at Silverton Police Station.
Mr. Mgomezulu ke kwithimba ke eliphenyayo ushilo lana ukuthi ke umsolo wokuqala ke washaywa iphoyisa elungamane ngabe wonalo yini lelo phoyisa lelo ngaleso sikhathi lapho ngaso sonke isikhathi ngilapha yana ke nokusuka ke ngo2016 kweshaya ke u2023 akekho umuntu wayenaleso sibongo lapha yana.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Mgomezulu.
My lord, I just want to correct my colleague.
Correct your colleague?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Baloyi. The name Ngamane was amongst the names of people that assaulted accused number 1. He is not, or he was not, a police officer stationed at Silverton. I've never put it as a member that...
So Ngamani is not a police officer?
No. Stationed at Silverton during the assault.
Where was he stationed then? Because this is how Mr. Baloyi says the question was posed. At Silverton. So if he wasn't stationed there, fine, no problem. Because this witness says there was no person with the name of Ngamani at Silverton, where your client was allegedly assaulted.
My instruction is that Ngamane was from intelligence.
Was that?
Intelligence office. He was working with Mabena.
All right.
The late Mabena.
Umswake lokho ukuthi ke cha uMamane wayengasebenzi ke eSilverton kodwa wayesebenza naye uMabena esebenzela ke uphiko lolu intelligence.
Sorry, Mr. Baloyi, was the assertion that the gentleman, Mr.
Ngamani.
No, accused number one, as you said, was assaulted at Silverton?
Well, my lord, that was the import of the proposition that was put to, I think it was Sergeant Mohola.
Yeah.
And that was after reference was made to the entry at the Tembisa court appearance on the 10th of July. And accused number 1 then, via his legal representative, put it on record that he was being assaulted by police officers at Silverton.
Okay, fine.
And the name then came up in that context.
Okay, fine.
Now, my lord, I beg to...
Then fine, you are saying Ngamani works, according to your client, for intelligence?
Yes.
Okay.
And my lord, may I just correct the assertion that was put by accused number 1 in terms of the version put on Sergeant Mohola. He said the police officers or the members at Silverton did not assault him. When he informed the court in Tembisa, he never made reference to the police officers of Silverton. He said the police were assaulting him. That's why he requested to be detained in prison.
Oh, these are just members of the police force?
Yes.
They randomly assaulted him?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Because on the record in the charge sheet it appears SADP.
Okay, fine.
Okunye futhi ke uyakulungisa ke futhi ke ummeli wena ke uma ukhuluma enkantolo yaseThembisa ushonga ukuthi washaywa amaphoyisa aseSilverton. Wawushaya nje amaphoyisa akuthi aseSilverton.
Thank you. My Lord, my instruction is to confirm same that the police officers of Silverton did not assault accused number one.
Yeah, fine.
That's what I want to
indaba lokuqeda kusho manje ukuthi wena-ke uyagcizelelake lokhu ukuthi awuzange noma ukaze ushaywe amaphoyisa aseSilverton.
As a court, please, my Lord, it might perhaps be necessary to revisit Exhibit 00. This is the charge sheet of the proceedings in Tembisa Court.
Oh.
Yes, Exhibit 00 on the 10th of July 2020. The following is noted. The accused being assaulted by SAPD Silverton.
Ufunda-ke umshushisi okwenzeka-ke eThembisa enkantolo yaseThembisa
The 10th of July 2020.
okwenzeka-ke enkantolo yaseThembisa ngazo i-10 zikaJulayi 2020 ukuthi kubhaliwe phansi ukuthi umsolwa noma ummangalelwa uyasho ukuthi ushaywa noma washaywa amaphoyisa aseSilverton. Uthi into ebhalwe phansi-ke kwirekhodi lasenkantolo eThembisa.
And that is when the request was made that he be transferred to Moda B.
Okay, fine.
As a court, please.
Sorry, is that the typed record?
This is the
Inscription there is what?
yeah. This is
By
just
hand?
yeah a handwritten copy of the charge sheet.
Okay, fine, no problem. Thanks.
As a court, please, my Lord, these are all the aspects. Perhaps just one aspect. You have mentioned the role played by the IPID. Now, as far as injuries are concerned of a detainee, what role do they play?
As soon as a detainee is injured and he alleges that he is assaulted, he's got a right to open a criminal docket, and that criminal docket will be then be transferred to IPID. They must be informed within 24 hours, within 12 hours, to ensure that they take over the investigation of that specific case.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke umsolwa ushayiweke noma ulimeleke kufanele ukuthi yena-ke bewuyena-ke manje osemangala-ke okuzokwenzeka-ke ukuthi-ke kuzophenywa-ke i-IPD-ke noma kuvulwe idokodo kwisikhathi samahora ayishumi-nambili-ke kufanele i-IPD ichazeleke ekuyibona-ke manje esebezothatha-ke ukuya phambili ukuphenya lelo cala lelo.
Thank you, my Lord. These are all
Yes.
the aspects we wanted to take up.
Okay,
with the
thank you,
witness.
Mr. Gomez. Gomez, Ron?
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Son. Good morning. So it's your evidence that you were a latent colonel in 1992. Is that correct?
No, a lieutenant.
Lieutenant colonel,
No, just
What?
lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
The rank was lieutenant at that time.
1992.
Yeah, that rank in the meantime, that rank fell away.
Ngo-1992-ke isikhundla enganamake enganginayo kwakuwu-lieutenant ekwase ukuthi ngokuhamba kwesikhathi-ke ayabisaqhubekayo.
So you were promoted in 2016 as a colonel.
That's correct.
Kwase ukuthi ngo-2016 ngase ngikhushulwa-ke ngesikhundla ngaba u-colonel.
So in terms of the procedures that you are putting on record before this honorable court, you were guided by the national instruction and the standing orders.
That's correct, my lord.
Futhi-ke naloko ngichazile lapha-ke nemithetho-ke ekhona-ke mina-ke ngiholwa-ke noma siholwa-ke ilama instruction engithi akhona-ke national.
All right. In terms of, you gave evidence in relation to how the OB is, how the events are recorded in the OB and the SAP 14 capital letter A, the rights of the suspect. So Firstly, before I get into does the national instruction also prescribes the formalities or the procedure to be followed by members when they are taking a confession?
Yes, there's also a national instruction pertaining to a confession, but it's mostly covered in the Criminal Procedure Act.
Yebo khona-ke nesitshela-ke noma-ke umthetho khona-ke mayela nala kuthathwa khona-ke itatimende la umuntu ke agodluka khona-ke noma kwenziwa ama-confession. Kodwa lokho-ke kule sigaba-ke esithi-ke i-Criminal Procedure Act lezi ey'phathelene nezomthetho.
Yes, I understand there is a provision regarding or governing the requirements for taking a confession in terms of Section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act, but precisely on the national policy or instructions that guides members when they are taking a confession. Do we have such a prescribed format or procedure?
My Lord, unfortunately I can't answer that. I'm not 100% sure of that specific national instruction. But as I said in the beginning, there is instructions for every part of our job in the South African Police.
Kumsebenzi-ke noma kwisigaba ngasinye-ke kumsebenzi wethu esiwenzayo samaphoyisa-ke khona-ke ama-instructions akhona, kodwa kulona umbuzo engibuza wona-ke angeke ngiphenduleke ngokuqondile ngithi yebo kukhona.
But you can give an opinion as an officer who has an experience of 41 years in relation to the procedure of taking a confession.
My Lord, again, in the 41 years, I've never been in a position to take down a confession. So I must say to the court that I can't answer that specifically because I didn't do any confession in my 41 years.
Kule minyaka-ke ewu-41 angeke ngibe nakho ukuthi ngiphenduleke kuleyo ingxenye ngoba-ke kwiminyaka-ke ewu-41 ngisemaphoyiseni-ke angikaze-ke ngisithathe-ke isitatimende lokho noma lokho okubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-confession.
So the question that as a person who is competent or by law that you can, if asked to take a confession, do you know what?
Mr. Mgomezi will refer to the witness. We all know that if he's a commissioned officer,
Yes.
he's got to be a justice of the peace.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the law, please. Let's not quote.
No, I'm not getting there.
No, I'm just
Yes.
saying, he says in these 41 years,
Yes.
he's never taken a confession. By extension of logic, only commissioned officers who are justices of the peace in the police force take confessions.
That's correct, madam.
You were
It is
quoting the
true.
law the other day, Justice of the Peace Act, blah, 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 blah,
Yes.
blah. That's it.
As a commissioned officer, if you can be assisted to take a confession, what is the first step that you can do?
I will firstly look at the Criminal Procedure Act to ensure that I do it in the correct way, as well as national instructions that's available on the intranet of the South African Police Service. And I will make sure that before I take the confession, I adhere to all the regulations and the instructions in that specific documentation.
Uma-ke mina ngingacelwa-ke ukuthi angilekelele noma ngisizeke ekuthini-ke ngithathe phansi isitatimende bese-ke sibizwe ngokuthi iyona i-confession. Ngaqala futhi ngiyobheka-ke ukuthi umthetho uthini nama-instructions la esiwanikwayo-ke nanjengamaphoyisa ukwenza-ke isiqiniseko sokuthi konke engikwenzayo ngenza lokho ekufanele ukuthi ngiyakwenza futhi ngikwenza futhi ngokwendlela umthetho ongilindela ukuthi ngikwenze ngayo.
My Lord, I beg leave to ask the witness to take the witness to Exhibit SS.
Exhibit SS.
That's correct.
Okay.
Starting from reference number or entry number 1661. Entry number 1661. Entry number 1661. The date is the 22nd of June 2020. Do you see that?
I see, my lord.
Can you please that entry on record, sir?
And the entry was made on the 22nd of June 2020, on a Monday. The reference number, serial number is 1661. The time is 1500 hours. And the entry read as follows. Prisoner received Sergeant Bukhani from National Cold Case Unit of Pretoria, handed one male, Bongani Sandisu Ndanzi. It looks like police station's name, CAS 118 of 6/2020, possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Lana ke ukubhaliwe kwakungazo i22 zika June 2020 kwangomsombuluko entry lena ke u1661 isikhathi u3 ukubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi ke isiboshwa ke esatholakala uyena noma silethwa uyena ke uSergeant Mohane we National Cold Case Unit ePretoria umlisa oyedwa uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi iCase 11806/2020 boshelwe ke ukutholakala ngenhlamvu ngokungemthetho.
Then it follows on the next page with the SAPS 40 number 108/06/2020, SAP 14A S0947284, Bongani Ntanzi, without any visible injuries, he confirmed.
Kwasekuthi ke kwelandelayo ke 1162 kuyaqhutshwa kwake SAP 14 10806/2020 SAP 14A S0947284 uBongani Ntanzi engalimeleki noma ke akukho ke okubonakalayo noma ke ukulimala okubonakalayo kwase kuyaqinisekiswa ke.
Then it ended by handed correctly and the signature of Sergeant Bukhani.
Kwase kugcinwa ke ngokuthi ke wandluliswa kahle ke wase esayinda ke yena ke uSergeant or Detective Sergeant Mohane.
If you go down or you want to go on all the entries that relates to Bongani Ntanzi on the 22nd. So,
There's one, my lord, it is OB 1667, 1600 hours cell visit by warrant officer Sukari and Sergeant Sawole as follows. Cell 13, we've got 2 males. Cell 5, 1 male. Cell 8, 1 female. Cell 2, 2 males. All cell doors locked, all in order, no complaints or injuries.
Okulandelayo ke lana isikhathi ke kwaku4 kuyobhekwa ke ama cell kubhalwe cell visits ona ke ama cell avela uyena uwarrant officer Mukhare kanye naye uconstable Sihole ku cell 13 babhala ukuthi abalisa ababili ku cell 8 owesimame oyedwa futhi ke ukuthi zonke icapha noma yonke ke iminyango yamasele ikhiyiwe kanye futhi ke konke kukahle akukho ikhalo ezikhona noma ukulimala.
On that OB, from where you started reading on entry 116 up to the next date that appears on that OB, will I be correct that is the 24th of June?
Lord, in between the 22nd and the 24th, there was cell visits done, as well as station visits by Lieutenant Colonel Supin, where the cells was also visited.
Phakathi kwawo ke i22 ne24 khona ke kwenzekile ukuthi kuyovisithwa ke kuma cell kanye ke nase station uKenneth Supin omunye wabantu ke abazile.
If in general practice, if an attorney goes to consult with the client in the police station, is it prescribed that it must be recorded on the occurrence book that the attorney came to visit or to consult with a particular suspect?
No, my lord, it is not mentioned in the occurrence book. There's a separate register that's kept at the police station for visits to detainees. A non-official register.
Uma kuwukuthi ke ummeli uyeze police station uzoxoxa noma ke uzoconsulta ke neclient yakhe ke akubhalwa ke lokho lana kule ncwadi ebizwa ngokuthi ke occurrence book. Khona ke nje enye incwadi ke la ekubhalwa khona ke ama visits.
Alright. On the SAP 14, is there any column where you record the visitation by a legal practitioner?
No, my lord.
Na ku SAP 14 ayikho indawo la khona ekubhalwa khona uma ummeli ezoxoxa noma ezokhulumisana naloyo ammeli.
So, are you not in possession? Oh, sorry. You were not. Can that document be made available? The one where you register the you said the non-officials, if I'm not mistaken, where an attorney visits with the purpose of consulting a client?
It is kept in a record storeroom, so I think it can be made available.
Incwadi leyo ke igcinwa ke ku storeroom sama record ngicabanga ukuthi ke ingalethwa.
So when it comes to the transportation of a suspect by a member, and a member, the vehicle that a member is using during the transportation of the suspect has a breakdown, mechanical breakdown. What is the procedure usually if a member encounters such a problem?
If a member encounters a problem of a breakdown, the first step that must be taken is to secure the suspect or the detainee to ensure that the detainee don't escape or don't get injured. And then the member must take any necessary step to get alternative transport to continue with the transportation of the detainee.
Uma kuwukuthi ke kuhanjiswa isiboshwa lana ke noma ke lokho ogciniwe bese kuthi ke iphoyisa lelo lithola inkinga ngemoto leyo elihamba ngayo. Okokuqala ke kufanele kwenziwe ke ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ke isiboshwa leso ke asilimele noma ke futhi ke kwema ke ukuthi ke sekho noma ke sibaleke ke isiboshwa leso. Okwesibili ke bese ukuthi loyo noma iphoyisa lelo lihambisa isiboshwa lenze ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ke manje usethola enye noma wenza ezinye indlela zokuthi ke aqhubeke nohambo lakhe noma ukuthi athole enye imoto yokuthi aqhubeke ngohambo.
In such a situation, can a member experiencing such a problem, can a member or any other people who begged or who attended to the same area, can they use the services of another mechanic other than the mechanic of the government?
According to the South African Police Service, we must use mechanics that's linked to the South African Police Service to repair vehicles. Or the vehicle must be outsourced in terms of the procurement procedure.
Ngokwendlela ke sebenza ngayo ke uma kuthi umuntu uthola ke umuntu olungisa ke imoto noma ke umechanic kufanele ke asebenzise labo abasetshenziswa ke esiphoyiseni noma ke ngokwendlela ke zangaphakathi ke emaphoyiseni ke kutholakala ke ukuthi imoto leyo ibhekwe noma ithola umechanic.
If the need arises for emergency repairs and it's not a huge repair and the member can make use of a free service that can assist in repair. I can take an example, my lord, if a battery is down and somebody must jump start the vehicle or there's something small fault with the vehicle, then somebody can assist.
Kodwa uma kuwukuthi ke noma kunezimo ke ukuthi uma kuwukuthi mhlawumbe ke khona nje okufanele okufuna la umuntu angathola usizo khona ke mhlawumbe inkinga yebhetri ke ifuna ukuthi ke ijump startwe ke noma nje inkinga nje encane ke lapho umuntu angathola usizo.
But in the case where a motor vehicle is overheating or there's something from the engine, it's not a minor problem, that one. It must be attended by the mechanic of the government.
Yes, if a vehicle is towed to a government garage, it must be dealt with the procurement process from that process onto the government garage.
Uma kuyukuthi ke imoto kufanele manje ukuthi ke isuswe ke noma idonso la ikhona ke ihanjiswa ke isiwa ke kwi garage ekuye kahulumeni.
Tell me, what is the maximum time for keeping a suspect in the police cells when he is arrested?
If a person is arrested, he must appear before a magistrate court within 48 hours.
Uma umuntu eboshiwe fanele ke ayobingelela ke imantshi kwisikhathi ke samahora awu-48.
Or he must be released out of custody by SAPS 328, that is when he's not linked to the charge.
Noma ke abeseyakhishwa ke emaseleni ke ngayo SAPS 328 uma kuwukuthi ke akukho kumhlanganisa ke nalo icala.
And depending on the crime being committed, he can be released by the SAPS on bail or either on warning.
Nokuthi ke amaphoyisa ayakwazi ke nawo ukuthi ke mhlawumbe angamkhipha ke ngayo ibhayile ke noma ngaso isixwayiso.
If a person is arrested on a docket of murder from Nongoma, KwaZulu-Natal, and is detained in Pretoria Mort under case number 163, 10 of 2018. That person, in terms of the national instructions, must he be taken to the place where that docket comes from? Like Kwanongoma.
If the rule is he must appear at a magistrate court before 48 hours.
Yes.
If the time allows the person to be taken to that police station within that 48-hour period, it can be done, but he must appear in the magistrate court before 48 hours expire. So if the person is arrested at Pretoria Moot and the case is in a different province and there's no time to take him immediately to that province or they come and collect him, then he must first appear at Pretoria Magistrate Court. They will postpone the case to that magistrate court in a different province, and then that person must appear on the date the case has been postponed to.
Okwenzekayo ke la ukuthi ke kufanele umuntu ke abe eseyabingelela ke imantshi kuleso sikhathi ke leso samahora awu-48. Uma ke isikhathi sisavuma noma ke usengahanjiswa ke asiwe ke uma kuwukuthi esinye ke isifunda leso kodwa ke uma kuwukuthi akwenzeki ke lokho noma ake abayizile ke bazomlanda uboshelwe la ula ePretoria Mort uzobingelela imantshi khona kuleyo nkantolo leyo bese icala liyahlehliswa ke lihlehliselwa kuleso sifunda leso kufanele ukuthi ayovela kusona ke kuzothi ngalelo langa lelo ke icala lihlehliselwe lona abe eseyovela khona ke kwanongoma lapho.
Thank you. In a situation where the suspect has been taken, has been booked in Pretoria Mode under the same case number, under the same charge, is now taken to Force Lawrence. Is it the correct process? Is now taken to Force Lawrence court instead of Nongoma court. Is it the correct procedure?
As a court prisoner, but I think it's not fair to ask that question not in the right context. I think there was also another case docket, the Force Lawrence case docket. For this witness to express an opinion, I think a complete picture needs to be painted. The Force Lawrence docket must also be included.
So and they didn't enroll it.
It was not enrolled. There were actually 2 dockets. So up to now, my lord, the 534 has never been placed on record, and it has never been brought to this honorable court.
No, fine.
Yes.
But the colonel here knows the law. Like I remarked that when that prosecutor in Tembisa, wherever, refused to enroll that matter saying he doesn't have jurisdiction,
Yes.
he didn't know the law. He just explained to you. Within 48 hours, he was arrested on a case which originates from Nongo. And then when it's about to expire that 48 hours, because we've got the docket and we've issued, we call it a J50. We take the person to the nearest court, we say Pretoria is right, or Joburg or whatever, for purposes of transferring the person to the proper jurisdiction. It's done every day. Drug dealers, Cape Town, they sell drugs or whatever, they are accused. And then they come from Joburg, they are arrested in Joburg, they transfer them. It happens every day. And the colonel knows the law.
Yes. Colonel Sonepul, apparently the matter referred to was not placed on the roll. And there was another allegation that accused number 2 was arrested or was charged with docket 534 for possession of drugs in Force Lawrence. And both matters were not placed on the roll. By law, that person was supposed to be released. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the details of the case, my lord, so I don't know if I must answer this, otherwise I will...
No, you're not involved in that matter.
So
Be fair to the witness, Mr. Mgomez. Be fair to the witness. Give him the whole sheput of the contents of the docket. Now you're selecting snippets.
My lord,
No,
indicated that
the court must. I read that thing, that case, Yagaramavela. They say I mustn't allow this type of cross-examination.
But now, in the event, I just want to know if the matter is not placed on the roll. Let's just put it in the general terms. The matter is not placed on the roll after 48 hours. The suspect is supposed to be released. Is that so?
If the court deal with it, we hand the suspect in at the court, and the prosecutor of that specific court deal with the detainee.
Yes.
Icala thina sizosoka enkantolo umshushisi-ke kuleyo nkantolo leyo-ke osezobona-ke manje-ke ukuthi-ke yini-ke ezokwenzeka noma ezokwenziwa-ke kanye nenkantolo.
Can you keep the suspect after the matter was not placed on the roll? Can you still keep the person in detention pending further investigations on dockets that were not, the accused was not arrested for?
If he appeared in court, the court will decide what happened with that detainee, and the police can only rearrest the person on another case or other evidence if the court releases that person.
Inkantolo ezothatha isinqumo. Uyabuza-ke uma kuwukuthi-ke icala lelo lingabekiwe-ke noma lingekho-ke kuhlala amacala enkantolo, niyamgcina-ke loyo muntu. Isinqumo sithathwa inkantolo bese ukuthi amaphoyisa angambopha-ke ngelinye icala noma ngamanye amacala noma-ke ngobunye ubufakazi uma kuwukuthi inkantolo imdedele.
Sorry, in terms of the national instructions, is there any specific definition of torture in terms of
There is a national instruction on torture. Unfortunately, I don't have it here, but there's a specific definition on torture. If you give me a moment, I can give you the national instruction that deals with torture in the South African police, for persons in custody of the South African Police Service. Sorry, my lord, I can't find it right now.
But if I may ask, if you keep a suspect in a solitary confinement, is that not torture in terms of a definition by the national instructions?
My lord, the South African Police Service cells haven't got solitary confinement. We don't have that facilities at the police stations. It's only detention facilities that contains of the cell itself, where there is running water and toilet facilities, as well as the exercise area where there's also a shower and toilet facilities, as well as running water.
Ingabe ke umuntu uma umgcina ke noma la ahlezi khona ke yedwa engahlangeneke nabanye ingaba akusiyona yini indlela leyo ke yokumzwisa nje ubuhlungu noma ke i-torture. Cha thina ke emaphoyiseni ke asinazo ke lezo la umuntu agcina khona ke eyedwa, ama-cell esinawo futhi ke anamandla ahambayo khona lapho, kanye futhi ke nendawo la khona ke umuntu akwazi ke khona ukuthi ayoyilolonga khona.
My Lord, I request a short adjournment for
Yeah, what's the time?
Mott, and he's not stationed there. It's a document that will be coming from.
Oh, okay, fine, okay, fine. So he doesn't have to come,
I don't think so.
because the entry by common cause, if it is there, your learned colleague can say, I see it, and by section 220, you can agree that this is what was written down. Is that not so?
That's correct.
Indeed, my lord, if it's agreed, we can do it that way.
Okay. Are the other councillors happy with it? If there's yes, 220. Okay. Bye, Danke.
Thank you, my lord.
Danke, thanks, you're excused. Yes, Mr.
My lord, we just want to hand up the updated list of.
You haven't given me some of the documents which you referred to, like the records of the typescript which you got on Monday, remember? I don't have it.
We will arrange that.
Okay, fine, all right.
What's new here? Just the exhibits that we've just dealt with at number 77 is exhibit N1 and N2.
Okay, yeah, N1 and N2.
N2,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay,
Then also number 89, exhibit ZZ, the statement of Brigadier Gininda, dated 23 October 2020.
Okay.
But we line up only this witness for today. There's only one witness that will be testifying tomorrow, and it's a dentist. We've already made arrangements with him for tomorrow, my lord. And that will be the last witness for the state in the trial within the trial.
Okay.
We'll then request that we adjourn until tomorrow morning.
Okay.
futhi ke umshushisike ke uyena phela ke ufakazi lona ke ebezobizwa ke namuhla unofakazi nje oyedwa ke osasele ozobizwa ke umbuso i-dentist kodwa ke bese bevumelene ukuthi uzoya kusasa isicelo sokuthi ke icala alithethishelwe kusasa.
Okay, so shall adjourn until tomorrow.
Kusasa ke ngo-10 ekuseni.
Yes, Mr.
At the prison, and the warders had to assist with that incident before they could transport accused number 4. The state calls the next witness is Dr. Thabang Hlokwe. The witness name is not on the list. My lord, this witness is going to testify in respect of exhibit VV in bracket 1. We have the exhibit has already been handed up, but we hand up a complete copy that consists of 4 pages. Okay. We have marked them accordingly from page 1 to page 4. Yes. I've also given my colleagues a complete copy of the report.
Okay, thanks. You have the exhibits, all councils.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Yeah, can you say the witness, please?
English. Okay, your full name, please?
Full name is Thabang Hlokwe.
Thabang Hlokwe, yes. Okay. Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you then swear that the evidence that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If you say so, raise your right hand and say so, help me God.
I swear, so help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you.
Doctor, what is your occupation?
My occupation in general, I'm a dentist. Usually the qualification, they call it the BDS. In full description of it is the Bachelor of Dental Surgery. I completed my qualification in SMU, which is called Sifako Mahato for now, but before it was called Medunza. So
Udokotela osebenza amazinyo lokubizwa ke ukuthi i-dentist ngaphothulaka ke izifundo ze-BDS bayibiza ngokuthi ke i-Bachelor of Dental Surgery ukuthi ke usebenza ke ngamazinyo ngaphambilini ke manje bayibiza ngokuthi ke i-Dr. Sifako Makhatlo kodwa ngaphambilini kwakuyi-Medunza.
And when did you obtain the degree Bachelor of Dental Surgery?
My completion was in 2019. I studied there for 5 years.
Ngagcina ke noma izifundo zami ngayiphothula ke ngayo ku-2019 ngafunda khona lapho ke iminyaka ewu-5.
And doctor, what does your experience entail?
In general, what we usually do, we are taught from the beginning to be able to, one of the general function is to be able to examine a person from the waist up, and also looking at, most importantly, our factor and most important thing that we focus on, it's the head and the oral cavity.
Thina ke sakufundiswa ke ukuthi ke umuntu ke masimbheka ke simqale ke lana ke ezathi ukukhuphuka naye ke sigcila ke futhi ke kwikhanda ke kanye futhi ke na kuona ke ngaphakathi emlonyeni kumazinyo.
Now, doctor, if you say you examine a person from the waist up, can you be more specific?
Being more specific, we look at the general appraisal. If the patient from the waist up, we're looking at if there is the patient shows any sort of disabilities, any sort of defect, if the patient maybe it's been hurt from the inspection point of view, not proper examination from the eye view. We fully inspect the face, whereby we would put on gloves and then look at certain factors on the face. Would look at if there is any lacerations that has to do with the nose, the mouth, the oral cavity, and also the neck.
Sikwenzayo-ke ukuthi-ke sibheke nje sibukeke ayi ukuthi-ke umuntu siyamxilonga kodwa-ke sibheka lokhu esikwazi ukuthi singakubona ukusuka la ngaphezulu-ke ukukhuphuka-ke ebusweni sifaka amaglavu ethu simbhekeke umuntu ebusweni ukuthi unayo yini imihuzuko anayo.
And then if we check the whole body from the waist up and we see anything that it's not within our scope, we are taught and instructed to refer these patients to certain disciplines so they can deal with those factors.
Uma siqeqeshwa-ke noma sifundiswa-ke ukuthi uma umuntu simbuka simbheka-ke sibese siyabona-ke ukuthi khona-ke la engahambi kahle noma khona ukulimala ekhona. Uma siqeqeshwa-ke noma sifundiswa-ke ukuthi thina-ke bese kufanele manje simdluliseleke mhlampe asithi-ke kudokotela ofanele okuyena-ke ozombheka.
And which disciplines will that be?
The disciplines mostly if there is severe injuries to the face, maybe we have jaw broken, maybe the patient appears to have some step defect, the face doesn't look properly the way which it looks like it's a bit deformed, we send it to a maxillofacial. If it's on the has to do with the torso and the hands and we see or maybe there's something really wrong, we refer to a medical officer, in layman's term a general practitioner, which is a doctor, and then they take over from there.
Kuya ngokuthi-ke ikuphi la esibona khona-ke ukuthi-ke akuhambi kahle uba ubuso kula emzimbeni-ke ilana-ke sibona ukuthi ayikhalana-ke akukho ngendlela bekufanele ukuthi kungayo bese siyamdlulisela-ke kudokotela-ke osebenza ngako kona lokho.
Can you put your work experience on record?
I did my ComServe from 2020 until 2021 January in Tlhabane, a community health center district. That was my ComServe. And then from 2021 and onwards until present, I have been in private practice, which entitles that I have my own establishments that I run, and then I still work there and practice as a dentist.
Ukusuka noma-ke umsebenzi wami-ke ngo-2021 ngo-2020 kuyoshaya-ke u-2021 ngisebenzile-ke eTlhabane la engenze khona-ke abakubiza ngokuthi-ke i-ComServe. Ukusuka ngaye-ke u-2021 kuze kube manje-ke ngiyisebenzela-ke mina-ke kodwa-ke ngiyisebenzela nginjalo kodwa-ke nesikhathi-ke la engihamba ngiyosebenza khona ngale futhi.
Dr. No, ComServe might be common parlance in medical fraternity, but in layman's terms, what is ComServe?
In layman terms, we in our medical study area, we study within after 2 years, we're already starting to do our clinicals. We see patients, real patients in normal settings, where we see them under supervisions of our superiors, and then after completing those years, after the 5 years, we have to serve the state every.
Okay. Okwenzekayo-ke noma uma ngichaza-ke lokho ukuthi-ke nkathi sisafunda-ke kwiminyaka emibili-ke ila esinikezwa khona-ke ithuba lokuthi-ke manje siyeke noma siwaboneke ama-patients kodwa asizenzeli-ke lokho bakhona-ke abangaphezulu kuthini noma abasiphethe ekuyibona-ke ababheka-ke noma mabuka umsebenzi wethu esiwenzayo-ke bese kuthi manje-ke uma sesiphela-ke noma-ke iminyaka emihlanu lena sesiyiqedile after 5 years.
So in brief, ComServe is community service?
Yes.
ComServe lona-ke ukuthi-ke siyosebenza emphakathini noma senza umsebenzi khona-ke emphakathini.
And if you say you've got your own establishment, you refer to the fact that you are in private practice?
Yes.
Ukuthi-ke mangikhuluma-ke ngokuthi-ke manje ne-practice eyami ukuthi-ke ngiyisebenzela ngiyimele.
I just want to show you a document which has been marked Exhibit VV in brackets 1. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do recognize it. It's a form that we use in the Northwest District for examining any patient that we see in the dental department. It's the standard form that we use as dentists. We go through it with the patient. We have questionnaires, and then we have our own examination of the patient.
Lana ke le phepha ke noma ke le document ephambi kwami ke iyona ke esisebenzisayo eNorthwest uma ke sihlangana ke noma sibheke ke i-patient la khona ke thina sibukela noma sibhekela lokho esikubonayo kanye futhi sixoxisana sikhulumisana nayo i-patient.
If I can ask you to turn to page 3 of Exhibit VV in brackets 1. Yes. There's a place that is reserved for a signature, and there's a signature there. Whose signature is that?
That's my signature.
Kule page esithathu ke ongibuza ngayo la ongibuza khona ukuthi ubani wasayinda lapha yana yimina wasayinda.
Thank you. If I can ask you to go back to page 1. Can I ask you, Doctor, to read the contents of Exhibit VV in brackets 1 in the record, and if you can do so slowly, giving the interpreter a chance to interpret and explaining all the medical terminology.
So from the top of the page that we have, it starts with the stamp for the Health Department of Northwest Province, Republic of South Africa. So it then states that it's Tlhabane CHC, which is it's Tlhabane Central Health Community Center. So it says dental services. So the form starts off by patient's name, as we're seeing it's Bongani Sandiso Tangi, and then it has the patient's age, and then we also indicate the patient's gender, that it's a male. The patient's age, it's 29 years old at the time of the examination. So we also go on to allow the patient to give us the next of kin information, which is in this one, the patient stated it's Ulebugile Petani, which was a partner, and then they also gave us the cell phone numbers, and there's also an address, which says it's 3125 Freedom Park, Phase 2, and then the patient's age, which in this, it was indicated that the patient was born in 1990 in December the 2nd.
Lana ke le form lena ke uma siqala phezulu ke yila inestamp khona ke somnyango ke wezempilo wase Northwest iyachaza ke futhi Tlhabane CHC ukuthi ke kusemtholampilo wase Tlhabane futhi ke noma ke kuhlangothi elisebenza ngamazinyo futhi ke ichaza ke igama lapha yana le patient Bongani Sandiso Ndangi noma ke ngendlela ebhale ngala umntanzi no umntanzi eminyaka yakhe u29 ukuthi umuntu wesilisa ukuthi ke lowo ke ahlobene naye ke uLebuheng Phethang oyipartner yakhe inamba yakhe nokuthi uhlala kuphi u3125 Freedom Park kanye futhi nokuthi ke ulimi lasekhaya isiZulu.
Yes, home language.
And then from there on, we also ask the patient's occupation, whether the patient is employed or whatsoever. In this case, when we got into contact with the patient was currently a prisoner, because we need to state whether it's a prisoner, it's a pensioner, or it's an unemployed law-abiding citizen, those things, and then we state that. And then from there, we get to the main complaint, the main reason why the patient is within our facilities.
Yeah, just a minute, Doctor, sorry.
No, you can finish.
Yes, okay. Yeah, Doctor, if I might interrupt you, you mentioned that he was a prisoner. Do you perhaps have an independent recollection of this patient?
Given the location where the Tlhabane district is, it was rare for us to encounter prisoners. So in my time working there, I would say for that whole year, he was the only person that's a prisoner that I saw that year.
Lana ke bese yaqhubeka ke nokuthi chazeke ukuthi ke mhlambe umuntu lona ngoba sifanele sibhale ke sisho ukuthi usebenza kuphi noma ke uhola impesheni lana ke kubhaliwe ukuthi isiboshwa usiyabuza kumshushisi ukuthi into oyikhumbulelayo leyo ukuthi ke wayisiboshwa kwindawo ke esikuyona noma sebenzela kuyona eTlhabane kwangavamisileke ukuthi sitholeke iziboshwa kulo yanyaka ke engangisebenza lapha yana kwakuyisona uyena kuphela oyisiboshwa noma isiboshwa sokuqala engahlangana naso kulo yanyaka.
And Doctor, do you remember whether he came on his own, whether he was escorted?
My recollection, the patient was escorted. I remember seeing, I can't remember the number of the wardeners, but I remember there was a police cop and also a prison warden. And I remember there were some handcuffs on the patients when they came in.
Engikhumbulayo ke ukuthi wayengayihambeli yedwa ke wayephelekezelwa ke lakhona iphoyisa kanye futhi ke nasojele nabo bekhona ke futhi ke efakwe nozankosi.
And if you can explain, Doctor, as to where the examination took place and where the people were who escorted him?
Usually in any case and scenario, when we take an examination in a dental room, if it's a minor, we allow the parent to get in with the patient. If it's a partner, we ask the patient if they feel comfortable to having their partner within the examination room. But the only time that we only have with the patient, it's supposed to be me, the operator, and also my assistant, and also the admin people for the files. But the moment we start seeing the patient, it's only going to be me and the assistant, and then we assess the patient. And in this case in point, we were given space, I would say, because the wardeners and the policemen, they went outside, they kept the door a little bit open. They told us, or if we have any issues that we're having, we should quickly run to the door, because in any protocol, a state prisoner is not supposed to be left alone with an outside citizen without guard.
Okwenzekayo ke lana ngoba umbuzo ubuthi ke lana ke ngathi ke noma kwakuphi la owawu umbhekela khona ke futhi ke laba ababemphelelezele babe khona yini. Ngokwenjalo ke uma kuukuthi ke umuntu osemncane ke ngomunye iminyaka noma ingane kuye kuvunyelwe ukuthi ke umzali abe khona ngaphakathi, noma ukuthi umuntu futhi uhamba naloyo ke noma ke unkosikazi noma umyeni wakhe ke acabuzwe ke yena ukuthi uyafuna yini noma uyamvumela yini ukuthi abe khona ke. Kodwa ke lana kuba yimina naloyo ongilekelelayo. Kodwa ke la kule yona ke okwenzeka ukuthi laba ababempelekezele amaphoyisa nawusejele baphuma baya ngaphandle, kodwa isicapha lesi ke bazivula kancane base bengitshela ke ukuthi uma kuukuthi khona ke inkinga ekhona kuzofanele ngibalekele kusona ke isicapha, ngoba ke akuvumelekile ke uma kuukuthi umuntu uyisiboshwa noma ungaphansi kombuso ashiywe eyedwa engabhekiwe.
Yes, we may continue, Doctor. Main complaint?
So main complaint, usually when a patient arrives, we ask them why are they there, what's the main reason why they are there. So in this situation, the police corp is the one that indicated that the patient came for an oral examination. They want us to examine the patient per se according to our standard, the way in which we examine patient.
Lana ke masitshelwa ke ukuthi kwangani ke ukuthi ke lapho ke buliso leyo ngatshelwa ke iphoyisa ke ukuthi ke we patient leyo ke yayinesifiso noma ifuna ke ukuthi ke ibhekwe noma ke ihlolwe ke la emlonyeni.
So I continued further. I remember continued further asking the policeman, or is there anything specific that I'm supposed to look out for so that I can rule it off or indicated in the situation. I remember the policeman spoke about if I should check if the patient had any sort of gold tooth inside their mouth. So that's where I basically started, but I treated the exam as standard, and then that's when I started with checking the dental history of the patient. Usually ask the patient if they've had any dental work done, whether they removed a tooth, whether they have a false tooth inside. The patient did state that they only removed teeth down the years. They pointed out the spots, and then from our knowledge, I was able to indicate which type of tooth that were removed there. So in that case, there were 3 teeth that were removed, and 2 were in the 3rd quadrant, and the other one.
Yeah, just a minute. Just
Lana okwenzeka ke ukuthi ke iphoyisa ke lasichazela ke noma ngabuza ke mina ukuthi yini kahle kahle lena ekufanele ngiyenze noma ekufanele ukuthi ngiyibhekeke, washo ke ukuthi ke kukhona ke izinyo kwakufanele ukuthi likhishwe, kwakuyizinyo ke legolide. Ngase ngikhuluma naye ke futhi ngibuza ukuthi ngaphambilini usuke wawakhipha yini amazinyo, ushilo ukuthi akhona ke amazinyo amathathu aseke wawakhipha. Yila nginako khona ke ukuthi ngisho ke ukuthi yipi inhlobo yamazinyo eseke yakhishwa ngaphambilini.
Doctor, can you explain the term quadrant?
Quadrant, we're speaking to the sides in which the teeth are located. In general, the way in which we chart and then we label the teeth. We label them in numbers, but the numbers take part in 4 quadrants. We have the first quadrant, which we call the first quadrant, whereby we start by every tooth it's labeled as its number. The quadrant is divided. We start from the middle of the head. We divide it into 2, and then we divide the jaw, the lower, the mandibular jaw, and the upper jaw. So we divide it to 4 segments. So we do it in a C format from the point of view of an individual. So we'd say we start on the first quadrant. It's supposed to be, the first quadrant would be on the right. We go on the left as we go down to the third, and then we go to the fourth quadrant.
Lana ke ila amazinyo ke ahlukaniswa khona ke uma sewabizwa ke ngama quadrant ke oqala eyesibili eyesithathu noma eyesine uzothi ke eyoqala ke uhlangothi langokwesokudla bese siya ke ngokwesokunxele siyehla ke siyenzansi bese siya ke kulo isithi ke uhlangothi lwesine ke noma ke fourth quadrant yona ke ezophinda izobe ngesezansi uhlangothi la ngakwesokudla indlela leyo esihamba ngayo noma esenza ngayo uma sesibheka ke amazinyo lawo.
You explained that there was extraction in the third quadrant. Yes. Can you mention the numbers?
The extractions that were done in the third quadrant, it was the 3-7 and the 3-5, and then we also have extractions on the fourth quadrant, which was the 4-4.
Okay. Can you explain the 3-7 and the 3-5?
The 3-7 and the 3-5, it's the teeth that are in the fourth quadrant, meaning what it's the teeth that are sitting at the back partially, which we have at the back. We have the molars. So in different, what we're saying, the patient had an extraction of a molar and a premolar that was done on the third quadrant.
Lana ke esichaza noma esikushoyo ke ukuthi lamazinyo ke ayekhishiwe ke kwabo lamazinyo ke la wathola engasemuva ke emlonyeni womuntu.
And then also on the fourth quadrant there was one which is a 4-4, which is also a premolar that was removed, which is on the fourth quadrant, which is on the right lower side.
Kunye kanye futhi ke nelilodwa ke kuhlangothi la ngakwesokudla la ngezansi elalikhishiwe.
Just in simple terms, you know, what is a molar and what is a premolar?
A molar, in layman terms, we have front teeth. The front teeth that we see when a person's smiling, we call them incisors. So incisors are the ones that when you enter food into your mouth, if you're gonna chew something, you cut them with the front teeth. The ones at the back, we call them molars because usually in a way they mold the teeth. They have a larger surface area compared to the incisors. The premolars have a medium surface compared to it has a medium surface compared to the molars and also the incisors. So they are the middle teeth when we are starting from counting them from number 1 until the 8th tooth.
Which are the middle ones, the molars or the premolars?
The middle ones are the premolars.
Okay. Lana ke la athi akhishwa ke uthe uwa ewachaza ke athi ama molars la angasemuva ke wona bese kuthi kunalamazinyo ke ala ngaphambilini ke uma umuntu mhlambe ke esimala noma ehleka ke ekuwona owabonayo ilabathi mabe wabiza ke bona kodokotela amazinyo ama incisor bese kuthi kuba nala aphakathi nendawo uma bewachaza ke bachaza ngokuthi ke wona ke ama premolar.
Yes, may continue on the form, doctor.
So from the form, because that was the dental history that we asked the patient, so I need to brief on how we label those depending on what we already have. So when we look at there, we go to the health questionnaire, whereby as a general healthcare professional, any healthcare professional, whether you are a physio, whether you are a audiologist, whether you are a dentist, whether you are just a normal doctor, even a nurse, when they examine a patient, they need to ask certain questions to find out by the disease status of the patient if it's going to implement in any sort of treatment that we're going to have.
Lana ke okwenzekayo kunemibuzo ke ekufanele ukuthi noma uyiphi inhlobo kadokotela noma usebenza ngani ke noma usungumhlengikazi ke kunemibuzo ekufanele ukuthi uyibuzeke ngaphambilini kokuthi ungaqala usebenzeke ngayo i-patient.
It's correct. It's basically the history of the patient.
From the patient's point of view, them giving us their history from asking.
Mlando ke lo esithola kuyena ke lo muntu ozobona ke udokotela ngokuthi kube uyena ositshelayo ngaye.
Yes.
So the questionnaire goes, it's a number of diseases. So these diseases are the ones that are usually gathered through They are the diseases that we usually use as a standard to check whether it's going to interfere in any sort of treatment due to the material that we're going to use. If there is any material that the patient has an allergy for, when we study initially, we check the allergies. So we check if the patient has any allergies. They state whether they have yes or no. If they have allergies, we need to state it down if there's there. In this case, the patient didn't have any allergies as stated by them.
Ngokuqala ke ukuya ngokuthi ke yini ke ezoyisebenzisa ke uma sesiqala ke ngomsebenzi ukuthi ke kulezo esizoyisebenzisa khona yini ezingamphathi kahle noma la athola khona ke ama allergy ila esithi siqale ngakhona ke noma umbuzo oqala khona ke nangokusho kwakhe ukuthi you said the answer impendulo kwaba ucha ayikho.
Yes.
And then we go on to the heart. If they have any heart disease, then we want to find out whether the patient has any heart, which means or any chronic disease that's related to the cardiovascular, which is, it's written here, it says heart disease. So in this case, the patient said yes. And then we went further on to ask what do they mean when they say they have a heart disease. They spoke that back in 2014, they had a mining accident whereby they told them or they have some minor heart disease that they stated to us. And the patient couldn't elaborate further on that, and they said they're not taking any medication for that. So we just noted it down because it's something that we need to take into consideration if we're going to treat the patient.
Lana ngokumayelana ke noma ke okulandelayo ke awasitshela kona ke uma ebuzwa ukuthi khona yini ke akumhluphayo ke ngenhliziyo wabe sephendula ke ethi yebo ngase ngifuna ukwazi ke ukuthi usho ukuthini uma esho kanjalo washo ke ukuthi ngo2014 khona ke nje ingozi nje encane ke eyenzeka ke ngokumayelana nayo ke inhliziyo nokusho ke futhi ukuthi ke ayikho imithi ke nama medication ayithathayo futhi ke akazange futhi afuneke ukuthi ajuleke bese achaza ukuthi yini noma kwenzekani kahle kahle.
So we also ask if the patient has any venereal disease, which is just involve the outside appearance of how their veins and their vascular system kind of works. So the patient said, from their knowledge, it's no. And also we also went on to ask the patient about their HIV status, if they know whether they are positive or they are not. The patient said they are not aware of that. So they didn't want to conclude it, so we read it as no.
Okay. Apologies, Madam. Can you just repeat this one? The venereal?
The venereal disease, we're checking the vascular system. If they have any problems with the vascular system, meaning if they have any diseases that involve the veins, maybe they have vascular thrombosis of the legs or one of those things that they have clotting factors and problems.
Lana ke uma bese ngimbuza ke kuloko okubhaliwe ukuthi venereal yona ke iphathelene nendlela ke yokuhamba noma yokusebenza ke kwegazi noma ukuthi ke mhlambe ikhona ke lana einyaweni umuntu anenkinga nako wasephendula ke ethi cha buzile futhi ke mayela nesimo sakhe ke ngokumayelana ke noma ngokuphathelene ke nayo ke ingculaza iHIV wabe etho ke ethi yena ke cha akazi noma akanaso ke isiqiniseko salokho ingakho ke ngibhalile lana ngabhala no.
And what, doctor, what would the thrombosis of the leg be?
Most cases it's just systematic diseases, meaning or it's a disease that maybe an individual has due to inheritance or due to which is they are close together. In the exam, the heart and the venereal disease they are close together because if you have a heart problem, it might lead to varicose veins, which means there's blockage in the veins and whatsoever. Those are systematic diseases that any individual can have due to heredity or maybe due to certain factors like maybe being overweight and those things that they're systematic.
Lana ke engikhuluma ngabo mase ngikhuluma ke mhlambe ke ngokugula ke mhlambe ngokuphathwa inyawo ke khuluma mhlambe asithi nje igazi ke alihambi kahle ke nokuthi mhlambe ke ugula lokho owakuthola ke komunye womndeni ugula nje okudluliselwe omunye womndeni ngikhuluma nje ngento ezifana nalezo.
Yes.
And then when we continue we ask if they have any lung diseases. Usually for lung disease, we just check if a patient knows if they have any problems with their lungs, whether they can't breathe well, or maybe they know they have TB or any other disease, which TB is tuberculosis. So the patients say they don't have that. They say they don't have that and they don't know any knowledge of having that.
bese kuthi futhi ke ugula ke okuphathelene nazo ke iphunga nokuthi ke mhlawumbe umbuzeke ukuthi mhlawumbe uyazi ukuthi unayo yini iTB lokubuza ukuthi i-tuberculosis abesithi cha ke nokuthi futhi ke akanalo nje ulwazi lokuthi ke lwakho khona lokho.
So, and also we went on to check if also another thing that you check if they have any problems with the bleeding because it affects the treatment. If the patient bleeds too much or they have a bleeding disorder, which in most cases it's, we look for like hemophilia, which is the inability of the body, red blood cells to clot and creating a clot to stop bleeding. So we checked with that, the patient says well, they don't remember having any of bleeding problems in regards to that, and we asked if they are on any medication, and as they stated, they said they were not on any medication, and then we went to their smoking as well. They said they don't smoke.
Lana ke masekuphathelene nesimo ke mayelana ke negazi ke nokuthi mhlawumbe khona nje inkinga nayo nokuthi ke uphuma igazi kakhulu ke ngoba nalokho ke kuzoba nomthelela onako ke kumsebenzi esizowenza wabesesho ke ukuthi ke cha akanakho lokho. And then yila esesindlulele khona ke ekunokuthi kumbuzeni ke ukuthi mhlambe ingabe uyabhema yini.
And then we went on further on to ask about rheumatic fever. Rheumatic fever, it's a heart problem which leads into infections of the heart valves, which leads to the body not functioning well. And the patient said the only heart problem they say they remember is the minor heart condition they had, and there was never stated to them what was actually the actual condition. So in this case we said no, and then we went on to check the cosmetic disturbance, to check whether the patient is in full mindset, whether the patient looks a bit disabled mentally. Those ones we usually ask the patient if they have ever been in a psychiatric hospital, those instances, if they do have ever been admitted to any psych hospital for not being in the right state of mind due to depression or any of that. The patient said no.
Lana ke uma sesifuma ngayo ke rheumatic fever ke ukubheka ke isimo sezomzimba ukuthi ke indlela ke umuntu azizwa ngayo nokuthi khona yini ke ngaphathi kahle lapho abesephendula ke ethi cha. Kubhekwa nasibheka futhi ke nesimo ke somqondo ke ukuthi mhlambe akukho yini ukuphazamiseka okukhona ukuthi mhlambe umuntu lona wayeke waya yini kwisibhedlela la ekubhekwa khona ke abantu ukuthi ke mhlambe akukho yini ukuphazamiseka noma ke ukugula ngengqondo anako nalapho impendulo yathi cha.
And then generally we ask, it's here in the questionnaire whether the patient is pregnant or not. Because it's a man, obviously we take no. A man can be pregnant. And then we also have the viral infections. In regards to the viral infection, we look for other viral diseases. We're talking about herpes simplex, which is in normal terms, things like chicken pox and other the viral diseases, a range of them. So we explained to the patient what kind of viral diseases there are. So the patient said they don't have any viral disease that they could remember of.
Olandelayo ke ukubuka ke isimo sakhe ke ukuthi ke uyithwele yini ke ngeke ke umuntu wesilisa ayithwaleke ila esesibhala khona ke sithi cha bese kubuzwa ke olandelayo ke ama infections ke la chaza khona okufana noma chicken pox wabe esephendula ke cha akanako lokho.
And then we all went on to check, ask the patient if they have any epilepsy. Epilepsy, most people in common terms, it's fits, where the patient tend to get into fits randomly due to triggers, maybe flashing lights and other things. So the patient said they don't remember having any sort of fits. So, and then we also went to ask if they have diabetes, which is in common layman's terms, it's called, they call it sugar diabetes. So which is they have any problems with the glucose level. In regards to that, the patient, they said no. And then we also have if they have any kidney problems, and then we explained to the patient what kidney problems is. The patient said they don't remember having that, and also with high blood as well. And the patient said they don't have any high blood and they are not taking any high blood medication.
Bese kulandelayo ke ukubheka ke manje ke lokubizwa ngokuthi ke amafiti ke ukuthi unawo yini waphendula ke ethi cha ushukela noma isifo sikashukela ugula ngoshukela uphendula wathi cha inkinga yini ngeinso zakhe noma ke ama kidney akhe nalapho uphendula wathi cha high blood washo ukuthi nayo ke akanayo.
And then we go on to ask if the patient has ulcers. Ulcers, it's normally common in people. They would say, in common terms, it could be a stomach ulcer. It could be the ulcer that's there on the trachea system, or the ulcers could be inside the mouth, which could be triggered by certain factors. Some people will complain maybe tomato, some would say maybe when they eat spicy things and whatsoever. So we checked in regards to that, because it also impacts the type of medication we're supposed to prescribe for the patient if they have any sort of pain or infection. So we checked that, and the patient said they don't remember having any sort of that.
Base sidlulela ke kuma asa ila lokho khona ke kwenziwa ke kuya ngokuthi omunye ke uzothi uma ngidle utamatisi ke, omunye athi uma ngidle ukudla okushisayo ke. Siyabheka ke naloko, noma ngoba kufanele sazi ke ukuthi ke yini ke medication ekuzofanele umuntu simnikeze yona ke, waphendula ke wathi cha akanayo inkinga yalokho.
And then we also further investigate if the patient has any other disease. The patient will have to state to us if they do have, and if they say they are, the patient in this case that we didn't back no, because the patient said they are not sure if they have any other disease. So they were not certain about that, we didn't mark no. And also we checked if the patient has ever undergone any sort of operation. Could be leg, could be head, could be stomach, any sort of operation. The patient also stated no. And then we asked them if they're taking any recreational drugs. We're talking about alcohol, could be cocaine, could be heroin, any sort of drug, or even yaw, but the patient said they don't.
Lana ke okulandelayo ke bese simbuza ke umbheka ukuthi ke mhlambe khona yini ama operations eseke wanawo ke washo ke wathi cha ke mhlambe ke idakamizwa icocaine noma yini ke naloko wachaza ke wathi cha.
And then we went on to check if one of the random checks that we do, it's when last was the patient been to a hospital, because it's quite very important. In most cases, when patients come in, they tell you, I've been to the hospital 4 or 5 times, and we ask them, what's the issue in the past 5 years? What's the issue? They say they don't know. So we need to check whether they've been to the hospital, so that if the patient has been to the hospital and they're really not sure of what's really happened with their state or their disease or whatever they have, we shouldn't proceed with certain things without making that sure. So we ask if they've been to any, they've been hospitalized in the past 5 years. They said they've never been. Specialists, they say they have never been there.
Buzeke nokuthi ke kule minyaka ke emihlanu endluleke suke waya yini esibhedlela ke la ukuthi mhlambe khona ke ulaliswe khona ke, ngoba sifanele sazi uma kuukuthi ke ngempela kunjalo ukuthi ke yini ke ekuhluphayo, ngoba sikwazi ukuthi singaqhubeka ke senze umsebenzi singazi ukuthi umuntu uhlutshwa yini. Ushilo ukuthi cha buzile ukuthi usuke waya wabonana yini ne specialist kuminyaka emihlanu endlule, nalapho aphendula khona athi cha.
And then there is a medic alert member. Medic alert members are individuals that are within a community whereby they need to have either a net lace or a brace to show that they have any sort of condition that needs to be paid attention to. It could be whether the patient is medically retarded, or the patient tends to be schizophrenic, in order for us to be able to identify that if the patient maybe gets into their medic nature and we don't know what's happened with the patient. So we ask them if they have any sort of those markings, so we're supposed to know about them. And they said no. And we also checked if the patient has asthma as well, and the patient said no.
Okulandelayo ke ukubuza ke nokwazi ke ukuthi lokhu ke ngendlela ebhalwe ngayo lana ke i-medic alert member ilana ke nabantu ke ozothola ke ukuthi ke kumphakathi loyo kunabantu mhlambe omunye ke une brace anayo ke noma efakiwe ke la esandleni, omunye ke une necklace ayifakile echaza yakho noma eshoyo ke ukuthi lo muntu loyo ke kukhona okuthize okumhluphayo. Shiloko wathi cha, sambuza ke ngesifubani noma ke i-asthma, nalapho washo wathi cha akanayo.
And then already with the further details, it's the details that we actually, when a patient says yes to any form of information that we ask on the questionnaire, we state it down. I've already stated what the patient said, yes, they have had a heart problem, and then they already stated or they have reported to be admitted of a heart condition in 2014 following a mining accident, which was kind of really minor. Then we go to the vitals as well.
Bese kuthi ke manje ke eminye ke imininingwane ke bese ngishilo ke ngaphezulu ke ukuthi ke washo ukuthi kwanele inkinga ke yenhliziyo ke eyenzeka ke mining, kodwa ke kwakuyinto etholakala ukuthi ke incane.
And what are vital signs?
Vital signs, usually we check the general stuff. In this case, because of us, we look at specific general notion, which is we check the blood pressure of the patient and also the pulse, which is checked by the medical people who screen the people, just to find out how the blood pressure of the patient is and also the pulse. In layman terms, the blood pressure is an indication of how the blood system of a vascular system of a patient is working, which is the blood system. If the high blood pressure it's high, and roughly in most cases we say it's high if it's over 120, it's over it's 100 over 120. We say the blood pressure is within the highest region of the patient. So in this patient terms, we checked the blood pressure was within the rates of the expected range of it being high. So it says the blood pressure was normal for an individual. When we're saying high, what can strike the blood pressure to go high, it could be in an instant whereby the patient has been maybe immediately been in a physical activity whereby maybe they were running. Also another one could be a patient if maybe they were involved in a fight. The heart on its own will raise the blood pressure to supply certain parts of the body with a significant amount of blood. So the blood pressure will be high. It's one of the normal cases that any individual will have. The other indication of a high blood pressure is when the cardiovascular is within stress, which leads to sometimes we have patients that we say they have high blood pressure which is uncontrollable, which in most cases can be led to systematic activities. Let's say maybe the patient is maybe overweight, or maybe they just actually in general their cardiovascular system is suppressed for somehow it's not functioning well. That's where we say the patient has a high blood pressure and they'll put them on treatment to regulate that high blood pressure. So in state of traumas, if the patient, yes, maybe they get into an altercation with someone, they are fighting, the blood pressure immediately, within, we say maybe within an hour, it might be high. But if it's that case, it's supposed to turn down and go down within a couple of hours or so, depending on how severe the trauma was. If the trauma was severe, it'll probably strike up, go high, and then drop significantly. When it drops significantly, it automatically means that the patient it's even in one of these, the body is in distress and the body is losing a lot of blood, meaning that the pressure towards the body system, the blood level, it's reducing and the supply to certain parts is going down.
Uma sesibheka ke ukushaya ke noma ke blood pressure ke kunomlinganiselo ke okhona ke la esingathi ke phakathi kwakhe usithi ke liphakeme kakhulu uma phakathi kwa100 kanye naye ke u120, kodwa lana sathi ke uma sibhala sasho ke ukuthi ke lingaphansi noma ke lila ekufanele ukuthi libe khona ke, ngoba ke iningi ke izinto ke noma izathu engabangela ukuthi ke igazi ke noma ke i-blood pressure yomuntu ke ibe phezulu. Asithi ke mhlambe umuntu ebegijima, mhlambe umuntu ke bekukhona ke kungqubuzana okukhona ke noma ke ukulwa obekukhona ke okuthatha ke isikhathi, kungayihora kungamahora ukuthi likhuphuke bese liyaphinda futhi liyehla liza khona ke ezansi. Iyona ke esitshelayo ke ukuthi ke i-pressure yomuntu imi kanjani futhi ke yini engaba imbangela yakho khona lokho.
Yes. And then the patient,
so the bottom value, you talked about the top value, the 117 and the 78. What does it represent?
The 117 means it's within, we have systolic and diastolic, and then the 117, they go both together. We look at the systolic and the diastolic, and then when it comes to both of them, the one that says 117, if it's under 120, it's the one that mostly we are concerned with. It's at that 120 would say the patient has a regular and normal high blood pressure. If it's just above 120, it's when we start looking at, or maybe the patient might be maybe a bit stressed, that's why the blood pressure is up. But once it starts hitting the 30s upwards, we start getting concerned with the patient has high blood pressure, meaning what is the diagnosis of saying what they had a high blood pressure. As it goes further on into 150, the severity of it, whether it's in control, whether it's under, it's not in control.
Uma sesibheka ke lana kuyena ke u120 ila esesiphala khona ke sithi ke ila ekulindelekileke, kodwa mase likhuphula ke liya ko120 bese sibheka ukuthi mhlambe ke umuntu ke mhlambe unestress ke likhuphuka liye ku 150 ke sithi ke manje umuntu ke unayo ke i-high blood pressure.
And that value 117, is it the systolic or the diastolic?
It's the systolic.
And the systolic is
It's 117.
and it is it means
It means it's normal.
okay. Uma ke ku 117 ngoba lana ke kubhalwe u117 kusho ke ukuthi ke ileli ke elinormal lelo ke noma ke ekuyilona.
And that value at the bottom, the 78?
That one is the diastolic. Also, we're just looking at if it's within the range above 90. If it's above 90, that's when we also have concern. But the most important one, it's the one of 120 because it's the one that indicates or it's the one that we look after. If the diastolic is maybe slightly a bit high, if it's not, but the diastolic and the systemic, it's normal. We kind of can rule it off as normal or within the range of saying what we can say it's normal.
Lana ke kube kuno 117 /78 ke sinala khona ke siyambheka ke u78 uma kuukuthi ke u90 yakhuphuka ke uya ku90 ila esesiqala khona ke ukuthi manje sibe nako ke ukhathazeka kodwa ekuyiyona ke esibheka kakhulu ile eku120 nokukhuphuka ke iye phezulu sibheke ukuthi normal noma cha.
But in short, doctor, you said the blood pressure of 117/78 is within the normal range.
Yes.
Kodwa ke kafushane nje na uma ke njengoba lana kubhalwe 117/78 ileyo ke leyo engathi ke ekuyiyona noma ke ejwayelekile.
This may continue. The next one.
And then there's also the pulse, which is goes hand in hand with the blood pressure. And then the pulse, we're just checking the rate. It could be, it's within. We check whether if how quickly the pulse is, how quickly the blood it's been pumped into the cardiovascular system. Usually, most people could see in movies. The person maybe has passed out and they're losing blood. They usually put a finger around the jugular area to check whether the pulse it's still there or not. So within this one, it's within the normal range. So if it drops, let's say considerably under 60, that's when we say the problem. The patient is really having. Maybe we say the cardiovascular system is failing, so the patient is losing a lot of blood or the heart is giving up on pumping blood.
Bese kuthi ke la lokubizwa ukuthi yona ke ipulse uzobuka ke uma ubuka ke ama movie isikhathi esiningi ke uzothola abantu umuntu ebeka ke bebeka iminwe yabo khona lapha ubheka ke ukushaya ke noma futhi ke ukuhamba kwegazi ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ke uma kungaphansi ke kwakhe u60 ila esesiqala khona ke manje ukuthi ke sibe kuyasikhathaza ke ukuthi ke ingabe isimo sithini.
Can you just put that pulse rate on record? What was the pulse rate?
The pulse rate was 72, so it's within the normal range.
Lana ke kwaku 72 ke esingathi ke iloko ke okuvumelekile nokwamukelekile.
Yes, may continue with the form.
And then from there the patient had a signature whereby they had a spot for a signature whereby they can sign to saying whatever they've given us, the above information is correct from their own side, and they did sign. And the date in which this was signed, it was June 22, 2020.
Khona nendawo ke la khona ke esisayinda khona ke lo ozobona ke udokotela le patient ke ukusho ukuthi ke lokhu okala ngaphezulu ke noma lokhu asitshele kona kuyilona iqiniso ilanga ke okwenzeka ngalo lokho noma ke asayinda ngalo kwakuyi 22 zika June 2020.
The time is not reflected, Doctor. Can you more or less remember?
The time is stated in page 3.
Isikhathi sibhaliwe ke ku page 3.
Which says, if you can see due to the copy effect, it says it's 12:52 when the patient was seen.
Isikhathi ke patient yabona ngaso kwaku 12:52
when they entered to be examined, because this is the one that took place for when they were doing the vitals, which are the blood pressure and the pulse as well. That's when the time that they were seen.
Isikhathi leso ke abona ngaso kuma kwenziwa konke lokuyana ukubhekwa ke ukuthi ke isimo sakhe sikanjani.
So may proceed to page 2.
So in page 2, it's the clinical examination whereby we examine the patient from the extraoral perspective, meaning where it's where we start checking the patient generally speaking and getting into certain details. So in what we do, we are supposed to check in the extra oral examination. We check the general appraisal, which is what we look at the patient and we look at how whether the patient is abnormal or the patient looks to have any maybe sort of disabilities or any sort of defect that to a normal medical healthcare professional terms, given the anatomy that we learned and the conditions that we were given, do they look, do the general appraisal look normal to a normal looking person? In this case, which is, we said it's normal, meaning when we look at the patient has no particular abnormalities. Maybe there is, I would say maybe an arm disability, or maybe the patient has some sort of maybe they are showing, or maybe they are wearing an anklet brace to show that maybe their leg is hurt or anything. The patient look normal to not be any sort of disability. And then we check also the neck area if there is any sort of bruises. Those ones we check in general of saying what if maybe if it's a patient, maybe it's a child. When we look at them, they have bruises around the necks and also the face. It means, or maybe it's an assault patient. Then that's when we refer to certain disciplines to be seen by a medical officer. Then they can take it further and see whether what's really happening from there. So with this patient, there were not really any sort of abnormalities when it comes to the patient being bruised, disabled. The patient really looked pretty much normal at the state of being examined.
Lana ke ukubheka ukuthi nje i-patient lena ikahle yini, akukho yini la ekubhekeka khona ke noma ebonakala khona ke ukuthi mhlambe umuntu lona ke okhubazekileke uma mhlambe asithi nje une necklace anayo noma ke enyaweni noma brace anayo khona lapha yana eshoyo noma echazayo ukuthi ke kukhona nje ongahambi kahle kuyena ke, kodwa ke kule noma mhlambe asithi umuntu lona obonakalisa ukuthi mhlambe ulimele la ekuzofanele khona ke andluliselwe ke kudokotela ke okuzoba uyena ke osebenza ngalokho ozombheka, kodwa ke kulena ke i-patient kwabonakala nje ukuthi cha akukho okungekho akahle konke kwakukahle.
And then we went to check the TMJ. The TMJ, it's the joint. The joint whereby the jaw joins itself to the skull. It's in layman terms, we would say it's the skull. So we call it the mandibular joint. It's sitting right adjacent to the end of the ear, right over here. So what we usually look for is in most trauma case patients that maybe they have been hit, or maybe the patients have been involved in a car accident, there will be maybe some deviation, clicking sounds when the patient opens the mouth, or maybe when the patient opens the mouth shifts to the left or shifts to the right. So we look for those things, or whether it's a systematic fact that the patient's TMJ ligaments are not strong enough, deviates from birth. So we check those things to just know, because since we're working in the mouth, we require the patient to open wide. If the patient has any defects, they open wide, it becomes dislocated. We need to know if it was our own doing or the patient came with those issues before. So that's what the cerebromandibular joints are assessed for.
Bese sibheka ke nokubizwa ngokuthi ke ama TMJ, wona ke ama joints ke uma ewachaza ke la kulohlangothi noma ke ngesenzansi nje kancane kwendlebe ke lokho kungabangelwa ke mhlambe ukuthi umuntu wayeke wasengozini yemoto, mhlambe uma ngabe ekhuluma ke kunendlela ethize ke amazwi aphuma ngayo noma ke aclicka ngayo. Fanele futhi sibheke nokuthi ke uma lokho kukhona ke lokho ukuthi lokho kwenzeke nkathi ela kuthina noma indlela afike engayo leyo.
So and also
noma futhi uma ngabe ekhuluma uyabheka ukuthi mhlambe ngesinye isikhathi uma ekhuluma umlomo wakhe ushiftela ngaku left noma ngaku right.
Yebo. We checked that as well. And then also we went to the lymph nodes. Lymph nodes
yes, just before you proceed, doctor, what was the clinical finding regarding the TM joints?
They're normal. They look normal. The patient didn't look like they had any disabilities or anything that's off. That's why in the paper we ticked normal in regards to that.
Ilapho ke uma ubona lana kule form kuthikiwe ke unormal ukuthi ke ungokwenjwayelo noma ngokujwayelekileke, ngoba ke masimbheka nimbuka ke ngimbona abonakala ukuthi akukho nje okungekho kahle noma ungekho ngendlela.
And the one that we also check, it's one of the most important ones, is the lymph nodes. Lymph nodes is the lymphatic system. It has a number of functions. It's maintaining the fluids in the body. Usually what really happens is with the lymphatic system also maintaining fluids, meaning or if there is any infective fluids that's within the body, maybe the patient has an infection or they had any fluid irregularities regarding that's threatening the immune system. It's the line of defense for the immune system. So if they're having those issues, practically when we check them, we palpate them to check whether if they are swelling or they are palpable or they are normal. So most of the time when they become swollen and they are a bit palpable, that's when we say maybe the patient has an infection. So in regards to us, we check the lymph nodes of the neck and the submandibular. Submandibular is just below the mandibular, there's a triangle between the neck and also the mandible, which is the lower jaw. So we palpate there to check whether they are abnormal or they are normal.
Lana ke ukubheka ke ukuhamba nje kwama fluids ke emzimbeni futhi ke lokho kwenzeka ke kuhlangothi ke la lentamo ke nokubheka ke ukuthi futhi ku normal noma akukho normal yini noma kunokuvuvuka okutholakalayo khona lapho noma cha.
Doctor, just explain palpate.
Palpate, we wear gloves and then we go around the area where the lymph nodes are. We smoothly press on them to hear whether there is any sort of hard surface that's there. If it's hard, that means the patient could be having a systematic, the lymph node system is failing. In most cases, minimal rates, they usually like stating in cancer patients when they are actually really sick and then it's spreading quite quickly. You find that the lymph nodes are more swollen, but infections, they become a bit more tender and then the swelling shows it's not really as severe. It's only when they have serious health issues whereby they become very much hard and swollen.
Lana ke uma senza lokho ke sithatha ke noma sigqoka ke ama gloves la kuthina ke ezandleni bese siwabeka ke khona la ukuzwa ke ukuthi khona yini okungekho kahle ke noma futhi ke isimo sangakhona sithinike lokho kuyenzeka ngenye inkathi ukuthi ukuvuvuka lokho ke kube kakhulu ke ikakhulukazi ke kuma patients ke ayo ke icancer kodwa ke lana ke uma kuphathelene nayo ke ama fluids lana ke wona ke ayathanda ukuthi kube khona ke indawo engathi iba lukhuni ke khona lapho ilokho ke esikuzwayo uma sesifaka wona sigqoka lawo ma gloves.
So in this case, the patient's lymph nodes, they didn't look abnormal. They take normal. They looked normal. We didn't find any irregularities when it comes to that.
Asizange ke sithole lutho ke kule patient ke esingathi ke kwakungahambi kahle noma kungekho kahle.
Now, doctor, except for infection, is there anything else that can make the lymph nodes to be hard or swollen?
Yeah, in states whereby in very specific states whereby if maybe the patient was involved maybe in an accident or maybe they were assaulted and maybe they get fractured and then maybe they are not medically attended to, it could lead to opportunistic infections that leads to the lymph nodes being swollen to indicate that there is an area in the body that's open, that bacteria is getting in or virus is getting in and it's infecting the body that needs to be paid in attention. It's more of an indicator of whether the immune system it's functioning well or it's failing.
Lana ke lokhu kuba kona ke inkomba ke yokuthi ke mhlawumbe umzimba lona ke noma immune system ihamba kahle ke isebenza kahle noma cha iyafela ke lokho kungabangelwa ke into ezahlukile ke ukushaywa mhlawumbe umuntu ke ayisengozini ke yemoto futhi ke manje akwatholakala ke ukuthi ke athole ukunakekelwa noma ke ukulashwa ke kwalokho bese ke tholakala ukuthi kukhona ke lana ke mhlawumbe ke uma sekungena ke kube infection itholakala ngaleyo ndlela.
And then we went on to the palate. The palate is the roof of the mouth. Whenever anyone takes their tongue up.
Sorry, doctor, just the intraoral exam.
Oh yes, it's sorry from I'm walking past through. Sorry about that. The intraoral exam. When we come to the intraoral exam, it's the inside the mouth. That's where we start looking at what's happening inside the mouth. Mostly we check certain parts of the mouth. In their face we have the lips and we have the buccal mucosa. So when we say the lips, we're referring to normal lips, the ones that we speak with. And when we're talking about the buccal mucosa, we talk about the space between the teeth and the cheeks. So in that fashion, when we look at the lips, we look at within the lips whether there is a fleshy red, which indicates that maybe the patient has some sort of trauma. The mucosa was hurt, or it was it has blood clots to show that maybe there is any sort of trauma that happened there. Because in general, it's supposed to appear pink. In general, it's supposed to appear a relative color of pink. And most cases you find with the other patients, it's not pink due to hyperpigmentation. It's something that happens systematically. It's an abnormality, but not really of concern, because due to our melanin, the type of color that other people are, they will have more pinker gums, but there is a certain type of fleshy red, and also sign of blood clots within the mucosa that indicates that there could be any sort of trauma, or also if there is ulcerations to show, or maybe there is some cuts that happen there. Trauma could be caused by anything. It could be the fact that maybe the patient was hurt, they heated a chair, and then the lips bounced on the teeth, or if maybe, for example, maybe the patient has some ulcers that were caused by maybe something they ate, or maybe they have some disease, like maybe they have herpes, or the beginning of an oral cancer. So those will be the irregularities. But when we don't see those things, or fleshy red, or seeing any ulcers, or we see any sort of indicates of maybe there's a bit of blood clot within the mucosa, we rule it as normal. That's what we take here.
Lana ke uma sesibheka ke ngaphakathi ke emlonyeni womuntu ubheka ke ukuthi mhlambe khona yini ongathi mhlambe uthola ke kubomvuke ngaphakathi emlonyeni okungabangelwa ke izinto eziningi ke ukuthi mhlambe umuntu ushayisekileke khona la anqubuzeke khona ke mhlambe asithi nje esitulweni ke kwase kuthi ama lips akhe ke ashaya ngaphakathi ke ngoba ke ngokwenjwayelo ukuthi umuntu ufanele ubone ngaphakathi, uma ubheka ngaphakathi ke ubone ke umbala opink, kodwa akusiyena ke wonke umuntu la uzobona khona ke upink, ngoba abanye banezimo ke abakhule nazo noma ke abazalwe noma abadalwe benazo ke kungenzeka kungatholi ke loyo pink loyo. Lokho ke okungabangela ukuthi ubese uyabona ke manje loba bomvuko obungaphakathi ibona ke mhlambi obungabangela ke ama ukuthi umuntu abe nama ulcer. Ikona ke esikubhekayo uma sesibheka ngaphakathi ukuthi nje konke kukahle kungendlela yini ngaphakathi emlonyeni womuntu.
And another thing that's also there that we check is the oral pharynxes and the tonsils, which they are situated at the back of the mouth. It's saying it's the end of where the oral cavity ends, and then it's where the trachea, in layman's terms we call it the throat, begins. So the reason why we check these two is they are also associated to sort of infections. If maybe a person says or they have tonsillitis, you find or their throat is swollen, is due to maybe a viral infection that could be in the system, especially in the oral cavity or in the upper respiratory system. So meaning also the oral pharynxes, maybe some of them, they could be maybe appears if they are blocked, clotted. Those ones we look at for, it happens with most of the patients that have an allergic shock, whereby they're allergic to something, and then they might end up maybe needing adrenaline to relieve that allergic shock. So we check for that. We allow the patient to open their mouth, and then we tell them to depress their tongue down, and then we use a mouth mirror that's almost as if it's a spoon, and then we look exploring at the back to check if whatever is inside the mouth or whatever is happening in the face, is it affecting the tonsils, because the tonsils also, they are part of the lymphatic system, because you could miss the lymph nodes that are on the submandibular and also on the neck, but the infection could be progressing itself at the back in a form of tonsillitis.
Bese sithi ke manje ke lana ke sengicela khona ke patient ukuthi ke avuleke umlomo-ke futhi-ke abese ecindezela ulimi lakhe-ke ila esofaka khona-ke isibukeke esingathi-ke isipuni-ke isona-ke esisikhombisayo-ke noma-ke esikwazi ukuthi sibone ngaso ngaphakathi-ke ngasemuva-ke emlonyeni ila khona-ke ama-tonsils omuntu atholakala ngakhona-ke ila futhi-ke ekuqala khona-ke umqala-ke ngoba-ke manje sesifuna ukubheka-ke ngaphakathi-ke ukuthi ila khona ama-infections nawo athi atholakale khona.
Would any trauma to the oropharynx and tonsils affect the way that they look like?
In instances, maybe we would say the patient, there is a trauma to the neck, and maybe the trachea it's been bruised, or there is any sort of trauma to the neck. Most cases, sometimes, if it depends on the severity of it, how bad it is, it can progress itself with maybe the patient appears to be having a swollen trachea from the inside of the mouth. It could pronounce itself as that way. In severe cases, meaning what, sometimes patients could have assaults, there could be heat, there could be done whatsoever, but since there was no any sort of hits or trauma to the neck or maybe to the face, that might not have any sort of disabilities on that.
Asithi-ke manje umuntu lana ushayiweke noma-ke ushayiweke lokho-ke futhi-ke kuzoba nomthelela-ke ngoba-ke manje kufanele-ke sesiyobheka-ke ukuthi-ke ukuvuvuka okungathi kube khona-ke ikakhulukazi-ke emqaleni-ke kodwa-ke uma kuwukuthi-ke cha-ke akukho kwenzekile akashayiweke lokho-ke akukho-ke nje ozokubona noma kuzotholakala.
So, and then we move to the palate. The palate is the roof of the mouth. Everyone who lifts up their tongue and then put it on the, I usually say in most cases to layman terms is maybe for patients who report to maybe they have irritation of the nostrils, they usually put their tongue on top of the roof of the mouth. So usually when we check in our field, we just check whether the palate is showing any sort of let's say ulcers, maybe there is any lesions that's there, maybe let me just say lesions coming from any sort of disease that's there, maybe the patient has nasopalatal cyst that's there. Those are the things that are more disease related. So in most cases when we check for that, we just check for the disease part of it. We don't look for any sort of trauma or we look for any sort of condition that's associated beside the diseasal part of the body when we check the palate. And also the size of it, whether it's deep enough, whether it's wide enough, those are the things that we check.
Akunye futhi-ke bese kuthi-ke ipalate-ke ila-ke ngaphezulu-ke emlonyeni-ke la umuntu acelwa khona-ke ukuthi manje akakhuphuleke noma-ke anyuseke ulimi lakhe ukubheka-ke ukuthi akhona yini ama-disease atholakalayo-ke ngaphakathi-ke ama-ulcer noma kuyini ezotholakala ngaphakathi-ke la emlonyeni uma kuwukuthi umuntu ukhuphule ulimi lakhe walibeka la phezulu.
And then from there, we check the floor of the mouth. Usually we ask the patient to lift up their tongue into the roof of the mouth so we can check the floor of the mouth. Those are also disease related and also systematic, because when we check the oral cavity, we want to find out one of the things that we're more interested in is the thickness of the patient's saliva, the thinness of it. So underneath the floor and underneath the tongue, which is the floor of the mouth, it's where salivary ducts are. Salivary ducts are secretors of saliva. So we want to check whether it's blocked, it's clotted, or whether any of it is hard, because that might affect the thickness of the saliva, in which the rate in which the patient secretes a lot of saliva or secretes low saliva, but because those also affect the patient's breath and whatsoever, but it's more of a systematic notion. It has nothing to do with any other thing except for the systematic notion. We would say maybe in cases of traumas, yes, we would check maybe if the patient has severe trauma, the jaw is broken, there's dislocation of the jaw, the floor of the mouth will be affected. And that's when maybe we'll also check if there was any nerve that was damaged that runs through the floor of the mouth, which is the lingual nerve. And those are the things that mostly is. But most of them we check for the systematical part, how it's going to affect how we're going to treat the patient for us.
Lana ke indlela ke ezositshela ke noma ezositshengisa ke ukuthi sizosebenza kanjani ke nayo ke i-patient lena ngokuthi ke simceleke ukuthi ke aphakamiseke ulwimi bese sibheka ke la phansi ke emlonyeni sizobheka ke ukuthi mhlambe khona yini ukubloke kokukhona ke kwawo ke amatheke kanye futhi noma ke khona ke mhlambe ukungahambi ke noma ukublokeka kwalo igazi ubheka nje indlela yokusebenza uma sithi ke akaphakamise ulimi sizobheka la phansi emlonyeni.
And also we check the tongue. The tongue, everyone knows, we all know the tongue, it's the one that's sitting in the middle of the mouth. So in terms of it, we're just trying to check if the tongue has any sort of radiant color. Maybe there is a certain pattern that we see that we don't understand. The pattern, we're only talking about lesions only, and then also the color, we're not really most concerned about it due to pigmentation. Some patients' tongues would have maybe browner spots, but if those are the things that we tend not to put much focus on because people differ in regards to that. But we're looking for any sort of lesions. If the tongue was cut, or the tongue is bruised, whether the tongue has any ulcers that's there. Ulcers could indicate that the patient maybe is having some sort of rare cancer, or they're just having some reaction to whatever they ate or something else. That's what we're checking. But in most trauma cases, if we have a trauma or we have a patient that's been assaulted and whatsoever, yes, we check it to just check if maybe it's swollen, because if it's swollen, we need to put a careful attention to it because it ends up blocking the mouth, the throat at the back, and then it affects the breathing of the patient. But besides that, we also check if there is the tongue, the size of the tongue. We have some patients who have larger tongues, meaning when they close their mouth, they put their tongue on the floor of the mouth, it gets depressions from the jaws. We just check for that because it also can affect certain function of the patient, meaning it could lead to the patients having some, speech problems, which could be one of the factors, but those are one of the things we're saying. It's systematic, it's some follow-up of disabilities that we look for.
Uma sibheka ulimi ke iningi kakhulu ke izinto ayibaleke eyibhekwayo ke ukuvuvuka kwalo ke mhlambi ke kubangelwe ingozi ke ukushayeka noma ukushaywa ubheka mhlambi ukuthi ke kunokusikeka okukhona yini olimini ngenye inkathi uthola ke ukuthi abanye abantu ke siyazi ukuthi umbala wolimi ngiyawazi ukuthi unjani kodwa kuthola abanye ukuthi kunama spots ke abrown akhona kodwa ke akusona izinto lezo esigxila kuzona kodwa ke ukushayiseka ke okuzokutshela ukuthi mhlambe khona okwenzekile abanye abantu uzothola ukuthi ke nabo ke amalimi abo awalingani abanye banamakhulu ukundlula awabanye.
Dr. C, the clinical funding is not indicated here.
Yes, usually in most cases it becomes quite very tricky to point out, especially when it comes to the tongue. When we can't find anything that's really abnormal, we don't really mark it as normal because in most cases the tongues are not all the same. So it's enlisted here to check whether it's normal or it's abnormal, meaning most cases when we see no disability or abnormality, we just don't tick it because the normality of it's not standard. So in this case we didn't tick it because there is no absolute standard, like I stated, for example, with the lips and the mucosa saying most of them has to be pink. So with it, the colors vary, and we're just looking for the sizes, the ulceration. So if we find those, then we're gonna tick abnormal and then write the Antony there. So write whatever we found that's abnormal. But here we don't tick because we're actually saying the patient's tongue, it's up to standard selection. So we don't really tick that because of that fact.
Lana ke kuyangabhala lutho ke eduze kwaloko elimi ke ngoba ke akukho ke ngoba sizothi ke ulimi lakhe ke umuntu noma i-patient leyo ke ngathi ke kuloko ke okulindelekile ngoba ke kona ke akufani nezinye la uzothi khona ke yilokhu nalokhu okulindelekile noma ke okufunayo kulona ke ulimi ngoba ke sibheka nje ukulimala ngoba kube kunokulimala kunokusikeka okukhona ke ila besothika khona bese siyabhala ke eceleni.
So in other words, there were no abnormalities detected.
If there were abnormalities, we were going to tick abnormal and then write the abnormalities that we actually came across.
Uma ukuthi kukhona-ke kwakukhona okwatholakala kulona-ke ulwimi sasothika-ke bese kuyabhala-ke ukuthi yini leyo etholakele.
Doctor, can you just place the clinical finding of the flow of the mouth?
The flow of the mouth clinical findings were the flow of the mouth was normal. It wasn't too deep, it wasn't too shallow, it was up to normal standard that we look for. There was no lacerations, there were no ulcers in that regards.
Uma sibheka-ke la phansi-ke emlonyeni akukho nje okwatholakala ukuthi-ke mhlawumbe kunama-ulcer kukhona nje okungabukeki kungendlela-ke yilakho-ke kubhaliwe-ke noma kwathikwa unormal. Yes.
So we're going through to the gingival and the periodontal. These are the more invest stuff in the dental field, which is the gingival. It's part of the gum that we say it attaches to the tooth. It's in most cases it's the free part of the gum. When we examine the patient, we usually take some sort of probe in between the tooth and the gum, a very, very thin, I would say almost needle thin standard, where we put inside, it has markings to check the length and whether it's too deep or whether it's it's reduced from normal standard compared to the other ones. And then the periodontum, it's in layman terms we'd say it's the cushion. We call it the cushion. Is the ligament that's between the bone and the tooth. The cushion that we're talking about, let's put it straight, it's like it's the cement to brick laying. So in order for the tooth to be attached to the bone, there has to be a periodontum there. So if that periodontum has a disease, that means the teeth won't be stable. It will start moving upon maybe patient chewing, or even if the patient touches it like this, and then it will start moving, showing that there is no cushion in between to stabilize the tooth. That means it has a disease, it's been reduced, and it's been affected by bacteria, and there's some sort of infection inside there. So in regards to that, we check the level of it, and we check wherever it have any sort of infections that's there. So with this patient, the only thing that we noticed, it was that there's gingival recession. Gingival recession, we're just talking about the fact that the gums, relative to other ones, they're showing that the gums are not attached to the cervical part, which is the end of a crown. A crown, the tooth, it's divided into two parts: the crown and the roots. So the cervical part of the the tooth, it's where the tooth starts becoming a root. So if it's reduced below that part, we would say it has a recession, it's gone under. So that one, it's also a systematic part. It's caused by maybe long-standing plaque that resulted into bacteria, end up eating away the gum, infecting it, resulting for it to eroding and then reducing. So when we check the patient, the other factor is if the patient has maybe a habit of using maybe a harder brush. We have patients who use a toothbrush for like maybe a year or two, and then the toothbrush, when it becomes hard, it ends up corroding, and the gum is a very thin and sensitive part of the tissue, to a point whereby even if you chew a bone, you make a mistake, it hits the gum, you can end up having the bleeding of the gum. So, but if you're constantly brushing on that free part that attaches there, you're corroding it, then it ends up being resected. So it's one of those things. In this case, we found out there were 3 teeth that had that, and it was the tooth on the 4th quadrant, the first one on the lower right side, and the second one on the lower right side as well, and then there was the first one on the lower left side that had that part of recession.
So what is doctor actually saying? What happens to this client here in this one? This patient, what is doctor saying?
In this case, it was abnormal, just due to the fact that maybe when we look at it, we do further investigation by asking the patient whether they, in this case, it looked like maybe it was
the gum.
The gums were abnormal.
Lana ke esikutholile ukuthi kuningi lokushiwo amagam the patient ayengekho normal.
And then from there we go to angle classification. Angle classification, it's it's our part for classifying the way in which the patient bites. You know, certain relativity of a certain tooth from the upper to the down, the way in which they come together, to classify whether the patient has abnormal teeth or normal teeth according to a certain standard that was drew from a survey that was made at the beginning of dentistry to classify patient's identity via the grouping of the way in which the teeth are. So if the patient is on the class 1, meaning what it's a standard classification of a normal occluding teeth of a patient.
Uma sekubhekwa ke noma kuhlaka ke noma ke kuclassifywa ke amazinyo ke mhlambi ke indlela ke ongathi ke uhlafuna ngayo ke uma kubhekwa ngokwama class uzathi indlela ke lena ejwayelekile noma ekuyiyona ke elindelekile ngoba ke yona ke uma beclassify kube kutholakala ukuthi uclass 1.
Yes, and the only findings that were different from the patient's teeth relativities is the fact that they had spaces in between their teeth, which sometimes some patients do have, sometimes patients don't, due to their jaw being bigger than their teeth. So the teeth tend to try and spread out and fill up the space. So also that one, it's a normal thing that comes with the patient. Patients are born with it. Some is due to maybe the patient removed teeth early, and also in this space, in this instance, the patient has interdental spaces, meaning or between the teeth that are in the first quadrant, the front one, there were spaces, but it's just whether some patients have it, don't have it due to certain factors that took place, whether they were young, or it's just a heredity thing, because some families you find all of from the mother to the child, they have gaps, because that's how the family is.
Lana ke ukuthola nje ukuthi ke amazinyo lomuntu ahlangane yini amanye uzothola ke ukuthi kunama space akhona ke abanye benziwa ke ukuthi ke ufuzoko lelo ukuthi mhlambe ke indlela akhule engayo khona okwenzeka esemncane ke kodwa uthola nje ukuthi nje cha kunama space akhona ke phakathi kwamazinyo abanye banawo abanye abanawo.
Doctor, if I can just maybe briefly take you back to the previous clinical finding regarding the gingival recession on the fourth quadrant and the third quadrant. Is that in any way related to oral hygiene?
Yeah, it's related to oral hygiene. Could be poor oral hygiene or the patient's inability to have oral intelligence to know on how to brush their teeth, on how not to brush and when to change their toothbrush. So it's mostly related to we call it an oral hygiene standard, because oral hygiene is the instructions, it's when it comes to how patients knows how to clean their mouth, when to clean them, what to use. So it's oral hygiene related.
Lokho bekuchazwe ngaphambilini ke lokho okubizwa ngokuthi yona ke i-gingival kuhamba ngokuthi ke indlela ke umuntu ke anakekela ngayo amazinyo akhe ukwazi ukuthi kufanele awaqhubhe nini ke nokuthi futhi kufanele ukuthi ke i-toothbrush futhi aqhubhe kanjani nokuthi i-toothbrush ishintshwa ngasiphi isikhathi noma emuva kwesikhathi esingakanani.
Does trauma play any role there?
In most cases, no. Unless if maybe the only part it will play if maybe the patient had sort of tooth fractures that leaded into maybe the teeth wanting to be brought back in by aligned back, and maybe through the process of trying to align them back, maybe there could be a bit of gum cutting to try and balance the teeth, put in plates and whatsoever. Those we only see in patients that have been treated for trauma, not in an instant whereby the patient is kind of really traumatized.
Futhi ke nokulimala ke kuba nawo ke umthelela ke lapho ubona ukuthi mhlambe bekhona ke ukulimala obekukhona ke mhlambe amazinyo ke afuna ukubuyisela kwisimo sawo noma ngendlela ke ebekade engayo ngaphambilini noma ngaphambi kokuthi umuntu athole ukulimala.
But in this particular instance, the gingival recession, doctor said it was due to poor oral hygiene.
Poor oral hygiene, yes, which showed that the patient's oral hygiene wasn't really, it was fair. We would say it's fair, it wasn't really that much poor, but it was really fair because there were certain teeth that were really affected. We wouldn't really say when it comes to the oral hygiene, we would say it's poor, fair, and then we would say it's good. So with the patient, it was, would say in terms of the rating of it was fair. Fair meaning or it could be poor, it could be good when we look at certain other parts of the teeth.
Uma ke lana uhlanganisa ke amazinyo ke ubheka ke indawo ezithize noma ke amazinyo athize ke kanye nokunakekela ke wona ke amazinyo noma umlomo ke lana singathi ke kwakumaphakathi nje nendawo ke ngoba ke ungathi ke uphuwa noma ugood noma ufair lana ke kungaphakathi maphakathi nendawo ngendlela ke anakekela noma ke xubha ngayo amazinyo.
Yes, may continue on the
Yes, and then from there we have this charting. It's a charting that I already explained at the beginning when I was talking about the teeth that were being extracted, that we have the first quadrant, we have the second quadrant, we have the third quadrant, and we have the fourth quadrant. In detail, it's the charting that we use to mark which tooth is rotten, which tooth is missing, and which tooth needs to be filled, which tooth is broken. So we have certain markings that we will mark on the chart. If you look at the chart that we have here, we have the 1.5 and the 1.7 and also the 4.8. They have zeros on top of them, and also the 2.8 and also the 3.8. They have zeros on top of them. The zeros is an indication of the fact that if they are zeros and they are not shaded inside, they're just a normal zero. It shows that the patient has caries, meaning or the tooth is rotten, it has some black spot that needs to be restored. But if it's shaded, it means or the patient has had fillings, and the fillings are inside the mouth. We're just marking points whereby the patient saw a dentist and then fillings were done. So, and also if there is a dash that's cancelling a certain block, it shows us those teeth upon examinations, they were not there. As I already stated at the beginning, the patient said they removed teeth, so the teeth that are missing is the 4.4 and the 3.5 and the 3.7 in this case.
4.4, 3.5, 3.7. Lana ke uma sibheka ke kule chart lena ke ila ebese ngichazile ngaphambilini amazinyo ke kuya ngokuthi ke izinyo mhlambi elikhishiwe elibolile mhlambi izinyo nje elavalwa noma ke eline filling futhi ke abhaliwe ke laphayana lana ke lana engathi ke kwakuwona ke set these ones were removed ne 4.4
Yeah, 4.4.
u4.4 u3.5 kanye futhi naye ke u3.7 ilawo ke athola ukuthi kwakuyiwona aye khishiwe.
So those are just the markings that we do for our own purpose to know how we're going to go about the treatment.
Lokho ukusisa nje thina ke ukusitshela nje noma kube inkomba ke ukuthi sizosebenza kanjani.
And then when we go to page 3 is where we write notes, collaborating from the examinations that we have done, the questionnaire, the intraoral examination, and also the charting. It's more of a summary to brief anyone who's going to come, read the document if maybe the markings were not marked correctly, to briefly state those things or what's really happening there, and then we bring it up forward. If you check on the page 3, it starts by showing the date, and then the operator, which is my name is stated there, Dr. Trokoti, and the treatment or progress notes. So in this case, it's progress notes or whatever the treatment was really happening with the patient in these terms.
Lana ke ku page 3 ama notes ke nje manje ukuhlanganisa konke ke lokhu ekwesekwenziwe ke ngaphambilini ukuchaza ukuthi umuphi umsebenzi uqala ke kumibuzo ebuziwe umsebenzi owenziwe naloyo ozobheka noma ozofunda ke futhi abesebona ukuthi yini eyenziwa.
So we are trained initially to explain how we started off the patient, which is in any patient that we treat, we need to practice infection control, which is we need to wear gloves and masks. So here I stated GM. Those are the codes that we use to explain or gloves and masks were worn. And then also I wrote sterile instrument to show that the instruments that were examined the patient with, they were also sterilized, meaning they were put in an autoclave. They were fried to a certain temperature to remove any sort of bacteria that's there.
Bese kuthi ke kuchaza ke kunama code ke esiwasebenzisayo ke uGM ukuchaza ke ukuthi ke ama mask ama
kanye nama-gloves ayefakiwe-ke kanye futhi-ke naloko kwasetshenziswa-ke noma ama-instrument asetshenziswa noma ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi asetshenziswe-ke nokuthi-ke futhi-ke eyahlanzwa-ke.
And then I stated the full mouth examination was done. The report back, it's the thing is, when you do a report back, you need to also state that whatever initially the patient was asking for you to check or what you were looking for, whether it is confirmed, found, or it's not. So in this case, I was informed that I'm looking for a tooth that is either it shows that it was chipped or it shows that a gold was removed. So I wrote here that upon examination what really happened, what I found.
Lana ke bese kuthi futhi ke ngichazeke noma ngibhaleke futhi ke umlomo ke ngawubheka ke ngawuqulonga ke uwonke kanye futhi ke nokuba sekubhala ke futhi ne report back umbiko ke lana uchaza ke ukusho ukuthi lokhu engakutshela yona ke i-patient uma mina ke sengiyibhekela ke ngakuthola yini lokho engakutshelwa.
So in this case, I wrote that the patient shows no sign of cosmetic fixed prosthodontic work done on them in the teeth that were present. Prosthodontic work we're referring to inlays. Inlays we're talking about dental crowns or we're talking about gold. Those are the cosmetic, meaning or there are things that patient opted to have due to them looking appealing, not because they have a certain condition, unless in a crown state whereby they are forced because the tooth is broken into half. But in this case, there were no findings regarding that, meaning there was no tooth that showed that there was a gold tooth the patient ever had that came out of the mouth.
Lana ke nokuchaza ke nokusho futhi ke kulangekho impawu ke ezishoyo ke ukuthi ke kwakunama nezinyo ke noma mhlawumbe ke izinyo legolide ake nalo noma ke elakhishwa emlonyeni wakhe.
So the other thing that I also had to do is note something that I would say maybe it's of particular concern. It's I realized the fact that the patient's teeth, the front ones, we say the front top three ones, which were the two ones were on the second quadrant and the other one was on the first quadrant. They showed sign of demineralization on examination, showing that it's a wearing off of the enamel of the tooth. It could be maybe due to lack of calcium, or it could be maybe lack of a lot of acid consumption, or deformity of the tooth, its structure not being strong enough to withstand certain acids and other things. So it's a more of what the patient consumes and what the patient's development from a child, how it has been. Because some patients decide to have demineralization, they end up having demineralization due to the fact that they have maybe some maybe calcium defect whereby led into the tooth not being developed in the certain way in which they were supposed to have been.
Lana ke ngathola ukuthi ke kumazinyo amathathu ke ala angaphambili amabili ke kuhlangothi langasokudla elilodwa kuhlangothi langasokunxele ukuthi kwabonakalisa ke noma enezimpawu ke zokuthi abonakalisa ukuthi ke khona ke ukonakala okukhona ke lokho okungabangelwa ke izinto ke ezahlukile ukuthi mhlambe ke uma esekhula ke noma mhlambe yilokho umuntu akuthathayo ke manje noma ke okuyikona akufaka emlonyeni wakhe okungabangela ukuthi ke bekhona lokho yabonakala engaqaphela ke kulamazinyo amathathu.
Can brushing cause that condition?
I would say in very rare cases, whereby also brushes, in order to cause that, the teeth have to not be strong enough for that to happen. Because even if the only thing that a brush can actually cause tearing of the tearing of the tooth, it's demineralization. It's in a case whereby there's just a systematic fact. It's not an external fact whereby a person can actually demineralize their teeth. It's something that we would say it's some sort of tooth disability we're looking at.
Angeke ke uqubha ke noma ke ibrush kube uyona ke engakwenza ke lokho asithi nje kungaba nje mhlambe ke asithi nje izinyo ke uma lingekho kwisimo esikahle okungabangela kona lokho kodwa hayi uqubha.
So in conclusion, I also signed here for this part. And then these lines that we use is usually for these documents to avoid, or if there is any person who gets a hold of the document, they don't add any sort of information. So we draw lines to indicate that this space, it was not filled by the examiner. Meaning, or if somebody's going to examine the patient, they need to get a whole new page of this and attach it at the back. And then that's the reason why for the markings and the cancellations underneath the notes.
Bese kuthi lana ke ila engaqeda khona ke bese kuba nama lines ke akhona ke abhaliwe lapha yana ke ukuchaza ke ukuthi uma kuukuthi mhlambe kunomunye umuntu ke ozofika afike ke naye ke afune ukubhala lapha yana ukuthi ke cha kufanele lokho ukuthi uyothatha elinye iphepha ke engabhaliwe lutho kulona ukuthi lo ebenza umsebenzi la yena ke uqedile ingako ukuthi la ama lines akhona lapha yana.
And then the final, the last parts of the documents includes us talking about the diagnosis. The final diagnosis from what I have diagnosed from actually viewing the patient's mouth and what is the abnormalities that's there. So in here, the diagnosis was, I wrote the patient has calculus. Calculus, it's when plaque progress from where it's being in a soft format, it goes into a hard part whereby it sits on the gum. It's the part that end up in later resulting in the gingival recession that I spoke to about there, because the bacteria now it has grown and it's getting to a certain thickness. It's starting to even feed on the free gingival, which is the gingival they were talking about. So it led to the recession that we were talking about on the other side.
Lana ngibhalileke uma sengifika ke manje emaphethelweni ke noma lokho engakuthola ke ngibhaleke lana ucalculus kolokhu engichazileke ngaphambilini ukuthi kwakunele inkinga ke eyatholakala ke ngokuphathelene nawo ke ama gums akhe ukuthi aye nenkinga ke ila manje esendlulela ke la ku stage son ukuthola ukuthi ibacteria manje ise iyakhuphukela iloko engikubhalile egcineni.
And Dr. I know you've already mentioned the word plug, but can you just explain it? That
Plaque.
Plaque, yes, plaque.
Yeah, no, plaque, it's in general, in normal terms. Plaque, it's the development of, it's when it's long-standing, an individual has been consuming any sort of products. It could be cold drink, it could be normal food or an apple, and there is no proper oral hygiene practice, meaning the patient doesn't brush their teeth regularly, as we usually indicate, twice a day, in the morning and at night. So the food tends to remain close to the teeth, and then when they remain close to the teeth, they end up feeding the bacteria, which is found inside saliva. Saliva in general has a normal flora. Normal flora meaning like any other fluids that are coming out of the body. Most of them have a bacteria that's it's normal, it's standard to people, but it goes overraged when it's fed certain quantities. When I'm saying, or in giving a normal example, it's when we say we have maybe a certain patient who is explaining it in layman terms, who has diabetes, and they indicate to them or they must stay away from salty, sugary things to make the diabetes standard, and it doesn't go overboard, and it leads to other systematic effects. So we're saying that with this patient, the normal flora, because it's fed things that it's not supposed to be fed, it grows and then it calcifies and then it attaches to the tooth, and it starts in a soft format. That's when we call it plaque. But if the hygiene, it's progressively it's fair or maybe poor, it can progress to calculus. So that's what plaque is.
Lana ke esichazayo ke ukuthi asiqale ke kulo la esithi khona ke ukunakekelwa ke kwamazinyo ke noma komlomo ke kungenzeki ke ngendlela ekufanele ukuthi kwenzeka ngayo. Vamise ke ukuthi ke umuntu ke akaqhubheke amazinyo kabili ngelanga noma ngosuku ke mhlawumbe ekseni futhi ke nantambama lana uthola ukuthi akwenzeki ke ngaleyo ndlela, bese kuthi futhi ke uthatha nokudla ke noma udla ukudla ke mhlawumbe lana lokho kudla bese kundlulela manje sekusondela ke noma kuyohlala ke kulona ke izinyo, bese kuba yikona ke manje lokho okubangela lokho esikubiza ukuthi ke iyona ke iplaque
ubese enza ke isibonelo ngomuntu ke onoshukela la echazelwa khona ke ukuthi ukudla okuthile kufanele ungakudli ngoba ke lokho kuzoba nomthelela ke empilweni yakho ikona ke lokho okwenzekile noma engikutholile ke kuyona le patient.
And then we say the other finding is there is irreversible pulpitis. I'm going to put it maybe in layman's terms. We're just simply referring to the fact that reversible pulpitis, it's when the tooth becomes inflamed with the bacteria which is caries. The black stuff that we see, it's bacteria that's eating away the hard surface of the tooth. So what we're saying is it ate up the upper part of the tooth. It's in the pulp, but it's at the beginning, meaning where we can clean up those black things, fill up the tooth, and that the tooth could be back to a restorative function, and it might not progress, meaning where we can actually try and stop or reverse the progression of the caries, which is the rotting of the tooth in this case. And the number of the teeth that are there that they were already marked there, already mentioned, is 2-8, which means is the second quadrant, 1-7, which is first quadrant, 3-8, which means the fourth quadrant, and then the 4-8, which means is of the fourth quadrant.
Lana ke esichazayo ke ukuthi ke lokhu bekuse kungabuyiselwa ke noma bekuse kungalungiseka ke ukuthi ke nanje ngoba sibona ke ukuthi manje izinyo leli ke ibacteria leni isiyaqala ke ukulidla kodwa ke ibisingekahambi kakhulu ke isengaphezulu ke kulona izinyo, so ukuthi ke bese ngathola ke ukuthi besingakwazi ke ukuthi ke sesingacleana ke manje lelo zinyo lelo bese siyaphinda futhi siyalivala ke noma ke siyalifila ukuthi ke liphinde libuyeleke noma lokho kumnyama esekubonakala lapha na sikhiphe bese liyaphinda ke izinyo ke libuyela kwisimo salo. Abhaliwe ke lana ukuthi imaphi ke lawo mazinyo ekwatholakala ukuthi ke nayo inkinga, wabhale ngokwama number ke kodwa lawo ma number ayachaza ukuthi yiliphi izinyo, u28 u17 u38 kanye no48.
And then from there also I've already indicated what interdental spaces means, or the spaces between teeth, in which the way in which the teeth are arranged inside the mouth. And I said the lower teeth have mild crowding. Mild crowding, we're talking about teeth that are not really straight, they are not really aligned. The other one is forward, the other one is at the back. So we're saying it's mild when the spacing in between, it's a certain length that we usually look for, the crowding that we look for. So in this case it was mild, it was not really severe. So we just also marked those as well and say the patient has mild crowding.
Bese sishilo ke noma bese ngishilo ke ngalamazinyo ke noma uthola ukuthi kokunama space akhona ke phakathi kwamazinyo akusuka ukuthi amazinyo ke ahlangeneke nokuthi ke kunaleya mild crowding engayichaza ukuthi ke uthola ukuthi elinye izinyo ke liye ngaphambili elinye ke lihlehlele ngasemuva.
So and also the final one that we also stated here, I said it's partial endot. Endot, the partial endot, the endot just stands for edentulous, meaning that edentulous is a term that we use for patients that are missing certain tooth or they're missing teeth. So here we'd say it's partial because certain teeth are missing, not all of the teeth. If the patient didn't have teeth at all, we'll say the patient is edentulous, meaning they don't have any teeth. So we've stated it's partial, meaning there are certain teeth that are not there, which are the ones that the patient already stated that they have removed.
Bese kwatholakala futhi ke nokuthi kwakunamazinyo ke ayengekho bese shilo ke naye ke ngaphambili noma wayeshilo ke naye ngaphambilini ukuthi ke akhona amazinyo awakhipha.
And then we go to the treatment plan. Treatment plan is the things that we are going to offer for the patient to restore them to, let's say, the mouth being at maybe it's 80% close to 90% full capacity functional. So one of the things that's there, it's we say clean scaling and polishing. Scaling and polishing just means just cleaning the teeth, removing the plaque that's there so that the gums won't be affected. That's what's happening there. And then we also have oral hygiene instructions, which is what I touched on, saying or telling the patient, no, you need to brush twice a day. You need to stop using a harder brush, get a softer brush, and also orientating them on how they're supposed to brush, and also telling them that there is maybe a certain tooth that you need to give attention to when you're cleaning. Clean there more frequently to avoid certain plaque developing there. That's what's happening.
kanye futhi ke lana ke bese kumnikeza manje ke iplan ke yokuthi ke kufanele ke awanakekele kanjani ke amazinyo akhe ke ukwapolisha ke kanye futhi ke nama instructions ukumchazela ukuthi manje ukuxubha ke kufanele kube usekuthi uxubha kanjani kabili ngelanga kanye futhi ke uma kuukuthi ke usebenzisa ibrush elikhunike uzama ukuthi uthole manje ke ibrush ethambile nokuthi futhi uma kukhona izinyo elithize ekufanele ukuthi ugxile kulona ke noma ke ulinakekele ukudlula amanye.
So, and then we say the other one, it's fluoride treatment. Fluoride treatment is whereby we actually just use fluoride, which is found in most toothpaste that we use. Whether it's Colgate, whether it's Aquafresh, there is a certain content inside. It's called fluoride. It strengthens the teeth. So after cleaning them, after giving the patient oral hygiene, we usually apply the gel inside a tray, and then we allow the patient to bite on it for about roughly 15 minutes to actually allow the opened gums and also the teeth that were recently cleaned for the fluoride to be actually roughly absorbed into it to protect the teeth that were actually more at risk of developing caries, to protect them from there.
Manje ke lana ikhuluma ke ngokubuyisela ke noma kwawo ke amazinyo kunento ebizwa ngokuthi ke ifluoride noma ke usebenzisa Aquafresh, usebenzisa iColgate ke ngaphakathi kuyona ke ine fluoride. Kunento ke engathi ke igel esithatha ke sithi ke umuntu ke akayi noma ke patient ke ayi ifake ngaphakathi noma ke ifake emlonyeni isikhathi esingangemizuzu ke ewu15 alumeke kuyona.
And then we were speaking of the restorations that needs to be done. The ones that we noted that were really severe, it was we need to replace, we need to make sure that the 17 and the 15, they are actually restored, because they were the ones that we would say the caries was moving progressively, that we need to restore in that terms. So we need to patch those two teeth in a certain layman terms. And then the other thing that we also noted, it was that the patient will require orthodontic treatments to close the interdental space. It's an option of the patient if maybe they are bothered by the spaces that they have in between the teeth. If they want to close it, then we would roughly say, we recommend that they go and see an orthodontics, or they undergo an orthodontic treatment generally in any dentist that could perform, to just close the gaps. It's more of patient's appearance concern. It's nothing that's detrimental to the patient's oral function, unless if it's in a case whereby there is severe crowding, there are teeth that are misaligned, the patient can chew properly, then that's where we say orthodontic treatment is a need to arrange the teeth to its back to its original standard functionality that we know.
Bese kuba nalamazinyo amabili ke la engathi ke iwona ke bese ubuthola ke manje ukuthi iwona adleka kakhulu ke manje afuna futhi ke ukuthi ke anakekelwe ke abhalwe ngokwama number ke u15 kanye futhi no17 kanye ke nale treatment kuhamba ngokuthi ke kule treatment lena ke ibizwa ngokuthi orthodontic, ukuthi ke i-patient lena ke iyamhlupha yini lento yokuthi kunamala space akhona ke phakathi kwamazinyo. Indlela nje ke yokubukeka ke komuntu, kodwa ke uma kuukuthi ke akusiyona ke into emhluphayo ke usengayike kulokho, kodwa uma kutholakala ukuthi ke kunenkinga ekhona ke amazinyweni, mhlambe umuntu akakhona ukuthi ke angadla kahle, alume kahle, ahlafune kahle, noma futhi indlela amazinyo amile ngayo ila sizosho khona ke ukuthi kunenkinga kufanele ayoyenza.
And then in conclusion, this is the treatment plan page. We allow the patient to actually sign, or say patient sign. And if you check, there is a signature for parent, for in case if the patient is a minor, and also indicates the day in which it was signed, which is the 22nd of June 2020. So in conclusion, these are the exams that we perform on any general patient that we see, whether they have any conditions, they have whatsoever. It's a standard that we do in order to find the diagnosis for the patient that we have, and also the treatment plan, and also we write it out here. So usually, as you can see, the file was also, it ends up being stored and then it's kept in the database. Usually we always say the files are supposed to be kept there for at least more than give and take 20 years since the patient has been examined. So they are supposed to be kept in the database. After 20 years, if the patient never returned to the institution, that's when most of the time they say that they do have the right to maybe take it and put it in somewhere in storage, but we keep them at the institution where we're operating because we have the belief that patients are supposed to come back for their regular dental checkups once every 6 months, if they can. So this is the standard form that we use.
Yona-ke ifomu esiyisebenzisayo ikona lokho kwenzeka-ke uma ubuka-ke laphayana ezansi-ke ibhaliwe patient signature wase eyasayinda-ke idate i-22 zikaJune ngo-2020 nendawo echazayo-ke ukuthi isignature yomzali uma kuwukuthi-ke le patient leyo-ke umntwana-ke osemncane ngokweminyaka-ke iyagcinwa-ke khona laphayana-ke kwi-system noma-ke kwindawo lena esebenzela kuyona-ke iminyaka-ke ewu-20 uma-ke kusuke ukuthi-ke umuntu akatholakali noma akaphinde abuyeke kuleyo minyaka leyo-ke isiyakhishwa-ke igcinwa-ke kwi-storage ngoba-ke okufanele ukuthi kwenzeka-ke ukuthi ngo-6 months kufanele ukuthi umuntu abe uyabuya-ke azobhekwa-ke ukuthi-ke noma abheke isimo sokuthi emuva kokuthi elashiwe-ke laphayana ukuthi inqubekela phambili ikanjani.
Now, Doctor, do you remember what time you concluded the examination, or more or less how long the examination took?
More or less the duration of dental examination. We're just talking about the examination if we're not getting into the treatment. It's a patient in standard terms. They mustn't have less than 30 minutes with a doctor or a dentist, given if what we are looking for is specific. If the patient arrives and they're saying, "Well, I have a rotten tooth," and then you go straight to it. When you check it, you see it's rotten, you assess it, you percuss it, you realize, okay, it needs to be removed or it needs to be done root canal. That's when maybe the duration could be longer or it could be shorter in case of removing a tooth, because in most cases, if you find the source of the pain, you explain to the patient, and then that's the dental examination, not including the questionnaire. The questionnaire, it's a separate time. I would say we give it almost 15 to 20 minutes for doing the questionnaire, which is on the first page, finding out information from the patient. But when we're talking about the actual examination, when we start looking at the patient from the mouth, doing the palpation and whatsoever, it's supposed to be a standard of 30 minutes tops or more.
Lana-ke uma kukhulunywa ngesikhathi-ke akufanele-ke kube ukuthi i-patient-ke ichitha isikhathi esingaphansi kwayo-ke i-30 minutes kanye naye-ke udokotela asikakhulumi-ke ngale page esekuqaleni-ke la khona abuzwa khona imibuzo bese eyaphendula-ke yona-ke ungathi-ke u-15 ukuya ku-20 minutes. Uma-ke manje sesingena-ke odabeni yila khona-ke ungathi-ke u-30 minutes. Kuya ngokuthi-ke yini efanele ukuthi-ke yenziwe-ke nalapho la kungandlula khona-ke kuleyo 30 minutes loyo.
Now, Doctor, do you confirm the correctness of your report?
Yeah, in terms of the way in which the report has been done, I would say I treated it as a standard case, and then I did, given already there wasn't really much to really go on, I wouldn't say the patient has any severe dental related or any facial situations that I encountered. I would say it's kind of really standard examination, and this is how most of the patients that are close to fair to normal oral cavity examination that's been done. This is the standard that we do, so I do confirm the correctness.
Ngoba-ke lana ngendlela-ke esenza ngayo-ke kubona-ke ama-patients ngako-ke lokhu okuqulathiwe noma okukhona-ke la kule document-ke ngiyahambisana nako ukuthi kuyilona iqiniso.
Now, Doctor, you testify that you examine a person from the waist up, you examine the head, you examine the oral cavity, you inspect the face, you look for lacerations, you examine the nose, and you also examine the neck.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke ngambheka-ke lo muntu uqala-ke enzansi ukukhuphuka-ke amakhala entanyeni ngambheka futhi ekhanda ngambheka ubuso ngikushilo lokho ekuqaleni.
Now, allegations have been made that this patient was assaulted, was choked, was electrocuted some 3 days prior to your examination. Now, what would your comment be given your clinical examination and clinical findings?
In terms of assault, electrocution, since the patient was clothed, I'm going to conclude that when you look at a patient since he was clothed, unless if, from our assessment, unless if the patient was being assessed maybe by a general practitioner or, let me just say, we call them general practitioner or medical officer. That's when maybe underneath the clothes upper torso, they are allowed to take off their clothes. But from the appearance, what I could see from the patients, since the patient wasn't actually, that day I remember they were not wearing any jumpsuit overall. They were wearing their casual clothes, if I could remember. So from what I could see on the surface, not underneath the clothes, I didn't see any sign of electrocution unless if it happened underneath. As for choking, bruises on a person's neck, they can prolong, as we always say. It depends on the length and the pressure and the strength that the individual was pressing on the patient.
Lana ke kuneyinsolo noma kuneyinsolo ezithi lo muntu lona ke washaywa, lo muntu lona ke banjwa ke ngogesi, futhi lo muntu lona futhi ke waqinywa ke. Thike mayiphendula ke lana ke ngoba wayegqokile ke ngaphandle kokuthi mhlambe wahlangana ke nodokotela ke yena ke wamcela ukuthi ke akakhipheke noma ke akhuphuleke ingubo le noma impahla lezi ayigqokile. Kodwa mina kulokho engangikubona ke akukangekho ke impawu eyishoyo ukuthi kwenzeka ke lokho. Futhi ke nokuthi umuntu aqhinyeke khona la emqaleni ke kuye kuhambe ngokwesikhathi ukuthi lokho kwenzeka isikhathi esingakanani ke futhi kanye futhi ke nengcindezi eyabekwa ke noma ke ipressure eyafakwa ke lapho nkathi umuntu loyo eqinywa. Yes.
Markings of chokings, as we were taught, markings of chokings on an individual, they show in terms whereby it also relative to a patient's skull. That people, if they are choked and they are pressed on the neck severely, it has to be at a certain severe point in order for the markings to show. But if it's a fairly light-skinned person, if you choke them or you just press their neck, there will probably be a depression if it was hard enough to lead to a patient gasping for air to a point whereby they will end up losing oxygenated blood supply to the brain. It will eventually show on the neck. And
ngekwendlela ke esafundiswa noma esatshelwa ngayo ke kuya ngokuthi ke umuntu ke uyibala elinjani ke kulapho ke ongathi ke bona ke badakhe ke uma futhi umuntu ecindezelwe ke yena ke kodwa kulabo ke abakhanyayo ke kufanele ukuthi ke bona ke isikhathi ke esingakanani umuntu ke ecindezelwe noma ke ekhanywe ngoba lokho kubona ke kuzoba khona ke okubonakalayo kuyena.
So in this case, when you look at the patient, as far as choking marks, when I was palpating the lymph nodes and checking the assessment, there were no prominent choking marks. But also given that the assessment of the patient was 3 days later, it's been proven that even in normal terms, we call them hickeys, they call them love bites. They can persist for at least over a week if a patient was actually pressed, whereby a hickey is made in terms whereby if a person maybe was in a way in which were let's say in a sort of vacuum, or they were placed, they were pressed. So they can last for about a week or so if they were done properly, or also if a person was choked and there's some depression marks.
But asibheke lana ke isikhathi ke ukuthi lo muntu ufike ke noma ke patient izile ke kwisikhathi seyinsuku noma amalanga ke amathathu ke futhi ke uma kuwukuthi umuntu uhenyiweke noma lo abizi ke ukuthi ke amahikishi noma ke ama-labies ayahlala ke emuntwini ke isikhathi esingangeviki.
So in this case, there were no certain marks that showed that maybe the patient was really choked. And as for the face, there were no lacerations or also no markings that the patient was kind of really beaten up. It looked like it's a normal individual that doesn't look like they were in any severe physical altercation, unless if maybe the altercations were done anywhere else other than the face from the neck upwards, and also underneath places that we couldn't see because the patient was clothed. But from my examination, what I've seen, the general appraisal of the patient didn't look like a patient was in any sort of state that they were done such things, unless if these things that were done on them, trauma to the soft tissue, especially on the body, was done in places that is underneath the clothes that I couldn't assess and see. But as far as the face go, the nose, the eyes, the way in which the neck was, and when you look at also the state of the teeth, it didn't look like this person was actually maybe severely beaten. It looks fairly normal for me.
Kulezi noma ke la engangimbona khona mina kwakungekho nje okuyinkomba noma okushoyo ke ukuthi la ubuso intamo ke lokho engikubonayo ke ukuthi lo muntu lona ke khona la ekwangquzulana khona ke noma ke ashaywa khona ke ngaphandle kokuthi ke ungasho ke ukuthi lezi engayiboni indawo la awayegqoke khona ke noma la engangaboni khona ke, kodwa kulokho mina engangikubona kwakungekho nje okuyinkomba nokushoyo ke ukuthi umuntu lona ke washayo.
Now, what was this patient posture when you were examining them? Did they show any signs of pain, any signs of discomfort?
They were coherent. They were talking. I remember since my Zulu was shaky, one of the assistants was the one who had to assist with the translation of the Zulu language, and they were speaking fluently. I think at some point the patient giggled. To me, it appeared as if it's a person who's more of worried than a person who's more of in distress of pain from the general perspective of view. And also the other thing that was also there is there couldn't be me further referring the patient to be assessed further on the body down, because from what I've seen, the patient really looked normal, and I wasn't indicated that the patient maybe probably is a trauma patient or whatsoever. I was given a fair chance by the police when they said just look for a certain thing. So when I decided to look for a certain thing, I think the patient has had a more fair chance of me not having a bias assessment of the patient, because I was looking for something and also checking other things. So meaning, or if I was persuaded and whatsoever, maybe my findings would have been maybe a bit more skeptical, but I was given a fair chance to examine the patient in a fair way.
Nganikwa ke isikhathi ke lana ke ekuyisona ke nesaneleke ukuthi patient lena ke ngiyibhekeke ngiyixilonga ke futhi ke ngendlela ke ekuyiyona ngoba ubuzo ubuthi ke ingabe mhlambe uma wawusebenza naye ke usebenza ngaye ke kwakhona yini la atshengisa khona ke ukuthi khona la ezwa ubhlungu khona ke uthi cha lokho ke akuzange kube khona ke, nokuthi futhi ke inkinga yami kwakuwukuthi ke isiZulu sami ke singekho kahle manje ke lo owayengilekelela ke uyena ke ncedisa noma engisiza ukuthi ke angihumushela noma angitolikeleke kuyena futhi ke kube khona nala khona ke ahleka khona ke yona ke i-patient lena ke, ngoba ke ngatshelwa ke uma elethwa ke ukuthi angibhekeni ilokho ke nami engakubheka ke uma kwakuwukuthi ke kwakhona ke okuwukunye mhlambe ngangizomdlulisela ke kudokotela ke okwakuyena owayezombheka, kodwa ke akukho nje okwakhona noma engakuthola ukuthi uneyinhlungu ayizwayo.
Did the patient tell you that he was assaulted? Did he make any assertion that he was assaulted?
The patient didn't state any sort of situation that maybe they feel they were assaulted in anyone. They didn't. So the only thing they stated from what we have from the report, it's them admitting that they probably had a heart condition in the mining accident that they had in 2014. But in regards to that, they didn't state that.
Akashongo ke kumina ukuthi washaywa ke noma khona la ashaywa khona ke okuyikona nje angitshela kona ke yiloko okumayelana ke nenhliziyo lena ke noma isibongo lesi senhliziyo asithola ke noma kade naso ngo2014.
And finally, Doctor, you mentioned that if something is not within your scope, you refer it to the relevant discipline, for instance, severe injuries. Was there any referral in this particular instance?
In this particular order, I remember the whole event. Immediately after seeing the patient, they asked the warden and the police, or are we done? Is the patient supposed to see someone else? And the thing is, where we work, the patient can't pass through the medical side and goes through to the dental side without the medical people referring the patient that side. Meaning, when the patient, when they got there, they go to the reception area. A file was opened. Then when they took vitals, and then when they got there, when you take vitals, the nurses that take vitals, they also end up asking the patient, or are they specifically came for the dental side? And also, I think maybe in this case, they asked the police, they came to the dental side, or they're going straight to the medical if they have any part of their body that's undental, that's not dental related, that needs to be done.
Umshushu sifuna ukwazi ukuthi ke uma ngabe usuqedile ke na ingabe kwakhona yini la kwafanele umdlulisele khona ke ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi ke iphoyisa kanye nosojeleke lona ababemphelekezela ke bangibuza ukuthi siqedile yini noma khona la ekufanele siye khona. Umephendula ke udokotela uthi uma uza lapha yana ke kuthina ke akukho la uzovele nje uze ngo noma uzofika kumina ke ungandlulanga e-reception bona ke onesi noma abahlengikazi ke khona lapho ke bazobheka ke futhi bakubuzeke ukuthi uze kudokotela wamazinyo yini noma kukhona okuzele ongahlangena nomlomo noma amazinyo okumayela noma okuphathelene nomzimba.
So that therefore it means that the patient, when they came through to us, usually even if a patient, in cases where a patient has trauma cases, they first initially go through the state we're talking about. BPs are taken, they refer them to the emergency area, they check if blood pressure is stable, have they lost any blood, have they lost any fluids. When those are stable, they send them to our side due to the fact that they notice, or maybe the patient has some facial issues that are there, so we can assess them and make further referrals, meaning we will probably have to send the patient to a maxillofacial, which is a specialist that deals with the neck, head up, in restoring it in severe trauma cases. So we, as if we are the last people that see in any healthcare situation. It doesn't matter if the patient was in an accident. If the patient was even in a car accident, they treat every single thing. They check and then they leave the part of the jaws that are broken, the teeth that are broken. Afterwards, when the patient is stable and the patient is coherent, it's fine. That's when they refer them to the dental side to have those treated, because we always say we start with the severe situation that are life-threatening. So if it was a case whereby maybe the patient, the jaw was broken and the tongue's position was shifted, it was swollen, it was going at the back of the throat, that's when maybe it will be referred to us, or we quickly need to take them to a maxillofacial so that that jaw gets rectified, so that the patient is not at life-threatening. But if it's not that case, when they come to us in treated state of certain things that they needed to have done in general of the body to us.
Thina ke sikabogcita ke khona lapha yana umuntu azofinyelela kubona ke ngaphandle kokuthi ke mhlambi isimo njena ke sibucayi kakhulu ke la khona umuntu futhi ke masithi ke ulimi ke selihlehlele ngasemuva ke kufanele azoqala kuthina ke sibe sizamdlulisela silungise noma senze isiqiniseko sokuthi lapho ke usetholile ke usizo. Kodwa ke thina ke sikabogcina umuntu eza ahlangana nabo ke ngoba kufanele konke kwenziwe lapha yana ngaphambilini babheke konke, babheke i-pressure ke yegazi, bambheke nje isimo sakhe ngaphambilini kokuthi ayofika thina.
Is there the standard procedure that you've just described?
The standard procedure that we had at the medical center. and it's the standard procedure that in most cases they're supposed to be followed in any trauma individual case. The thing is, they go to an emergency room when they come for whatever trauma that has happened. They get assessed there for life-threatening conditions that are there, which we're talking about, or if they are bleeding severely, if there is the blood pressure is up, whether the patient is conscious, whether the patient can talk, whether the patient has those, they get assessed there, and they make the patient stable before they could go for any other discipline, which are called the rehabilitation part. We are part of the rehabilitation part. So if a patient comes straight to us, that means already the patient has no abnormalities that they could notice there. They're just sending them for normal dental assessment that we could do. Unless if it's in a case whereby it's in private, whereby a patient comes because they got assaulted in the face and they see a tooth is sticking at the back and their jaw is not sitting well, they will say, let me go and see a dentist to fix that. That's when they in private, that's when they get to me, I'll say, I can't touch this, I don't know what's really happening to you. I write a referral, I send you to a hospital.
Indlela ke ekwakwenziwa ngayo, indlela ke ekufanele ukuthi nakwena ke kwenziwa noma ke izinto zihamba ngayo, ngaphandle kokuthi bona ke uma besemtholile bembonile ke babonile ukuthi asikho esinye isimo abamdlulisele kithina ke mina ke bese ngiyambheka ke uma ukuthi nami ngiyathola ke kukhona la ekufanele ngimdlulisele khona bese ngenza lokho.
So in other words, doctor, you're saying that a comprehensive medical assessment is performed on the patient. They take his vital signs, check for trauma, thereafter the patient is then referred to you.
Yes, that's a part of the last part of the examination, which is most cases it's rehabilitation, just as fixing what's broken regarding the patient's oral cavity or what we can't fix. Then we send to someone who's related to us, working in close proximity with us.
Thina ke siyabogcina ekufanele silungiseke lokho kuyikona ekufanele sikulungisa uma kuwukuthi ke kuyinto ke esihlulayo ke yila esidlulisela khona ke.
Thank you, my lord. That will be all.
Yes. Yes, any cross examination?
Sorry, my lord. We proceed or adjourn, my lord.
Pardon?
I was asking if are we adjourning or proceeding.
I don't know.
I only have one or two questions for the witness.
What's your time here?
25 to 1.
You want us to adjourn, sir?
No. It's only one question or two, my lord. That's unless other colleagues are.
Your colleagues, anybody wants us to adjourn? Because he wants to prepare something or think about something?
I am fine, my lord. You can proceed. Speaking for myself, of
Okay,
course.
Mr. Ngomalo?
We can proceed, my lord. Thank you.
My lord, I would ask that we take a short adjournment before we proceed with the cross-examinations.
Okay, how long?
10 minutes, my lord.
Are they not having lunch, this gentleman?
I think we can come back at about quarter 2 and then adjourn at 1.
What's the time? Who said the time is
It's 23 minutes. my lord.
past?
23 minutes to 1.
I'm thinking about lunch. Don't they have lunch at 1 o'clock?
Yes, so we can resume at quarter to 1, then adjourn again at 1.
Oh, okay. We come back at quarter to 1.
Something conveyed to you by those police officers that brought Ntanzi to you.
When they got there, the thing that was conveyed to me when I asked the main reason why I'm supposed to examine the patient,
Yes.
they did state or they would like to know, and then also I was not informed what type of a case it is, what was happening. They just informed me that I should examine the patient and also check if the patient once had a tooth, if there is any tooth that chipped off that shows signs that there was a gold tooth or not. That's what I was conveyed to initially.
Ekuqaleni ke uma befika ke ufuna ukwazi-ke ukuthi uma elethwa kuwena-ke uNtanzi ingabe kwathiwa kuwena-ke awubheke ukuthi wayenezinyo legolide noma cha. Uma befika-ke bathi kumina-ke angibheke ngangazi-ke ukuthi-ke i-case iyaluphi-ke uhlobo ukuthi angibheke nje ukuthi-ke unezinyo-ke elakhishwa noma-ke izinyo legolide yebo noma cha.
So after your assessment, I just want to establish whether what gave you or who gave you the power or the authority to examine accused number 2 in terms of general examination. Was it the consent, was it given to you by accused number 2?
When they came in, number one, they brought him in and then they explained to us what's happening, because it's the protocol that we follow when prisoners are coming through, that we need to speak to the police or the wardeners to find out what the patient is in for. And then from there, we speak to the patient and tell them, or we're going to examine you in relative to our standard. So it's up to the patient to say, okay, I want to be examined or I don't want to be examined. So we do say to tell to the patient that we are going to examine you. The patient also has the right to say they don't want to be examined or not. But in this particular fashion, because they were brought by the police and the warden, when you look at it, I would say in any case, in scenario, since the patient was taken from a prison and was brought to us, it looks like maybe that's something that was maybe authorized by the law, authorized maybe by a higher order or whatsoever. And then, but when we convey to the patient, if the patient does continue agreeing for us to assess them, we take or the patient doesn't have any sort of issue with what we're doing.
Maqala-ke babengena-ke umuntu elethwe-ke labo-ke basejele kanye futhi-ke namaphoyisa-ke siqale sikhulume nabo-ke sizwe kube yibona-ke abasitshelayo bese nathi-ke siyayikhulumela-ke naso isiboshwa-ke leso simtshele-ke ukuthi-ke manje sesizobheka-ke sesizokuhlola-ke kuba kuyena-ke umuntu loyo ukuthi asho ukuthi cha angivumi-ke ukuthi ningihloleke noma ngiyavuma kodwa-ke naye unalo ilungelo noma uyalinikeza ilungelo lokuthi avumeke ukuthi singakwenza lokho noma cha futhi noma ubheka-ke isimo-ke noma-ke kangendlela-ke alethwa ngayo-ke awazi-ke noma ukuthi mhlambe kwakuyi-instruction noma-ke igunya-ke elaphuya-ke kwaba ngaphezulu-ke lelo.
No, sir, I'm concerned about the privilege between the patient and the doctor. I cannot assume a privilege because, may I just establish, before you examine accused number 2, did you meet with the police first in the presence of Mr. Ntanzi?
The police, how it works in the system that we have, with patient queuing outside, in general as point of view, né? Then when we have a patient queuing outside, patients come through with a line. We don't see any patient or talk to anyone prior to the patient actually entering into the exam room, because we're trying to avoid conflict of other patients coming in while we're still with other patients. So when the patient came in, when we started talking to the policeman, the patient was there. And there was no point whereby, I'm confirming there was no point whereby I was called into the corner and I was told directly when the patient was there. Maybe the patient, in my recollection, the patient was not sitting on the dental chair, was sitting in the chair that we usually put parents or guardians for minors to watch over their kids as we are going through operating them or we're examining them.
Engakusho-ke lana ukuthi-ke ngokwenjwayelo-ke siba nabantu-ke abazoma-ke emgceni lapha abalinde ukuthi-ke bangeneke ngoba sigwema-ke into yokuthi usene-patient ngaphakathi bese kungena enye-ke kodwa lana-ke okwenzeka ukuthi-ke uma ngikhulumisana-ke nephoyisa leli kanye nosojele-ke i-patient leyikhona-ke ila ngizama nje ukunikeza isiqinisekiso-ke sokuthi akukhulunywanga nami noma angibizelwanga ekhonyeni kwakhulunywa nami kodwa kwakhulunywa nami i-patient ikhona kunesitulo-ke esilaphayana esivamise ukuthi-ke sihlale umzali uma kuwukuthi ulethe umntwana omncane wayekhona elapho nkathi ngikhuluma nephoyisa.
So there's one answer that I asked from you, sir. Did Mr. Ntanzi give you a consent to examine him? Yes or no?
Consent in terms of them saying or we ask.
In terms of examining him,
Yes, we
did
ask.
he give you the consent?
I
to
would say we were given because we ask, the standard is we ask the patient. We tell the patient that what we're going to do, if they are comfortable with it, or we should go through with it. Before anything, in any standard, when we examine a patient, we tell them what we're going to do. Explain to you, I'm going to check you first, and I'm going to check for, I'm going to examine you, I'm going to check for any sort of deformities. Do you agree? That's standard. Do you agree? And then the patient, if they say they do agree, then that's when we proceed. Because a patient, any patient who's above, we say it's a minor if they're under 18. If they're above 18, it's considered an adult, they have the right to say no. So the patient did allow me to assess them. So in a way,
ngacela imvume wanginikeza imvume ngoba-ke ngiyambuza ngiyamtshela futhi nokuthi-ke yilokhu engizokwenza kuwena uyavuma noma yini-ke ngoba lo muntu la sikhuluma ngomuntu-ke ongaphezu ko-18 kuba yingane-ke uma engaphansi kweminyaka ewu-18 ukuphendula-ke yebo wanginikeza-ke imvume yokuthi-ke ngingaqhubeka-ke.
Did you have a consent form that was signed by
the consent form
Yes.
that usually comes, ne? This is a file for the dental. When a patient comes in the I would have indicated that they should have gotten a standard form that they have. Remember the healthcare center, when the patient arrives, we have a file, a bigger file that comes in for us, whereby it has even things from the
Sir,
medical
sorry,
side.
I understand you want to explain. Did you have a consent form that was signed by Mr. Ntanzi?
The form, yes, we did have the file. In the file, there is a consent form that explains the patient agrees to be signed.
Are you in possession of that file?
I don't have the file.
Yebo ikhona-ke iform ekhona uma sithola-ke ifile la asayinda khona.
Sorry, Mr.
ngisho-ke
Mngomezulu.
ifile anginayo.
You mustn't accuse me of giving evidence. Just have a look at this.
Sorry.
Because you are the ones who gave me this as an exhibit which was going to be utilized by Mr.
Yes,
Maloi.
I'm quite aware. Page 4, the witness did testify about the consent and the signature. of the
Yeah,
witness.
well,
It talks about the signature here. It talks
you
about.
haven't read that. Let me read it. Just bring it. Consent form. I, the undersigned, hereby give permission for dental treatment to be performed on myself, not my child. And then they say name. I have been informed and understand the benefits and burdens of the proposed treatment and treatment alternative and the option of no treatment. Then it's signed by somebody here.
The logic, my
No,
log-
it's okay. You
Yes,
can go
my,
on.
my logic, the logic that I'm trying to converse on there.
Okay.
The form was signed after
No,
the
no, fine.
examination.
Go on, Mr.
Yes.
Ngomezulu.
If it was signed before, or I'm putting to you that accused number 2, when he was brought by the police, he was in the car and he was under the guide, or he was escorted by certain Metropolis officers. When the officers that spoke to you entered the surgeon,
I'm going to explain. When in the operation area that we work in, I only encounter with the patient when they have gone through certain people. Before they even get to me in the dental department, they need to go through our receptionist, the one who has a book that writes them down. And then they interact, whoever, if it's a guardian or whatsoever, they interact with them. When they come to me, I am only going to see the patient on the basis that they're going to just inform to me, or we have a patient. That day they told me, or there is a present patient, the policeman spoke to me, or you need to assess them. And then in most cases, I don't even ask for what it is for. I wait for them to come in and inquire with the people that are coming in, because most of our HR people don't really know what needs to be assessed from those patients. So most of them times they get the things wrong. So they always say there's a patient who's came in, especially patients that are from prison. Even when we were still in school, when we have patients that are coming from prison, they inform us when we have a patient, and then we speak to the policeman after, when they've already seen those HR people with the
lana
patient.
ke okwenzekayo ukuthi awumele uthi ke ummangalelo wesibili ke bayihlezi emotweni kanye ke namaphoyisa ke eMPD nkathi ke wena ukhulumisana nephoyisa likutshela ke laphayana uthi okwenzekayo ke ukuthi labantu laba baqala eHR HR lapha kunefomu ke ekufanele bayigcwalise bese beza kumina ke mabeza kumina ke futhi ke mina ngibona ke abangitshelayo ukuthi ke kufanele yini ke abeze ngayo noma abazoyenza.
During the examination in chief, you said the police officers informed you to check a specific thing.
When they arrived,
Yes.
initially with the accused, when they got into the waiting area, this is protocol that we do when it comes to prisoners or people that are being sent to us from a certain governmental institution. We need to talk to the person that brought in the
Yes.
prisoner and then ask them, what is the patient here for? And then they have to inform us what the patient did, confirm or they have a tooth that's broken, that's swallowed, and then from there on, that's when we proceed to talk to the patient. So now with me, the police corps just told me from their view that, look, we have a patient here, we have a case, we want you to either confirm if they had a gold tooth or they didn't have a gold tooth. So that's what I was told when the patient was there in the present. Then I continued to proceed to talk to the patient and telling them, oh no, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna actually examine you. So you're gonna sit down, I'm gonna examine you, I'm gonna examine the mouth, and also I'm gonna check certain things from you. And then the patient did say and agree, okay, no, it's fine, that you can do. And then I did do that.
Okwenzeka ke lana ukuthi yebo ke amaphoyisa ke elikhona elaphayana engitshela ke ukuthi yini ekwakufanele ke ngiyenze noma engiyibheke ke nokuthi ngenze isiqiniseko sokuthi wayenalo yini izinyo legolide noma cha i-patient ikhona ihlezi lapho emuva kwalokho ngase ngikhuluma naye ke ngimtshela ke ukuthi ngizokwenzani noma kwakuyini ke le engangizoyenza kuyena lokho kwenzeka ekhona.
Let me just put it this way to you so that you understand. In relation to the information you gave out as a doctor to examine the accused was not the scope upon which you were, accused number 2 was brought to you. You exceeded the scope.
Remember in my explanation, when you look at the file, the form that we have, the standard, I was going through the file word to word, explaining every single thing that was there. And then if you could notice, every single thing that I spoke about, it's within this file. I never went above and beyond to write anything that was not within this file.
Ummeli uthi ke wena ke kulokho wakwenza wena ke wenza wase uyeqisa ke kulokho kwakufanele ukuthi uyakwenza. Uma ubheka le form ke enginayo lapha kwami eninayo ke nani ukuthi ke ngenza konke ngalendlela ekungayo la akukho la engabhala khona noma ke ngase ngengeza okunye okungekho kule form ephambi kwami.
You are not a pulmonologist.
That one, well, we are well aware, but remember, everyone...
You are not a pulmonologist, is that so?
Yes, I'm a dentist. Everyone that goes through medical school, we are supposed to learn the basic function of the body. Meaning you have to be able to, when a patient arrives to you, know the most basic facts of every single thing that's been done. It's noticing the basic things. This is why we were taught in order to be able to identify if there is an assault patient that was, even if the patient, for example, even if a child is brought to me by their parent and saying, or they fell, I'm supposed to, as an individual, look at the whatever it's been said is correlate with what the patient has said. If I see any marking that shows that the child is being abused, I'm supposed to, as an individual, address to that and then take steps, maybe in contacting a social worker or something that's that. So the reason why we are taught that, we are taught to notice bruises, to know the heart blood pressure of an individual, whether it's high, whether it's low, what does it indicate? And then based on that, we conclude whether the patient from our side, it's normal or it's not normal. That's why we check things like high blood pressure, and these things, these readings, they are brought to us by the nurses that do these things, and then they bring to us. For example, if a patient comes in with a high blood pressure into our waiting area, we're not going to see them. We're definitely going to write a referral and say, refer patient to emergency so that the blood pressure can be stable before we see them. That's the protocol, meaning that we need to know the basics about how the pulse is, how the high how the high blood is, how the sugar is, and also the whether the patient appears
Even
to
if
have
we were
any
taking
infection.
notes, we will not be able to take notes because just.
I don't
My
understand. What are you saying?
My lord, I was saying, even if we were taking notes, and he's talking medical terms and what that is quick and you can't follow him. So I want to confine him in terms of legal aspect. It's lunchtime. My lord, it's lunchtime. I thought I would have one question, but I see that there's so much to do now. May we adjourn, my lord, for lunch?
Okay. Are you available after lunch, sir?
I think I was supposed to be available until 1:30 because there are some family responsibilities I need to attend to today.
Are you comfortable?
Huh?
Are you comfortable counseling them and testifying here, or you want us to excuse you? Come on Monday.
I think already it's fine. I will just wait for 2 o'clock because on Monday I might not even be around this.
Oh, okay, fine. 2 o'clock then. Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr. Mgumezulu. Mr. Kubek.
Thank you, madam. Sir, I would request you to follow the question and answer what is asked. Ne? All right. My instruction from accused number 2, Bongan Dance, is that when he was brought to you, you only checked him, his mouth. You conducted that oral cavity check, or you never examined or asked him anything relating to his health or medical status.
I'm going to be brief and straightforward, as you said. I should avoid answering the question directly. Look, according to this, you don't go straight up to treating a patient without asking any sort of medical history that's there. So what I did is we need to check the medical history of the individual before touching or even doing anything with them. We need to know whether they are sick with certain things. That's standard protocol in even any medical profession. Whether you are a dentist, whether you are a optometrist, you need to check that. So I did that. It's on record whereby I marked it and then the patient also signed. So from my recollection, I did that.
Ubongani Ntanzi uthi ke wena ke wambheka ke noma wamhlola ke umlomo kuphela awukazi umbuze ngesimo sakhe ke sokuthi ukanjani ke ngempilo nakuthina ke awukwazi ke ukuthi ke noma uyiphi ke inhlobo kadokotela ukuthi ungavele uqonde nje odabeni nomuntu kufanele wazi ngomlando wakhe ke ukuthi ke ukanjani ke impilo yakhe akukho yini okumhluphayo ngenza lokho ke nami yilona le form leli eliphambi kwami.
Okay, regarding the HIV status, did you warn him that is not obliged to divulge his medical?
As I stated when I was stating here that we ask the patient that do they know their HIV status? And they said they are not aware, they don't know whether they are positive or negative. That's what we ask. We don't say whether the patient has the right. The question is, we don't say, are you HIV positive or are you HIV negative? We say, do you know? And if the patient decides to say, yes, I know, and then that's when we proceed to saying, then would you like to disclose? But if the patient just said they don't know, we're not gonna say what really happened. The further on, the things that we ask further on is, have you ever been tested? And then when the patient starts to say, no, I've never been tested, we leave it at that.
Mayelana ke nombuzo lona ke ophathelene nayo ke ingculaza ukuthi ke ingabe wami exwayisa yini ukuthi ke akaphoqelekile ukuthi aphendule. Lana ke wathi uma ngimbuza impendulo yakhe yathi cha angazi. Uma ethi ke angazi akukho okunye osungaphinde ukubuza. Kodwa ke uma impendulo yakhe kwakuwukuthi yebo ngiyazi, kula usewumxwayisa khona ke manje ukuthi noma usho kuyena ke ukuthi ungathanda yini ukudalula ukuthi ke sithinike. Kodwa uma ethe nje cha akazi awukwazi ukuthi ungaqhubeka ngayo.
All right. Did you check him? Did you check COVID on him?
During the time they passed through the screening process.
Did you check COVID?
Listen, they pass through screening. As I've already mentioned, that the patients, before they get to us, they go through number of exams. It was COVID times. They go through the reception, they see the nurses, they do the blood pressure, and then they also do COVID screening. And they do that at a separate location. When they come to us, it's a patient that's clear of the screen of COVID, and also with the HIV screen, they also do the same thing. They ask them if they want to test, they end up testing them. So those things, screenings are done by the nurses, which we say is the vital group that does that. So they screen them for that. So there is no patient who will pass the vital group, come to us with signs of COVID. So there are people who were at the time by the government appointed to screen any patient that comes through there for COVID before they even get to us. My point is the patient passed through a number of people before getting to me.
Ingabe ambheka yini ke umskrini yala yona ke iCovid uthi lokho kwenziwa ke uma bengena ke lapha yana ke akangeke ezofika kumina ke kungekabhekwa konke lokho baningi abantu abadlula kubona ke lapha yana la kwenziwa iscreen khona kubhekelwa yona ke iCovid ngoba ngaleso sikhathi vele ke kwakuyisikhathi seCovid nayo ke iHIV nayo ke uyabuzwa lapha yana uma kukuthi umuntu unquma ukuthi ke attestwe ke nalapho kwenziwa khona lapho.
So was this form completed by yourself or by the nurse? The one that you were reading?
The form has two handwritings.
Yes.
The first one on top, if you notice where there's written vitals, that's not my handwriting. You give any expert, handwriting expert, they will tell you there are two people who are writing here. The protocol is names, surnames, and including patients' contact details. They are done by the nurses there. And then the rest of the questionnaire, which is the questionnaire, the exam, the other part whereby we do the extra exams, it's done by us. So every detail that requires the patient's personal details and also the vitals, which I've already pointed out, if you can look at the form, that whether it's written BP inside here, and also the time, it doesn't correlate with the other handwriting, which is mine. So meaning that this patient was seen and also the form was filled by the nurses. That's the protocol. They fill up the personal details. When they get to us, we only do the medical side.
Lana umubheka ke kule form lena ke ukuthi ke ama handwriting ahlukile ke lapha eqaleni lapha yana kubhala imininingwane yakhe, igama, iminyaka, kunama number, kunekhili, lokho ke kwaqaliswa amanesi lapho aqala khona. Ukuhla ke enzansi la kubuzwa khona ke imibuzo noqhubeka ke neform handwriting yami.
And it is tell me, in terms of that form, where it is indicated that the results after you check the COVID were positive or negative?
I'm going back.
Sorry?
I'm going back to what I said initially. It's a dental form.
Yes.
When a patient comes to the healthcare center, there is a file that's in brown and it has lines, it has different disciplines inside. The form that now I'm given here is for what I did. I did go through the rest of the form, and then the rest of the form is when you go through them, you check whether the patient was screened for COVID or not, and then you send them back if they were not. We do receive it as a hard copy. Once we are done, we remove our part from the dental part. We store this part inside there. And most of the time when we store it, it's stored inside a system whereby it even has a correlating number with the actual document that's being kept by the medical side. This is done in order to avoid any complications between the dental side and the other side, because the patient might come back a week later with an appointment to us. We avoid the patient waiting in line again, trying to relocate file. Instead, the patient goes straight to us, and then we retrieve this file.
Ingabe lana kule form kukhona la yini khona ke kushoyo ukuthi wabhekwa ke ebhekelwa yona ke iCovid. Ngizobuyela kamuva ke noma ngibuyele emuva ke la engishilo ke khona ukuthi ke kune file sithola ke ifile kuleyo file leyo ke kuneyinhlaka ezahlukeneke la echazwa khona ke ukuthi lokhu ubhekelwe nalokhu ubhekelwe bese thina ke kuleyo file le uma seniqedile ngikhiphe eyethu ifile noma lena iform lena ngithi ibeke ecaleni la igcinwa khona ke kwenzela ukuthi ke uma ngenzeke kule ipatient ibuye futhi ke kungabi ke nokunqobuzana ke la khona ke ezophinda futhi ayoma ke emgqeni kodwa ke lo muntu ebekade ekhona la.
The fact that I put it to you that you acted beyond the scope of the instruction, I'll just leave it for argument. But I'm just concerned about where you indicated that accused number 2 said he had a heart problem in 2014. It was an incident from the mine. And you further said that he did not take any medication in relation to that. When you were told, you said you were told by accused number 2 that he had a heart problem. Is that what you say? Were you told by accused number 2?
And then I'm going back to the form that I have. If you look at the form, the things that you're asking me, they're basically almost answered here. The health questionnaire asks if the patient had any sort of heart conditions or there are any sort of medication.
Yes.
So I need to ask those things. It's not beyond scope. It's beyond what the form
The question is,
saying.
were you told by accused number 2?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I want.
Yebo ngatshela uye ke ukuthi wayenenkinga ke enhliziyo ekwenzeka ke emayini ngo2014.
My instruction is that accused number 2, where he was working, he's working underground. And no one can work underground. You can comment, you cannot comment, but this is what I'm putting to you as the instruction of accused number 2, is that if you have sicknesses or chronic illnesses, you cannot work because it's too hot underneath. Any person with medical defects cannot work there. So he denies having informed you that he had the medical.
Can I add? In regards to what you're saying, it's true. There's no denying in that. But also there is also a fact that most of the people that work underground, the studies that's been there, and also if you look up through the internet, you'll find it. Most people that work underground, most of them, they are always checked through for if they have any sort of defect or whatsoever. But did you realize that there's a fact that if a patient has a high blood pressure, what the mines people do is they send the patient to a doctor so that they can have that rectified and managed before they go back underground. It depends on the severity of the situation. So in the terms of, that's now what I was informed, and that's what it came from him. That's what he said. So meaning that yes, he could have had a mining incident. We don't know whether it's minor, whether it's major, and then after a while, and then the patient was fine, and then they went back. So those things are the things that any logistics from the mine that we know, because when I was working that side, we used to have clients that they would basically almost, when I interacting with my colleagues, that they would come, they need to be checked, they need a medical certificate to show that whatever they had, it's not serious, they can go back underground and then work.
Yes.
Wazi ke ukuthi kwizimo ke ekusetshenzwa ngaphansi kwazo emayini ukuthi ke kuyashisa laphayana angeke umuntu asebenzeke enesimo esenhliziyo. Kungayiqiniso ke lokho okushoyo kodwa ke kuyenzeka ke futhi amahlandla amaningi futhi ke lokhu ke seku boniwe ke noma ama study akhona ke ashoyo ukuthi abantu bayasebenza khona lapha yana ezansi kuya ngokuthi isimo siyalawuleka noma ke sikanjani ke abanye bayeza bazobona udokotela umuntu azothi ke ngicela nje incwadi ke yokuthi nje babone ukuthi lapha manje isimo sami ke sesiyalawuleka ke ngingabuyela ngaphansi so kuya ngokuthi isimo leso sikanjani.
Yes. Let's get into the point where you say, when my colleague was asking you about assault or if somebody alleges that he was choked. According to you, are you in a better position to see if somebody has been subjected or he was choked? Because I don't want to, sorry, let me just clarify this one. Unless the instruction is that the accused was not strangled. I want to make a distinction between the two. He was not strangled. According to his version, a plastic bag was put over his head when he was choked. A plastic bag was used. Will you able to see if a patient come to you that this person was choked?
In a normal state, any patient that was choken with a plastic bag, unless if the only person that can be able to say the patient was choking in a plastic bag, in medical terms, from what I know, the only evidence that can show that a person was choked in a plastic bag and then actually there is a sign is if a patient succumb to whatever the plastic bag was. If they was choked and they end up passing away, that's when only the autopsy from whoever's doing that, they'll be able to identify that. A choking of a plastic bag over the face, yes, ligature marks, if it was pulled hard here, there will be lines. Any plastic bag, if anyone, even right now, you take a bandage and you wrap it around your hand and you pull it quite very strong, it will leave a mark.
Uma ke ukuthi ke wafaka ke iplastic ke lokho ke la ekungathola noma kubonwe khona ke ukuthi ke mase sithi ke umuntu ke mhlambe usiyashona ke ngenxa yalokho uma sekwenziwa yona ke i-postmortem kuzobonakala kodwa ke uma kuukuthi yona ke leyo plastic iboshiwe ke khona lana ke yasiyaqiniswa ke kunama mark ezowashiya ngisho nawe uma ungathatha ibandage khona manje uyibophe khona la kuwena ke kuzobonakala noma ke khona lokho okuzosala.
Before you continue, let me add, in that term means that even if there was a mark by a plastic bag, after 3 days later, when the patient came to me, that mark would have eventually been faded or have actually disappeared because of the fact that these marks that we are talking about, they are not severe marks that could last for long. Plastic bag doesn't have enough power compared to a rope.
Futhi ke asithi ke manje lo muntu uzileke useze emuva kwamalanga amathathu ke lawo ma marks lawo ke kusengenzeka ke ukuthi ke ase enganyamalala ke ngoba ke iplastic yona ke ayifani kama mark ayo angeke ahlale ke ngokufana nayo ke intambo.
Yeah. All right, no, the tool is not his field. Before I just want to be straightforward. When you first saw accused number 2, Bongan Dance, he had no visible injuries. Did you see any visible injuries?
From my point of view,
umbona kwami ke mina ke akukho kulimala okwakubonakala loba okwakucaceleke engakubona kuyena.
And you did not ask him to take out his clothes?
No, I never did that.
Angizange ngimcele nokuthi ke akhumuleke owayegqokile.
And tell me the time in which they arrived, and what was the time accused number 2 was brought to you? What exactly time was it?
It was right precisely towards lunch. I think I remember it was towards maybe 1 o'clock. I think it was around 12.
Ngizothi ke ngaboma 12 ke kodwa nje ngaphambi kokuthi ke kushaye ihora ke lokuthi ke kube isidlo ke sasemini.
So that's when you commenced your examination 12 towards 1 o'clock.
Leso sikhathi ke ngaqala ngaso ke ukuthi ke ngimhloleke ngimbheke.
In that documentation, it reflects 1256. Is it the correct?
1252.
1252. Beg your pardon. So what was the time you concluded your examination?
I would say maybe it's roughly maybe 30 or 45 minutes later, because I remember it extended to lunch, then we went to lunch.
Ngizothi ke kwathatha ke isikhathi ngama 30 minutes kuya ku 40 minutes ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi ke kwathi ngidlulela isikhathi sethu ke se lunch sase sithatha ke lunch.
Could it be 1:30?
I wouldn't be precisely sure.
No, could it be? Plus or minus, or approximately?
Approximately maybe.
Ngasho ke ukuthi labo kuma 1:30.
The last question is, let me just confirm if. Okay, sure. Thank you, sir. You said you graduated in 2019, if I heard you correctly.
Yeah, izifundo zami ngayiphothula ngo-2019.
So you conducted a community service.
Yes.
You started from 2020.
Umsebenzi wami ke usebenza emphakathini wona ngawuqala ngo-2020 lokho besithe yi-concept.
Prior to the examination of accused number 2, you had 6 months doing community service.
Yes.
Ngaphambi kokuthi ngisebenze ngaye ke noma ngihlangane naye ke umangalelo wesibili ke nganginesikhathi singange 6 months ngiwenza umsebenzi.
Were you working under supervision?
During my concept?
Yes.
Once immediately we work under supervision within the 3 years of our studies, but once you actually take oath, you are considered to be independent to work in a format whereby you work alone, but you have a superior supervisor that only in instances whereby there are complications that you also don't understand, you refer to them, complications.
Uma sesiqala nje kuminyaka yethu yokuqala ke emithathu masiqala yila usebenza khona ke ubhekiwe noma ke kukhona ke umuntu okubhekileke noma lokhu kuthiwa ke i-supervisor ke kodwa ke uma usuqala ukuthatha isifungo noma usufunga ke yila ubonwa khona ke nanje komuntu oyimele kodwa ukhona ke ongaphezulu kwena ke uma kuukuthi kukhona ke okukudidayo bese kudlulisela kuloyo.
So you took an oath after 6 months?
No.
After you examined?
No.
Or before?
Take it before.
Sorry.
When you actually, there are 2 different oaths that you take. You take an oath before you even start seeing patients when you're still in school, and there's another oath that you're taking to show that you are suitable and you have graduated and you have passed all the standard that the degree requires, and you are able to be on your own and you can supervise the person. Meaning within a year, I can be able to even supervise a person who's like a year behind me.
Okwenzekayo ke lana ukuthi ke uma usufunga kufunga kabili ke khona la ufunga khona ke ngaphambilini uma kusesesikoleni ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ke ubheke ama patients bese kuthi emuva kwalokho ke yila ufunga khona ke ukuthi manje konke lokho izifundo lezi noma i-degree ekudingayo noma ekufunayo usundlulile kuona waphasa ke futhi ngiyakwazi ke ukuthi ke emuva konyaka nami ke sengingathi ke ngibhekeke noma ngisupervise ke omunye ongemuva kwami ngonyaka.
Have you encountered a situation where the police officers, you testify about prisoners that are brought to you, and you said in 2020 in June, have you encountered a situation where the police will confront you with the request of conducting a dental?
Remember in our year of studies, we are in Medunsa. Medunsa is one of the biggest oral health centers in Pretoria. So we used to always, there was a module that whereby anyone is supposed to at least have treated people that are from public, whether it's from prison and whatsoever. So we used to get maybe in a regular base, you used to see maybe I would say 2 or 3 prisoners maybe in a month. So they used to always come, and when they come, the protocol is they come to you and then they explain what the patient is complaining about, and then you continue communicating with the patient regarding that. So yes, I have in more than one occasion.
Ngihlangeneke ngaphambilini ke namaphoyisa ke noma ngikhulumisana namaphoyisa uzokhumbula ukuthi besifunda khona eMedunsa ke enkulu khona ke ePretoria kuba khona ke imodule noma izifundo ke la khona ke kufanele uhlangane nabantu bangaphandle kulabo bantu ke bekuza futhi ke neziboshwa lezo ke bese ilethwa amaphoyisa likutshela iphoyisa ukuthi ke yini ke isiboshwa esikhala ngayo bese ke ukhulumisana nesiboshwa emuva kwalokho.
I put it to you now before I rest. I put it to you that on the day you conducted a general examination from accused number 2, you infringe upon his right to privacy, especially you breach the confidentiality of accused number 2 in relation to his medical status. What is the comment on that?
Now my question is, in which format?
The question-
How did I do that? If this is, I'm saying if this is a form that's created by the state, which is the one that also everyone serves here, that we're supposed to question an individual who's coming to us and ask these questions, and we decide to ask them the way in which the form is decided, I'm basically saying it was me doing my job.
Uma uthi ke angizange kwenze kahle ke umsebenzi wami ke nokuthi futhi ke amalungelo akhe ke umsola ke noma umangalo lwesibili ke ngazange ke ngenze ngokwendlela ngokuphathelene nawo ke usho kanjani ke ngoba konke ngakwenza ngokwalendlela ke ekubhalwe ngayo kuyona le form imibuzo engibuza ngibuza yona imibuzo ekhona la ngenza umsebenzi wami.
Last question. You were asked by my colleague as to when you're conducting that examination, you said accused number 2, Pungantanzi, looked worried. What do you mean by that?
Worried meaning, or the patient, the facial expression, the way in which they were, he looked kind of concerned. I wouldn't say maybe it's they are stressed or whatsoever, but they looked confused. Worried meaning they look confused. They looked like, I don't know whether they don't understand the setting or what was happening, but that's a normal perception of any dental patient that's there. I'll tell you, any adult will tell you here that the moment they enter any dental practitioner's office, they start wondering what's going to happen next.
Lana engangikusho ke ukuthi ke manje ngikhulume ngegama ke worried kaphambilini ukuthi ke wayebukeka ke edidekile ke ungathi ke akazi ke ukuthi ke kwenzekani ke lana ungabuza noma umuphi ke kulaba abahlezi lana ke ukuthi ke noma umuphi ke umuntu omdala uma engena ke la ukuzothi kusetshenzwe khona noma ke akhishwe izinyo noma kwenzeke nike ila aqala khona ke ukuthi manje sengasazi ke ukuthi yini ezokwenzeka manje.
Say, on the form where it says complaint, main complaint, you see there? So it appears that it's written the patient requested. Can you read that for me, please?
It says the patient requested an examination for oral cavity.
What do you mean by that if you were approached by the police?
It means that I was informed what the patient is requiring to be done to them.
Lana ke engikufundayo ukuthi ke patient yase icela ke ukuthi ke kubhekwe noma kuhlolo ke la ke na ke emlonyeni kusho ukuthi ke ilokho engakutshelwa ukuthi yini leyo muntu ayizele.
So that is hearsay. You were not directly informed by accused number 2. You were informed.
I'm going to go back to protocol. We, as medical professions, is every single time whenever a prisoner, it's not the same as a normal individual. We are supposed to be protected by the people that come with the prisoner. So our interaction before we even go to the patient, with the patient being there, the policeman or the warden must be able to explain to us what we're supposed to do towards the patient, because that's for our safety. That's one of the things that's supposed to have been done there. Because if the prisoner comes in, the policeman goes outside, and then I engage with the patient there, we're not really sure what I'm actually the patient is there for. So we need briefing from the person who's bringing them. It's as if to us, it's as if it's a guardian. The patient who's bringing them, why are the patient there in the first place? So that's why we're saying the main complaint is that.
Lana ke masikhuluma ngesiboshwa ke ukuzothi ke ukhona ke umehluko phakathi ke nomuntu ke oyibuyela nje emphakathini ke noma oyibuyela ekhaya oyihambelayo ngoba lana ke kufanele siholwe yilo noma yila isiboshwa ayisihamba nabo beyibona ke abasichazelayo ukuthi uze ngani lo muntu lana ngaphambili kokuthi singapho noma ukuthi iphoyisa liphume ukusushiya uyasala ke nesiboshwa sona kube uyisona esitshelayo uqala kulabo abahamba naye.
All right, there's one thing that I wanted to clarify before I step down. When accused number 2 was brought to you, was he brought to you by the members of the correctional services or by the police wearing civilian clothes?
There were my recollection of the people at that day. There were men that were in uniform, brown uniform, of which from ever since we've been seeing prisoners, we know they come with that. They come with the prison orders, which identifies that. And there was another one who was not dressed in a brown uniform. So maybe I assume that could be the police corps in that state.
Ma ke efika ke wayihamba ke nalabo kuzothi basebenza ke ejele babegqoke ke uniform ebrown bese kuba namunye ke noma abanye ke babengaqhokile iuniform bona engayicabangela ukuthi ngaba amaphoyisa noma iphoyisa.
According to his version, those people were not from correctional services. They were Metro Police officers from SWAT. Just to put it clear that accused number 2 was not brought from prison, but from police station.
So, but not from my recollection, I remember someone dressed in brown. I don't know what was really happening in that point of view, whether it's a correctional service. That's what I'm saying. From my knowledge, people dressed in brown are people from correctional services.
Angazi ukuthi ke babebuya ke kuma Metro Police mina ke ngazi ngabona nje abantu ababegqoke ubrown ngoba ke mina ngokwazi kwami ke uma begqoke ubrown ilabo abasebenzela correctional service.
Thank you, Manot. I have no further questions.
Mr. Misi. I've got one question, 2 questions. 4. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sokwe. When you were still a student at Medical University of South Africa, was Professor Mokokong still a Vice Chancellor and Rector there?
No. At the time, there was a time whereby he had to resign. In the middle, at the beginning, yes, he was. Yes. In the middle, he had to resign. And then from there was De Beer, who came in.
No, don't worry about his successors. I just wanted to know whether at the time at which you studied there, was he still a professor, as you just said, no?
He was for the first year.
Oh, okay. In your fledgling stages of your studies. Thank you. Comprehensive medical assessment. You still remember that word?
Yes.
Where did it come from?
It means a full...
no, I don't want you to give me a description or a definition of that word.
It means a comprehensive, yes. A fully clouded, a fully well-done examination of an individual, given what you have in hand.
Uma ke kube ubhekwa lokho ke onakho ke noma ubhekene nako phambi kwakho ke uma kuthethwa ke ngayo ke i comprehensive examination kusho ukuthi ke wenze konke noma wabheka konke.
Thank you, Doc. Listen carefully. I'm asking you, in the course of your testimony, where did that word come from? Comprehensive medical assessment. If you so remember. Let me assist you. Mm-hmm. When the state was just about to close leading you, his examination in chief, he asked you whether in terms of what you did, that was a comprehensive medical assessment, and then you said yes. So you remember?
That was not a question.
Yeah, I can tell you what the question was.
There's a reception where they do a preliminary assessment.
Community service, is it?
And he also does an examination.
Is that you're talking about, Mr. Munisi, community service?
No, my lord.
Fine.
As I understood the state, I think that was the anti-penultimate question
Okay.
to the witness, where he says, would you then regard what you did, I'm just paraphrasing the
Okay, yeah,
state,
fine.
would you regard what you did as a comprehensive medical assessment? And the doctor said yes. Probably the record can clarify that.
That's not what the witness said. The state asked him, he said there's a station at reception where they do a preliminary examination, and then the patient then comes to him, and the state then asks him, in light of the fact that was this preliminary examination, and he also did an examination, so it was a comprehensive examination. That was the question and answer.
My lord, I don't want to be unfair with the witness here. Otherwise, I'll be deviating from the oath that I take, that as I embark on this profession, I'll be here to assist the court at all costs. I am not so sure whether the court will be amenable to allow us the opportunity to go to the record. I mean, to listen to the tape recordings, just to clarify this issue, or just to put this issue at rest. Because I don't want to be unfair to this witness.
Counsel put his question to the witness can comment.
My lord, the state is in no way authorized to tell me how to conduct my cross-examination. Now he's objecting that what I'm putting to this witness is not what he said to this witness, and I heard him well. Now I say, let's go to the record, or to the transcript, or to the audio recording, then you say I should continue putting my questions. What kind of a process is that? What kind of a procedure is this? Because by the very fact that he's objected to what I've said, he's basically insinuating that what I've put to this witness is not what he said. And I maintain that that is exactly what he said. Now he says, let me continue with my question. And I'm saying to the court, out of respect for this witness, I don't want to proceed with a question that I'm putting to this witness that is disputed. Let us put this aspect of whether or not the state put to this witness that, would you then therefore say that based on what you did, that was a comprehensive medical assessment? That is just to paraphrase him. That should be beyond doubt before I proceed with this question.
Let me tell you, from what I was asked, I don't remember,
Yes.
and I don't recall when it says comprehensive. Remember comprehensive, you're gonna listen to me. Remember comprehensive, it's an examination that was done on an individual.
Understand me, sir. Understand me. Understand me.
Sorry, Mr. Munisi.
This word did not come from you. It came to the state, and then you concurred with the state that you did a comprehensive medical examination on the patient that you saw on that day. Now the state, as I'm repeating that question, then the state is saying, no, that is not what the state put to you. We are not part of the dispute. Let me assure you, we are not. You are not part of the list. The dispute. You see, the dispute is about me having understood it. It's not what the state put to you. We are not part of the dispute. Let me assure you, we are not. You are not part of the list. The dispute, you see, the dispute is about me having understood the state
Sorry,
in a
Mr.
different way
Minister.
than you paraphrased, than you said the question. Yes, my lord.
Let's try and resolve this.
Yes.
Doctor, do you recall being asked the question as was relayed to you by...
What I recall,
Yeah,
I recall being asked
yeah.
if what, not from my mindset, if what I have said here or what I have written here, it's an honest and straightforward assessment of an individual. That's what I remember.
Engikhumbulayo ke mina ngikubuzwa ke lana ukuthi ke kuyiqiniso yini lokhu ukuthi ke i-assessment noma ke ukubheka ke noma ke ukuhlola ke umuntu engakwenza ngokukhumbula kwami. Ikona lokho engikhumbula ngibuzwa umbuso.
May we go to the record, man?
Yeah.
To the audio. As it is a record.
Okay, can you trace the audio for us? When did
It was just what, I think it was his anti-penalty made question, last but 2 questions before he closed his cross-examination. I mean, his evidence in chief.
Persistence is more towards the end, my
Yes.
lord, where
Before the cross-examination?
yes, or free examination, where I asked the witness, in light of the fact that the patient first had his vital signs taken at the reception, and he also did the examination, so it was a comprehensive. I'm the one who used the word.
Okay. Can you find that, sir? You have what? I can't hear. Oh, the volume is low. Is that the place?
But maybe it should be if we go closer to the
What's the score, Mr. Minister? 2-0. I say the score is 2-0.
It's not 2 nearly, my lord. Actually 10 not.
3-0.
10.
And you win.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Did you hear the translation? I mean the recording.
I could hear that, my lord, and I know exactly what I said.
Okay, fine. Continue, Mr.
As it is a court. Now, that which you are referring to as a comprehensive medical report is what is contained in this medical form here. Is that
That's
so?
My lord, that is not correct. That is not what I put to the witness, who spent the whole afternoon until the cows come home. Let me once again try to clarify this. The witness said before the patient comes to him, he goes to reception, they take the vitals.
Objection, my lord. Objection. He who testifies and needs to give answers to the question is the witness.
Yes, I'm raising an objection, my lord. The witness mentioned that they also check for signs of trauma, and thereafter the patient then comes to him and he does his examination. So the question was, in light of the fact that the patient first goes to reception, they take the vital signs, they check for trauma, then the patient comes to him. It's an inclusive examination. That is what was put to the witness.
Okay, I will check this later. But Mr. Nisi, you can cross-examine this witness on the basis of what you say you heard.
As it is a court.
Okay.
So, that which you are referring back to my question, that which you are referring to as a comprehensive medical report is in essence what is contained in the form that you took this court through.
Let me answer you quite very correctly and clear before you go and twist my
Yes
words
or
again.
no?
Listen, this is a comprehensive dental examination.
Good. This is a comprehensive dental.
It's even written on the top
I
that this
can
is
see.
a dental services when it starts
Good.
there.
Don't-
Meaning that any dentist in any practice, in any government institution,
Yes.
they should have the standards of these things. These are the things that we are taught in
Yes.
order to go through for the patient.
Thank you.
And every line that everything I have said, I was going through all the lines that were here. I didn't drag something from somewhere and then bring it inside.
Thank you.
Lana uma ngikhuluma ke ngokuphelele noma ngokugcwele ngikhuluma ngakho lokho okuphathelene nohlolo noma ke ukubhekwa ke ngokwa semlonyeni noma amazinyo ngoba ke kubhaliwe nala.
You were telling me that it is even written here. This is just G. But I can see clearly. It is written in the Tlhabane Community Health Center Dental Services. Thank you. Now, on what basis do you then say that what you did on the patient, I don't know who the patient was, but the patient that we saw on that day constituted a comprehensive medical assessment and not a comprehensive dental assessment?
I'm going to continue. I think in this case, I'm saying it from my point of view. I was called in to talk about this. If you're going to talk about a comprehensive assessment, you guys should have went straight up to the healthcare center and got the whole file of the patient and then brought it here, and also with the medical examiners that were there and also the nurses that were there, because I'm part of a group. I'm alone. I can't say what the nurse did. I can't say what the doctor did. So in my turn, I'm telling the story that I saw, the story that I did on my own.
Thank you.
So meaning that me dragged into a corner of things that I'm not supposed to know, it's something else.
Lana ngikhuluma ngokwenziwa yimina ke noma lo okuphathelene nowami umsebenzi uma kwakuwukuthi ke kusekufunwa konke ke manje ngabe kuhanjiwe kwayiwa khona ke emtholampilo lapha yana kwase kuthathwa ifile leyana ke kwalethwa futhi nalabo abasebenza khona lapho kuleyo ngxenye leyo ke yasemtholampilo nabo ke balethwe la ngingafakwa ke ekhoneni lezinto mina ke engazazi ngoba ke ngiyingxenye yeqembu.
No, nobody is trying to lead you into a snare. You're not being cornered here. It's just what you told the court. I am asking questions based on what you told the court. It is therefore an error to have told the court that what you did to the patient that you saw on that day, who is the subject of this hearing, and the reason why you're here today, it is therefore an error to have told the court that what it did on him was a comprehensive medical assessment. Because, as you say, you don't know what the others did. That's all.
In my response,
Yes, respond.
I did say everything that I've said. What I'm trying to actually point out is
Yes.
it's on this document.
Yes.
Therefore, that means that I was just basically doing my job. That's what I was supposed to have done. And according to my scope,
Yes.
from where I know,
Yes.
comprehensive medical examination involving a patient as a dentist, it entitles this. That's what my job. I can't go and do what a doctor does if I'm not a doctor. These are the things that are supposed to. The file is saying everything. So I don't get where we are leading to.
Ukuthi ke uhole laphi uyakuphi nendawo angazi ke kodwa mina engikhuluma ngakho iloko ebhalwe lana ke ekuyikona ke ukuthi ke ikona okuphelele okugcwele engakwenza mayelana nalomsebenzi mina engikwenzayo angikwazi ke ukuthi ngikhulume noma ngisho okwenziwa udokotela mina engasiyena.
Doc, I'm going to implore you and plead with you to be very patient and be calm. And don't rush, because in South Africa there's no rush. The rush is in Russia where they rush. But what I'm putting it to you is that it is therefore a misnomer, an error to have told this court that what you did on the patient on that day was a comprehensive medical examination in instances where you only dealt with these patients on the question of the teeth. Not so.
Mr. Court, please, the witness has repeatedly answered that question. Is there any point in repeating the same question, counsel?
Thank you, Madam. Let us proceed, sir. Now, what is contained in this form suggests that what you did can be referred to a comprehensive medical assessment. Now, you have said, and I'm not saying this is a comprehensive medical assessment, it's just a hypothetical situation. Now, you have said that when the patient arrived, actually your duties as a dentist, you start to treat the patient from his waist.
Assess. I said assess, not treat. I can't treat the patient.
Assess. Yes.
Then let's get it right.
Assess. Yes. Assess. Just come down.
And the dictionary says assess is what you see, not examine. Those are two different types of examinations.
Yes.
They are listed. There is inspection, assess. Assess is what you see.
Thank you for the lecture, sir. I think for the whole day you have given a lecture, but thank you. You said as a dentist, you assess a patient from the waist upwards. And so, thank you. Now, you told the court, as per this form, that you checked his general appraisal. What did you say again? What is a general appraisal?
That's the way the assessment comes in. So that's where
What did you say is general appraisal?
General appraisal is
Yes.
the general look of a patient.
Thank you.
Ebengikusho ke la ukuthi ke uma umbheka ke ubuke nje ubone indlela abukeka ngayo.
You went on to tell the court that you also looked at his TW joints, his lymph nodes, his lips and buccal mucosa, his oropharynx and tonsils, floor of the mouth, the tongue, the gingival and periodontium, angle classification, teeth chart, and ultimately you did the teeth chart. That's all. Thank you. Now, the state says to you, did the patient tell you that he was assaulted? And what was your answer?
The patient never stated any assault. The only image that I was given, it was from the policeman that came in that we are looking for whether the patient had a gold tooth or not. I was assessing for that, and therefore meaning when you assess for that, you need to state every question that's here. You need to state what it means and what it might indicate and what are the things when you say it's abnormal and it's normal. So
Doctor,
I can't state it's normal and it's abnormal
Doctor,
without stating
Doctor,
what it is.
Doctor, can you please understand the question? The question that I'm posing is the state, it's my colleague, the prosecutor, says to you, ask you whether the patient told you whether he was assaulted. I'm asking you, what was your answer to this question?
My answer was simple. From me, from my assessment, I didn't see any sign that the patient was assaulted.
Hayibo.
Ubuziwe ke umshushisi lana ukuthi akutshela yini ke ukuthi noma washo yini kuwe ukuthi washaywa yini yabe isithini ke impendulo yakho mina ke uma ngibuka ngimbheka ngabona ke ukuthi kwakungekho okushoyo noma okuyinkomba ukuthi ke washaywa.
Is that what your answer was when the state asked you that question?
As a case, is this a memory test? You know, the witness gives evidence in chief. If there's a question that my learned friend needs to ask, can he just maybe ask the witness? How is the witness now supposed to play his mind back, remember each and every question that he was asked and what his answer was? We submit, my lord, that is not fair.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
There is nothing unfair with the question, Manoj. I think just my colleague feels a little bit reckless. Let me remind you, when my colleague, and I'm well within my rights to ask you to repeat the question that my colleague asked you. But this is what you told the court.
Can I say?
Listen, listen. This is not a circus. Listen. I am still speaking. This is not a circus.
Okay.
Yes. When my colleague said to you or asked you this question, whether or not the patient that you saw on that day told you that he was ever assaulted, your answer was, no, he never told me. Is that not what you said?
Isn't it same from my inspection and from what I was told? Isn't the same thing? Isn't assessment and also the questions
that not what you said?
Is there okay, let me ask you, is there anything in here from this document that says I should ask a patient if they were assaulted?
You know, I seem to doubt your level of understanding what I'm saying, and basically it will go down to the level of you understanding me as a doctor. You know, I thought at some stage me and you being a doctor would be plus minus be on the same level of understanding each other. But the way in which your trajectory is proceeding, I seem to have a very serious problem. A very serious problem, you see. Thank you. What you told this court as a response to the question that my colleague asked you on whether or not the accused that the patient that you saw on that day told you that he was assaulted, you specifically said, no, he never told me that he was assaulted. That is the answer that is on record. I am therefore basing the following question on that answer.
Okay.
Did you expect him? I'm not finished. I'm not finished. I'm just pausing. Did you expect him to give you that answer when you did not ask him that question?
No.
No.
Lana ke umbuzo uthi ke ubuziwe ngumshushisi ukuthi wambuza yini noma ke wakutshela yini ukuthi lona ke washaywa ke wabe usuthi wena ke cha ingabe ke manje umbuzo olandelayo uthi uma kuukuthi wena ke awukazi umbuzo loyo mbuzo loyo wawulindele ukuthi akutshele yini cha.
Thank you. Did it ever occur in your mind that you should ever ask him whether he was assaulted?
I'm not supposed to ask if a patient is assaulted or not. That's a medical officer's way of doing. I'm supposed to be able to identify if there are any signs and then report them. Those are quite very different things.
Mina ke okwami asikuthi ke kufanele mina ngimbuze ukuthi washaywa yini ke ukhona ke udokotela osebenza ngalokho ongakwenza lokho okwami ukuthi ngibheke nje ukuthi ikhona yini impawu ezikhona ke noma inkomba yini ezikhona ubese uma ukuthi ngiyathola bese ngiyareporta ke lokho.
Thank you. Now, in terms of your assessment, examination of the patient, on the basis of what you've just said now, you assessed him and found that you could not find a possible sign that suggests that he was assaulted. Not so?
Exactly my point.
ngishilo ukuthi akukho engakubona okwakungasho ukuthi washaya.
Thank you. In your examination of the patient, on the notion that this was a comprehensive medical examination, did you check his eyes? Yes or no?
I go back to the file. I was
Yes.
saying everything that was on the file.
Yes.
Ngibuyela futhi ukuthi ngawabheka amehlo akhe ngibuyela futhi ukuthi file lena ngangisho konke okukhona noma ke okubhaliwe khona la.
Did you check his how do you look? Did you check his ears?
I go back to the file.
Yes.
Wayibheka yini indlebe zakhe ngibuyela futhi ke kuyona ifile.
Did you check his nostrils?
That's a general. I did say, I explained right now, or one of the signs that's there, that when you assess, you check the mouth area and also you check the nose, or whether there is any deformity. I'm not eligible to open the patient's nose and check whether there is something inside or whatsoever. I'm checking the general appraisal. I didn't speak of that.
Thank you.
Okwami ke bese ngishilo ngaphambilini ukuthi ke ngiyawubheka ke umlomo, ngiyabheka ke ikhala, hayi ukuthi ke ngibheka ngaphakathi ukuthi kunani ngaphakathi, kodwa ukubheka nje ukuthi kuloko engikubonayo ngibonani.
Would you dispute it if I were to say to you, had you gone an extra mile, and I know that was not your area of operation, but had you gone an extra mile to check his eyes, or maybe to examine his eyes, if I may put it like that, and probably to examine his ears, there could have been possible signs that would have led you to conclude that something had happened to this gentleman. Would you dispute that?
Examination of the eyes is done by an optometrist.
That I understand.
For the ear, it's
That
done
I
by
know.
an audiologist.
Thank you.
So, if I'm going the extra mile, I will be doing what's not within my scope.
Thank you. That I understand.
Ukhona udokotela wamehlo, ukhona udokotela wendlebe. Uma ke mina ngandlulela kulokho ke ngizoba ngenza
So as a-
engafanele ukuthi ngikwenze.
So, as a result, I cannot say I would have been able to confirm
Yes.
or deny those things, because that's not my job.
Angeke ngisho ke ukuthi ke ngangizobona ke ukuthi ngempela khona okwenzeka ngoba akusiwona umsebenzi wami.
It's the same as asking a carpenter to check whether a car has an oil leak or not.
Oh, you're a carpenter.
I know I'm asking.
Oh,
It's the same as that.
okay.
Kufana nje ukuthi ke uthi ke carpenter ayibheke ukuthi imoto ingabe ivuza uwoyela yini.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. With the carpenter example. Do you then realize that the fact that you told this court that on your examination, you could not detect whether or not the patient that you see on that day was assaulted. That conclusion is based on a very light and a what do they call it now?
A cursory.
A cursory, yes. A cursory examination of what you did on that day.
I was here.
Do you understand the term cursory? It means very light. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
I was not here
Yeah.
to actually confirm
Yes.
or make sure whether the patient was traumatized or whatsoever. I was here to
Yes.
read the thing that I filled up, the document that I had in my possession.
Thank you, sir.
That's what I was here for.
Thank you, sir.
Engikuzeleke lana mina ke bekuwukuthi nje ngizofunda ke noma ngisho lokho engakwenza lokho kwenzeka ngale yalanga.
So basically, that is the information that now you directing to the state, that you were not called upon here to come and state whether or not that the patient that you saw on that day was assaulted. Is that a message that you now?
Message I'm delivering
Forwarding to the
is
state.
yes, as I took oath,
Thank you.
whenever I'm required
Yeah.
to come and explain what I have done, I'm supposed to come in front of the court or anywhere when I'm required to say what I have done. That's what I'm actually referring to. So that I'm not here to confirm whether the patient has gone through any trauma. I'm supposed to say from what I've seen,
Yes.
my examination, what does it say
Yeah.
to everyone who sees the page? Does it say the patient was traumatized
Yes.
or the patient had any sort of lesions or the patient has any sort of disease?
Yes.
That's basically what I'm here for.
Thank you.
Engikuzeleke lapha mina-ke ukuthi nje lokho engakubona engangikubuka kuyena ngase ngakubona mina-ke nokuthi-ke ngizosho kona-ke la.
So you're basically saying you can't tell whether the patient was assaulted or not. The patient that you saw on that day.
You can, at certain instances, at certain severities, whereby it's there through what we are taught to assess, and certain conditions. The file, as it was saying, when you go through the clinical examinations, this is the parts of the things that we're saying, or to a general dentist, if a patient was assaulted, to a certain extent, you can be able to, I did mention that if a patient, yes, they were actually assaulted, they were bruised, they had a blue eye, or maybe they were busy choked, or there was any sort of trauma that happened to them, due to the form, the way in which it is, I could be able to detect or there are bruises where and where, due to the form that I have. Meaning, or yes, a person can go an extra mile, because it's even this is what we call in medical term, there is internal damage for an individual. Meaning, or a patient can appear to you right now saying, or they have a head that's bleeding inside a teared vessel, but you can't even tell it because when you can't see it, but there's someone specific who's supposed to go an extra mile and check that. So I was not supposed to go an extra mile. I was supposed to do what's on the file. I did that. I said that. That was my job.
My question.
Mina-ke okwami kwangasukuthi-ke ngeqa-ke ngidlulisele-ke kulokhu engifanele ngikwenze, kodwa-ke lokhu okukhona-ke okubhaliwe khona lana-ke uma kuwukuthi umuntu uyakutshela-ke ukuthi-ke lana mina-ke ngilimele ekhanda, kodwa-ke akubonakali ngilimele ngaphakathi, ukhona umuntu owenzayo loyo msebenzi loyo.
So because you are not that person, you therefore can't say, you can't really dispute as a matter of fact that the patient that you saw on that day, prior to you seeing him, he has been pommeled into a morals of bitterness. He was assaulted. You can't dispute that.
Maybe you didn't actually really understand maybe what I have narrated to you. Let me rebrief you again. Understand here, there is a certain extent whereby you can be able to identify such things, but there are some extent that you can't. That's why whenever a patient comes and complains of clinical signs of being, even to a general doctor, they might send them to an RMS scan, send them to an X-ray to do further investigation that they couldn't see with the naked eye. So now from what I've seen, I was told that I'm looking for whether there's a chip tooth that gold came out from, and then I assessed that in general, and then I also checked everything that's there from what I know, from what's within this file. It says, from what this file says in conclusion, it says, from my knowledge due to the file that was created by the state, which is allowed to be practiced in Northwest, in that Tribunal district, I didn't see any signs from what I have seen. That's what I can be able to say. Saying, or I can say, if I had gone an extra mile, saying, or if I had, I can conclude and I can say, I'm saying, yes, I can conclude to a certain extent, not further and beyond. Certain things will have needed to be further examined further on. But to my extent, that's what I could see. So that means, from what I could see, that's what's there on the file.
Mina-ke ngiyangibheka ngibuka-ke ngisebenza ngalokho engikubonayo ukuthi zikhona-ke izimo lakhona-ke ungathi ungabona-ke ezinye-ke ungaboni-ke umuntu kufanele andluliselwe-ke noma omunye udokotela ngeke akubone lokho ngeso lenyama, kodwa kuzofanele umuntu adluliselwe-ke kuma-scan. Mina-ke ngenza lokho-ke ngokwale form eyakhushwa uhulumeni wakhona-ke e-Northwest ngasebenza ngokwendlela iform engiholela ngayo ukuthi ngenze ngakhona.
Sir, did you understand my question?
You also didn't understand my answer, maybe. Your question was, can I conclusively?
Sir,
Mr. Minister, now we are
did you understand my question?
No, just wait. We are now involved in a debate with the witness. just put to the witness what your instructions are
Thank you.
or what you logically think.
Thank you, madam.
He can't conclude having
Thank
done
you,
what he
madam.
calls a comprehensive assessment.
Thank you, madam.
Otherwise, we'll be here
Yes.
until.
Thank you, madam. Let me spare you the agony, sir. I am putting to you that with the little assessment that you did on the patient on the 22nd of June 2020, you are in no way, you were not actually positioned to come and tell this court emphatically, or as a matter of effect, that the patient that you saw on that day, prior to him coming to you, he was assaulted. Do you have any comment?
No, I don't have any comment.
Thank you.
Mina-ke ngithi kuwena-ke ngohlolo-ke owalenza-ke noma ngendlela-ke owamxilonga ngayo-ke awukho kwisimo-ke sokuthi ungaza-ke kule nkantolo uzoyitshela-ke ngempela-ke ukuthi cha akazange-ke ashaywe futhi cha akukho engingakusho.
Thank you, sir. Sir, let me spare you the agony. That would have been my last question to you. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Amaro.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions to the
Mr.
witness.
Amaro?
My Lord, I see it's 25 past now.
No, we're going to finish with this witness today. We must sit until 9 o'clock. So be it, please.
Thank you. Sir, Doctor. The document that is in front of you, if you can assist me, what do we call it? The one that we have been testifying about.
It's a comprehensive dental exam. Dental exam. That any dentist must be able to complete. This is what a comprehensive dental exam is.
Lana-ke kusho ukuthi-ke noma uphike udokotela-ke osebenza-ke ngamazinyo-ke lona-ke ukuhlolwa-ke okuphelele okugcwele kwawo amazinyo.
Is it a report or it's the recording? What is it?
It's a file whereby you assess, and then from what you have assessed, you write down and then you report. It's even stated here, it says progress report, notes, and treatment that's supposed to be done through the patient.
Ubhaliwe-ke nalana-ke ukuthi i-report-ke noma umbiko-ke mayelana nayo-ke i-patient.
In other words, you are saying this is a report. Am I correct?
I'm saying it's a dental exam. A dental exam includes findings and report and treatment of what the things that you have seen.
Okay.
It's an examination form.
Ifomu-ke lena lana khona-ke i-patient-ke lana ihlolwe khona-ke ifaka phakathi-ke kunombiko nokuthi futhi-ke yini-ke oyenzile-ke kuyona-ke i-patient leyo.
Okay. So, according to you, this form, in this form, you will record every examination that you conducted to that particular patient. In this case, we're talking about accused number 2.
This is the guideline that we use, yes, from the standard guideline that we use to record everything that I have seen from the patient or I have noticed abnormal or normal stuff. That's there.
Lana-ke ikona-ke okungiholayo-ke ukuthi yini engiyibonile-ke kuyona-ke i-patient okungendlela noma lokho okungekho ngendlela noma ngesimo esifanelekile.
You testified in your examination in chief that you examined the upper part of the body of the accused.
I did not examine, I said the same thing to him, inspect.
Yeah. Whichever, you can give us another terminology, but that's what you did.
Those are two different. Examining means palpating, checking bloods, doing other things. That's a full inspecting. It's what you see. It's what you just have seen.
Okay.
lana mina ke engakwenza ukuthi nje ngiya ngalokho engikubonile noma engakubona hayi ukuthi ngase ngena ke ngenza umsebenzi ke ngibheke igazi nokunye.
Is it recorded here in your report? Maybe I missed it. Is it recorded in this document that you inspected the patient who was in front of you and this is what you discovered? Is it recorded in this document?
On extraoral examination, it says general appraisal, which involves what you have seen in general. If it's abnormal, I would have ticked abnormal, I ticked normal, meaning that I check the general appraisal of the patient, the way in which the patient is standing, the way in which the patient looks, and the way in which the patient might appear to have any sort of normal abnormalities from the normal individual human being.
Lana ke kubhaliwe ke ukuthi ke nanjengoba yila engithika khona ke ukuthi normal noma ke abnormal yiloko engikubonayo mina uma ngimbhekile ke bese ngiyathika ke.
Okay. From your observation on the upper body of the accused, you did not ask him to take out his clothes.
I
Is that
stated
correct?
in the recording, as he likes referring, that it's not my job to ask a patient to take off their clothes, and then also
I'm taking a very serious objection, but actually I'm getting a little bit. I don't want to lose my patience, but the gentleman there, he's a doctor. I respect him. He does not have to sound sarcastic when he's answering the question. You don't have to point at me and say, I kept on referring to him, I kept on referring to him. To him, I am not him. Actually, to him, I am the same. I am an advocate of this honorable court. I am going to request the court to respectfully request this witness to answer the question directly and to avoid to sarcastically keep on referring to me. I'm taking
Yes.
a very great offense.
Mr. Farrow, can you continue, please?
Thank you. Furthermore, in your testimony, you were asked about the injuries, if the accused had injuries on his face. You remember that part of the...
yes, I do.
Yes. And you said there were no injuries on his face that you noted or you observed.
That I observed.
Yes.
Ngishilo ukuthi kwangekho kulimala kena ke ebusweni engakubona mina.
Okay. How many patients did you examine on this particular day? Or did you see on this particular day?
We were working, 3 of us that day. We have 2 operating areas. We alternate. There will be the first person, 2 people that come
How
in.
many? How many patients?
How many patients?
Did you see?
I can't really recall how many patients I could.
Okay, it's fine.
Angisakhumbula ukuthi mangaka ama patients engawabona ngaleli langa.
And you did not record in this document that you observed the face of accused number 2 and there were no injuries. Am I
Because
correct?
there is no question in the file that says I should have recorded that. I was recording what I've seen. As he was, I'm sorry for saying that, as it's already been said, that when you look at everything that I've gone through here, is the things that I was supposed to have been done. So meaning already, the general appraiser, if I did notice that there's something, even a significant trauma to the face and whatsoever, I'll probably take up normal and right, or there is a bit of a scar on the left and there is whatsoever. As if I've already indicated when it comes to the other parts of gingival, I have noted already, okay, it's abnormal, then there's supposed to be this.
Okay, doctor, don't be long, doctor. You are a doctor by profession, am I correct?
Yes.
The witness is trying to explain now. Counsel is raising her voice and interrupting the witness. We submit that's badgering the witness. The witness should be allowed to respond to a question.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I'm on the injuries. I'm on the evidence, part of the evidence when you said you did not see, you did not record any injuries. And I've asked you how many patients you treated on that particular day. You said you cannot recall. Okay? Then my next question is, how do you recall that the accused did not have any injuries on the face if you cannot be able to recall the number of the patients you treated on that day?
And I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to say this. That side, we barely see any sight of anyone in handcuffs or any sort of prisoner that was there. So on that day, specifically on that day, he was the only prisoner I've ever seen. Meaning that whatever was really happening there, anyone who has experienced one moment in a very long time of something that they never seen before, you can basically do recall. He was not a normal patient.
Okay.
That was the thing.
Can you allow interpretation, doctor?
Wazi kanjani ke uma kuwukuthi awusakhumbuli noma ukuthi bangaki-ke ama-patient owawabona laphayana ukuthi yena-ke wayengalimele ebusweni, yena-ke isona kuphela isiboshwa engasibona ngaleliya langa, futhi-ke kuleya ndawo esebenzela kuyona nje akusiyona-ke into evamile noma ejwayelekile ukuthi nje sihlanganeke noma kuze iy'boshwa kuthi-na-ke manje-ke leso sigamu-ke esisodwa esenzeka-ke isona-ke esingabangela nje sona nje sisodwa ukuthi-ke ukhumbule.
You know, doctor, with due respect, the fact that you did not record that in this document, that you inspected or you observed, whatever the way you did, but you found that there were no injuries from the accused face, that finding or whatever, you should have recorded it here. In the absence of that finding, which is recorded here, it means that we are fabricating the story today. You never observed the accused on that particular day, his face.
The witness has already answered that. We submit that there's no need to repeat the question.
Yes.
Thank you, my Lord. It's on record, my Lord. Thank you. And secondly, Doctor, whilst I'm still on in the observation of the injuries, are you a district surgeon? District surgeon, or do you work as a district surgeon as well?
We submit that question is improper. The witness has said he's a dentist. That's his area of expertise.
My Lord, I know the witness said is a dentist, but I know where I'm going to, my Lord, because I'm cross-examining on the observations is in respect of injuries when he is a dentist, my Lord.
Yeah, but you just have to put it that because you're a dentist and you're not a general practitioner, you are not able to comment, like Mr. Mnisi was saying. Otherwise, you know what?
Can I rephrase?
Wait. One time, after this trial is long over, when we all have gained experience, you must listen to how this cross-examination is conducted. You must listen to the answers. You'll realize that maybe you should have posed these questions in another way. Here you can see you're just debating with this gentleman. He says this is what he didn't observe. If you put it to him that he's incorrect because he doesn't have the qualification like Mr. Mnisi has done, that takes care of the thing, and then you can come and argue. But now we are denigrating each other. You're not a district surgeon. You are not this, you are not that. It doesn't help me to solve this case, because I'm going to solve this case on the basis of whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the confessions were made voluntarily or freely, or I'm going to find that maybe the opposite, based on the evidence. But this to and froing about this document, I don't think it helps this court, because the gravamen of the criticism which Mr. Mnisi puts to this witness is basically saying the court should not accept the observations proffered by this witness. Beyond that, whether he served 6 months comprehensive training, how many patients has he seen, it's a difference between an assessment and an examination. It's a debating school. That's what we are under. Because the law is clear. If there's an allegation which has been put by the state, bring evidence and rebut it. Or when you cross-examine this witness, you can put it to him that he's fabricating, as you say, because he doesn't have the expertise to have made that assessment. And then we go forward. Okay.
Thank you, my lord. Can I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Sir, do you know a form that is called a J88? It's a medical report, J88.
Yes,
Do you know it?
yes.
Ngiyazi ke iform lena ke esetshenziswa ngayo ke ngodokotela ke abayibiza ngokuthi ke i-J88.
Do you know that that is the form that is used by a district surgeon when he is conducting examination to a person?
I do.
Ngiyazi ke nokuthi futhi iform ke esetshenziswa uyena ke udokotela uma ke esebenza nomuntu.
And in that form, the doctor will record the injuries or the condition of the person that he examined on that particular day. Am I correct?
I do.
Yes.
Ngiyazi ke noma futhi ukuthi ke ubhalani ke kuyena ke udokotela.
And in this is not a prescribed form that is used to record the injuries observed by the doctor when he's examining a patient. Do you agree with me?
I agree.
Thank you.
Ngiyavuma ke uma usithi akusiyona ke iform lena ke ekuyiyona ke efanele ukuthi yasetshenziswa ke uma kuwukuthi udokotela ke ubheka umuntu noma uhlola umuntu.
And also, let's go to the page number 4, wherein there is a consent form. Consent part at the bottom there. You see that form, that part? Were you present when this document was, this portion was completed?
The handwriting on the date, it was mine. So yes, I was present when the patient signed.
Okay.
Ngathi ke i-patient sign lapha yebo ngangikhona ngoba ke la ekubhalwe khona i-date mina owabhalayo i-date.
When the signature affixed there was appended, were you present?
Yes, I was.
Ngangikhona uma esigned.
Who signed there?
The patient signed for this,
I-patient
as far
ke
as I'm concerned.
ukwazi kwami ke iyona eyassigned lapha yana.
On the first page, where it says patient signatures information, who signed there?
Also is the patient.
Nala ku-page yokuqala ke nalapho uyena owasign.
Were you present?
Yes, I was.
Yebo,
That's my
ngangikhona.
handwriting on the date.
Ngangikhona nalapho kubhalwe khona i-date mina wayibhala.
Did you explain specifically to the accused what is it that he was signing here?
Fully, we're supposed to do that. That's part of the job.
Okay.
Ngokuphelele futhi ngamchazela ke ukuthi uma sign usayindelani ngoba yingxenye yomsebenzi leyo.
In what language did you explain?
I used English.
Ngangisebenzisa ke i-English noma ke ulimi engangilisebenzisa kwakuyi-English.
Did you ask the accused if he understood English?
At the beginning, when we were busy assessing the patient, I asked, there was, as I already stated when I was speaking here, that there was an assistant, because my Zulu is not proper, that was helping with the Zulu. I used to ask the questions in English, and then there was an interpreter of an assistant that explained these things to the patient.
Ngabe wambuza yini umangalela ukuthi ke isingisi uyasizwa yini? Bengishilo ke ngaphambilini uma ngikhuluma lana ukuthi ke isiZulu sami ke asikho kahle, kodwa ke lona engangisebenza naye engilekelela ke uyena ke owayengisiza ke ngokuthi ke ahumusheke ngesiZulu.
But when this consent part was completed, the interpreter was no longer there. You yourself who
No,
interpreted.
they were there. It's an assistant. The assistant remained there throughout. They don't leave. I leave before them. They have to supposed to give patients instructions of whether if there's something that's supposed to do and whatsoever, and also dismissing the patient. Then
Thank
I
you,
move
my
to
lord.
the
I've
next
got
one.
no further
Okusho
questions.
ukuthi ke nkathi ke le ngxenye ke iyona ke ihunyushwa noma ke isayindwa ke wayesephumileke lo wayetoleka cha abahambi baba lapha yana isikhathi sonke imina engihamba kuqala kunabo ngoba bona bafanele bachazeleke ama patient okunye okufanele bakwazi.
Any re-examination?
No, thank you, my lord.
Okay. Thanks, doctor, for your assistance. There's one thing I want to put a joke to you. when they asked you a question, you said you're checking and assessing the patient as is with you when you're filling the form. For my myth, and then you were asked, you said a man can't get pregnant. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
It just caught my ears because I've heard women say, I've got a body trapped in a man's body. Have you heard that? One day you'll appreciate the joke. Okay, can you adjourn? What's happening on Monday?
As a court, please, my lord, I thought we can wrap things up today from the state point of view, my lord. Just a few aspects.
Oh, so you must go to Monday still?
As I indicated, my lord, I've got another party head. I'm not here for the whole of next week, my lord.
So you wanted to wrap something?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear you.
My lord, just three things. Firstly, yesterday there was an issue of the visitors book.
Yes.
Visitors register at Pretoria Moat. The feedback that I've received is that this was just an informal register. They can't trace it. However, they're still looking. So at this point, my lord, they cannot trace it.
Okay.
Then, secondly, there's the issue of the transcripts from Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Yeah.
We just want to hand up the transcripts. We've marked them Exhibit EE. The charge sheet from Boksburg Magistrate Court is Exhibit E. So the
Exhibit EE.
Yes, EE.
Yeah.
So the transcript of the 27th of October 2020 from Boksburg Magistrate Court is marked Exhibit EE in brackets 1. Then the transcript of the proceedings of the 27th of November 2020 from Boksburg Magistrate Court is marked Exhibit EE in brackets 2.
Okay.
Then the proceedings of the 5th of March 2021 from Boksburg Magistrate Court is marked Exhibit EE in brackets 3.
Okay.
Yes. We have accordingly updated the list of exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Wherein we are incorporating
The three documents.
the transcripts. Yes. And then lastly, my lord, there is a letter which we have marked Exhibit YY in brackets 1. This is a letter, my lord, from the Legal Practice Council in Gauteng. I've given this letter to my colleagues.
Colleagues have it.
Yes, last year already.
Okay.
Yes. We submit that that letter is admissible, it's relevant. If we need to argue this point, we'll do so, my lord, at a later stage.
Okay.
But we beg that it be received as Exhibit YY in brackets 1.
Okay.
I'll place the contents on record. It's dated the 31st of October 2023, and it's written by a senior legal officer, professional affairs from the Legal Practice Council, and it reads as follows. I hereby confirm that according to the records held by the Legal Practice Council, Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiako was admitted as an attorney by the North Gauteng Provincial Division of the High Court of South Africa on 26 March 2012 and was granted permission by the Legal Practice Council on 6 July 2021 to convert his enrollment as an attorney to that of an advocate practicing without a trust account. Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiako is recorded as an advocate practicing without a trust account, and his legal practitioner number is recorded as 31584.
Okay.
Le ncwadi-ke efundwa la umshushisi-ke incwadi ephuma-ke kwisigungu-ke esiphethe-ke abameli i-date yakhona yi-31 October 2023 futhi-ke ibhaliwe-ke uthi-ke ngiyaqinisekisa-ke ukuthi-ke Advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako ngempela-ke ukuhla-ke babameli abavunywa-ke inkantolo noma-ke i-North Gauteng Provincial High Court ngeyi-26 kaMarch ngonyaka ka-2012 wasenikezwa futhi-ke imvume iyona-ke i-LPC ngeyi-6 zikaJulayi 2021 ukuthi-ke angabisaba-ke ummeli noma-ke i-lawyer kodwa-ke manje abese ekhushulelwa-ke ekuthini abe i-advocate futhi-ke u-advocate Dominic Ntokozo Mjiyako futhi-ke ukhona-ke kuhla lama-advocate futhi-ke upractice noma-ke usebenza ngaphandle-ke kwayo i-trust account kanye-ke futhi nenamba yakhe yokuthi abe ummeli ibhaliwe khona laphayana yabhalwa-ke ilowo oyi-senior legal officer.
Thanks. Mr. Komezulu and the other councils, are you going to dispute the information in this letter by the LPC?
My Lord, there is no dispute in relation to, it has been put it clear that the defense does not dispute the status of
Okay, fine, no problem.
Mr. Mjiyako.
Okay.
Yes. It's only concerned about the relationship between accused number 2 and Mr. Mjiyako.
No, you're now going to other things.
Yes.
Me, I'm just asking, this letter, are you disputing the veracity of what is stated there? That's all. Mr. Minister?
I plead no contest. In other words, I don't dispute it.
Okay.
Not contested, thank you.
Yes, Ms.
No, my Lord.
Okay.
Then, lastly, my lords, we've handed various occurrence books and registers from various police stations, exhibit MM, NN, NN1, NN2, PP, QQ, SS, UU, 1 and 2. The originals are here, they are available, my lord. The court orderly has just gone to collect them.
Okay.
If it's, we can keep them in our custody and bring them to court every time.
Yeah, you should do that.
Yeah, should they be needed.
Yeah, please.
Futhi-ke ney'ncwadi-ke ezahlukeneke zama-police station ahlukene zikhona-ke lana zizogcinwa-ke umbuso uma ukuthi ziyadingeka-ke zizolethwa khona enkantolo.
Then the state closes its case, my lord, when the trial is in trial.
Okay. Umbuso uthi-ke lona ufakazi oqeda ukuphuma lana-ke bekuwufakazi wabo wokugcina-ke kulolu daba-ke oluvelile-ke kulona icala leli.
Okay, so we sit on Monday when the defense will decide what to do. Mr. Ngomezo.
As a court basis, my lord,
Mr. Mjiyako.
my colleague will stand in for me for.
Oh, yes, Mr. Banda. Okay, thanks. Mr. General.
Friends, if they are ready, we can proceed with cross-examination of Brigadier Ginila.
Yeah, Mr. Missy, what's your pleasure? You are the one who wanted some of that information.
My Lord, to be precise, on the last occasion I've indicated that I've concluded my cross-examination. Then when Mr. Meyiwa was supposed to cross-examine, that's when he requested to have the records so that he can commence with his cross-examination. But in the nutshell, what was put to the witness during the cross-examination before this evidence was discovered, I don't think I have to repeat it to the witness. To sum up, I would say I will conclude my cross-examination.
You have?
I'll conclude my cross-examination.
You've concluded it?
Yes, I've concluded my cross-examination.
Despite also having sight of at least
That's correct.
the transcript of the 27th October, 27th November, and the 5th of March.
That's correct.
Okay, right, Mr. Missy?
Thank you, my lord. My Lord, on account of the fact that there's nothing which has been tendered by this witness on behalf of accused number 3 or against accused number 3 that I'm representing, which is admissible in the trial within the trial, except for those statements that the court said in an emphatic way that they are hearsay in nature. I don't have any questions against this accused. On this witness. Despite the fact that there are those records that have been made available, the briefs and the record of the transcript.
But you have read those.
I've read them. They've been easy to
But there
us
was
now.
okay, fine. There was an allegation put to Brigadier Gnanda. Is that number 2, is it?
Excuse me, my lord.
I say the allegation put against or to Brigadier Gnanda
Yes.
was that at the first court hearing in Boxbeck,
Yes.
Regional Court,
Yes.
I think it's accused number 2,
Yes.
pertinently requested the magistrate Havenga
Yes.
by saying to him, I don't want to be represented by that attorney, meaning Mr. Mjiako.
Yes.
That was the,
I think that was on the 27th.
On the 27th, yeah.
November. Yes.
and Brigadier Gninda's response, now before that, the case number 2 then says the magistrate Havenga said, I don't want to speak to you, you are represented, speak through your attorney.
Yes.
Right? And in response to that assertion, am I quoting correctly? Because you say you are in court.
You quoted me correctly.
Right. So now you've read the, I know it doesn't affect your client per se, in the strict sense of the word. You have read, as we say, the transcripts. Is there such an allegation? You don't know?
I want to be specific when I respond to the court.
Yeah, okay.
What actually transpired, I'm even not so sure, my lord, whether I've got a locus standing immunity to address this, because this is pertinently in the domain of accused number 2.
Yeah, fine.
This legal representative is here, but if the court requests me to assist to assist him, then I'm more than welcome to do that, my lord. But what actually happened is on the 3rd of March 2021, the state brought a letter wherein Mr. Mjiako was withdrawing as an attorney of record.
Yes, that's
cited
it.
the reasons that are contained in the letter. And then the magistrate confirmed with accused number 2 whether that is true, that he would no longer be represented by by Mr. Mjiako. Then accused number 2's response to the magistrate's question was to the effect that, and I'm going to paraphrase,
Yes, please.
as per what is said in the record. And that is now on the transcribed records of the 5th of March 2021.
Yeah, 5th of March.
Page 3 thereof, I think it's line number 3, where it starts with the questioning of the court. The court says, or it's directing the question to accused number 2, and he directs it in the following way. Mr. Ntanzi, do you confirm that you are no longer to make use of the services of Mr. Mjiako as your attorney, and that you wish to apply to Legal Aid South Africa for assistance in the matter? And Mr. Ntanzi, who was accused number 2 then, and is still accused number 2 now, his response was as follows. Your Worship, I heard what has been said before the court. However, the reason why I want him to withdraw is because Mr. Mjiako wanted me to plead guilty to this murder charge. And yes, I do confirm that he's no longer representing me, and I will proceed with the legal case.
Okay. And that is on the 5th of March.
That's on the 5th of March, that is correct.
On the 27th of March?
On the 27th of November.
Sorry,
Yes.
of November.
On the 27th of November, what is pertinent that I could have gleaned, in my view, is the following. On page 14, where Mr. Mjiako starts by addressing the court on line number 2, he says, as the court pleases, I apologize, Your Worship, for that. But, Your Worship, my client wishes to address the court, and I advise him that he has to address the court through me, but he has been insisting that he wishes to address the court. I'm not particularly related to this appearance. And then this is what the court responded. The court then responded as follows. Yes, the court is not going to allow that at this stage. This is not a media conference. This is a court appearance. If you wish to address the media, do so in your own time and not as part of our court proceedings. Advise you to be quiet, sir. You have a legal representative, and advise you to be quiet and act upon your attorney's instructions.
Okay.
That is what I think would have been is of essence to me. That happened on the
27th.
On the 27th of November, which I think bears some relevance in this trial within the trial. Except that, I'm not so sure whether there is anything that the court would also wish me to clarify him on.
And the 27th of November, the 27th of...
That is 27th November.
November, yeah, we've covered all the periods.
2020, yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. Mr. Gomez, would you confirm that that's the essence of the transcript of the 27th, 10, 27th November, and the 5th of March?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Muman.
As I've said, my lord, I don't have questions.
Yeah, I've heard you.
Thank you.
Umnumzana uNxumalo akanayo imibuzo bekade efuna.
Hayi, aso Mr. Nxumalo. Mr. Nisi.
As the court pleases, I'm looking at Nxumalo.
Ore amavelo ke mhlamba sasa. Okay.
Umnumzana Nisi uma ebuke lonke May 27th ka November ku-2020 akanayo imibuzo angathanda ukubuza ubrigadier. Uyavuma futhi nomnumzana uMngomezulu ukuthi naye akasenayo imibuzo angabuza ubrigadier ngalelo daba nanoma sekabuke konke lokuyana obekukhulunywe nge-5 kaMarch nage-27 kaNovember.
Thank you, Ms. Mchololo.
Thank you, my lord. I do have...
You don't have questions?
I do have questions.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
I do have questions, yes.
Relating to what Brigadier Gininda testified to?
Yes, regarding what
okay, yeah.
Gininda testified.
Let's clear up the essence of the transcripts. Madam Mshololo, the explanation given by your colleague, Mr. Nisi, do you agree with it?
What was read from the transcript record, my lord, I confirm it.
Confirm that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any questions there? Then Mr. Numan.
Morning, Brigadier.
Morning.
Morning, thank you. Brigadier, is it correct that your powers as you are occupying a rank of the Brigadier in the Southern Police Services are equivalent to those of a magistrate in terms of taking of statements, that is confession statements?
Yes, that is correct, my lord. I think every commissioned officer who is regarded as Justice of the Peace has the same equivalent powers. That's the answer, my lord.
Okay.
But my lord, sorry, I just want to add something on what was submitted by Mr. Monisi.
Yeah.
The 2 dates they referred to, there's one date that was not covered, and that was a date that was in dispute, the question that was put to me. And that relates to the 27th of October 2020. That is a date of the first appearance, and that is a date where it was said, accused 2 said he wants Mr. Mjiako to withdraw. The record proves that he didn't say that. So
yeah, no, Mr. Mrs. covered that. Am I correct, sir?
27 October.
Yeah, Mr. Mrs. covered that. Nyalalela, Brigadier.
Noted, my lord.
Thank you.
Weyiqiniso na ukuthi njengoba ubrigadier amandla wakho ayafana nawakaMantshi ekuthatheni i-statement lezi ezibizwa phecelezi i-confession uthi yebo iqiniso lokho.
Okay.
Brigadier, is it correct that in the interview of suspects you will normally use the SAPS 3 capital letter M, small letter M in bracket. That is a statement regarding interview with suspects.
No, not necessarily always. For example, my lord, that is a formal way. When you're taking a warning, counsel is referring to the warning statement. But when you meet a person on the street and you warn a person according to the first encounter with him, 3M, the interview form, is not in your presence. But that engagement, because it's official, it's nature, you can then document it as I did in my diary. So it does not necessarily mean it becomes formal when it's documented in the interview form.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kunamaphepha athize uma nibuza abasolwa imibuzo ekwamele niwagcwalise ukuthi yebo lokho kuyayenziwa ngokomthetho. Kodwa uma hlangana nomuntu emgaqweni usomtshela amalungelo wakhe uzombuza imibuzo usuka mhlawumbe ungenalo lelo phepha. Nawo lokho akuchaza ukuthi le mibuzo ngokubuza yona ayikho emthethweni. Leyo mibuzo isuka isemthethweni nangokho ungaphethanga lelo phepha.
Brigadier, when did you meet accused number 2 in June 2020? Do you remember the date?
Yes, I do. I met him for the first time on the 18th of June 2020 in Kalkon.
Uhlangene nini nomangalelo wesibini ngoJune 2020 uthi ngiyakhumbula ngahlangana naye nge-18 kaJune eCarltonville.
Is it also correct, Brigadier, that there is a statement that you made? The statement that you made on the 15th of October 2023 at 1900 hours 40, the statement that was commissioned by Elizabeth Matlako, but it's a statement that you made on the 15th of October 2023 at 1900 hours 40. Do you remember that statement?
My lord, I made statements. If perhaps I can be shown that statement, I'm sorry, I can.
It is a statement that is in manuscripts. It's a type version of the statement. It was.
It's marked as A what? Okay, please.
It was supplied to us when the case was proceeding, so it is not marked.
Yeah, so I will let you have a copy of it.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi wayenza istatement ngo-October nyakenye uthi ngenze istatement ezimbalwa mhlawumbe uma ngingaboniswa leso statement ngingakwazi ukuthi ngisho ukuthi iqiniso noma akuyiqiniso.
Mr. Baloyi, does it form part of the exhibits, that statement?
We don't know which statement counsel is referring to, my lord. It's just that as a statement.
Yes, I've shown it, my lord, to the state. It
And
is not marked. It was not handed in. And it is not,
okay, fine.
Yes, it is not marked as an.
It was not handed in. Where did you get it?
number.
Where did you get it?
It was supplied to us by the state. My colleague do have it, my lord.
So just supplied. What was the reason?
As part of the trial within the trial.
Is that so? I see. Where's that statement? Because I would never have it until it comes to be handed.
I've made notes in that one, Brigadier. Maybe you can take this one. You recognize that statement, Brigadier?
Yes, I do. I do, sir.
Yasikhumbula lesi statement uthi yebo ngiyasikhumbula.
You confirm that it was made by you on the 15th of October 2023 at 1900 hours 40.
Yavuma ukuthi sayenzwa nguwe ngeyi-15 zika-October ngo-9
Correct, my lord.
ngo-1900 uthi yebo ngiyavuma.
You confirm that you signed the statement, Brigadier?
Yes, I do confirm, my lord.
Uyavuma ukuthi wasayina leso statement uthi yebo?
Do you also confirm that it was commissioned by
I
the
do
Commissioner
confirm,
of
my lord.
Courts?
I do confirm, my lord.
That is
Yeah.
Lieutenant Colonel Matlako.
That is correct, my lord.
Uyavuma futhi nokuthi saqhifizwa istempe uLieutenant Colonel Mutlako uthi yebo?
My lord, I do not intend that the statement be handed in, but I do have one or two questions arising from the statement by the brigadier.
You must remember, we are in a trial within a trial.
Yes.
So does it relate to a trial within a trial? Or as you say, you don't want to hand it up?
Yes. I just
Or
have one
it's just
question.
for what?
Yes,
It's
I-
predicated on what, in other words? What application? Is it predicated on the fact that you want to cross-examine this witness regarding the normal evidence which is elicited in a trial?
Yes, I just need...
Or are you saying it is relevant for purposes of your client within a trial within a trial, because you want to rebut a document which could possibly be that statement, to say that your client will argue that that statement pertains to an aspect of this application before the court?
It is regarding the meeting, because according to the statement...
The meeting?
The date when they met accused number 2, according to the statement, it is another date than the date that he...
Oh, I see. Okay, let's hear you then.
Brigadier, at paragraph 10 of the statement, which reads as follows. After accused number 2 was arrested by 2 members of a different matter, for a different matter, I proceeded to Western area to interview him. This was on or after the 16th of June 2020. So, according to you, it was on the 18th of June 2020 when you met accused number 2.
Yes, and the statement says on or after. So
On
we
or
give
after.
the room for the 18th. So I met him on the 18th.
Manje ke kulesi statement sithi ngihlangene nommangalelwa wesibini ngaphambi ngeyi-16 noma ngemva kweyi-16. Uthi manje ummeli usasho ukuthi uhlangene naye ummangalelwa wesibini ngeyi-18 uthi yebo. Uma ngithi ngeyi-16 noma ngemva kweyi-16 iyanginika igumbi lokuthi ngikhuluma ngazo amalanga ase wadlule i-16.
Brigadier, since you have had sight of this statement, which I've shown it to you, what was this statement about, Brigadier? Was it about the investigation that you've conducted leading to the arrest of accused number 2?
My lord, one will have to read this, because I do know that during these proceedings, one will have to read the entire statement. But I know that during the proceedings in this trial, there were a lot of requests that came from the defense and came to me through the state advocate to say the defense is asking this explanation, they're asking for this explanation, they're asking for cell phones, they're asking for change statements. So if I look at the date of October 2023, I can assure you, my lord, one will have to read it, that it was at the behest of the defense. I just don't know the context of it. One will have to read to understand what was being asked for me to explain.
Lesi statement bekwesani uma usenza uthi Nkosi yenkantolo ziningi i-statement engizenzile futhi kuzawufuneka ukuthi ngifunde lesi statement ngoba kuningi okwacelwa abameli. Uma sikhuluma ukuthi ngisenze nyakenye ngo-October kuzawufuneka ukuthi ngifunde ukuze ngizokwazi ukuthi bekade kufunwani ngaleso sikhathi.
Is it also correct, Brigadier, that when you met accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020, there is an information that he gave you?
With regard to this matter and its
Yes.
involvement, that is correct, my lord.
Iqiniso ukuthi uma uhlangana naye ummangalelo wesibini kunokunye owakutshela kona ngaleli cala uthi yebo iqiniso.
When you met him on the 18th of June 2020, did you record that information anywhere?
Yes, I think I made a diary, my lord, which I've made copies for the defense after they've perused the original diary, and they have the copies. So it's I would have summarized it in my diary, my lord. The defense is the copy of my diary.
Kukhona la wabhala khona lento bekade ummangalelwa ezikhuluma uthi yebo kukhona futhi nani ningabameli ngani nika lawo maphepha lawo abuya kwi diary yami la bengikade ngibhala khona.
What's the problem now?
I'm just reading on the 18th.
The what?
I was just going through the 18th in the diary to see whether it tallies with further
You haven't read that
questions.
statement, in other words.
I've read the statement.
So, what's your problem? If you've read it,
I've read the
you know the
statement.
contents.
Yes. During the interview that you had, Brigadier, with accused number 2, did he mention any other persons who were involved in the commission of the offense?
Mr. Mgomezulu, are you listening to the questioning? On behalf of your client.
May I request my colleague to withdraw the question?
Yeah, because
That's for the main
I don't know.
charges.
If this witness answers that question, it's only fair for the court to refer to Mr. Mgomezulu to say what is his view or comment about the meritocracy of this question.
That's correct.
May I rephrase the question, madam?
Okay.
When you were interviewing accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020, Brigadier, did you, other than recording in the diary, did you record anywhere? It could be in the form of a statement.
Yes, I think some of the statements, the two that I've read, my lord, when I applied prior to the applications, those were a summary of my investigation and what transpired. So there are a number of statements, including the memorandum to the DPP prior to them being indicted. Also, it has all those recordings. So it's a number of entries, my lord, that would have been made. And I think also the SAP5 investigation diary. So there were a few instances where I documented what transpired.
Uma ukhuluma naye ummangalelwa wesibini kukhona futhi ngaphandle kwedayari kukhona futhi la uye wabhala khona uthi yebo kune-statement eziningi ezihlukile ekuthi ngibhalile kuzo nencwadi engayithumela kubashushisi nayo ngabhala kuyo izinto ey'ningi ngaphambi kokuthi abamangalelwa abashushiswe.
Brigadier, is it correct that on the 6th of July 2020, you met accused number 4 in this case? At Louis prison,
Yes, that's correct. Accused number?
number 4,
Just a
at
moment.
Louis prison.
Iqiniso ukuthi ngeyi-6
Correct.
July
Correct, my lord.
uye wahlangana nommangalelwa wesine ejele eLowcop uthi yebo iqiniso.
Is it correct, Brigadier, that according to you, when you met accused number 4 on the 6th of July 2020, you used the warning statement form?
I did interview him, my lord. If the court can just bear with me, let me just check if the date of the 6 matches that. You can just bear with me.
Iqiniso ukuthi uye wasebenzisa leli fomu elisetshenziswayo uma abantu bexwayiswa ngamalungelo wabo ngaphambi kokuthi bazohlonywa imibuzo uthi ithi ngibheke ngaphambi kokuthi ngiphendule Nkosi yenkantolo.
My Lord, I don't have the warning statement. Perhaps if I can assist the document counsel is referring to.
But
I'm trying to look on my
you confirm, Brigadier, that you use the statement regarding interview with suspect on that day. That is the 6th
Yes,
of July
I do
2020.
confirm, but I don't have one, but I do know that at some stage, my Lord, I interviewed him and took a warning statement from accused number 4. I'm not sure about the dates, but I can confirm that at some stage, a warning statement was taken from him.
Uyavuma na ukuthi wasebenzisa leyo ncwadi yokuxwayisa istatement uthi yebo nangokho ilanga ngingasakhumbuli kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngathatha istatement kuye noma ngambuza imibuzo bengade ngisebenzise sona leso statement.
Brigadier, if you felt it proper or it was proper for you to use the statement regarding interview with suspect form regarding the interview that you had with accused number 4, why then you did not use this form when you met accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020?
My Lord, when accused 2 was approached, the evidence that I had on him was not the same as the one that I had on accused 4 when I approached him later. So there was a part of the situation. What we had on accused 2 at the time, and I did indicate in the court, there was a statement where 1 and 2 were implicated as the people who were involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Subsequent to obtaining those confessions that occurred in May and June, corroborating evidence was obtained. So by the time I got to accuse your client, there was more evidence that points to him. So the purpose of the interview was not so much as to, one knew that at the end of the day, a presentation will be made to the DPP and a decision will have to be made.
Manje ke njengoba uthi usebenzise istatement lesi kummangalo lo wesibili kungani ungazange usebenzise kummangalo lo wesibili uthi kuhlukile ngalesikhathi ngiyohlangana nommangalo lo wesibili bese senginolwazi ukuthi ubandakanyeka kuleli cala lika lokubulawa kuka Senzo Meyiwa futhi bengazi nokuthi kuzawuhluka ngoba yobuza ummangalo lo wesine lo bekade ngiyombuza kona kuhluke naloku bekade ngiyobuza ummangalo lo wesine ingakho ngingazange ngisebenzise lezo statement.
The statement that I've referred to, the one that you made, Brigadier, on the 15th of October, consists of about the important part, about 4 pages. So, Brigadier, how would you remember word for word what the accused, that is accused number 1 and 2, told you, which made you to document in the statement, if you did not document what accused number 2 said in the interview that you had with him on the 18th of June 2020?
No, my Lord, I indicated one that I documented on my diary, summary. Subsequent to that, a confession, my Lord, was made on the 19th the following day, which was then made available to me as the investigating officer a day or 2 days later. When it was made to me, you read that context. Subsequent to that, my Lord, a number of statements were made up to the time when I made a memorandum to the DPP, basically singing the same tune, so to say, my Lord, of what was said. You know, you keep on repeating the same thing because you're presenting your case to someone who doesn't know. Subsequent to the memorandum and the issue of the indictment, I also had to make another statement to the court, my Lord, when I was applying for the warrant of arrest, also stating the same thing. So in 2023, when I was asked this, it wasn't that I was making it from isolation, my Lord. There was documentary evidence that I was referring to. So I didn't just sit and apply my mind as to what happened and try to remember. There were documents, entries that were made, memorandum, investigation diaries. So that's how the statement of 2023 was made, my Lord.
Manje ukhumbule kanjani njengoba wenze lesi statement nyakenye izinto ekuthi awuzange uzibhale ngo-2020 uthi cha ngiye ngabhala Nkosi yenkantolo la ukuthi bengikade ngibhala ngamafuphi kwi-diary yami futhi ngelanga elilandelayo kula ukuthi ummangalo lo wesibini ubekade esekegunyulukile nganikwa leyo ncwadi leyo ngayifunda futhi ithema kwenzwa lesi sicelo ukuthi ngibhale lesi statement kula ukuthi nakhona bengikade ngibhala ngibele ngikhumbula nalezi zinto ukuthi bengikade ngizifundile nezinto ebekade engitshele zona nezinto ebekade ngizibhale phansi ingakho ngigcine seyikuthi ngikwazi ukuthi ngibhale lesi statement.
The entry in there on the 18th of June 2020, was it recorded in your own handwriting, Brigadier?
I will not know. I'll have to check, my lord. But there will be an entry, be it mine or one of the investigation members. But there should be one, my lord.
Into ebhalwe kwi-diary nge-18 zika-June 2020 ibhalwe ngesandla sakho uthi ngeke ngikwazi lokho kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi kwaye kubhaliwe ngahle kubhale mina noma omunye wabaphenyi bakuleli cala.
May I hand the copies of the diary to the Brigadier? My God, thank you. May I hand the copies of the diary to the Brigadier? Just one, I'm concentrating on one question on the 18th, whether that entry on the 18th was recorded in his handwriting. The entry on the 18th of June 2020.
Yeah, where's the diary? Copy of the diary.
You don't have the diary?
I do have.
Okay.
Want me to refer to it?
Yes.
Before you do that, Mr. Ngomalo, what is this cross-examination about? Is it a contention that your client signed a statement, which Brigadier Grinda calls a warning statement?
No, my lord, it's clarity-seeking questions.
No, just listen to the question.
Yes.
Are you sporting a rebuttal of the fact that your client never signed a warning statement which was made before, which was allegedly made by your client before Brigadier Gninda? What is it about?
The question regarding the warning statement, my lord, was that according to the Brigadier, when he met accused number 4,
Yeah.
on the 6th of July 2020, there was a warning statement according to him that was completed.
By your client?
Yes, that was completed. There was a warning statement that was completed. So the crux of the question is that when he was able to interview accused number 4 using the warning statement form, why he did not use that form, that is the warning statement form, when he interviewed accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020. Basically, that is the question that I'm asking the Brigadier.
No, you're talking at cross purposes. Did your client make a warning statement? This is a trial within a trial. It's not, we're not exploring the general proof of evidence which the onus rests on the state regarding those facts in proving beyond reasonable doubt that your clients, the accused,
Yes.
have committed the alleged crimes they are allegedly charged for. Are you with me?
Yes.
This part of the trial is a trial within a trial to explore the admissibility of the confessions made or even the warning statements, because you remember you, Mr. Mnisi, and I think Ms. Mshololo took a point that you're disputing the admissibility of those warning statements. Am I still remembering it correct?
That is so, but immediately let us clarify that issue.
Yeah.
In the middle of it all, then the state came back and said it no longer intends to prove those statements. So it no longer intends to prove anything against this accused, against accused number 3, 4, 5,
Yeah,
in
fine.
this trial within a trial.
Yeah, I remember that. But the
Yes.
point is, can the state use those warning statements subsequent?
It can't, my lord, because it did not prove them. It did not prove them to be admissible. It can't. If the state would have
No, no,
wanted
fine.
to use those statements, this is the process
Yeah.
that it should also have embarked upon to prove those statements against our client. But now that the state emphatically indicated that we no longer wish to prove those statements against accused number 3, 4, 5.
That's it. I remember
the issue
that.
fell off, yes. So I'm not so sure what is happening now, but that
No,
is
but it's your client, it's your colleague now.
Yes.
I'm not.
Wait, let's just put this to rest. Mr. Baloi, you know as a senior counsel that you should have argued that you are not continuing with an application to show that the warning statements which are allegedly signed by accused 3, 4, 5 are going to be tendered as having been voluntarily made without any coercion, etc.
Indeed, my lord, we are on record that we are no longer going to use the warning statements.
Right.
I informed my colleagues of
Yeah,
record,
no, I'm aware of it.
also on record.
But you never made an application to abandon that. You never.
Yes.
And the law says you must do that because this court, you gave it an indication, and you know the case. You even quoted the case.
Yes.
This is the case of by my former colleague Salduka,
Yes.
Gamma versus State. You remember, State versus Gamma.
Yes, that one says if the state is
Yes.
going to lead evidence on confessions, it must signal its intention and forewarn the court.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I'm still there.
Yes.
We did say we intend using those 3 warning statements.
statements,
Subsequently,
Yes.
you said it in an offhand cat manner, remember? To say they are lucky we may not perhaps even use.
Yes.
You said that.
No, what we said, my lord, is that we are no longer going to, well, I said it in a form of a jest. I said it's
Yes,
a
I heard you.
Christmas present.
Yes.
But I then formally put it on record that
Okay.
we're no longer going to lead evidence on warning statement. Hence, we did not lead Brigadier Gininda on those warning statements.
That's it, quite, okay. Mr. Ngomalo, you know the consequences of eliciting hearsay evidence.
My lord, I haven't elicited what is contained in the warning statement form.
Hello?
I have not elicited what is contained in the warning statement form in any way.
So what are you talking about?
the
If you're not eliciting anything that is contained in the warning statement, what is this cross-examination about?
My cross-examination, my lord, was based on the issue that the brigadier did use, according to him, a warning statement form on the 6th of July 2020
Yes, yes.
when interviewing accused number 4. So
Yes.
if that is the position, why he did not use the same warning statement form when he met accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020? And I've got the answer from the brigadier.
So, any further questions then?
The question, the brigadier was still looking at the diary, at his diary.
Okay, fine.
Was it completed, brigadier, in your own handwriting? The entry on the 18th of June 2020?
No. It wasn't completed in my handwriting, my lord. It was completed by one of my the investigation team, but it was signed by me. So, if maybe just to be specific, my lord, the council needs to know whether the details of what transpired with accused number 2 is contained. You must look at C-178. You will see it details the issue that he was followed, his alibi was false, he was won according to his rights. He absconded from work from the 25th according to what we've obtained. The issue, it's a long entry. It also talks about the dental examination. So it moves, my lord, from 178, 179 to 180. It summarizes a whole lot of things and what was done. So it's 3-page C entry, my lord.
Kubhalwe ngesandla sakho na izinto ezenzakele uma ummangalelwa ezebe ehlonywa imibuzo ummangalelwa esibini uthi akubhalanga isandla sami kodwa yimina ongasayinda futhi ummeli uma efuna ukwazi lokho abheke ku C178 ukuya ku C180 ngoba izinto eziningi la ukuthi besikade silandelela ummangalelwa kwafika nala ezochaza ukuthi wayekade semsebenzini kwabhalwa ukuthi wayekade engekho futhi kwalandelelwa izinto eziningi ezibhaliwe laphayana manje ummeli akafundeke kusuka ku C178 ukuya ku C180.
And lastly, my lord, the issue of the warning statement, it was taken on accused number 2 at a later stage. That was the first encounter on the 18th of June when he was interviewed. But subsequently, before he appeared in court, there was a formal warning statement that was taken from him, my lord.
Futhi ke leso statement eukhuluma ngaso sathathwa ngemva kwesikhathi kummangalelo wesibini ngaphambi kokuthi avele enkantolo okokuqala.
Brigadier, on the 19th of June 2020, you told the court that you made arrangements that accused number 2 must be taken to Colonel Rapad?
Yes, I did. They started from the 18th, but yes, I'm aware that on the 19th he went to Colonel Rapad in Morocco, my lord. That's correct.
Uthe nge-19 zikaJuni uye wena wayenza ukuthi ummangalelwa aye ku-Colonel Rapad uthi yebo kuqale ngeyi-19 kodwa ngeyi-18 ngiyazi ukuthi ngeyi-19 waya ayohlangana naye.
Brigadier, are there any arrangements that you made that accused number 2 be taken to a magistrate on or before the 19th?
No, there was none.
Kunohlelo la wena uye walenza ukuthi ummangalelwa wesibini ayisiwe kumantshi ngeyi-19 noma ngaphambi kwalokho uthi cha?
Just one last question. Brigadier, are there any arrangements that you made that accused number 2 be taken to a district sergeant for physical examination that is pre and post confession?
No, it was post. So the first confession, it's in between. The first confession happened on the 19th
Yes.
of June 2020. The dental examination happened on the 22nd of June. That was the day of his first appearance in Phuket. Subsequent to the first appearance, then he went for dental examination. Yes, I made those arrangements. Then the second confession was on the 24th of June 2020. So it's in between. The arrangement is in between, my lord.
Uye wahlela na ukuthi ummangalelwa ayobonana nodokotela wamazinyo uthi yebo ngakwenza lokho i-confession yokuqala yathathwa ngeyi-19 yena ke ummangalelwa wayisiwa kudokotela ngeyi-22 zikaJune bese ke waphinda futhi wabuyela kumantshi ngeyi-24 zikaJune manje ngahlela uye waya kulawo malanga lawo aphakathi.
Sorry, just to recap before you answer. So you're saying the first confession was on the 19th?
19th of June.
Who was in charge of that process?
It's Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, my lord.
Rapari, and then who was in charge of the one on the 24th?
Mrs. Cronje, the magistrate in Boxburg.
Okay,
Magistrate
Cronje.
Court.
Okay, fine, yeah.
Manje uthe ukugunyuluka kokuqala kwenzakele nge-19 ubani umuntu obekade ebhala noma obekade nommangalelwa uthi uKolonel Rapadu le eyesibini i-confession ummangalelwa uyenze phambi komantshi uCronje.
Brigadier, I mean transported to the district sergeant.
I beg
To
your pardon?
the
Sorry, my
district sergeant for physical examination.
lord. Sorry, I don't understand the question, my lord. My apologies.
Was he taken to the district sergeant?
I'm not. Well, he was taken to a doctor who was qualified and examined him. I just don't recall the details, my lord. One will have to read it. But the fact of the matter, it was a qualified dental doctor who examined him and then subsequently issued a health document. But it was a qualified doctor. And that document, my lord, we did attach it and disclose it to the defense as well.
Mina ngithi ukuthi ummangalelwa ayobonana nodokotela wamazinyo uthi ubrigadiri nangokho ngingakhumbuli igama ukuthi wayisiwa komuphi kodwa kula ukhona la ukuthi uke wayisiwa kudokotela obekade enazo imfundo zokuthi udokotela wamazinyo yena ke kuzawufuneka ukuthi ngifunde ukuthi ubekade ebhaleni kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi ummangalelo uke wayisiwa udokotela wamazinyo.
Thank you, Brigadier. Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mishoran?
My lord, I will ask for a short adjournment. My lord, the reason is that, firstly, I have been given the transcript this morning for the 27th of November. Yesterday, I only received the transcript for the 27th of October. So I still need to go through them and confirm the line of my questions with my learned friends for accused 1 and 2. And then secondly, the other list of the questions I had outside the transcript, my lord, I need to confirm them first with the clients, which is accused number 1 and 2, my lord. I'm begging leave,
So,
my lord.
yeah, fine. How long
Yes.
should we adjourn, Mr. Barry?
My lord, maybe if we can adjourn until 2, because it's after 11 now.
Until?
2 o'clock.
No. We adjourn up to 12 o'clock. Okay.
It's after 11 now, my lord.
Yeah, what's the time? After 11 means anything. What's after 11? 5 past 11? 10 past 11.
It's 20 past, my lord. 20 past. 20 past. So if we adjourn until 2, I will have time to read the transcript first and then consult on the questions, my lord.
Okay, let's come back at 2 then.
Thank you, my lord.
EMQ. It's finished. Yeah, right?
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Ikininda, let's start with the cross-examination on behalf of, or in respect of accused number 2, Mr. Ndanzi. You testified before this court that at the time when he was arrested, which was the 16th of June 2020, if I'm not mistaken, there were many pending cases against him. Am I correct?
No, well, you're not correct when you say pending. My understanding of pending means the matter is enrolled. There were no matters that were enrolled and pending against Mr. Ndanzi. There were cases that were identified and there was a person interest on those matters. So they were not pending.
Okay, so what was the status of whatever that you have? Were they cases? What was it? So that I can be able to refer properly to those dockets. I need the status of those case dockets.
My Lord, I've said, when accused 1 and 2's name were brought to us as being involved in this matter, cold case analysis was done, and the number of cases where there were persons of interest, in other words, suspects, other than this matter, were then identified. So, but there was no pending matter, because my understanding of a pending matter is a matter that is before court. I'm answering in that context. But there were cases where he was a person of interest, particularly the one of Nongoma that Sergeant Mohani pursued him on, and others that came up, madam.
Uma nibopha umangalelo wesibini kwakade kunamanye amacala angakaqedwa la umangalelo wesibini ubekade ehamba kuwo uthi ubrigadier cha amacala awayekade engakafakwa enkantolo. Uma uthi amacala angakaqedwa, mina ngokwami ngicabanga ukuthi usho ukuthi amacala ase afakwe enkantolo, kodwa bekunamanye amacala esaphenywa kungakaqedwa ukuphenywa, hayi ukuthi angakaqulwa noma angakafakwa enkantolo.
Okay.
As the court, please, my lord, we don't want to interfere with my colleague's cross-examination, but we just want to get clarity. At the inception of her cross-examination, she mentioned that she's conducting cross-examination on behalf of accused number 2. Counsel for accused number 2 has already conducted cross-examination. I suppose it might be just a slip of the tongue that was meant to mean on behalf of accused number 5. Because no two counsel can cross-examine a witness for the same accused.
Yes, Ms. Memsholul.
Yes, the court pleases, my lord. I submit, my lord, with the due respect that I am entitled to cross-examine the witness on the evidence that he testified on.
On behalf of?
On behalf of accused number 2, as I'm cross-examining on.
Have you read the case of by Hutzenbeck, State versus who's this gentleman? The Dr. Death. What's his name, by the way?
Basson.
State versus Basson. Have you read that case?
No, my lord.
It says exactly what your learned colleague is telling you, that in one case, you cannot have more than one counsel cross-examining on behalf of a person who is said to be accused so and so. Only one person can do it at a time in the same trial.
My lord, if the court is of the view that I should not do cross-examination to this witness, I won't have any questions.
No, it's not the court. You know what? Just go. Hello. Just go and fetch that case of State versus Sonnet. Basson, State versus Basson. It's by Hutzenbeck. Let's just pause and read it, because I'm now being accused that I am denying you the opportunity to cross-examine. It's not me.
No, it's not the accusation, my lord. I respect the court.
Why don't you check it? You've got a computer there, Mr. Baloyi.
My lord, we don't even need to go there.
No, we have to.
Ummeli
That's a very long judgment, madam.
Hello?
I think it's a very long judgment.
No, we just...
The whole afternoon and the whole...
we just extrapolate the right. Are you aware of it?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Am I correct in saying it says that?
Yes, madam. That's
Unless there was a...
Yes.
There was an exception which was made by Judge Hartenbeck because they were busy with a case which was intricate and it was voluminous.
Yes.
And he said on the basis of that, he will give an indulgence to render an exception. But generally, once a counsel is cross-examining a particular person, you see what Mr. Msholo says? He says it's cross-examining on behalf of accused number 2. That's what you are saying, is that not so? Hello?
My lord, if the court says I should not cross-examine, I won't proceed.
You keep saying the court says. I'm saying the law says.
As the court basis.
So let's read the law. But you know what? If you phrase it some other way, it could perhaps be permissible. But if you're saying you're crossing on behalf of accused number 2, when Mr. Ngomezulu already said that, and he knows Mr. Ngomezulu, I told him that he can't do it because Mr. Ramosipidi had already done so, you remember? But I said, because we are coming into the case for an exigency of fairness, I'm going to relax that rule. And I can even do it now, but people must understand that it is not I saying that. It's the law.
That's the court basis.
Just read that. In the meantime, also, okay, fine.
ngoba ummeli bekathi ubuza imibuzo ebuzela ummangalelwa wesibili. Manje kunomthetho owakhishwa yinkantolo, hayi ujaji Mkhahle, inkantolo ukuthi iye yathi akunammeli ongabuza imibuzo ebuzela omunye ummangalelwa onommeli, njengoba ukuthi ummangalelwa wesibili unommeli. Manje njengoba usisi esukumela phayana uzakwethu sayofuna lowo mthetho ukuze uzofundwa naye enkantolo ukuchazisela ummeli. Uyawazi naye uthi uyawazi uma engabe inkantolo isho njalo uthi ngeke abe nemibuzo, kodwa usalindwe loyo mthetho ukuze kungabi ingathi ujaji akafuni ukuthi ummeli aqhubeke.
Yeah, incidentally, Hudson Beck was a judge in this division. He retired somewhere 2000, I think 2004, somewhere there. And he was actually the most senior judge at that stage by experience, although he was not the judge president, and neither was he the deputy judge president, if I recall. Mr. Baloyi, you don't,
We'll check that. We can proceed on the basis that Advocate
you don't get
Msholo
that decision.
we do it's
So what's your problem?
it's referred to in several. We do have the decision, my lord, but we're just looking for the paragraph. There are about 4 references to the case, and we're still searching for that specific paragraph, my lord. But we just thought that to save time.
No. You can't save time by not doing the right thing.
Because we will look for it.
Mr. Mnisi, you can't find that decision. On the head note,
There are two judgments, one from Judge Bergasenbeck here and one from Constitutional Court. I think
Yeah,
the
yeah,
one that
no.
normally comes in two.
do you have both of them?
I've got the one that is from the Constitutional Court.
Yeah,
But
quote it,
in any
quote it.
event, it confirms what the
Hartzenbeck said.
Honorable Judge said.
That's it. Ms. Mshololo is not aware of those judgments. Mr. Mgomezi, you didn't read that judgment after I quoted it for you. Kaka Hartzenbeck.
We read it, my lord. State versus Voltaire Passon.
Voltaire Basson, yeah.
Yes.
But in fact, that judgment goes further than what I have just said, because I am saying the general principle is that two counsels in the same matter cannot conduct a cross-examination of a state witness on behalf of a client. Here, the client is represented by Mr. Ngomezu. But the ratio in that case, it says two counsels acting for one client can't do that. They've got to divide themselves. But here, as I say, there is a slight nuance in the sense that okay, I've got the judgment here. S versus Basson 2001-2 SACR 537T. This matter was heard on the 30th of July 2001 by Hartzenbeck R. The head note reads like this. Fly note, trial, dash witnesses, dash cross-examination, dash of accused by more than one state advocate, dash long and complicated case concerning two separate groups of charges, cross-examination by two state advocates, allowed on certain conditions. Head note, during the trial of a long and complicated case, the state applied before the accused was to testify for permission for the accused to be examined, cross-examined by two state advocates. The state's legal team consisted of two groups, two of the advocates handling the charges of fraud against the accused and the other two advocates handling the other charges. Whilst one group was busy with its part of the evidence, the other state advocates were not present in court. The state contended that there were in effect two separate cases before the court and that the case was an extraordinary one in which a mass of evidence had been laid. The court referred to the rule of practice which prohibits the cross-examination of a witness by more than one legal representative of a particular litigant, but held that there were some exceptions to the rule where the courts had held that they had a discretion to allow a deviation from the rule. The court was of the opinion that although the case had two legs, there was a measure of overlap. A refusal of the application would prolong the case. The court accordingly upheld the application on the following conditions. One, that the leaders of the two groups of state advocates be permitted to pose any further questions after they had finished cross-examination and his colleague had begun his part of the cross-examination. The advocates had to determine who would first cross-examine overlapping evidence, and one advocate who first cross-examined on such an aspect completed his cross-examination on that aspect, and no further examination would be allowed by the other advocate of the aspect unless substantial reasons could be provided for deviating from the rule. Actually, the gravamen of this rule of practice is to avoid a repetition of cross-examination. Like, for instance, the question Ms. Msololo has asked you, it was asked.
It was asked and answered by me.
I know. I can repeat it. It was asked.
Indeed.
Now we are being asked that question for the second time, in other words. But you know what? I'll bend the rule, do it again. You can cross-examine, but you must know that that law says that. So I'll take it for granted that maybe you have some information or facts which you predicate your cross-examination on. Because remember, at this stage, we are on a trial within a trial, the admissibility of a trial within a trial. And just for another legal precept, just hang on. There is a case of, and it's not me saying that, it's the law books. There's a case regarding admissibility. When issue of admissibility is to be determined, the duty of the presiding officer is to keep inadmissible evidence out, not to listen passively as the record is turned into a papery sum of appropriate to some situation. A papery sum of evidence, Frequent practice of admitting evidence provisionally, though appropriate to some situation, often works, unfortunately. The case, you can take the citation. The case is State versus Rama Valley, 1996, 1, SACR 639 AD. The judgment was written by Schultz. He was sitting with Hare and others. Okay. I said you can continue if you want to.
The court is.
But the proviso obviously is that if the question has been asked and answered, this judgment says I mustn't allow it. Okay.
As the court wishes. Brigadier, is it correct that under the Nongoma case 136, sorry, my lord, not 136, 163/10 of 2018, which was being investigated, at the time when accused number 2 was arrested, you were not in possession, or you did not have a warrant of arrest against accused number 2.
I've answered it, my lord. On my answer, dealt with it in evidence in chief and under cross-examination.
Yeah, that question was asked. And I think you said the person who arrested the gentleman, accused number 2, as a result of the investigations pertaining to the murder in Nongoma, was Sergeant Mohale.
Correct. In the company of Sergeant Mapena.
That's it. So that question has been answered.
Thank you, Madam.
Inkantolo iwufundile lo yamthetho nangokho inkantolo iwufundile ithe kulungile ummeli angase aqhubeke nangokho lo yamthetho uthi bekwamele kungavunyelwa ukuthi abuze imibuzo njengoba ummeli wakhe suka ubuzile. Uma ebuza manje ubuza ukuthi iqiniso ukuthi ngalesikhathi niyobopha ummangalelo wesibini nanikade ningenayo incwadi egunyaza ukuthi ummangalelo wesibini aboshwe. Yaphendula uBrigadier Ruth bese senguphendulile lo mbuzo. Benguphendule ngithe uboshwe uSergeant Mohani ehamba no Mapena.
And until to date, as you are testifying, there is no warrant of arrest that has been authorized against accused number 2 under this case.
I've answered also that, my lord.
Fikela namanje ayikho incwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kommangalelo wesibini uthi uBrigadier nalo mbuzo sengawuphendula.
Sorry, just to be fair to Mr. Mshololo, were you in court when the Brigadier testified, when asked questions by Mr. Mgomezulu pertaining to the J50s,
Yes, my lord.
that the J50s were issued for each and every accused?
Correct, my lord.
And those are warrants of arrest which enable this brigadier to take these guys to court after arresting them. I'm just saying, I listen. So there were 5 actually warrants of arrest. And you are putting it to him that up to today, there was no warrant of arrest issued for accused number 2. So the evidence shows that, and I'm not giving evidence because I'm being accused, I interfere, I give evidence. The evidence which I listened to by this witness is to that effect that a warrant of arrest was issued by him. And that you applied for the warrant of arrest on application to a magistrate in Boksburg.
Correct, my lord.
Yeah.
My lord, maybe I referred to case 636, which is the case that you are dealing with here. But my question was...
Okay, fine.
My question was intending to ask in respect of case Nongoma case 136,
Okay, fine.
my lord. Not the one that, Brigadier, I'm not referring to the one that we are currently busy with, which is Force Loras.
Yes, my lord, but even that, the question was put to me by Advocate Mgomezulu about exactly that, the status of Nongoma 163 of 10/2018, and I've answered. It was a similar question, my lord.
Okay.
Yebo mina ngawuphendula umbuzo ngalo leliyaqala laseNongoma ebelibuzwe umbuzo bobuzwe ummeli uMngomezulu.
And also, under the Nongoma case 289/11/2012, which is the docket that was supplied to us. Also in that case, there was no warrant of arrest at the time when accused number 2 was arrested until today.
Yes, there wasn't, my lord.
Fikelana namhlanje kulelinye icala lesibini kuleliya dokodo enasinika lona ufikela nanamuhla akukabi nencwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kommangalelo wesibini uthi yebo ayizange bekhona leyo ncwadi.
Same thing with the third case, which is Fosterers case number 88/06/2012.
Yes, my lord.
Nale ncwadi nale cala leli laseFosloras nalo alinayo incwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kommangalelo wesibini uthi yebo.
Okay. It's fine. Let's move on to the statement that was made before Colonel Mboto. Colonel Mboto testified about the statement that he took on behalf of accused number 1. Are you following?
I'm listening, my lord.
Yes. My question there is that looking at the time, or maybe if I can just remind you, the statement was taken on the 30th of May 2020 at 21:45.
correct?
Yes.
That's a starting time, my lord.
Statement sithathwe nge-30 zika May 2020 ngo-10:15.
Okay. Am I correct also to say it is alleged that the accused indicated that he wanted to make the statement during the day?
Alleged by whom, my lord, that he wants to make a confession during the day? I'm not aware of it.
Iqiniso nawo ukuthi bekuthiwe kunamahebezi abe athe ummangalelwa bekathe yena angathanda ukugunyuluka emini uthi ubrigadier ubani obekade ena ekhuluma lelo ndaba.
Before the statement was taken by Colonel Mboto, it would have came to your attention that the accused had indicated to make the statement.
Yes, my lord, and I testified about this.
Yes.
Ngaphambi kokuthi akhulume noKolonel Mboto besese wena unolwazi lokuthi ummangalelwa bekathe ufuna ukukhuluma uthi yebo besese ngiphane nangobufakazi balokho.
And at what time of the day did you become aware that accused wanted to make the statement?
My lord, I testify about this. I even disclosed my diary, which indicates the time when I was informed, leading up to Foster's meeting accused number 1 at Foster's outside the police station. Testified about this in evidence in chief and under cross-examination, right up to the time this confession was taken by Colonel Mboto.
Wazenini wena ukuthi ummangalelwa ubekade efuna ukuwenza istatement uthi ubrigadier mina besese ngichazile lokho Nkosi yenkantolo kusukela esikhathini ummangalelwa ngizobe ngaziswa kufikela aze ayenza leso statement besese ngichazile uma ngiqala ngobufakazi bami nanoma ngihlonywa ngemibuzo ngiye ngachaza lokho.
Why, according to your knowledge, why accused number 1 was not taken to the magistrate to make the statement?
My lord, it was Saturday. If you look at the date of the 30th of May, it was Saturday. I met him, I think, around 1900 hours. I've testified about this. I'm not sure if you can find a magistrate around that time. So that's the first part. But second, my lord, commissioned officers carries the same powers as justice of peace insofar as taking the confessions. That is the essence of it, my lord.
Kungani ummangalelwa yokuqala yena angazange ayisiwe kumantshi ukuze ayenze statement sakhe uthi ubrigadier umayiphendula bekade kungumgqibelo uyakhumbula ukuthi wahlangana nommangalelwa ngabo 7 ntambama la ukuthi akekho umantshi osebenzayo ngaleso sikhathi kodwa bonke ukuthi banegunya lokuthatha istatement nabo bayafana banegunya elifana nabo mantshi.
Thank you. If it is correct that the accused had indicated freely and voluntarily that he wants to make the statement, why was it necessary that it is done at night? Why didn't you wait for the following day for the accused's statement to be taken?
No, but my lord, where is that regulated? There's someone who wants to confess in a complex matter that I'm seized with. He's aware of his constitutional rights. He wants to make this confession freely and voluntarily, and one makes an attempt to find an independent office, and that person is found. Why would you want to delay the taking of that? I'm not aware of a provision that says you must wait until the morning.
Manje uma ingabe ummangalelwa yena wayekade efuna ukukhuluma kanjalo kungani ke kuye kwaphoqeleka ukuthi ayenze istatement sakhe ebusuku? Uthi ke ubrigadier mina anginawo umthetho ongiwaziyo othi umuntu mayefuna ukwenza istatement kwamele kulindwe ilanga elizayo ngoba bekade efuna ukwenza istatement kwiqala elibucayi manje kungani kwamele simlinde ukuthi siyenzwe ilanga elilandelelayo ngoba lo muntu ufuna ukukhuluma manje kungani bekwamele simele ilanga elilandelelayo angiwazi umthetho osho njalo.
And that was done, sorry, my lord. That was done, sorry, counsel, to speak over you. It was in the interest of justice because it cut both ways, my lord. It's also the interest of justice that when such evidence comes to you, you must collect it as professionally and as adequate as you can to build the state's case because that's what I was assigned with this matter for.
Futhi ke lokho ngikwenze mina ngibheke ubulungiswa ngoba umthetho uthi kwamele kubhekwe ubulungiswa uma kusetshenzwa ngamacala.
And the accused at that time, I'm talking about the time when the statement was made, which is 2145 minutes up to 12 o'clock when it was completed, allegedly. The accused was supposed to have been sleeping by that time, resting.
My lord, I don't know how counsel knows the pattern of, I don't know the pattern, maybe I should answer this way. I don't know the sleeping pattern of accused number 1.
Lesi statement siyenzwe ebusuku ngo 9:45 uyofika ntathabusa uthi umeli umangalelwa ngaleso sikhathi bekwamele kube ulele Brigadier Ruth angazi ukuthi ulala ngabanzi.
And at the time when you became aware that accused number 1 wanted to make the statement, were you with the accused or you were informed by someone else?
My lord,
Before I
I testified about this. I was cross-examined about it as well. I was informed by Sergeant Mukula, that's what I indicated.
Okay.
An arrangement then we made for us to meet at Phosphorus police station. I was informed. I testified about this and I was cross-examined by Mr. Mgomezi about this.
Ngalesikhathi umangalelwa efuna ukukhuluma wawukade unaye na uthi Nkosi yenkantolo bese sengichazile ngalesikhathi ngibuzwa ubaba uMngomezulu ukuthi mina ngiyengaziswa uSergeant Mukula ngalelicala ukuthi umangalelwa ofuna ukukhuluma.
Is there a written statement or any written note wherein it is recorded that on such and such a particular date, accused number 2, after his rights had been explained, he indicated that he wanted to make the statement?
Well, to me, yes, it's recorded, my lord. It's recorded in my diary, and I testified about this, and I gave the copy of my diary to counsel, including Ms. Advocate Mshololo, and they read the original, which I still have. It's indicated that I was informed at a specific time, what time I met the accused, the issues of rights are indicated there in the diary, and I've made the copies to the defense available.
Okay.
Ukhona na la kubhalwe khona ukuthi ngesikhathi esithize umangalelwa wesibini yena ubekade ufuna ukwenza istatement na uthi yebo sengishilo lokho futhi ngibuziwe na ngakho imibuzo ngishilo ukuthi ngikubhale kwi-diary yami i-diary ukuthi ngiyenganikeza umshushisi wanika nabameli bonke naye uMamshololo unayo.
Is there a space wherein accused number 2 signed in that entry that you made? Signed that he is indicating to you that he wants to make the statement?
My lord, I'm not aware of that provision. I've never seen an accused that must sign in the police diary that he wants to make a statement. I've never come across such with due respect.
Kukhona la ukuthi umangalelwa usayine khona kwi-diary yakho ukuthi yena wayekade vele ukwenza efuna ukwenza leso statement esinjalo uthi Nkosi yenkantolo ngenhlonipho enkulu mina angikaze ngabona umthetho othi umsolo kwamele asayine e-diary yami.
Okay, so
Please, ma'am, can we get clarity? Is counsel referring to accused number 1 or accused number 2? Because she's being cross-examined.
It's cross-examining
accused number 1.
interchangeably.
Now she's referring to accused number 2. If we can just get
Yeah.
clarity.
Yes. Earlier she said accused number 1. Now she's now on number 2.
my lord, the statement that was made to Colonel Mboto is for accused number 1.
Yeah, I'm just answering your learned colleague.
It's for accused number 1, the statement that was made to Colonel Mboto.
Yes, go on.
Thank you, Mama. Whether you know the procedure, I will know the procedure. I just wanted to know that there is nowhere wherein he acknowledged or he signed the entry that you made in your diary.
No, but this witness says there is no such procedure. So if you know the procedure, put it to him so that we make progress. That
As-
the procedure dictates or the law dictates that.
As the court pleases, my lord. Brigadier, is it not the procedure that when you are conducting interview with the suspect, you will have a pro forma in front of you, wherein when you follow that pro forma, I think we are familiar with that, you will explain the allegations, the constitutional rights, and then you will record the response given by the accused after the allegations had been explained to him.
My Lord, counsel is referring to a warning statement. That's what you're referring to. There's a difference when you meet someone on the street, whether you're executing the warrant of arrest. There's never been a situation, my Lord, when you're carrying a warrant of arrest, simultaneously you will carry the interview form and say, this is the warrant of arrest, I'm arresting you, now I must take you through the warning statement. It doesn't work like that. That's not how it's procedurally done. You meet the person, first is the arrest, the constitutional right in terms of what he is entitled to, you deal with that part. Subsequently, when the detention and the time to prepare the person for court, that form kicks in. But you can never make an arrest and simultaneously at the time when you're making an arrest, take the person through the warning statement. It's not doable, my Lord.
Uthi ke ummeli incwadi le eyemibuzo ube ukade unayo njengoba wawukade uhlangana nomangalo lesibili uBrigadier uthi ayikaze yenzeka empilweni solobo yena kuyiphoyisa la ukuthi uphethe incwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kwamsolo bese kuba nale yemibuzo uthi cha ayenzeki leyo kuyaye kube nokuthi umuntu kube nale ncwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kwakhe bese atshelwa amalungelo wakhe kodwa leyo ukuthi yokuhlonya imibuzo kaningi akusincwadi ukuthi unubani ukuthi bayiphathe isikhulukazi uma beyohlangana nomuntu emgaqweni.
I put it to you, Brigadier, that is this procedure, that is the standing procedure by SAPS that whenever we are conducting an interview, or not necessarily that whenever an interview is being conducted with the suspect, immediately after he has been arrested, when there is interview that is conducted, it must be recorded. And that form is assisting to ensure that the constitutional rights of that person are not infringed.
No, but I disagree, my Lord. Counsel is talking about the product that is at a later stage. It's well known, my Lord, that people get arrested with or without the warrant, even by uniformed members on the street. Those members who arrest them on the street, they don't carry warning statements. They will arrest them on the allegation that is before them, or the evidence that is before them, take them through the holding cells, where they are processed on the SAP 14A chart and kept there. Then the investigating officer will come either on that day or the following day, then take them through the warning statement. But by the time the warning statement kicks in, police have already dealt with them in terms of the arrest, and question may have arisen. They would have even maybe followed alibis in terms of what they are saying or followed certain information. So that is not correct that when you arrest a person, that form must simultaneously kick in. That's not how it's done.
Uthumeli ke mina ngiyacebisa ngiyakwazisa ukuthi umthetho wesiphoyisa ukuthi uma niyobopha umuntu incwadi leyo kwamele ibe khona uthi cha akwenzeki futhi namaphoyisa nje uma bayobopha umuntu bangaba nayo incwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa kwakhe kodwa le eyemibuzo akuvamisanga ukuthi babe nayo ngoba bafika bambophe lo muntu loyo bese uyabuzwa ke imibuzo aziswe ni namalungelo wakhe. Leyo ncwadi leyo inokaningi iyaye igcwaliswe ngemuva uma seyikuthi lo muntu loyo kuhlelwe phansi naye kodwa uma kusayiwa kuye akusukuthi kuvamisile ukuthi ibe khona leyo ncwadi.
Furthermore, my Lord, I can just add, sorry, counsel, that even when the person is arrested for the first time, his or her constitutional rights are explained to her verbally, but the formality of those constitutional rights, my Lord, kicks in at the holding cells when the SAP 14A is completed. So it doesn't mean that when the 14A is completed at the holding cell, it is the first time the person is being made aware of his rights. When he's arrested, it's a procedure that he must be warned according to his constitutional rights, but no form. No one goes around carrying the SAP 14 form, my Lord. Same with the warning statement. That is done at a later stage.
Futhi ke kuyayenzeka nokuthi umuntu acebiswe ngamalungelo wakhe uma eboshwa ngaphandle emgaqweni bese ithi uma esesemaseleni uma ezocebiswa futhi ngamalungelo wakhe bese kula kugcwaliswa lencwadi le alikho iphoyisa elihamba liphethe incwadi emgaqweni.
Let's leave that for the argument, Brigadier. Let's move forward. Is it also correct that you ask Constable Monare of Metro Police Egoruleni to accompany the team that was transporting accused number 1?
I've dealt with
on the 30th day of May, when specifically he was taken to Kenenbot?
Yes, I've dealt with this, my lord.
Okay.
Manje iqiniso nawo ukuthi wena brigadier uye wacela uKennel Monareng iphoyisa uMonareng lo wasebenza eKuruleni Metropolis ukuthi ahambe nomangalelwa njengoba bekade kuyiwa kuKennel Mbotho uthi bese senguphendulile lo mbuzo.
And what I want to find out from you is the instruction of the duties that you requested Constable Monareng for.
My lord, sorry, Councillor, yes.
Because he testified that he was asked to give protection to the team. By team, I mean the SAPS members. So as Metro, he was asked to give escort to the team. That's why I'm asking you to clarify for me that what is it exactly that he was asked to do at that time when accused number 1 was taken to Kenenbot.
My lord, I dealt with it. I was cross-examined about it. I testified about it insofar as the evidence in chief is concerned. I dealt with it, that I phoned him, we met, I handed the accused to him, explained, I've dealt with it, my lord. And questions were put to me and I've answered.
Yeah, can you answer my question? Because I want to know what is it that you ask him to do,
But I've
specifically,
answered,
Constable Monareng.
I've answered, Councillor.
Are you refusing to answer the question? We are a police officer. We are a member of the police officer. You are bound to repeat this answer and answer my question. What is it that you ask specifically other than what he said in this court?
No, my lord, with greatest respect to counsel, I'll repeat it again. I've said, I asked Constable Monareng to assist with the escort of accused number 1 from the provincial office to Kenenbot. They were not involved in that regard. Subsequent to the completion of the confession, I further asked him to escort the investigating officer insofar as the matter of accused number 1 is concerned, Sergeant Mukula, with what she needed to do up to the time that they were detained. That is insofar as my activities with Constable Monareng. I testified about this in evidence in chief, and I think I dealt with it extensively also during the cross-examination. So it's a repetition, my lord, of what I've said.
Uyaphinda ke ubrigadier ubufakazi obekasekaphane ngabo uthi uchazile kuMonareng ukuthi ahambe neqembu lakhe njengoba kwakade kuhanjiswa umangalelo oqala kuKennel Mbotho bese ayabuya aphinde ahambe neqembu lakhe abashiye la ukuthi bebakade bazoyisa umangalelwa khona aqhubeke ahambe no Sergeant Mukhola la bekade eyogcina khona.
The statement which was made to Colonel Mboto was taken at the police station. Do you understand that, Brigadier?
Yes,
Was
I'm
taken at the
listening.
station.
I'm listening, my lord.
There were members of the SAPS at the station at that particular time. My question is, why was it necessary for Constable Monareng to escort the accused to Colonel Mboto when there were members of the SAPS who could have executed those duties?
But that's not how it works, my lord. When you ask someone to take a confession, someone must do the handing over. So for that to happen, it means I would have had to speak to someone in Dikloof who can assist me with that. I didn't have anyone. I didn't know anyone in Dikloof. And Dikloof police station was chosen by Colonel Mboto, not by me. He said the suspect can be brought into Dikloof. So I didn't know anyone, my lord. But the process is such that the person who wants to make a confession must be handed over by a member, so that then the officer that is taking the confession will indicate who handed that person to him. It's a procedure.
Ngoba bekukade kunamaphoyisa la umangalelo wayekade eyisiwa khona ukuyoyenza lesa statement kungani uye wacela ukuthi uMonare ahambe nabo uthi epolice station yaseDikloof mina ngangikade ngingazi umuntu manje bekuyofuneka ukuthi kutholakale umuntu ophakathi lapha epolice station yaseDikloof eDikloof nayo ipolice station leyana uKennel Mbotho othe umangalelo alethwe khona mina ngangikade ngingazi umuntu manje uma umuntu efika epolice station kwamele anikezelelwe ukuthi nangumuntu simletha la ingakho ngiye ngacela ukuthi umunare aye ayonikezela ngaye ummangalelwa wokuqala.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you for that answer. Brigadier, am I correct to say, at the time when the statement was taken by Kenneth Mboto, Kenneth Mboto was not part of the investigating team, and he was called by you, and you are the only person who had facts, information of this case docket that you are dealing with today at that time?
No. So it's correct that Kenneth Mboto was not part of the investigation, I agree, but
Yes.
to say I was the only one who was aware of the facts of this investigation, that's not correct. I've indicated, my lord, that it was prosecutorial-driven investigation.
Okay.
So I was not the only one. And part of the investigators also were privy to what is contained in the docket. So I was not the only person who knew about the docket, my lord.
Let me rephrase it, Kenneth. Maybe you did not understand it. I'm sorry, not Kenneth, Brigadier.
You don't understand the question, sir?
I understood the way she asked me, my
Okay.
lord, and I've answered it that way.
I was saying between you and Kenneth Mboto, at the time when the request was made, the only person who was privy with information and facts of the police docket, it was you. That's what I meant to say.
No, I disagree with you. You're talking about the facts of the docket, and I'm saying to cancel, my lord, a lot of people knew, including the prosecution. That's why I indicated it was a prosecutorial-driven investigation, including crime intelligence and part of the members of the team. So we brainstormed. When the docket was given to us, I've indicated, my lord, that cold case analysis was done. When you analyze, you dissect. So issues of the docket were not known only to me.
Manje ke uyabuza ummeli ukuthi ngalesikhathi uthumela ummangalelwa ku Kenneth Mboto kwakade kuwe wedwa owaziyo ngaleli cala ubrigadier uya uthi cha bekungasiyimina kuphela ngoba njengoba sengishilo ukuthi besiphenya simfuna nokushushisa ingakho ngithi bebakhona abanye abaziyo thimba lami abashushisi nabo besesebazi bekuyiqembu ebelikhona elaziyo akusiyimina ngedwa obekade eyazi ngaleli cala.
So are you suggesting that Kenneth Mboto knew about this case when you called him?
No, but my lord, that's not what I said. I've answered this question really with due respect to counsel earlier, that I agree with the notion that Kenneth Mboto did not know and was not part of this investigation. The second part of my answer relates to me being the only person who knew about the docket, and I'm saying prosecution knew about it, members of my team knew about it, all stakeholders who were playing a role in this matter knew about that matter.
Akusiyimina uKenneth Mboto wayekade engazi futhi sengichazile lokho ukuthi wayekade engazi ngale cala bekade kunabanye engisebenza nabo nabashushisi uKenneth Mboto yena wayekade engazi ngaleli cala.
I can see we are avoiding the answer. Let's move on. I'll move on to the evidence of Constable Tapelo Onarenga.
That's a good question, Lord. Can be specified in which respect the witness is avoiding the answer because he has answered to the question.
Yes, Ms. Mboto. Solon.
My Lord, it's because, my Lord, it was even put, the question was put by this court on the transcript, if I can just clarify the background of where I'm coming from with this question, my Lord. On the appearances of the 13th of October 2023, under the questions by court, my Lord. The question was put on page 81 to page 83 under the questions by court to say, at the time when you called Kenneth Mboto, you are the one who was in possession. Sorry, my Lord. You were not in possession of the police docket.
I would never ask that question, but not me.
My Lord,
Listen to the evidence as I understand it.
Let me just
The brigadier testified that after having consulted or interviewed, is it accused number one,
It's accused number one.
at Pretoria.
That's phosphorus.
Sorry, phosphorus. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
confusing with number two.
Yeah.
when he said he wanted to make a confession, you said to him, if that is so, you will find him an independent
Person.
Correct.
police officer who shall take your confession. And then as they were going wherever, you phoned
Correct, my lord.
to say to Mukhano.
No, I phoned various individuals.
Yeah, but you phoned several, and then the only person who you could get was Mboto,
Correct, my lord.
right? And then you advised Mukhano, is it?
No. On this one, I advise Monareng, my lord.
Oh, sorry.
Assist, yeah. Constable Monareng.
That's it, sorry.
Yes.
That
Yes.
this taking of the confession has been set down before Colonel Mboto at
Correct.
Deep Kloof.
Correct, my lord.
And you say thereafter, at that particular time, you handed over the accused to them to take to Mboto.
Correct, my lord.
That's how I understood the evidence.
My Lord, can
Now,
I just,
how would I say he didn't have the docket and blah blah?
my Lord, can I just read the line as is, my Lord? It's on the transcript dated 13 October 2023.
Yeah.
On page 81, my Lord, line number 20.
Right?
My Lord, it says, did you have a docket with you, sir? And then the answer it says, no, my Lord, which you were given by Gininda. That's the question asked by court. Then the answer says,
So I wasn't asking Gininda.
no.
Who was I asking?
My Lord, I had said the
No.
question.
Who was I asking?
The question was put to Colonel Mboto. It's the
Oh,
question
yes,
to
fine, yeah,
Colonel
fine.
Mboto. Yes.
Yes.
About Colonel Gininda.
Right, yes.
Yes, my Lord.
And I asked him if he had the docket.
Yes.
Because if he said yes, that was the end of that taking of the confession, because he's not supposed to be in charge of the docket, because it's assumed not to be part of the investigation, and it is assumed that he has no indication or knowledge about the investigation of that case.
Of the case.
Can we make progress, please?
Yes, my Lord. So my question to you, Mr. Gininda, is that at this time, the only person who had information about the police docket for the statement that was taken to, it was yourself, not Colonel Mboto.
But my lord,
But yeah, you know what? I thought this witness says this was a prosecutorial-driven exercise. They were having meetings, and they are part of a team. And so it was not exclusively himself that was privy to the information which was in the docket, because they worked as a team. Is that what you're saying, sir?
that's exactly what I said, my lord.
uthi ubrigadier bekade besebenza bayiqembu akusuyena yedwa obekade ebone noma enolwazi lwedokodo ubekade besebenza bayiqembu.
Let's move on. I'll leave that one for argument as well. Let's go to the statement that was made on the 24th of June. It's Exhibit JJ, my lord, to Ms. V. Cronje. Ms. Cronje testified, I know you were not here, but I'll just refer you to what she testified and what she wrote outside this pro forma, that there were heavily armed police officers that she found outside his office. Do you understand that?
I do understand.
Yes.
Uthi ngiyazwisisa ukuthi uthe uCronje ukuthi uthole amaphoyisa bekade ehlomile ngaphandle kwehhovisi lakhe.
According to your knowledge, how many police officers you had instructed to take the accused to Ms. Cronje?
No,
This
ma'am.
is, my lord, sorry, this is accused number 2 now, who made the statement to Ms. Cronje.
My lord, also this part I've covered my evidence in chief, and I indicated, I'll repeat it again, my lord, that I did not designate specific number of protectors. I only spoke to Sergeant Mukhano to arrange the movement of accused 2 from the police station to Boxburg Magistrate Court. He then, I'm aware that he made a use of SWAT for escort, but he coordinated that. I've said this, my lord.
Manje wena brigadier wawukade uhlele amaphoyisa ayingakhi uthi mina ngokwami ngikhulume nje no Sergeant Mkhani ngathi ayise umangalelwa eBoxburg enkantolo. Yena ngiyazi ukuthi uyena oyewahlela abantu laba abeSWAT ukuze bazomnceda. Ukuthi bebangakhi angazi.
Ms. Cronje also further testified, we'll comment if we do have an answer. Ms. Cronje also testified that he asked these members to produce their